Chapter 81 In-Transit Antimatter Strike Detected. The atmosphere in the conference room of the United Government was unusually dull. All 5 counselors were silent. Their faces were each more ugly than the other. Even Halsey, who had always behaved appropriately, had a layer of frost covering her face at the moment, veins rippling on the backs of her hands, which were slightly dry from lack of care, and a dangerous look flickering in her dark eyes. "Let's see what answer they give us." Clavane seethed. "Investigating? Willing to pay compensation." "Ha ha." Clavin laughed back in anger. 100 million per person. Or with their money. Ha ha ha. Clavin's laughter echoed in the conference room. And he was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. But there wasn't a trace of joy in his laughter. There was only coldness. And the temperature of the entire conference room dropped a touch because of his laughter. The diplomats appointed by the United Government on Avatar Earth, each of them shouldering the important task of maintaining the peace of the 2 major civilizations, were not only the best of the best, but also valuable talents with experience in diplomacy involving foreign civilizations. As a result, 6 of them died in a civilian riot. Since the riots took place on the border between 2 major powers, the 2 powers blamed each other. They both insisted that the diplomats of the coalition government had died in each other's borders. So much so that neither side would look for the murderers for the coalition government, relying on the UN special agents to do so. The procedure went on for more than a day before the UN special agent arrived on the ground. I'm afraid the murderer has long since gone into hiding. Those 2 big countries were countries that Clavin was more familiar with. With his understanding of these 2 countries, in order to quell the United Government's anger as soon as possible, the probability was that they would push a few desperately ill or desperately needing money desperados to take the blame. Halsey suppressed his anger and said, "We've been too gentle with them. We can appropriately tighten our policies and cut off their supply of tucuin brain enzyme and superconductor Oregon." Vladimir's eyes looked out of the corner of his eye and said, "Just cut off the supply? Didn't we just attack the shield generator? They're no match for us at all in a conventional war. We can bleed them out on the battlefield. Keep them awake." Although the shield generator currently held by the United Government was only a low-profile version, it was able to withstand small-yield nuclear bomb blasts, and could weaken a portion of its power in the face of medium to high-yield nuclear bombs. Moreover, the United Government still holds 17 intact shield generators. These genuine shield generators can withstand the bombardment of large-yield nuclear bombs, and can withstand several times in a row, as long as Avatar Earth doesn't use antimatter weapons to engage in a homicidal attack. On the conventional battlefield, the United Government was invincible. Halsey was silent for a few seconds before she spoke. Avatar Earth's public opinion is raging, and those politicians who are full of votes, especially the extremists lurking in the midst of them, might let the war go out of control. We are not afraid of their attacks, even though we are sheltered by the Earth's consciousness. But they might destroy Pandora, causing us to lose access to superconducting ore. And as of now, we don't have any kind of material that can replace superconducting ore. So, Hao Xiaoxiao revealed a worried look. Sun Tzu's Art of War said, "A lord cannot raise a division in anger, and a general cannot attack a battle in huff." The other directors were silent. They understood Halsey's concern, and in fact the think tanks behind them had also pointed out the risk. Once the war went out of control due to the extremists, the other side would inevitably use antimatter bombs to destroy the stars in the Pandora galaxy, thus causing Pandora to be annihilated in stellar flames. At that point, the shield generators, quantum communicators, and other advanced technologies in the pipeline will be a fleeting illusion. While they could destroy Avatar Earth, it would also mean losing Pandora. Would it be worth it? "It's not cost-effective to go to war," said Mibak, the British representative. "Their society is torn apart. Might as well use this wave of pressure to raise puppets within them and divide them." Mibak said, "This can be done by our side, but we need everyone's support." The other representatives looked at Mibak and fell into deep thought. At this time, Clavin also spoke. "Apart from splitting them, we can also support some small countries and fight proxy wars within their planets, so that the risk of the war escalating is low." He paused for a moment before adding, "Our side has actually made contact with some of them, and they are waiting for our assistance." Vladimir grunted softly. "You guys are quite experienced at this." Craven and Mibaka's expression stiffened slightly. "But it's a method. Use it first," Vladimir said in a deep voice. "If they are persistent, Don't blame us for getting real. Unsurprisingly, that was how the fiasco would end. The United Government had lost 6 of its best diplomats. And Avatar Earth would face internal division and a proxy war manipulated by the United Government. But accidents always come unexpectedly. Late at night, the staff responsible for manning the antimatter weapons monitoring station were having a late-night snack. They had just maintained the station today and had been busy all day. And it was only in the evening that they finally had the chance to have a good meal. But even so, they didn't dare to slack off. They ate hot pot in front of the monitoring screen, sweeping the key data on the screen out of the corner of their eyes every now and then, making sure that there was no change in these data before they reached out their chopsticks to take a bite of food out of the churning soup. The camera recorded their meticulous work attitude. You guys say, what is this called? Our people died when they said they would. And they actually said they would pay for it. Do we lack their little money? Exactly. The top must teach them a lesson. The staff complained. They also knew that a diplomat had died in the riot, and that Avatar Earth's disposition was very perfunctory. As a member of the United Government, it was natural for them to feel angry, and felt a great deal of fear, because they were also a member of the hostel. If they were recognized on the street, they might also end up dying a horrible death, and then be compensated with 100 million Avatar currency that was like scrap paper. Who would want money from a poisonous planet? 100 million Avatar currency is not as good as a breath of fresh air from the home planet. The staff cursed the humans of Avatar Earth loudly. Greedy, stupid, white-eyed wolves, heartless. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Scarlet triangles suddenly popped up on the big screen, each with a striking yellow exclamation mark in the middle. In-transit antimatter strike detected. In-transit antimatter strike detected. In-transit antimatter strike detected. Snap! The staff was so dumbfounded that they didn't even know that the chopsticks in their hands had fallen to the ground. Chapter 82, Returning to the Solar System. Are they crazy? Don't even fucking eat. Take a quick look. The staff left the hot pot behind and ran to the console, fumbling to proofread the data. And it only took 30 seconds to confirm that the alarm was correct. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Their faces one by one ugly. Avatar Earth's military bases within the solar system. 314 antimatter bombs were launched in batches into the Pandora system in 10 seconds. Unbelievable. Although the situation between the two sides was tense now, it wasn't to the extent of firing antimatter weapons at each other. Was it? The staff were puzzled. Countless questions lingered in their minds. Avatar Earth had made a mistake in the first place. And as a result, instead of slipping to its knees and admitting its mistake, it had the audacity to fire antimatter at them. It's counterproductive. It's really anticlimactic. Similar situations and thoughts occurred in many monitoring stations. The staff couldn't think too long as they slapped the buttons and notified the combined government of the incident. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. Christine, why did you suddenly launch antimatter bombs at us? Qianfian, the head of the visiting delegation, questioned. What? Secretary General Christian was confused as he asked cautiously. When did we launch an antimatter bomb at you? This was a big deal. No matter how frosty the relationship between two civilizations was, as long as they didn't launch antimatter weapons towards each other's home planets, they could maintain peace. Once an antimatter weapon was fired at the other's home planet, it would immediately cause an immortal civilization war. After all this, you still don't admit it? Qianfian said angrily. Dozens of our monitoring stations observed you launching antimatter bombs at the same time. Christian was startled. He nervously said, Impossible. I didn't receive this message at all. This must be a misunderstanding. Please wait a moment. We'll go investigate, Qianfian said angrily. You only have half an hour. On the other side, the counselors of the coalition government were also dumbfounded. Although they were still investigating, dozens of monitoring stations were receiving the same data. So there was no point in investigating at all. They couldn't all have the same malfunction. Could they? Furthermore, they had no basis of trust with Avatar Earth. And when the other side said, we didn't launch antimatter after the investigation, would they dare to believe it? Clayton's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How dare they attack us on their own initiative? I can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. He had half of his legs stepped out of the conference room, only to suddenly receive such a shocking and big news, and then turn back halfway to continue the meeting. Vladimir said with a fierce face. They made us lose Pandora. We'll make them lose their home planet. Retaliation. He growled with a scowl. Let their home planet be annihilated in stellar flames. Whatever prompted the Avatar Earthlings to make the foolish decision. They would pay a heavy price for it. At this point, Halsey slowly spoke. I can understand everyone's feelings. But destroying Avatar Earth will do us no good at all except for venting our anger. Craven frowned. What do you mean? He listened to Halsey's tone, which seemed to be not in favor of destroying Avatar Earth. In his impression, although the Chinese were good-tempered, they had a great record of fighting back in the area of self-defense, and were more terrifying than the other four here. Fighting without fighting back? Unlikely. Right? Vladimir said with a look of displeasure. If they dare to fire antimatter weapons at us, they will have to pay for it. And they must not be tolerated. Halsey shook her head. Of course they have to pay for it. But we don't have to destroy their planet. She listened to the voice coming through her headset. Have you all thought about returning to the solar system? The crowd was stunned to hear the words. 2 or 3 years soon. 3 or 5 years slow. We're about to leave this universe. Halsey looked around the crowd. According to the plan, we have to leave some people in this universe to preserve the flame of civilization. We need a base. Originally this base was Pandora. But now that Pandora is about to be destroyed, we have to find another place. The solar system is a good place. Instead of destroying Avatar Earth, we should find a way to occupy Avatar Earth. Return to the solar system? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The special significance of the solar system was self-evident. Even putting aside the need for a base, returning to the solar system was a tempting option for the United Government. Can it be done? Craven queried. Although our fleet can gain an advantage in a conventional war, the chances of attacking the solar system are slim. Avatar Earth had established a perfect defense system within the solar system with strong external detection and strike capabilities. They were afraid that their fleet would be destroyed by antimatter weapons before they could even enter the solar system. Halsey replied. We have leap engines that can circumvent their defense systems and appear directly inside the solar system. Can we power the leap engines? Vladimir frowned. We can't even provide the energy to start the engines. The United Government took apart the Battle Celestial's leap engines and did several experiments. In the end, it was found that the power of their output energy was not high enough to start the leap engine. Even if it was activated, it would only be able to send an object the size of a refrigerator into FTL, which wouldn't even be able to carry the leap engine itself. Energy is not a problem. Halsey smiled. Lieutenant Colonel Liu Peiqiang has communicated with the Earth's consciousness, and the Earth's consciousness can provide us with the energy to power the leap engine, allowing the entire planet to leap to the solar system. Vladimir froze for a moment. But on second thought, Earth consciousness could open wormholes to other universes, which must consume countless times more energy than the leap engine. So it should be able to provide the energy to drive the leap engine. Craven revealed an excited expression. It was now 2070, 8 years after the Earth Fortress plan was proposed in 2062. With the help of Earth consciousness, the United Government had laid a network of high-strength nanomaterials on the surface of the Earth, which had greatly enhanced the surface's resistance to strikes. Under the shelter of Earth consciousness, even if the surface is hit by a larger equivalent of antimatter, as long as people are moved into the dungeon in advance, they will be safe and sound. And while taking a blow, the hundreds of thousands of nuclear silos and antimatter cannons on the surface would all launch the most severe counterattacks against the enemy, causing the source of the attack to perish in a brilliant explosion. Giants can fight, and thieves can resist. In other words, taking down the solar system was a sure thing as long as you could leapfrog the planet. However, Chapter 83, My name is Yiwen. We also have to consider the possibility of them destroying the sun and dying with us. Craven said. A dog will jump over the wall when it's anxious. Once the government of Avatar Earth is in despair, there's no guarantee that they'll do something. Hao Xiaohei replied. It doesn't matter. Trying to detonate the sun isn't something that can be done all at once. Even if they decide to detonate the sun, in the time between when they attack the sun and when it explodes, we can activate the leap engine again and leave gracefully. Not only that, we can also use Moss to paralyze their communications, stop them from firing their antimatter weapons, or even let them beat themselves up, just like we've experienced before. In May 2061, the United Government experienced a disaster brought about by digital beings. During the disaster, The digital beings used their advantage in the field of information to steal antimatter, shield communications, and falsely transmit commands, nearly destroying human civilization. Despite the lapse of many years, the memory of the disaster is still fresh in people's minds. In the aftermath, the coalition government set up a special task force. Hundreds of scientists researched facetiously for 4 years and 7 months around the abilities displayed by digital beings during the May crisis, and completely mastered the relevant technology. Clayton was silent for a long time before saying, "When it comes to how to fight back, it's still you guys who are tougher." It's a shocker if it doesn't ring true. Hao Xiaoxiao shook his head and said, "Great men taught us that hitting with one punch will prevent 100 punches from being thrown. In the interstellar age, the commands needed to launch an antimatter weapon were even more cumbersome than those needed to launch a nuclear weapon once upon a time. As long as the MOS is used to lock the information of the Avatar Earth, so that the various military bases cannot receive the signal to launch antimatter weapons, and then use absolute conventional force to cut through the chaos. The big picture was set." Clavane took a deep breath. "I am in favor of a return to the solar system." The vote began. "I am also in favor." In favor. In favor. 5 votes in favor of returning to the solar system. In the conference room, there was more or less excitement on people's faces. The solar system. That was their homeland. They had never dreamt that there would be a day when they could return to the solar system. Although the solar system is not the same solar system. But it's a solar system after all. "House use," he said seriously. "The LEAP engine will take some time to commission. Not sure how long. But it's sure to be completed before their antimatter weapon reaches the Pandora system. In the meantime, first expel their forces from the Pandora galaxy. Then transfer our population into the dungeon and mobilize for war." Hao Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. She frowned slightly and said in an aggravated tone, "This is our first interstellar war. We need to accumulate experience in this war so that we can cope with more brutal tests in the future." The wandering journey was full of unknowns. Earth's civilization must seize every opportunity to improve itself in order to make it to the end. Clavin nodded. Failure must not be allowed. The United Government had an absolute advantage over Avatar Earth. If they failed in such a war, don't even think about being able to deal with a real crisis. Vladimir said, "Take the children home to see the moon." They had been out of the solar system for 12 years. None of the newly born children knew what the moon looked like in the mouths of the ancients. It was time to go back and see it. The following day, the United Government received an investigative communication from Avatar Earth. Avatar Earth claimed that it had never fired an antimatter bomb into the Pandora system and hoped that the United Government would exercise restraint. The United Government ignored it. At this moment, Avatar Earth's rhetoric could no longer change the United Government's attitude. The United Government summoned Avatar Earth's diplomats and expressed its stern condemnation to them, repatriating them on the same day. On the same day, the RDA personnel were repatriated. On the same day, the United Government recalled all its own personnel who were on Avatar Earth. On the cold Antarctica, space warped into a mess. Chen Fan clung to an emperor penguin not far away, looking at the distorted space with dull eyes. The last time he touched something was still the last time. The previous chance encounter with the interstellar battlefield seemed to have exhausted all of Chen Fan's luck. And for the next few years in a row, he hadn't touched out anything. The other side of the wormhole was forever empty. But this time was different. Chen Fan had just passed his gravity through the wormhole when he felt that there were many things on the other side. He fished out a hand experimentally. Don't be an asteroid belt. He had a similar experience before, feeling a lot of things on the other side after opening the wormhole, which turned out to be useless rocks. Under Chen Fan's expectant gaze, a grayish figure flew out of the distorted space. Human? Chen Fan felt very surprised. After so many years, this was the first time he had felt out a person from a wormhole. However, the realms he sensed were probably all human films and television productions, and it was only a matter of time before he felt out a person. Chen Fan observed the person through the eyes of the emperor penguin. It was a woman in her 50s or 60s. Simply dressed. Her face was neat and tidy, and she had a good mental quality. Even though she was falling from the air, she did not act flustered. Chen Fan used his gravitational force to lift this woman up. I'll leave it to the United Government. Chen Fan was going to let the United Government study the woman's origins to see if they could discern the world the woman was in. If it was a safe place, the next world would go there. Under the pull of gravity, The woman flew straight towards the receiving point for otherworldly items set up by the United Government in Antarctica. As she descended from the sky, the United Government staff was confused for a moment. The woman was wearing a thin gray knit shirt, her florid white hair covered with a thin layer of snowflakes. And she looked calm, rubbing her hands together to warm herself while looking around. The staff were first shocked. This is Antarctica. How did a man fall from the sky and dress so thin? But they quickly thought of the clause in the work regulations about Earth consciousness bringing intelligent life from other realms. The United Government had long anticipated the possibility of Earth consciousness touching intelligent beings, so it had prepared a set of rigorous plans to guide the staff to deal with this kind of situation. The staff hurriedly brought the woman inside. There was only a hint of panic in the woman's eyes, with doubt and composure making up the majority of her emotions. And she looked much more stable than the staff. "You are from China?" The woman nodded gently. There had been a brief exchange between them before they entered the room. "Auntie, what is your name?" The staff brought the woman to the office. First poured a cup of hot tea for the woman, and then asked in a gentle tone. "My name is Yiwen." She seemed to have thought of something, and her voice gradually became lower, so much so that the staff member wasn't quite sure if she had heard a third word. The staff member inquired, "Yiwen?" The woman revealed an amiable smile. "Yes, my name is Yiwen. Can you tell me where this is?" Chapter 84 Yiwen World. Safe. Yiwen sat demurely, her eyebrows exuding maturity and knowledge. And when she smiled, she very naturally exuded a trustworthy aura and an irresistible affinity. "I'm sorry, I can't disclose too much to you." The staff member politely refused Yiwen. Although he had a good first impression of Yiwen, he had work rules. Before getting permission from his superiors, he was not allowed to reveal any non-essential information to the otherworldly visitor. Right now, there were 8 cameras overhead filming their conversation from all angles, and the video footage would be reviewed by professionals. If they violated the rules during the conversation, they would be dismissed with a minor deduction in salary, or they would be subject to uncapped criminal liability depending on the circumstances. "Please cooperate with me. You answer some of my questions first, and then I will apply to my superiors, and I can answer your questions only after I have obtained their consent," the staff said sincerely. "Good." Yiwen nodded slightly with a kind face. The staff member sighed in relief, and in his heart, he felt one more point of goodwill towards Yiwen. "How old are you this year?" 58 years old. Yiwen's gaze straight into the air to the right, a faint melancholy flowing from the bottom of his eyes, unable to say whether it was remembrance or sadness. "What time were you born?" "July 1946. "Do you have a family?" "I have a son named Yang." "And your husband?" "His name was Yang Shuping. He had an accident while climbing a mountain and died young." "Sorry for mentioning your sadness." The staff expressed their apologies to Yiwen. Yiwen shook his head. "That was a long time ago. I'm not sad anymore. Please continue with your questions." "Okay. Before coming to our world, what was the last organization you served in?" "Peking University." "Peking University?" "That's right. What specific position did you hold at the university?" "Professor of the philosophy department." The staff member stood in awe of Yiwen. He thought to himself that no wonder this aunt looked so stylish. So she was a professor at Peking University, and she was also teaching philosophy. "Has your world encountered any alien attacks or other major security threats?" "No." "Has your world mastered nuclear fusion technology?" "No." "Does your world have superpowers?" "No." "Can you write about 20 famous people you know?" "Yes." Yiwen took the pen and paper handed over by the staff and brushed down 20 names. Most of them were related to philosophy, interspersed with a few top bulls in the field of science. Einstein, Planck, Newton. The staff didn't ask any more questions, because the work regulations require, and only require him to ask these questions. Ask more will be punished. These questions were only a preliminary investigation of Yiwen and the world behind Yiwen. A more in-depth study would need to wait for the experts from the United Government to fly over from the headquarters side. "By the way, were you born in June 1947? He asked absently. "You remembered wrongly." Yiwen smiled. "It was July 1946. The staff member closed the notebook. "Well, that's all I'm asking you." He stood up. "I'll apply for permission upwards, and I'll be able to answer your questions once they've been reviewed and approved from above. Please follow me to my quarters. My colleagues have made a room available for you, but this room is monitored. You can mention anything you need to us. and we'll do our best to accommodate you. Special circumstances. Please understand. Ewan nodded her head lightly, as if she didn't mind. She followed the staff and left the office. While the information she provided was transmitted in real time to the headquarters building of the United Government through the quantum communication device. After a database search, the information Ewan currently provides cannot be matched with any character in any game, film or television production, or work of literature or art. Initial judgment. The world Ewan is in is relatively safe. The above conclusion is inferred based on the information already available, and the possibility of Ewan deliberately concealing or misleading is not ruled out. The matter of the otherworldly visitor didn't alarm the people at the bottom, not only because the United Government had blocked the news, but also because the United Government had announced its plan to leave the Pandora galaxy and started to migrate people from the surface to the dungeons. The latter attracted almost all of the people's attention. People were nervous as they thought they were about to embark on another otherworldly journey with an uncertain future. The United Government did not explicitly say that this time it was a return to the solar system, as there might be ball-busters among the populace. Announcing the true objective too soon would only panic the populace while increasing the risk of a leak. The populace moved into the dungeon in an orderly fashion, pacified by the coalition government, thanks to the advancement of the new dungeon plan. Today's dungeons had not only become more spacious and able to accommodate everyone, but had also become more comfortable, with meat, eggs, milk, and vegetables, and fruits being supplied properly. The whole process of migration was exceptionally silky smooth, and not at all as bumpy and turbulent as it had been 12 years ago when the lottery was drawn. On August 31, 2017, the United Government expressed its forgiveness to Avatar Earth, and at the same time halted the recall of diplomats, and through them inserted Moss into Avatar Earth's network. On September 5, 2017, the population migration began. On October 1, 2017, all battleships returned to port, and the Circum-Earth Defense Circle lifted the fixed structures between parts and parts, contracting fully with the help of Earth consciousness to reduce the total leapfrog volume. On November 29, 2017, the population migration is almost complete, with only the United Government and military remaining on the surface to remain active. On December 5, 2017, the United Government, with the aid of a leap engine removed from a combat celestial body, achieved the first successful leap of the Earth, causing the planet to leap 70 light seconds in the indicated direction. The United Government rejoiced. Scientists calculated that the leap engine was traveling at 8 times the speed of light, and that it would take just over 6 months to travel from the Pandora system to the solar system. On January 1, 2071, the United Government calibrated its direction and began the 6-month and 13-day leap, historically known as the Return to the Sun Project. Cheers! 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 The politicians and businessmen of Avatar Earth held a grand banquet, to which no diplomats of the United Government were invited, because it was not appropriate for the United Government to be informed of the topic of their conversation. Those aliens. Nuts. It's good to be gone. Pandora is ours. Ha ha ha. They must be terrified. Many politicians were so scared when they received the news that they had fired antimatter weapons at Pandora that they lifted up their trousers on the spot and crawled out of bed to their offices to verify the information. It turned out that after some investigation, not a single antimatter weapon in their inventory was missing, and the numbers all matched up. In the end, they only found out some unlucky people who were selling decommissioned weapons to plutocrats. In those few days, they were very frustrated, and they were scared for the antimatter weapons that might destroy the sun at some time. But not only did the United Government not retaliate against Earth, they left Pandora of their own accord, ceding Pandora to them for nothing. What a big piece of pie that was. They were all smashed at once, and they were busy having a party. Then music was played. And dancing. Dance as long as you can. Chapter 85. What bad intentions can a little old lady have? On January 31, 2071, New Year's Eve, the wide streets of the underground city were decorated with lights and festive red lanterns everywhere, and people strolled through the streets wearing new clothes and shoes, enjoying the dragon and lion dances. Everyone's faces were filled with joy as they lingered between the stalls of Spring Festival couplets, paper-cutting stalls, New Year's food stalls, and other stalls that were only seen during the New Year's festivities. I missed you guys. The shouts of the actors and actresses from the loudspeakers add a little more fun to the festivities. Although this year's Spring Festival was spent underground, it didn't feel much worse than above ground. thanks to the drastic renovation of the original underground city by the coalition government. On the contrary, because the space is smaller, the distance between people is closer, and the New Year's Eve flavor is even stronger than when living in high-rise buildings. Neighbors are sharing food again, and it's a happy scene. However, some people were happy and some were sad. Lu Qi, why are you so ignorant? Han Xiang's hateful voice came from a two-bedroom room deep in the alley, letting you study hard and become a scientist in the future. But as a result, you turned in a blank paper, ran off to become a car mechanic, and now you want to become a carrier truck driver. When will you settle down and save me and your father some heartache? Han Xiang is 72 years old this year. He has white hair and counts down Lu Qi with a disappointed face. Lu Qi said in disbelief, I turned in a blank paper because he was on the paper, and seeing his name made me not want to answer the questions. This he naturally refers to Lu Peiqiang. Not everyone understands how to be a parent, and Lu Peiqiang doesn't know how to be a parent. And he was absent from Lu Qi's most important stage of growth. Their relationship has eased somewhat, but the grudge between them has never been removed. What's wrong with being an auto mechanic? Lu Qi's face was stubborn and had an opinionated look. Labor is glorious. I want to be a carrier car driver now to seek progress. Aren't you a carrier car driver? Grandpa, I want to be like you to transport stones to the engine, can't I? Han Xiang said categorically. No. Why? Lu Qi asked in an aggravated tone. Han Xiang said bitterly. Driving a carrier is tiring and bitter. And in the event of any major danger, you'll be drafted by the coalition government. It's dangerous. Have you forgotten what happened in 61? Grandpa, I picked up 2 lives to come back alive. Han Xiang's wrinkled old face turned red as he tried to convince Lu Qi, but it was still to no avail. Lu Qi slung his black shoulder bag over his shoulder, got up and headed out, saying without looking back, Anyway, I've already decided, so don't worry blindly. Grandmaster, my friend asked me to review my driving test knowledge. I have to go. Lu Qi pushed the door open. He thought to himself that when he got his driver's license for the carrier, he would be able to go to the surface to see the scenery while traveling through the wormhole. Especially the moment he left the wormhole. However, the moment he left the wormhole was when the United Government pulled back the curtain of war. He knew nothing about it. Meanwhile, Yuan passed the final round of testing by the United Government. All things considered, my world is safe. Ding! The polygraph lit up with a green light indicating honesty. Thank you for your cooperation. The expert revealed a smile of relief. Not only did he feel relieved, the people who were observing this interrogation in the next room through the one-way glass also felt relieved. During the 6 months Yuan had been on Wandering Earth, the United Government had conducted a round of questioning on Yuan every half a month. This time was the 12th and final round. The questions and process of each round of questioning were jointly designed by experts in various fields such as interrogation, psychology, sociology, criminology, philosophy, and so on. It covered many areas such as emotional life, upbringing, social phenomena, professional knowledge, and so on. Yuan withstood the test. None of the 12 rounds of questioning found any sign of lying. Not only that, the JG also checked her belongings, all of which matched the chronological background of her life. Only Moss raised some questions about her facial micro-expressions, but micro-expressions were heavily influenced by psychology, and Yuan could not be assumed to be lying because of that. We will assign you a room in the dungeon. You don't have to live here. It's weirdly uncomfortable to be stared at by a pair of eyes everywhere you go here. Yuan smiled and said, Thank you. The expert smiled and removed the polygraph device for Yuan as he said, You are not much older than me, but your smile makes me feel warm. If he was a year or 2 younger, he would have seen Yuan as a kindly elder. Yuan gently moved her wrist as she said amiably, After experiencing more things and looking away, your mind will be more peaceful than normal people. The expert nodded in agreement. Yuan smiled and asked, Then I can leave here now and go wherever I want. Regarding the arrangement after Yuan finished his questioning, the coalition government had already conducted a careful discussion. You are not so free right now. The expert paused for a moment. We have planned a range of activities for you. You can move freely in this area. He took out a mobile phone with monitoring software installed. This is a smartphone specially prepared for you. It has our contact information pre-stored in it. You can use it to contact us when you think of something. Or if you have something to look for us, you can use it to contact us. With it, life will also be very convenient. but the method of using it might be a bit complicated for you. I'll arrange for a young man to teach you later. In the era Yuan lived in, people were still using little smartphones. The little smartphone was a landline disguised as a mobile phone. And the usage method was completely different compared to the one mobile phone for the whole world smartphone in 2071. Thank you. Yuan smiled and said, I can finally observe your world with my own eyes and ears. The expert enthusiastically said, Today is New Year's Eve. Why don't you have a New Year's Eve dinner with us later before you leave? Yuan nodded with a smile. Good. At this moment, a certain Earth consciousness was paying attention to this interrogation room. And he was attached to the expert who was interrogating Yuan, examining Yuan with the expert's eyes. Frankly speaking, Chen Fan had similar doubts as Moss. Since Yuan was not a wandering Earthling, Chen Fan could not sense Yuan's psychological changes. But Yuan was too subdued. Throughout the 12 rounds of questioning, she had never lost her composure, and had only been briefly silent for a moment when she was asked a question about her long-dead husband, Yang Shuping. Although Yuan is a professor of philosophy, and people who study philosophy are always more open-minded than those who study other things. Still, this composure struck Chen Fan as odd. However, there was more or less a basis for Moss to question Yuan's micro-expressions, and it would be purely intuitive for him to question Yuan for being too subdued, much less assume that Yuan was lying because of it. If she had succeeded in lying against 12 rounds of questioning and had portrayed a dangerous world as safe, then she would be too scary. Yevon is in her 50s. What kind of bad intentions could a little old lady in her 50s have? Chapter 86 Earth Consciousness. It doesn't matter. I'll make a move. In the moving song of Unforgettable Tonight, and the celebratory sound of electronic firecrackers, Earth civilization officially bid farewell to the year 2070, and lifted the page of 2071. People lived a quiet life. Until wormhole shuttling is coming to an end. The surface is dangerous. All crew members still staying on the surface are requested to return to the dungeon immediately. After 6 months and 13 days, the wandering Earth had finally reached the solar system, and was about to leave the leap state and enter the real universe. Emergence, i.e. war. After starting to exchange fire with Avatar Earth, the surface would undoubtedly become very dangerous. So the United Government had started to recall the staff on the surface since 3 days ago. Almost everyone returned to the dungeons. There was only one exception. Lu Qi. Lu Qi had successfully taken the driver's license for the carrier. After he finished the last of his work, he drove the carrier back to the parking spot. But he did not get out of the car himself. Instead, he sat in the carrier and waited for the moment when the Earth left the wormhole. When the hell is it going to end? Lu Qi looked out the window apprehensively, clutching an identification card that belonged to him in his hand. The identification card was the key to the carrier vehicle. Lu Qi could hear how serious the broadcast was, and he planned to take a look at the light when he left the wormhole before returning to the dungeon immediately. Without delaying for absolutely a second, he would just take a look. Pandora's exclusive mining rights are our RDA's inherent assets. We didn't break any rules and regulations during our exchange with the aliens. You can't deprive us of our rights. This is illegal. At the hearing, Turo, the chairman of the RDA's board of directors, argued with reason. After the United Government left, it was the RDA that was the most upset, as the others did not recognize their agreement with the United Government, and demanded that their many monopolistic interests in alien minerals be cancelled. A few hours later, Turo walked out of the building with a disheveled look on his face. The RDA had flopped at the hearing, and it was almost a foregone conclusion that they would be stripped of their many privileges in alien minerals. And the odds were that he would be removed from his position as chairman of the board of directors as well. He sat disheveled in his limousine. If only the aliens were back. He broke down and missed the coalition government that had snatched Pandora from the RDA. Just then, his driver let out a startled cry. Boss! Look! Turo only felt a flash of blackness before his eyes, as the sensor lights inside the limo automatically came on. What's wrong? Turo looked out the window in confusion. He saw a pitch-black continent hovering above their heads, and the colored ripples on the edge of the continent kept spreading outwards, constantly revealing more land, as if it was boundless. Activate the information barrier. Block all information exchange within the solar system. Simulate the voices of officials at all levels in all countries. Issue false orders. Create chaos. Jam all electronic devices. Hundreds of commands were methodically issued from the United Government's command headquarters. The moss that had been lurking on Avatar Earth bared its fangs and took a bite out of the information network throughout the solar system, pouring it with toxic information that was enough to paralyze the entire military command system. The Avatar Earth immediately lost contact with all the major military bases in the solar system and was plunged into great chaos. What's the situation? What happened? Contact the moon base. Mr. President. General Hansen says he refuses to accept our command and says he's going to make you pay for your one-night stand with his wife. The aide looked at his president with a furtive gaze. With all eyes on him, the most powerful man on Avatar Earth was in a state of embarrassment. He coughed lightly. What about the Mars base? The officers of the Mars base got drunk last night, and now only some low-ranking soldiers are still sober, and they can't even enter the general's rooms. Drinking? Bastard. The president's emotions became inflamed all of a sudden. What did Space Command say? Space Command says the fleet is assembling and will take some time. And what is the enemy? It's not clear yet. On the other side, Admiral Hansen. Mr. President requests that you stay put. Yes. Mars base. Hold your position no matter what happens. Stay put? But? That's an order. Okay. I understand. Space Command. Mr. President has received your message. Mr. President has requested that all battleships are not allowed to leave the port to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. What? Execute the order. Admiral, we will restrain the fleet. But please think twice, Mr. President. The fleet has no combat power when parked in the harbor. Various countries were experiencing a similar situation. Their communications were intercepted in the middle of the day and replaced with moss-prepared sound and video. And various types of information were tampered with. Presidents could not contact their armies, and armies received false instructions from Moss. This is exactly what the United Government experienced back in 2061. Wandering Earths covered in steel shells appeared little by little next to Avatar Earth, bringing a large eclipse and a sense of oppression to Avatar Earth like never before. But the solar system was surprisingly calm. There were no nuclear bombs, no antimatter weapons. There was only silence. The humans of Avatar Earth watched as Wandering Earth drilled through the colored curtain of the wormhole and emerged into the real universe. It was a behemoth identical to their planet, the difference being only that Wandering Earth had been transformed into a Celestial-class battle fortress. At that moment, the command issued the order to attack. Fire! At this moment, Lu Qi, who was on the surface of the planet, saw a scene that he would never forget in his lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was shaking, and deafening roars came from all directions. Even though he was in a fully enclosed carrier, Lu Qi was shaken to his core as he looked out of the window with his mouth wide open. A pitch-black turret emitting a cold luster rose up from the ground. The nearest one was only a few hundred meters away from him, and it seemed like a dense steel jumble when viewed from a high altitude. Tens of thousands of flames shot up into the sky, as if a retrograde meteor shower, soundly flying beyond the atmosphere. The entire sky was illuminated. This was just the beginning. In what seemed like a never-ending roar, the turrets fired missiles endlessly. Lu Qi was dumbfounded, with densely packed points of light reflected in the bottom of his eyes. He felt an intense shock. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? His mind went blank. Just then, someone opened his car door. Lu Qi. Hurry up. The surface is too dangerous. Lu Peiqiang dragged the dumbfounded Lu Qi out of the car, and wearing his exoskeleton, he carried Lu Qi in his arms as he ran wildly in the direction of the underground city. Lu Peiqiang was very helpless in his heart. Luckily, he had found Lu Qi. When Avatar Earth started to counterattack, this place might turn into a ruin. And by the time he found Lu Qi again, Lu Qi's body might be stiff. Can't let Lu Qi go anymore. Lu Peiqiang secretly resolved that he must send Lu Qi to the army for training after a while, so that Lu Qi would mature a bit. Suddenly, he jumped 5 meters in one step. He steadied himself in midair and finally landed smoothly. He looked up towards the sky. He knew that the Earth consciousness had struck. Chapter 87. Yeah. Ball punch. It was more like a punch than a strike. Before the missile arrived, gravity came first. Chen Fan first shielded the gravitational force between himself and Avatar Earth, ensuring that the two planets would not collide. Then, through the eyes and gravitational tentacles of the Thai Air Force, he determined the location of the enemy, after which he exerted his gravitational fist, which he had been practicing for many years, and launched many clusters of invisible gravitational force into space. godlike Qigong waves. Avatar Earth also has a similar ring around the Earth's defense ring of space structures. Under the sudden destruction of gravitational force, the internal reinforcement structures of these buildings collapsed with a bang. And together with the body of the space buildings, they fell towards the surface of Avatar Earth. Chen Fan recklessly wielded the abundant greatness belonging to the planet in space. Boom! Boom! Pong! The silver-white space building with a diameter of thousands of meters turned into a burning fireball and fell into the atmosphere of Avatar Earth. And thousands of battleships were destroyed in the harbor before they had the chance to leave the harbor. Explosions became the main theme of the solar system. Chen Fan became more and more addicted the more he fought. Boom! 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 A brilliant firework exploded in space. However, Chen Fan's mass wasn't big enough for the gravitational force to be powerful only within a certain range. He easily hammered away everything he could, then turned his attention back to himself, generously opening his gravity and throwing the sluggish missiles out like a slingshot. Viewed from space, the entire wandering Earth was glowing. It's like a cake with candles. Only it's a Jubilee cake. A tribute to the dying regime of Avatar corruption. Countless nuclear missiles flew into space, drilling into Avatar Earth space stations, space bases, moon bases, causing a series of explosions. In less than 2 minutes, Avatar Earth's space armament was almost destroyed, leaving only the Mars base, which was 180 light seconds away from Earth. Ceasefire. Activate the leap engine. The command center issued another command. In an instant, the entire wandering Earth fell silent, with only the scalding red turrets proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. Colorful ripples closed in from all sides, once again swallowing the wandering Earth into the pitch-black void. 22.5 seconds later, the wandering Earth appeared next to Mars. The powerful gravitational force seemed like a giant invisible hand, easily snapping the Martian base off of Mars before crumpling it up and throwing it towards the distant sun. At this point, Avatar Earth's space armament was completely disarmed. The war was over in 3 minutes. The war had begun and ended with surprising suddenness. Ceasefire. Activate the leap engines. This time, Stray Earth ran to the edge of the solar system. Ha ha ha. Woohoo. Oh yeah. Ola. After a brief silence, a cheer erupted from the command center. The smiles wouldn't go away, only transferring from the faces of the Avatar Earthlings to the faces of the United Government officials. This was an unprecedented victory. Facing a civilization close to their own technological level, the United Government had achieved a devastating victory thanks to the crushing power of information technology and the help of Earth's consciousness. It only took 3 minutes to disarm Avatar Earth space, with Avatar Earth's external communications blocked. Even if Avatar Earth had other antimatter weapon bases outside the solar system, Avatar Earth had no way to order them to launch. All that was needed next was to deal with the resisting forces on the surface. This would not be too difficult. The United Government was going to use Avatar Earth as a stronghold and wasn't going to put the main body of civilization here. So intelligent robots could be used here to help govern the social order without thinking about intelligent mutiny for the time being. Pull in knowledgeable people who are willing to cooperate. Nuke the recalcitrant elements who are determined to resist. Change the environment to win the hearts and minds of the people. Operate steadily for decades, simmering away the current generation. By the time the next generation of new Earthlings comes along, the people here will have forgotten most of their hatreds and will heartily submit to the United Government's administration. In reality, the condition of Avatar Earth was already poor to the extreme. Ordinary people can't stay outdoors for long periods of time even if they wear a filtering mask. And it's even more horrible than Pandora with cyanide in the air. Their lives here are almost worse than death, relying on government handouts to get by. In their hearts, they have long hated the upper management. As long as the coalition government can improve the environment and provide them with stable jobs and a promising life, they will feel like they have a new lease of life. Perhaps it won't take decades for the coalition government to win the hearts and minds of the people. Let's get our diplomats to work, the commander ordered. After half a year, the visiting delegation headed by Qian Fian once again entered the UN's General Assembly Hall. With their heads held high, they ignored the vicious gazes that surrounded them and calmly walked to the very top of the General Assembly Hall, taking their seats in the first row. These seats originally belonged to the most powerful nations of Avatar Earth, but now they belong to the visiting delegation of the United Government. Or rather, The United Government was now the most powerful existence on Avatar Earth. If they didn't sit in these positions, no one else dared to do so. The crowd dared to be angry. Qianfian expressionlessly surveyed the crowd below. Captain Qian, you guys are invading. An angry voice of condemnation suddenly came from the crowd. Qianfian looked in that direction with a smirk. He did not say anything. Instead, the crowd dispersed in all directions, as if they had received some instructions. They avoided Qianfian's gaze with a look of fear, finally giving way to an empty space, where a young man who was at a loss for words was standing on the ground. Qianfian swept a glance at the panicked crowd. He saw quite a few familiar faces inside. His heart sighed with emotion. The seniors were right. Only when the barrel of a gun wins can you earn respect. Thinking back to those years, when he first arrived on Avatar Earth, although these people spoke politely to him, they pushed back when it came to matters of substance. And behind his back, they often gathered together to curse him. Two-faced and hateful to the extreme. But not in the future. They no longer had the guts to do so. Aggression? Qianfian laughed and shook his head, then roared in anger. We are defending ourselves. His roar echoed within the assembly hall, the debris floating in space. And the stray Earth parked at the edge of the solar system invariably added power to his voice, shaking the hearts of the people below into a frenzy. They were scared and angry. Self-defense? Self-defense by hitting someone's home planet, hitting all their space armaments, and hitting them so hard that they'll give you the first row of the assembly hall? You call that self-defense? This is called self-defense? Chapter 88. The big picture has been settled. If I knew it would come to this, why did I bother? Qianfian's tone was filled with contempt. 6 months ago, 6 of our outstanding colleagues died on this planet, while we were holding back our anger and waiting for the results of your investigation. You actually launched 314 antimatter bombs into the Pandora galaxy. Qianfian shouted angrily. How dare you? The angry voice echoed in the assembly hall, reverberating in everyone's ears and shaking everyone to their core. A few seconds later, the officials of Avatar Earth looked at each other. They admitted that they did have a lot of selfishness and a lot of bad ideas. But the antimatter bomb. What's the point of wanting to commit a crime? The young man who had previously condemned Qianfian said indignantly. We didn't even launch an antimatter bomb towards the Pandora galaxy. Qianfian snorted coldly. Still saying we didn't? Our dozens of monitoring stations found it. He skimmed his mouth imperceptibly. Really don't understand. Did these people grow all the bones in their bodies above their mouths? Why are they so hard? We didn't fire the antimatter bombs. Not a single antimatter bomb was missing. You guys are now in the city. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Yeah. We didn't launch antimatter bombs. The officials of Avatar Earth felt very aggrieved. Although they were stupid. But there was a red line in their hearts. They couldn't launch an antimatter bomb at a civilization with leaping ability no matter what. Wouldn't that be suicidal? After receiving the news about the antimatter bombs, they were so scared that they couldn't sleep every day. And they ruthlessly checked themselves. After checking, it was determined that none of the antimatter bombs had left the solar system. But listening to Qianfian's tone, the United Government attacked the solar system because of those non-existent antimatter bombs. Because of a batch of non-existent bombs, the home was taken over. What was this called? A strong sense of absurdity rose from the bottom of their hearts. There were only 2 words in their minds. How fucking outrageous. Qianfian was slightly stunned. They had already occupied the solar system. According to common sense, the officials of Avatar Earth should actively seek leniency and come clean, instead of continuing to lie about the antimatter bomb. Were they just being tough-talking? Or had they really never launched an antimatter bomb? A trace of doubt arose in Qianfian's mind. He carefully observed the faces of the Avatar officials. He could find hundreds of non-repeating expressions on the officials' faces. Aggrieved, confused, sad, angry, self-doubt, and so on. But the only thing that wasn't there was the one that should have been there the most. The heart of doing bad things to be found out. The doubt in Qianfian's heart became heavier and heavier. He thought to himself, at this point in time, there is no need for these officials to put on a show. So it can't really be an oops. Can it? But dozens of monitoring stations showed that they had launched antimatter bombs. So what was going on? Qianfian's eyelids jumped. It couldn't be that there were digital beings secretly working again. Could it? He fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a long time, Qianfian slowly spoke. You guys have to take responsibility for your words. We will soon investigate the matter of the antimatter bomb. You better really not have launched the bomb. Or else all of you will become war criminals and be tried by a military tribunal. His words caused a fierce reaction from the officials. Investigate. Check as much as you want. What if we find out that you didn't launch it? How will you compensate us? Compensation? Qianfian exchanged glances with the other diplomats beside him and was dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? We've taken over the solar system. And you still want compensation? Even if you really found out that the monitoring station was the problem. Do you expect us to give the solar system back? Don't even dream about it. At most, we'll give you 2 years off your sentences. The smiles on Qianfian's and the others' faces enraged a portion of the young and impetuous officials. Damn invaders. You'll go to hell. My people, and I will fight to the end. Some people attempted to rush onto the stage, and as the people around them fought to stop them, the scene became a little out of control. Qianfian slowly and methodically tested the microphone. After a few seconds, he leaned down slightly. We will bring clear blue skies, air to breathe, lakes to swim in, stable jobs and holidays, clean politics, a stable society, and an atmosphere of equality for all to Avatar Earth. If we are the invaders going to hell, what are you guys? Qianfian's voice seemed to have some kind of invisible magic, instantly draining away the strength of the few officials who were making the most noise. The environment of Avatar Earth was so bad that it was difficult to go outdoors while wearing a filtering mask. Society was so fragmented that there were the most beautiful landscapes every day for 365 days a year. And all kinds of antagonisms and discrimination were as ubiquitous as the air. Everything has to do with the officials of Avatar Earth. They bring deep suffering to the bottom of the laboring people, but wash themselves clean by virtue of a perfect legal system. When they were in power, they used their power for personal gain and helped black-hearted businessmen squeeze ordinary people. And when they stepped down, they walked through the revolving door and transformed themselves into billionaires, enjoying an extravagant life at the tip of the pyramid. All the favors have been taken up by them. The ordinary people have been made to eat all the bad consequences. These officials, if they are all killed, there may be injustice. But 1 in every 2. In the end, there will definitely be some fish left out. When the United Government takes control of Avatar Earth, the first step will be to hold these officials accountable and return justice to the ordinary people here. This is an interstellar war. Losers should behave like losers. All sit down, Qianfian said in a cloudy manner. The officials of Avatar Earth grayed and obediently took their seats. This was not a petty fight within the planet, but an interstellar war that concerned the survival of the entire civilization. Avatar Earth had lost the war miserably, and now it could only be slaughtered by the United Government. If they angered the United Government could plow through every inch of land with nuclear bombs, fill the entire planet with radiation, and then inject deadly viruses and bacteria into the atmosphere, leaving the planet without an inch of grass for tens of thousands of years to come. We are not here for destruction. We will turn this planet back into a habitable place, which will benefit everyone living on it. By cooperating with us, we will treat you gently and ensure that you will receive a fair trial, rather than die in a haphazard manner in a corner where no one knows what's going on. In half an hour, our warriors will land on the surface. We demand that you immediately disband all military forces and assist us in taking over all authorities you have established on this planet. The conversation was live-streamed in its entirety, and everyone on planet Avatar could see it. Chapter 89: A Bite of the Moon. Half an hour after the live broadcast ended, Wandering Earth appeared next to the planet again. Qianfian isolated the gravitational connection between himself and Avatar Earth, so the two planets did not collide. Qianfian hid behind Avatar Earth. If the sun suddenly exploded, Avatar Earth would take the first wave of damage and buy him time to leap and escape. Steady. As a command was issued from the command center, thousands of Pioneer shuttles shuttled back and forth between the two planets, transporting soldiers and intelligent equipment to Avatar Earth. The United Government's air filtration technology wasn't much better than Avatar Earth's, but spared no expense for the soldiers. The soldiers' combat suits were fully enclosed and completely out of contact with the outside air, so they were able to spend long periods of time outdoors. However, after they landed, they still occupied large buildings at the first time, used to build temporary strongholds for the subsequent transport of supplies. Avatar Earth. The surname is now streaming, under the coercion of Qianfian and other diplomats. The officials of Avatar Earth surrendered without any integrity, including the young man who had initially denounced Chen Fian, who also accepted the demands of the United Government with a humiliated face. No one wanted to die. Chen Fian promised that cooperating with the United Government was a major meritorious performance, and that they could be dealt with leniently during the trial. The officials pondered for a while. They felt that they were not considered to have committed a major offense by any means. The probability of being sentenced to death was slim to none, and there might be a day when they could see the light of day if their sentences were commuted. There was no reason to fight the coalition government to the death. Moreover, they have also discovered that the coalition government has the information technology to crush them. If they resisted, even if they weren't caught by the United Government for a while, they could only spend the rest of their lives cowering in the sewers as rats. And it would be better to go to jail. The soldiers of Avatar Earth walked out of the barracks in a daze, looking up at the Vanguard planes whizzing by in the sky, wondering where they were going to go from here. They used to be ordinary people. They couldn't afford to eat, live in a house, get married, or be cured. They joined the army because they couldn't survive. Although they couldn't make any money in the army, at least they were fed and housed. Now that they've left the army, how will they survive? How will these aliens rule this planet? And will they really honor those wonderful promises they made? The soldiers of Avatar Earth felt deeply confused. Hey! Don't go away. All of you. Come over and register. Register to receive your retirement money. The soldiers of Avatar Earth heard someone shouting at them, and turned their heads to look. But it was some soldiers of the United Government. The soldiers of the United Government moved a table from somewhere. Next to the table stood a sign, ex-soldiers. $3,000 per month per person for 10 years in a row. Prohibited from engaging in anything illegal. Avatar Earth, in order to fight against the United Government, had frantically recruited soldiers in the past few years, and had a huge reserve of soldiers. All of these soldiers were young adults. But there simply weren't that many jobs on the market that suited them. If they were left unmanaged and allowed to roam the society, the crime rate would inevitably skyrocket in a short period of time, causing huge social unrest. This would inevitably cause great distress to the coalition government's social rehabilitation efforts. So as soon as the soldiers of the coalition government landed, they seized the opportunity to find a nearby military facility and blocked the doorway to hand out retirement compensation. $3,000 was not much, to say the least. Although it couldn't give the soldiers of Avatar Earth a particularly good life, it was more than enough to allow them to achieve subsistence. Using the money bag to control the minds of these jobless people first, when the environmental renovation and other big projects start, then put these people into the roaring big infrastructure projects. The social crisis will be dissolved into nothing. The soldiers of Avatar Earth froze for a moment. They hesitantly walked up to the United Government soldiers and left their personal information. The United Government soldiers tapped the keyboard, and the first month's money was sent to their accounts, proving that the words on the sign were true. Everyone go home. There will be good times soon. We are not invaders. We have come to liberate you. These 4 sentences were true. After all, how could it be called an invasion when it was between Earthlings and Earthlings? Avatar Earth soldiers looked at the numbers jumping on their accounts, thinking that in the future they would have money to spend every month without doing anything, as long as they obeyed the law. They suddenly felt that the aliens coming seemed to be fine. Everyone is dying to live. As long as the days get better. Who cares who the new rulers are? Who cares who the new rulers are? Plus, the aliens look exactly like them, and speak with an uncanny local accent. So they're naturally friendly. Much better than those pretentious officials. Probably because the United Government's battle record was so horrible, destroying Avatar Earth's Space Force that had been built up for more than 100 years in less than 3 minutes. It scared the guts of Avatar Earth's officials, and the process of handing over the reins of power was as smooth as dove. Avatar Earth's officials didn't ask for much, other than a delusional amnesty for the president and other high-ranking officials, just less guilty than their families. These matters were handled by the United Government. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was mulling over a very important matter. He is ready to change his blood. This time, it was almost a face-to-face battle. And at this distance, if his gravitational pull was a little stronger, he wouldn't have to use those missiles from the United Government at all. It was necessary for him to eat something to make himself bigger. That way, if he was in danger during the next dimension jump, he would be able to be more useful. I must increase my mass and enhance my gravity in all directions, he mused. Only then can I permanently compress my body and increase my hardness. so I can extend my gravitational tentacles to more distant places. In the interstellar war just now, he felt like a little short-handed. Big balls, short hands. Cute in more ways than one. Not enough for battle. He decided to replenish himself with some heavier substances to increase his density and mass. In addition to that, it was also important to replenish some fuel for the planetary engines. While the JG could burn rocks with fusion technology, burning rocks didn't get as much energy as burning hydrogen and helium, and was a whole lot less efficient. The moon is rich in helium-3, an isotope of the element helium, which is a good fuel for nuclear fusion. The moon is not protected by an atmosphere or a magnetic field, and the helium-3 rich solar wind has been constantly bombarding the moon for billions of years, and all the helium-3 in the solar wind has been preserved by the moon. According to scientific research, the moon was originally a part of my body, a piece of me that was smashed off a long time ago. So I'm eating it now to fulfill its dream of returning to its homeland. The invisible tentacles of gravity wrapped around the moon. Chapter 90 Gluttony Ball. In an instant, the moon's ground shook. The gray-white lunar soil shook wildly. The magnificent crater collapsed in an instant, and the remains of the moon base were completely buried. It was like the end of the world. If there had been air on the moon, the whole thing would have roared like a whale, because it's cracking. About 1/20th of the moon broke away from its body and flew towards some wailing steel planet very close by. So much commotion alerted the combined government at once. Great Earth consciousness. What are you doing? The dutiful Lu Peiqiang came online at light speed. Chen Fan looked at Lu Peiqiang. He could read Lu Peiqiang's memories and heartbeat while he was making a connection with the soul tree. Huh? The conflict between Lu Peiqiang's father and son hasn't been resolved yet? Chen Fan suddenly thought of something that had been put on hold. He had previously planned to cultivate Lu Peiqiang as his spokesperson and return his wife, Han Duo. To him, this matter was very simple. As long as he allowed the United Government to clone a body of Han Duo based on Han Duo's genes, and then he stuffed Han Duo's consciousness into it. It was only later that he was busy exercising his gravity and neglected this matter. Should he do it now? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Without a doubt, he needed a spokesperson. Otherwise, if the United Government approached him for a private chat whenever something happened, even if it was once every 2 or 3 months, for his unresponsive planetary consciousness, it would be equivalent to being disturbed every second of the day. In addition, he sometimes needed the United Government to do something for him, and it was inconvenient to keep supervising. That would affect his authority too much. But was Lu Peiqiang a suitable candidate? Although Lu Peiqiang understood the relationship between humans and him, he always loved his race and country more than him. There are some things that Lu Peiqiang may not be willing to do. For example, the May crisis in 61. If he were to plan a similar crisis in the future that would cause some harm to humanity, Lu Peiqiang would not help him. I'm afraid. Forget it. Lu Peiqiang was not suitable to be his spokesperson. However, Han Duo. On second thought, perhaps Han Duo could be his spokesperson, at least within the soul tree. When someone contacted him, he could have Han Duo step in to answer questions. He wouldn't have to be distracted from time to time. After a while, when he had researched the soul tree for Earthlings, there would be a lot of people who wanted to chat with him every day. And then Han Duo would be able to help him get rid of these people. That would save a lot of trouble. The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible. So he fished Han Duo's consciousness out of his vast and boundless sea of consciousness. Wake up! He called out to Han Duo. Han Duo slowly opened her eyes. Her memories still stuck in the last moments of her life, immersed in the torment of illness and boundless darkness. Where is this? Is someone there? Hello. Han felt light, like she was back when she didn't have radiation sickness. She looked around, and there was soft light everywhere. Chen Fan wrapped Han Duo with his grand consciousness, wanting to guide Han Duo in the same way he had guided Lu Peiqiang in the beginning. He guided Han Duo to understand the planetary consciousness, and then explained a few things to her. Do well in these. In the near future, you can meet Lu Qi. Chen Fan promised. If you want a horse to run, you have to give it grass. Thank you. Han Duo thanked Chen Fan from the bottom of her heart. She understood that she had already died, and it was Chen Fan who had saved her, not letting her fall into the muddled reincarnation. but retaining her consciousness so that she still had the chance to contact the familiar world in her memory, as well as familiar people. Chen Fan instructed, "Go see Lu Peiqiang first. Tell him what I'm doing, so that the United Government doesn't have to be nervous. I'll keep things under control." He was prepared to eat the moon, but he would make sure that the process was gentle and would not cause a major natural disaster like a tsunami on both Earths. Han Duo was so excited that she leapt for joy. She wanted to thank Chen Fan for allowing her to see her beloved as soon as she woke up. But she didn't get that chance because Chen Fan left after explaining this. At that moment, the light around her dispersed, revealing an avatar. Han Duo? Lu Peiqiang. In the real world, 1/20th of the moon had drifted into the atmosphere of wandering Earth. Chen Fan was a little guilty. The moon wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, and 1/20th of it was already quite considerable. Such a large piece. How should it be eaten? Crumble it up and lay it flat. But he was eating the moon to fuel the planetary engines, not to make himself stronger. It would be best if it could be piled up in a centralized place in a fixed location, easy for the United Government to utilize. But it can't be too centralized or he'll grow horns. The gravitational imbalance was hard to bear. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. He used his gravitational tentacles to break this 1/20th of the moon into more than 1,000 pieces, then worried that it wasn't broken enough. He needed it again into more than 3,000 pieces of varying sizes. He manipulated gravity to move these pieces of the moon, dividing them into over 100 piles and placing them evenly on himself. With over 100 mines, the United Government should be able to get a grip on them. After doing this, Chen Fan looked at the large gaping hole in the moon, and then looked at the moon fragments on himself, inexplicably feeling a sense of satisfaction. So he pulled another piece off the moon. This time, he used a little too much force, and the sticky magma dripped out from inside the moon, turning it into a gray chocolate ball bursting with syrup. For a long time, scientists have been unable to understand whether there was magma inside the moon or not. Now Chen Fan has solved the riddle for the United Government. There was, but not much. Chen Fan tore the newly acquired pieces of the moon into more than 4,000 tiny pieces, and created more than 100 more mines on his body. He was addicted to it and enjoyed it. Like a gluttonous child, he couldn't help but nibble on the pie that had just arrived. As time passed, the moon became more and more irregular and smaller and smaller. Meanwhile, the United Government received instructions from the Great Earth Consciousness. Find me something to eat. Chapter 91. The New Spark Program. Catch! Lu Peiqiang threw it with force. A bulging army green backpack traced an arc in the air and landed precisely into Lu Qi's arms. Lu Qi hugged the backpack with an unhappy face. He knew why Lu Peiqiang came to him. The United Government was recently recruiting soldiers, and Lu Peiqiang wanted him to join the army. But he didn't want to be a soldier. Being a soldier was too dangerous. He still remembers the scene of 10,000 cannons firing not long ago. After he came back, he heard that every shell that flew out at that time could kill hundreds of thousands of people. And he neither wanted to kill others nor be killed by others. So he was not interested in being a soldier at all. Bam! I'm not going to sign up. Lu Qi threw his backpack to the ground. I want to be a carrier driver. Like Grandpa. Lu Peiqiang raised his eyebrows. I've already enrolled for you. After bringing Lu Qi back last time, Lu Peiqiang learnt the hard way that he couldn't leave Lu Qi alone anymore. Otherwise he might cause a big mess one day. He decided to treat Lu Qi in a manly way. You signed up for me? Lu Qi was confused. Enrolling was no joke. If he signed up, he had to go to the test. If he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to work as a carrier driver. But in case he passed the test, he would have to report to the barracks on the same day. What makes you qualified to sign up for me? Do you have the qualifications? Lu Qi got angry. Lu Peiqiang shrugged and pointed to his shoulder badge. 2 bars and 3 stars. Colonel, not forcibly conscripting you into the army is already good enough for you. Lu Peiqiang had been born and died for missions on Pandora. Helped the United Government establish a good relationship with the Gnostics, and contacted Earth Consciousness to defuse the May crisis. He had saved up enough merit, and was the only one who could contact Earth Consciousness. So the United Government promoted him every few years, and has now promoted him from major to colonel. Soon he'll be a major. Lu Qi was so angry that he was speechless. I'm going to report you for abuse of power. Lu Peiqiang smiled crookedly. Love to report where to report. Anyway, the name has already been reported for you. Lu Qi annoyed, I will not go. What can you do to me? Lu Peiqiang said carelessly. Love to go. Originally intended to wait for your merit. I will think of ways to let you meet your mother. Lu Qi froze. Forget it if you don't want to see your mom. Lu Peiqiang shook his head. I'll save myself the trouble. I'll go back. I'll tell her that you're dead. So that she doesn't have to look for you every day in the future. After saying that, Lu Peiqiang pretended to walk out. Lu Qi was anxious. He didn't care about anything but his mother. Lu Peiqiang. Make it clear. Lu Qi stopped Lu Peiqiang. What do you mean? Lu Peiqiang squinted at Lu Qi. Earth retained your mother's consciousness. She is in the soul tree. Only an avatar's body can establish a link with the soul tree and see her. But the cost of an avatar is over $1 billion. If you can make it in the military, I'll find a way to get you into the Pandora project team and get you a whole avatar so you can see your mom. That's all I'm saying. Go or not, you decide. Lu Peiqiang grabbed Lu Qi's shoulder and peeled Lu Qi away. Then pushed the door open and walked out. Lu Qi clenched his fists. You better not have lied to me. Or else. At this moment, he was unusually agitated. Go to the Thai Air Force, Lu Peiqiang said without looking back. At this time, 4 months had passed since Chen Fan's first light bite of the moon. During these 4 months, the people living on Avatar Earth had watched their moon get smaller and smaller until it was completely invisible. However, their lives had not been affected much, because the moon's presence was already weak as well. The air pollution on Avatar Earth was so bad that the moon was no brighter than a small 0.5 watt light bulb at its brightest. It's been like that since forever. People don't usually get to see the moon much, so they didn't feel it strongly when it disappeared. Only people living by the sea were affected somewhat, because the moon provided the vast majority of the tidal force. Although Chen Fan stopped the tsunami, he couldn't massage the Avatar Earth every day to maintain the original rise and fall of the tides. But it wasn't a big impact. The coalition government timely action. The affected residents of the seaside line compensation. Easy to calm down the incident. As for some of the lamentations of the community, they are irrelevant. The moon just disappeared. Compared to the moon, the people on Avatar Earth were more concerned about their own standard of living. After the united government took over the rule, the first time, they experimented with the Pandora seeds' improved effect on the environment. Under Ava's manipulation, the Pandora plants born from the seeds took on different characteristics, and soon gave birth to special plants that could adapt to the environment and collect harmful substances. The united government dubbed it the purifier. This special plant is not very impressive, but its crown and roots can absorb harmful substances from the air and soil, respectively. Each purifier can purify thousands of cubic meters of air per day. And by replacing all the plants in the city's green belts with purifiers, it won't be long before city dwellers won't have to wear filters when they go out. After achieving the results, the coalition government quickly shut down the factories and started a reforestation project, gathering the unemployed and jobless together to plant trees. After planting, the city plant the suburbs. Avatar Earth is big enough for these people to plant for a few years. Meanwhile, the purifiers were still purifying, and another variant for the ocean was created, named water purifiers by the united government, and put into use just as quickly. After some drastic reforms, there was a noticeable change in the environment of Avatar Earth. As long as they wore air filters, people could stay out as long as they wanted. And even if the air filters malfunctioned, they wouldn't faint after taking a breath or two of outside air. According to experts' estimates, in another month and a half, city dwellers won't need to wear air filters. Avatar Earth was extremely urbanized, with over 95% of the population living in cities, which meant that the vast majority of people would soon no longer need to wear air filters. This will be an event of landmark nature. In addition to this, the coalition government has initiated a migration program from Wandering Earth to Avatar Earth, excluding some soldiers, officers, and scientists. The rest of the places will be filled by a lottery with families signing up for a total of 1 million immigrants. The immigration program is a replica of the Spark program. In the past, if there was an accident on Wandering Earth, the pilot space station would take the fertilized human eggs and the DNA information of each species and run away. Now it was to directly leave a portion of the human race on a habitable planet. In this way, no matter what dangers befall us in the future, humans can be passed on. Not only that, these humans can also be used as beacons to provide positioning for the Earth's consciousness, helping the united government to continuously obtain resources from these worlds, and assisting in the growth of the main civilization. Chapter 92 Target 6.3 Light-years away. New food. The United Government had wanted to keep more people, but was stopped by Chen Fan. Humans were one with the Earth consciousness, and were equally repelled from the universe. The rejection of a few million people was relatively small, while the rejection of tens of millions of people was huge. If hundreds of millions of people were left behind, the universe would crush them after just 1 or 2,000 years. And it would not serve the purpose of continuing civilization. Combining Chen Fan's opinions, the United Government formulated a new immigration plan and named it the New Spark Plan. The number of immigrants was limited to 1 million households, and births were strictly controlled through the allocation of fertility targets to ensure that the total population would never exceed 3 million. Despite the fertility restrictions, the number of people who signed up far exceeded the plan number. For the foreseeable future, Wandering Earth kept traveling, and no one knew what dangers it would encounter. Today, Wandering Earth destroys Avatar Earth and rules it. Maybe tomorrow Wandering Earth meets a powerful enemy and is blown away all at once. The future is full of uncertainty. For many people, it is better to stay on the peaceful Avatar Earth than to go on adventures with the United Government. Although they can't reproduce freely, the United Government will assign them houses, cars, and jobs, and they can spend a peaceful life here. After a detailed investigation and rigorous analysis, we have finally concluded that the Avatar Earth government did not launch an antimatter bomb towards the Pandora galaxy. The cause of the monitoring station's false alarm is still under investigation. As soon as the United Government's investigation team arrived on Avatar Earth, they were put into intense work. After 6 months, they finally came to a conclusion. Avatar Earth's officials hadn't lied. They indeed hadn't launched an antimatter bomb. It was the antimatter weapon monitoring station that had gone wrong. Faced with this conclusion, the governors coincidentally fell into silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ahem. Got it. Thank you for your work. You can take a week off and wait for new assignments to be scheduled. Clayton made a few perfunctory remarks and closed the video. He locked eyes with the other council members for a few moments, then sighed tersely. If they didn't fire the antimatter weapon, why didn't they explain it properly? Vladimir echoed with a leathery smile. Yeah. The two men sang in unison, brought the atmosphere of the conference room to life. It's not like they didn't have an explanation in the first place. It's just that we didn't believe it, Hao Xiuxi recalled. In fact, before they officially activated the leap engine, the Avatar government had sent them information through several channels, all of them arguing that they had not launched antimatter weapons. But with something like this being a matter of civilization survival, the United Government certainly trusted their own monitoring stations more than the malice of Avatar Earth officials. After the fight, a check. A misunderstanding? But there was no one else they could express their apologies to, because the senior officials of Avatar Earth were all locked up by them. And apologizing at this time seemed hypocritical. Give them 2 years off their sentences, Hao Xiaoxiao said intolerantly. Craven revealed a false smile. Okay, 2 years off each. Hao Xiuxi rolled her eyes. Avatar Earth's officials all had strong family power, and their deaths or release from prison could cause huge social unrest. That's why the coalition government had adopted an unlimited prison sentence for them. That is, abolishing the death penalty, but raise the sentence corresponding to each offense, and then add up those sentences. Of the 600-odd senior officials, the lightest sentence was more than 60 years, and the heaviest sentence was more than 1,800 years. It was possible to sit in prison from the Western Zhou to the Great Tang. Mi Bok laughed and shook his head. I think it's better not to reduce it. Let them enjoy their old age in prison. Don't be angry with them. Sentenced to hundreds of years. Suddenly heard that he was going to reduce his sentence. Ecstasy. Then to find out it's just a 2-year reduction. Great sadness. Between the joy and the sorrow, some old men with a bad heart might just sail away, sinning. Let's get down to business, Vladimir said. We'll wait 2 more years until after we confirm that the Pandora system is fine. Then we can restart the mines on Pandora. Superconducting, or as a strategic resource. Mine as much as you can. There will be plenty of places to use it in the future. As the words landed, Clavin nodded. Agreed. Hao Xiuxi spoke. Planet Consciousness asked us to find him some dense planets to make food for. And now we already have an idea. At Chen Fan's request, the United Government had been searching for suitable food for him for some time. Chen Fan wanted to get bigger and harder. Less dense substances were not under consideration. between Mars and Jupiter. There is an asteroid belt that is more than 200 million kilometers wide, and there are quite a few metallic asteroids in it. But the mass of the entire asteroid belt is less than 1,000th of the mass of the Earth. It was simply not enough for Chen Fan to stuff his teeth. But if it went to eat other planets in the solar system, the gravitational perturbation caused could push Avatar Earth towards the Sun. The United Government shifted its gaze outside the solar system. Avatar Earth's intelligence did the trick. Avatar Earth operated for over 100 years, exploring 24 nearby star systems, including a planet named GJ357b, which was composed primarily of iron. It revolved around a red dwarf star, making one revolution in only 8 hours, and had a surface temperature of 1500 degrees centigrade. It's a ball of molten iron. The distance wasn't too far, only 6.3 light years, and you could fly there in less than a year. I've read the information you guys uploaded. That sphere fits the needs of the Earth's consciousness perfectly. But we still have a few things left to take care of, and we can't leave the solar system for a while, Craven replied. Halcyosi nodded. We don't have much time left. After this trip, we probably won't be back. Then we'll speed up the environment and increase the rate of immigration. Vladimir grinned. Our planet can't wait too long. He's starving. On the 30th of December 2071, the environmental treatment was completed. January 25, 2072. New Spark project completed. On January 27, 2072, the combined government activates the LEAP engine and heads for the iron planet GJ357b, 6.3 light-years away. On February 5, 2072, the Celestial-class shield generator developed for Earth, which is capable of fully resisting bombardment with low-yield nuclear weapons while weakening the hazards of energy beams and blast shockwaves, is largely successful, awaiting entry into production after leaving the LEAP state. On February 29, 2072, the coalition government increases the benefits of scientists and begins to build them into star professions. On March 5, 2072, the first scientist talent show was born, where young scholars from all over the world gathered to showcase their research routines and achievements, and fight for funding for their research projects, sparking national attention. Chapter 93, We Are All Turkeys. As described on the intelligence, GJ357b was a planet in a molten state composed mainly of iron. Wandering Earth spent its last hours in the Avatar universe near it. The crimson iron flew into the freezing cold of space, cooled into 1,000 artful shapes, and then flew into the Earth's atmosphere, where it was transformed into countless lumps of varying sizes by the ravages of a pair of large, invisible hands. They flew to a designated place and arranged themselves neatly according to the plan of the United Government. A year and a half later, the Earth was covered with a thick metallic crust. Ah! An iron armor has come out. Chen Fan clearly felt that he had become a bit more stable. According to the United Government, after obtaining the metallic crust, his total mass had increased by 23%. However, the volume had only increased by 15%. This was because he used the increased gravitational force to compress himself, making himself a little tighter. In the process of becoming tighter, he felt the universe's pressure on him weaken a touch. One day, he could make himself as hard as a neutron star, and maybe he could settle down and not need to run around the dangerous multiverse anymore. However, suppose he did become a neutron star. The multiverse is no longer dangerous to him. There's practically no danger left to speak of, as long as he didn't run into a dangerous world like the three bodies. It's almost time. It's time for the next shuttle. The oppressive feeling of the universe was getting stronger and stronger. Chen Fan was already somewhat unable to resist. If he didn't hurry up and run, he was going to burst. He moved his thoughts. Han Duo sensed his call and immediately informed the United Government of the preparations for the traveling. The United Government had long been prepared. After receiving the news, all departments followed the plan, evacuated the space, shut down the machines, turned on the planetary engines. A brilliant beam of blue-white light burst from the surface. The Earth moved slowly. The interdimensional wormhole has been opened, and the shuttle is expected to be completed in 2 days. Chen Fan was somewhat reluctant to leave. This was because he had yet to eat up GJ357b. His energy was limited. If he swallowed all of GJ357b, his mass would reach 3 or 4 times his original mass. And the energy consumption for traveling through the world would also reach 3 or 4 times his original mass. Then, he wouldn't be able to cross over. So he just shivered GJ357B and licked the iron that spewed out of GJ357B due to overstimulation. What a great ball of iron. I'll come back for you in the next realm. Chen Fan was in love. Time passed quietly. And in the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the wormhole soon. Chen Fan restrained the gravitational force. The Circum-Earth defense circle fully torpedoed, completely sinking below the atmosphere. Magnificent silver corridors spanned north and south, and spaceports flashing with various colors of neon stretched across the east and west, which at first glance seemed like a heavenly palace from an ancient myth. This scene was presented in front of Yuan through his mobile phone. Yuan was lying on a rocking chair. She squinted her eyes at the mobile phone screen, the fan in her hand waving with a beat, not knowing what she was thinking in her mind. Her days were very cozy. After finishing the 12 rounds of questioning by the United Government, she had gained a considerable degree of freedom to move around freely within the designated area. And every once in a while, the coalition government would call her a sum of money. She did nothing during this time. She just lay in her rocking chair and rocked around every day, occasionally reading philosophy, as if she were a retired old man. She looked at the distorted sky on the air and murmured dreamily, "Lord, I've brought you a farmer. And now we're all turkeys." At the sound of her murmuring, the Earth disappeared into a wormhole. Another dimension. Science boundary. What the hell is going on? Chang Weizi frowned straight at the information in his hand. Chang Weizi, Major General of the Army. Science boundary. An organization made up of top international scholars. The frequent suicides of the organization's members had attracted the attention of various countries. Chang Weizi was ordered to investigate scientific frontiers. He has been worrying about Science Boundary all the time for the past few months, because the members of Science Boundary were all rare and top scientists. Every loss would be a huge loss for all mankind, and he had to find out the cause and put a stop to it as soon as possible. But he hadn't been able to figure it out until now. Why did these scientists of fame and fortune commit suicide? 1 or 2 suicides could still be said to be accidental, but when they committed suicide in groups, there must be a ghost behind it. However, he investigated for some time and did not find that Science Boundaries used mind control or illegal drugs on the members of the organization. It was as if the scientists had killed themselves and had nothing to do with the organization. The investigation was at an impasse. Scientific Frontiers was an organization made up of top scientists, and the investigation into it was extremely complicated and sensitive. Chang Weizi had the feeling of walking on thin ice. With the information in one hand and a thermos cup in the other, he walked to the front of the transparent glass overlooking the staff below with an unusually heavy heart. If the investigation did not yield any results, an unknown number of scientists would be killed. These are the future of mankind. Old Chang. A warm voice sounded behind Chang Weizi. Chang Weizi slowly turned around and looked at the visitor with slight surprise. "How did you get in? How did you get in? How could I come in?" Walked in. A man wearing a black jacket smelling of cigarettes walked up to Chang Weizi. He looked up and revealed a smile to Chang Weizi with a bad energy in his smile. This man is called Shi Chang. The old criminal police. Torture to extort confessions. Borrowing black to fight black. Violence to rescue hostages. He can be said to be a butt of bad deeds. A period of time ago, just been suspended by the public security. But because of outstanding personal ability, was Chang Weizi seconded over to help handle the case. I am asking, how do you have the good sense to come in? Has the case been solved? Chang Weizi looked at Shi Chang expressionlessly. Ha. Shi Chang laughed awkwardly twice. Almost there, he said perfunctorily. Chang Weizi skimmed his mouth and knocked. A living person as big as Professor Yi could have disappeared into thin air? You don't have a single clue? Keep this up. I'm going to doubt your ability to do your job. He had arranged for Shi Chang to investigate a disappearance case related to scientific boundaries. And as a result, Shi Chang had been investigating for most of the month, and froze with no clue at all. No, Shi Chang said with a straight face. There's surveillance at Professor Yi's house, and the surveillance shows that she hasn't come out since she entered the bedroom. The outside of the bedroom window is fitted with a security net. There are no traces of touching. There's no secret room in the house either. After checking for so long, I've come to the conclusion that Professor Yi just disappeared into thin air. Just hurry up and close the case. Shi Chang held his head high the entire time, without a hint of embarrassment on his face. Chang Weizi showed his dissatisfaction. Broken, aren't you? According to you, it's a ghost sighting. A ghost taking Professor Yi captive? Shi Chang, You were already suspended. It's only because I transferred you to work on the case that you can continue to work. And you ran this for me? Chapter 94. It's the Lord. It must be the Lord descending. Chong Wei-si looked at Sher Chong's face and became furious. But Sher Chong also had something to say. Old Chong, I'm not joking with you. Sher Chong tightened a smile on his face. The cynical aura was gone, replaced by a sense of seriousness and oppression due to his overwhelming professional abilities. Yi Wenjie disappeared out of thin air. He repeated word for word. Chong Wei-si fell silent. He understood Sher Chong. Sher Chong looked hangdog. But his personal ability was nothing to write home about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fished Sher Chong out of his home to work for him when he was suspended. All right. What are you flinging your face at me for? Chong Wei-si squinted his eyes and looked at Sher Chong with a look of disgust. You're not needed for this case. I'll get someone else to look into it. You have a new assignment. Go find a scientist named Wang Miao. Protect him. And have him assist us in investigating the ETO. Sher Chong shrugged his shoulders. The seriousness on his face all gone. Got it. Send Wang something's information to my email. I'll go find him now. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside. He came on this trip to get rid of the disappearance case in his hand because he couldn't find out anything. He felt that Yi Wenjie just disappeared out of thin air. Whether it was a ghost or aliens took it away. In short, Yi Wenjie just disappeared into thin air in her bedroom. And definitely didn't leave the bedroom. There are no new clues. It's a waste of time to investigate further. If he had the time, he might as well go and eat 2 bowls of boiled meat. Whoever wants to investigate, he won't do it anyway. Stop! Why are you in such a hurry? Chong Wei-si was angry and helpless. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have given Sher Chong's arse a kick. The information is on the table. Get it yourself. People's name is Wang Miao. Scientist. Treat people with respect when you go. Chong Wei-si admonished. He knew Sher Chong's foul temper. If he didn't admonish him beforehand, when he met Wang Miao, he might not know how Wang Miao would complain about Sher Chong. Wang Miao is very important to us. He is the scientist who is most likely to bring us internal information about the science boundary. We must not let him turn against us. Understood? Sher Chong picked up the information from the table, tilting his head as he flipped through it and replied. Understood. His tone was full of perfunctory. Chong Wei-si let out a long sigh. If you understand, hurry up and leave. Don't stay here with me. I still don't care to stay here with you. Sher Chong rolled up the information and once again walked towards the door. Suddenly, he stopped. Why are your lights dark here? Chong Wei-si froze. The light around him diminished at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in the blink of an eye, only the glow of the computer screen and mobile phone screen remained. He looked up towards the top. A huge patio had been built here. During the daytime it relied on the sunlight that passed through the patio to illuminate it. But the outside of the patio was pitch black, and not a single ray of sunlight entered the place from the outside. So the place turned dark all of a sudden. What's going on all this? Sher Chong inquired. Chong Wei-si wasn't sure either, and he hesitantly said, It's dark. But just now, the sun was shining brightly. How could it say that it was dark when it was dark? And it was also so dark that not a single bit of light could be seen. So it was obviously not normal. Not only Chong Wei-si's combat center. The entire northern hemisphere was shrouded in darkness. People were walking along the road when suddenly it got dark. When they looked up, they saw that the entire night curtain was dotted with twinkling stars. It's dark. Mama! The little girl dug into her mother's arms in fear, revealing only her 2 big eyes darting round and round. What happened? It's so weird. Why is it suddenly dark? Is it just my eyes? An ominous sign. The walkers revealed confused expressions. According to common sense, there were still several hours until darkness. And it should be a little bit of darkness. It shouldn't have suddenly gone all dark like pulling a tablecloth. Even the stars were out. The stars were strange too. They had never seen such a concentration of stars before. If you distinguish carefully, you will find that many familiar stars do not appear in this night curtain, such as the North Star, Sirius, the Big Dipper and so on. All cannot be seen. Where have all these stars gone? Woo! Suddenly, the alarm sounded over the city. People were startled. They didn't know why the government suddenly sounded the alarm, but they knew that something bad must have happened, and they instinctively accelerated their steps towards their homes. Unlike the panic of ordinary people, some people on Earth showed an ecstatic expression. Lord, is that you guys coming? Ha ha ha. Destroy human tyranny. The world belongs to the three bodies. The Lord must have sensed humanity's suffering and come to Earth early. The dirty human civilization is coming to an end. No more theater. These people were members of the science boundary. The science boundary was made up of ball traders. They believed that human society could no longer solve its own existential problems by its own power. So they secretly contacted the Tristerians, who were 4.2 light years away, and requested that the Tristerians come to occupy Earth. At this moment, the sky had changed greatly, and their first thought was whether it was the Tristerians who had descended. It seemed to them that only their lord, the Tritons, had the power to create such a magnificent spectacle on Earth, plunging the whole planet into darkness. They frantically looked for arguments to support their idea. The Lord's ship can reach 1/10 the speed of light, though because of acceleration and deceleration, the plan won't arrive until hundreds of years from now. But the Lord has never trusted us and may have withheld some of the information. So it's not surprising even if it arrived earlier than planned. It must be the Lord coming. A portion of the members of the science boundary fell into ecstasy. However, not all members of the science boundary were so happy, and another part of the science boundary felt distressed. How did the Lord arrive early? Then won't we become the generation destroyed by the Lord? Will it be painful? There was a portion of the members of the science boundary who, although they also longed for the Tritons to descend on Earth, did not want the Tritons to descend on Earth while they were still alive. Then they would be the ones to suffer. Why is the Lord coming so soon? We haven't researched a way to save them. There was also a portion of the members of the science boundary who didn't want the Tristerians to descend to Earth at all. The three-body aliens lived in a galaxy with 3 stars whose orbits could not be predicted, causing the three-body aliens to survive on the brink of destruction every single day. That's why the Tristerians want to invade Earth. But if they could study the orbit of those 3 stars, they wouldn't have to invade Earth. And then, they could also remotely use their technology to solve the problems faced by human beings. Win-win. But before they could figure out how those 3 stars revolved, the Earth was enveloped in darkness. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 95. This world. There's something not simple about it. However, whether it was ordinary people or scientific borders, they all only had speculations about this sudden darkness, without knowing exactly how this darkness came about. The governments knew. They had taken tens of thousands of high-definition photographs through the thousands of satellites in orbit towards space. These photos sent them into shock. The reason why the entire northern hemisphere was plunged into darkness was because a planet had appeared out of nowhere in space. The planet was a circle larger than the Earth, and it clung to the Earth, blocking the light from the direction of the sun without a trace, leaving the Earth wrapped in darkness. The stars that people saw were also not stars at all, but a tower of signals that stood on this planet. They saw in the photographs super beams bursting with bluish-white light, sprawling lands reflecting metallic luster, space battleships more than 10 kilometers in length, and uncountable numbers of giant gun ports in dense clusters. These things gave them a sobering cognition. This was not an ordinary planet, but a super war mother ship of an alien civilization. What is their purpose in coming to the solar system? Can we communicate, maintain restraint, and never attack? The entire Earth was in chaos. Everyone clearly realized one thing. If the aliens piloting this super war mothership were hostile to the Earthlings, then the Earthlings would be faced with a war that could not be won no matter what, and a crisis of genocide. The slightest miscalculation, and the Earthlings' thousands of years of development would be wiped out in a flash. The governments of various countries were quick to get active. They used various means to send messages to the steel planet that suddenly appeared in the sky, trying to make contact with the aliens. But all of them received no response. However, this did not mean that the aliens did not intend to communicate with them, only that the aliens had not yet completed their observation of them. Moss has entered the other side's network. Information is being collected. In the command headquarters of the United Government, the atmosphere was unusually relaxed. People were tapping on their keyboards with smiles on their faces, waiting for Moss to send back an assessment of this planet. The big screen displayed the real-time images of the leaders of the various countries. For Moss, a strong artificial intelligence born from a super quantum computer, invading an early 21st century Earth was as simple as a human breathing and drinking water. So easy. Every minute and every second, huge amounts of information poured into the United Government's databases. which were sorted and stored in categories under Moss, and quickly assessed for their threat level. Earth 2 is on a similar path to ours. The United Government named the planet Earth 2 to differentiate it from other Earths they might encounter in the future. They have mastered nuclear weapons. Under the manipulation of the Earth's consciousness, these nuclear weapons can't even fly into our atmosphere. And even if they did, they couldn't possibly shake our iron crust. At best, they leave behind some nuclear radiation. Since the Pandora plants have developed species that can purify nuclear radiation, that threat amounts to nothing. Even the culture is less advanced than ours. So there's no need to worry about cultural invasion. Overall evaluation, no threat whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, it's safe here. And we'll be spending a peaceful time here until the next crossing. The commander reported back to the Combine. His voice reached the ears of the delegates of the nations, causing them to breathe a long sigh of relief. In the assembly hall, there was much talk. This is the right place to be. Wonderful. Now we can communicate with them. Let them make a place for us to immigrate. And in exchange, we can gift them some backward technology. I really miss our time. The helium flash hadn't been discovered back then, and life was happy. Many of the representatives here were after the 90s, and they looked at the photos taken by Moss with great emotion in their hearts. The counselor sitting in the front row spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to vote on whether or not to contact the government of Earth 2. Clavin said into the microphone. Ding! A proposal appeared in the small screen on the delegates' table. A methods and principles of approach to Earth 2 formulated by Stars and Stripes, which had passed through the small meeting of the 5 major counselors beforehand. Tick, 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 tick. Unsurprisingly, the proposal was quickly recognized by all the delegates and passed almost unanimously, with only a few objecting. They felt that the coalition government had placed itself too high in the proposal, to the point of being a little arrogant. But this was not a major problem, and they endorsed the proposal as a whole. The proposal passed. Good. Now for the next item of discussion. The convention lasted 4 hours. The delegates had cumulatively discussed 15 issues, including in what capacity to contact the humans of Earth 2, what favors to give to Earth 2 in exchange for the right to properly immigrate, which of Earth 2's scientists were worthy of extradition, and so on. The most important of these issues was the extradition of scientists. Scientists were the most valuable asset of a civilization, and the United Government had decided to take out some of its own obsolete technology in exchange for some top scientists to replenish its own talent pool. This was the top priority. The conference was supposed to continue. But just then, the commander suddenly reported another important piece of news to the United Government. There are some anomalies on Earth 2. Moss checked the news of the last few years and found that top scientists have been committing suicide frequently, and all of them are related to an organization called Science Boundary. This information seems to fit a science fiction novel. Moss is conducting an in-depth investigation into this in order to reassess the danger level of this world. After receiving this news, the atmosphere of the convention became tense all of a sudden. The delegates exchanged words. They had originally thought that this was just a simple parallel world, but they didn't realize that this could be the world of a science fiction novel. This was not good news. Sci-fi meant science mixed with fantasy, and this part of fantasy could be anything. For example, a heavenly calamity. A higher civilization's experimental machine deviated by a hair and instantly vaporized the entire solar system. Another example was an alien visitor. A higher civilization descended on Earth and started a war with the Earthlings that stretched over 1,000 years. Another example was a laboratory virus leak. A deadly strain ravaged the globe and destroyed the entire human race in 3 days. Scientific boundaries. Why does that sound so familiar? Frequent suicides by top scientists. There was a science fiction novel I read that had this plot, but it's been so long that I can't remember which one it was. How long will it take for Moss to find out the results? The world setting is so backward. Even if it's sci-fi, how dangerous can it be? Chapter 96. The Tritons, Despair. After learning that this world might be a world of science fiction, the delegates were a little nervous, but not too anxious. This was because the strength of the United Government was already able to crush a considerable portion of the worlds in science fiction. However, there were individual delegates whose faces were unusually serious. They had an impression of the plot of the scientist's suicide and vaguely remembered that it came from a remarkable science fiction novel. They silently searched their memories, trying to recall the name of this science fiction novel. After a few minutes, one of the delegates said with an embarrassed look on his face, "I remember which novel it was. Earth Consciousness, bless. It mustn't be this one. Or we'll be in big trouble." His voice trembled slightly, as if he was terrified of something. "Which novel? What's wrong? Is that novel dangerous?" I also remembered. "If it's really that novel, we have to hurry up and leave this world. We can't stay a minute longer." The delegates murmured. The entire convention hall was haunted by a buzzing murmur. The faces of the 5 directors also gradually became gloomy, especially Hao Susi, because she also thought about which science fiction novel it was. And the Chinese think tank was elaborating everything about that novel to her through the headset. After a few minutes, Moss affirmed his earlier conclusion. They had entered the world of a science fiction novel. Moss inquired, "The information about K1379 is classified content. The danger level is extremely high. If you need to unlock it, please ask the 5 permanent members to authorize it." During the Avatar world, considering the possibility of entering other film and television worlds or literary worlds in the future, if the people of those worlds found out information about their own worlds, it might cause unpredictable risks. So the United Government strengthened information control. The coalition government has purged many online resources of film and television works and literature, while seizing related discs and books in reality. All information is numbered and stored by Moss. This initiative has had little effect in contemporary times, because many people still remember the film and literature in their heads. But wait a few hundred years. People who remember those works have passed away. The effect of information blocking will come to the fore. This will greatly reduce the risk of information leakage. Wow! Moss's words caused an uproar, and the assembly hall exploded all of a sudden. The danger level is extremely high? What kind of world have we come to? Unlock the information. Share the information. Oh no! It really is that novel. Crisis and opportunity at the same time. The delegates discussed in a chaotic manner. Clavane stood up from his seat and walked out into the middle of the aisle, as did the other 4 council members, who gathered to discuss in whispers. "You guys know where this is, right?" Clayton's face was as black as a pot. "The people in charge of interrogating you and should all go to jail." Interrogating and interrogating. Interrogating a world with a very high level of danger into safety. It was simply making fun of the fate of Earth's civilization. Too unprofessional. Too irresponsible. And that Yuan. Clavin thought of the speculation that Think Tank had just told him, and his face unconsciously darkened a few more points. "Old lady. You better really call Yuan." Hao Susi revealed a bitter smile. She shook her head and said, Moss checked. "The time of Earth 2 is June 12, 2007. By this time, the think tanks of the 3-body alien have already arrived on Earth, and we're most likely under their surveillance now." K1379. The 3 bodies. This is the sci-fi masterpiece of the 21st century that you can't get around. So influential that the president of Stars and Stripes has to send emails to press for more. The book features an alien civilization known as the 3 bodies. This alien civilization lives in a star system with 3 stars. The slightest change in the distance and alignment of the stars can be devastating to their planets. Their civilization has been destroyed hundreds of times, and this time, it was only because of luck that they were able to develop into an interstellar civilization. They were at risk of destruction every moment, so they went crazy trying to invade Earth. They started by launching 2 proton computers called Homo sapiens at Earth. These 2 Homo sapiens were able to interfere with scientific research at the micro level, locking out human microscience, while also monitoring every move of the human race. As Hao Susi said, the United Government is being monitored by the Tritons. 861st Joint Council Meeting. Officially begun. The ghostly blue planetary shield wrapped around the disaster-prone Triskelion, shimmering like water under the stellar wind. Occasionally, a meteorite hit the shield, and in the blink of an eye, it was annihilated into countless tiny, imperceptible debris in a brilliant shower of sparks. For the Tristerians, achieving such an accomplishment was incredible. In order to defend this achievement, they would stop at nothing. "My Führer, they are aware of our existence." The one who spoke was the military consul of the Tristerians. The 3-body civilization was a highly centralized dictatorship civilization, with each field having its own consul, who were collectively responsible to the supreme leader, the 3-body Führer. At the moment, the voices of Hao Susi and the others were echoing in this conference room. They are a mature interstellar civilization, The military consul said solemnly. They pose a huge threat to our existence. We must deal with them as a priority. At this time, the science consul spoke. They have mastered the technology of space jumping, and are able to carry an entire planet in the universe, which is unimaginable to us. The scope of a civilization's activities in the universe determines the resources they can acquire, and from this perspective, they are an advanced civilization far beyond us. Definitely cannot go to war with them. The military consul and the science consul each spoke their own words. The Führer inquired, when will we reach their level? I don't know. The science consul replied. Our theories do not currently support moving an entire planet in the universe. That is a technology we cannot imagine. The Führer fell silent. As the Führer of the Triumvirate, he didn't understand science, but he could understand the science consul's words. There was an insurmountable technological chasm between them and this interstellar civilization that had suddenly appeared. They were simply not civilizations at the same level. At this moment, the three-body Führer's heart was unusually heavy. He was burdened with the great mission of continuing the entire three-body civilization, and originally thought that Earth would bring new life to the three-body civilization. But in the end, a mysterious civilization much stronger than the three-body civilization appeared out of nowhere next to Earth. Was the three-body civilization doomed to extinction? My Führer, please don't be so pessimistic, the military consul said. Perhaps they are just better developed in interstellar navigation and are no match for us in conventional warfare. The Führer was slightly stunned. Hope rekindled in his heart. Yup. Maybe the civilization had developed off subjects. Maybe they would only be good at interstellar navigation and not war. Just then, a gruff voice rang out from the conference room. The Tritons are not enough to worry about. We'll blow up their star now. Chapter 97. What is the value of you Tritons? Please don't do this. A small line of text floated in front of Vladimir's eyes. The line was very regular. It floated from right to left like a pop-up, at a moderate speed, afraid that Vladimir wouldn't be able to see it, and afraid that it would float too slowly to affect Vladimir's mood. Vladimir tugged at the corner of his mouth as he asked the others. As you can see, the Tritons have asked us not to blow up their star. He deliberately put more emphasis on the word please, while a playful smile appeared on his face. The Tritons really can't be fooled. One word and they were bluffed out. Although the United Government could use 0.7 times the speed of light to launch antimatter bombs at the Triunculized galaxy, destroying the Triunculized stars, they definitely couldn't do so within a short period of time, because there are many hunters in the three-body universe. These hunters have a very high level of technology, mastering dimensional technology including two-way foils. They believe that all civilizations pose a potential threat to their own civilization, so they are keen to hunt down small and weak civilizations that are still growing. If the United Government destroys the stars of the Tristerians, causing many of them to end their lives prematurely, it will inevitably attract the eyes of nearby hunters to the Tristar system. These hunters will observe the traces left by the antimatter bombs in the universe, and will notice the solar system. This would be the end of the solar system. According to the original trisomy, the closest hunter is about a light year away from the trisomy galaxy. Although the United Government could start the leap engine and run, there was no guarantee that the hunters would not have the means to track the leap engine. Stop your spying on our civilization immediately, Halcyone said sternly. Stop both of your Homo sapiens here, or we will consider you to have declared war. Halcyone's eyebrows furrowed. They had been meeting for 4 hours before they realized that this world was the three bodies. During those 4 hours, the three bodies must have already gathered a lot of intelligence through wizards, which was why the three bodies treated them with respect. The three-body man responded immediately. We've parked both Homo sapiens here. Please don't go to war with us. The Trisomes also understood that no civilization wanted to be spied on by an outer civilization. Although the Homo sapiens was only the size of a proton and was difficult to observe, they didn't dare to try it easily, in case they were discovered by the United Government. The ensuing cost was something they couldn't afford. Their civilization was too fragile. Clavin asked with a grim face. Triumvirate, do you realize that the survival of your civilization depends on how we treat you? In the original three bodies, the thing that the three-body people feared the most was their civilization's position being broadcast. Once broadcast, the hunters in the universe will swarm to kill them like sharks that smell blood. In the original story, the Earthlings used this as a threat to the Trinus, and made peace with them for a while. But the United Government is not like Earth 2. The UG doesn't need to broadcast. They're the low-level version of the hunter. They can destroy the three-body civilization on their own. And after that they can still run away. Unlike Earth 2, where they had to die with the three-body civilization. They are a much greater threat to the Trisomes than the original Earth 2. Yes, we realize that. The TriStar replied honestly. The United Government could either launch an antimatter bomb and destroy their star, or they could broadcast into space and destroy their star by the hands of other hunters. They were not happy about it. But at this moment, they were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of the United Government. In that case, let's discuss it. What is the value of your existence as Trinus? And why don't we destroy you? That's you in the picture, isn't it? It's me. So your name is Yiwenjia. Yes. On the other hand, a team of murderous soldiers broke into Yiwen's house and took Yiwen to an interrogation room. Yiwen didn't put up any resistance the entire time. She was watering her potted plants when the soldiers arrested her. When she saw the soldiers, she looked unusually calm, as if she had long predicted that she would have such a day. And indeed she did, until she sat down in the interrogation room and had her hands handcuffed to the chair. Her demeanor remained so subdued that it was irritating to look at her. The information you gave us earlier, except for gender, none of it is true. Yiwenjia called herself Yiwen. She was an astrophysicist at Tsinghua, but said she was a philosophy professor at Peking University. Her husband's name was Yang Weining, which she changed to Yang Shuping, and her daughter, Yang Dong, became her son, Yi Yang. A series of misinformation showed that Yiwenjia had intended to deceive and confuse the coalition government from the very beginning. If the wrong information provided by Yiwenjia hadn't guided the United Government to make a wrong judgment, the United Government would never have suggested that the Earth's consciousness entered the world where Yiwenjia was. Although they could pin down the three-body people, there were as many hunters in the universe that could destroy them as there were people. Wandering Earth is in danger every second. Luckily, the Earth's consciousness has tightened its gravitational pull. Gravity travels at the speed of light, and a sufficiently advanced civilization can detect abnormal gravitational disturbances at a distance. If Earth consciousness had not converged gravity ahead of time, the moment it entered this world, Wandering Earth would have released powerful gravitational waves. As a sudden source of gravity, the Wandering Earth would soon be discovered by other civilizations. It would be hard to say what would happen next. Why are you doing this? Previously, when Yiwen was questioned, the experts and officials questioning her would use the honorific you to her. But this time, it became the aggressive you. Yiwenjia almost brought the coalition government into crisis by herself. The bright lights hit Yiwen, or rather Yiwenjia's face, and it was hard for her to open her eyes. Yiwenjia knew that this was the treatment given to criminals. But she smiled, because her purpose was fulfilled. Wandering the Earth. Wandering into her world. I once made a great mistake. She spoke slowly. I tried to rectify that mistake with the help of your power. A faint look of emotion passed over her face. The interrogator asked, What mistake? Yiwenjia replied, I used to think that high civilizations inevitably have high morals, and that they could help my civilization solve problems that we could not solve on our own. The interrogator continued, That's why you called out to the three-body civilization. Yiwenjia was silent. After a few seconds, she tentatively asked, You guys really do know something about me and my world. From what source did you get the information? Chapter 98. The tricorder is actually myself. The United Government had paid a lot of attention to her personal information in the middle of their previous inquiries. This led her to an early suspicion. She suspected that the United Government likely knew something about her and her world, just not accurately enough to compare the information for final confirmation. She wasn't sure how the United Government knew. The two worlds were parallel to each other in time and space. Was her world projecting some kind of information on this one? She didn't know. There were many other things she didn't know, such as the fact that the United Government was a high civilization relative to her civilization. But she didn't know exactly how high the United Government was. Still, it was at least higher than the Triumvirate. This was because the Trisomes could only achieve a tenth of the speed of light in the universe, while the United Government could achieve 8 times the speed of light. This was enough for Yiwenjia. As long as she could muddle the United Government into her world would usher in a civilization with both high civilization and high morality, which would in turn lead to the transformation of her world. The endgame. At least it won't be any worse than Triskelions' descent. The tripods number 1 went to Earth and sent out a game in which they bluntly stated that, after coming to Earth, they would sterilize the people of Earth and destroy human civilization. You are not qualified to ask questions. The interrogator's tone was unusually cold, and an invisible layer of frost covered his face. Your crimes are too numerous to mention. But now, we're offering you a chance to redeem yourself for your crimes. Yi Wenjie was stunned for a moment. With the crime she had committed, it would be at least a life sentence. And a death sentence was not out of the question if it was serious. She had long been prepared for this. But the coalition government was actually offering her a chance to make amends for her crimes? What opportunity? She was puzzled. You guys know my world. And the level of technology is far beyond my world. What else do you need my help with? She couldn't think of anything the Combine wanted. Regime? As long as the United Government attacked, they could easily rule the entire planet without even asking for her help. Contacting the Triumvirate? The odds were that the United Government knew of Tomoko's existence, and might already be talking to the Triumvirate at this very moment. And besides, she didn't have the ability to contact the Triumvirate on her own accord. She's just an old lady behind bars, who can't do anything. What did the Combine need her for? There are many top scientists in the ETO. The Inquisitor said coldly. We want you to lobby for them to join us as Commander-in-Chief. The full name of the ETO was the Earth Triad Organization. The members of the organization were all highly knowledgeable. And there were many top scientists, who led the advancement of various fields. Yi Wenjie was the creator of the ETO. She possessed a lofty reputation in the ETO that was incomparable to others. And as long as she stepped forward to speak for the United Government, the scientists of the ETO would inevitably join the United Government like moths to a flame. So you want scientists? She murmured. Scientists are every civilization's most valuable resource. And the only thing you need here, the more cutting-edge the field of scientific research, the more obvious the role of an individual scientist's ability becomes. The appearance of an excellent scientist could propel the entire field forward for decades. The fall of an excellent scientist could also cause the entire field to stagnate in place for decades. Enriching the pool of scientists was vital to any civilization. The interrogator said coldly. Even without your help, we can still get this group of scientists through other means. It's just slightly more troublesome. You help us, and we can make your life in prison more comfortable. That's all. What is your decision? Yi Wenjie said without thinking. I will help you. In prison, she knew nothing about the outside world. While away from prison, she could see with her own eyes how the United Government had changed her civilization, confirming what she had been thinking all along. As for the ETO scientists, as the Inquisitor said, even without her, the Combine could have obtained these scientists through other means. Her civilization can't afford to keep these scientists. Besides, ETO scientists had more or less antisocial personalities, and it would be a curse to stay in her civilization. It would also be good to let the Combine take them away. The Inquisitor stood up. You made a wise choice. There are makeup artists and stylists outside the door. Let them clean you up and be ready to go. The wood had been turned, and heavily punishing Yi Wenjie wouldn't change anything. The coalition government decided to let Yi Wenjie lead ETO's scientists to engage in scientific research, and atone for this deception with the entirety of her next life. After a long and anxious wait, Earth 2 finally received a message from the United Government. We are the Tritons from Centauri. The United Government parroted the identity of the Trinesians, who certainly wouldn't have come to Earth anyway, and who had come from Centauri in the first place. Just Centauri from another world. For your comfort, we cloned some bodies just like yours to use to communicate with you. The United Government wasn't going to tell the people of Earth 2 the truth, because this world was too dangerous. Outside of the hunters, there were some terrifying existences known as God-level civilizations that didn't care about hunting small and weak civilizations. God-level civilizations can do almost anything, and can even reboot the universe. The living environment of this world was very harsh. So if news leaked out and God-level civilizations learned of the existence of parallel time and space, they would surely frantically hunt down the United Government. The United Government had no confidence in being spared, so they simply didn't tell Earth 2 where they came from. After receiving the news from the United Government, despite being prepared, the governments of Earth 2 still felt a deep shock. Centaurus was only 4.2 light-years away from the solar system, and the stars there were the closest stars to them. So it turned out that the aliens they had been searching for were living so close to them. They were neighbors. Only this neighbor is so terribly strong that he drives a planet to their door, carrying so much mass through the universe. Is this science? Does physics not exist anymore? Greetings. We are the people of Earth. Welcome to our solar system. After discussing the matter, the countries united, and sent out reply messages in unison to show their solidarity. At the same time, the ETO members lurking within the governments of the various countries were thrown into ecstasy. The Tristerians. Sure enough, their lord had descended. The news spread throughout the entire ETO organization. In a flash, the entire ETO rejoiced, especially the radicals among them, who could not wait for their lord with little more than a bowl of rice. This ecstasy culminated in the arrival of the United Government's ship on Earth. The hatch of the Pioneer slowly opened. The diplomatic heavenly corps from the United Government came out of it with smiles on their faces. And among them was a kindly face. Chapter 99. Reverse Use of Homo Sapiens. Blockade of Triton Technology. Geez. It's the Commander-in-Chief. We found the Commander-in-Chief. She's with the Lord. The Commander-in-Chief is really most favored by the Lord. Yi Wenjia's appearance completely dispelled the last handful of ETO's doubts. Yi, the Lord chose you in the end. Another head of the ETO let out an emotion. His name was Evans. Evans had inherited his father's billions and assisted Yi Wenjia in creating the ETO. He advocated for the Triumvirate to destroy Earth. This advocacy was supported by the Trinus. So he monopolized communication with the Trinus. And Tomoko only communicated with him. But after the arrival of the United Government, he lost contact with Tomoko. No matter how much he called out, Tomoko gave him no response whatsoever. At first, he felt puzzled. But when he saw Yi Wenjia walk out of the Triumvirate's ship, he understood at once. The Lord had abandoned him and chose Yi Wenjia. Evan's face showed exhaustion. Lord, the inferiority of humans is unchangeable. You should destroy humanity. You should not be trusted to try to reform humanity. It is doomed to be futile. Evans spoke to the air. He had lost contact with Tomoko, but he was sure she was still watching him. And he hoped that the Lord would come around and bring destruction to humanity. But he had miscalculated. At this very moment, both of the Homo sapiens that had come to Earth were beside the United Government's counselors, cosplaying pop-ups, and didn't have time to pay any attention to him. Please don't detonate our star. Please. Lord Evans was begging for mercy from the United Government. Craven said with a leathery smile. It depends on how much value you can offer us. We are willing to offer you our technology. Please don't destroy our star. The Tritons replied. Civilization to civilization. Only technology and scientists were hard currency. Even weak civilizations might have their own original technology and talented scientists, and could only hope on these two things to win the hearts of their enemies when they encountered a civilization crisis. Craven nodded slowly, revealing a satisfied expression. Very well. Then let's start with the homunculus. First teach us how to control it. The Triumvirate fell silent. Homo sapiens were manipulated through quantum entanglement. They had produced a total of 4 Homo sapiens. 2 of them were launched to Earth, and the other 2 stayed on their home planet. Due to quantum entanglement, they could control the 2 Homo sapiens launched to Earth in real time through the 2 Homo sapiens left on their home planet. But quantum entanglement is mutual. If the United Government was taught how to manipulate the Homo sapiens, the United Government could manipulate the 2 Homo sapiens that stayed on the Triumvirate's home planet through the 2 Homo sapiens on Earth. At that point, what they had once done to the people of Earth, the United Government could do to them. Just then, Vladimir spoke up. You don't want your star to explode either, do you? His tone was unusually eerie, as if he was about to fire an antimatter weapon and blow up the Triumvirate star in the next second. The Triskelion was startled. Please don't do that. We taught you how to control the Homo sapiens. Handing over the homunculus technology was the beginning of peace, and the Triumvirate had no choice but to agree, even if they were reluctant. Homunculus is related to quantum entanglement. May I ask if you know anything about quantum entanglement? Craven nodded. Of course. The United Government had mastered quantum communication technology in the Avatar world with the help of the superconducting or on the planet Pandora. And its theoretical basis was quantum entanglement. You guys go talk to our scientists. We want to see the results as soon as possible. If you deliberately slow down the teaching progress, the consequences are clear to you. Craven threatened starkly. Once again, the Triumvirate was silent. They felt that their biggest mistake was contacting Earth. If they had known this, why did they bother to come to Earth and run into a hunter who was unpredictable? Coveting Earth was a big gamble. Unfortunately, they lost this time. The only good thing is that the United Government is interested in their technology. They can hand over their technology to the United Government while building a spaceship to escape into space. Use the technology to buy time. Before the United Government launches an attack, they can escape as much as they can. The tricorders had already made their decision. Although the United Government hadn't attacked them yet, they thought it was only a matter of time before they were attacked. So they had already abandoned their home planet and started to prepare for an interstellar escape. The scientists were quick to talk to the trisomes. The trisomes don't lie. Every now and then the scientists asked if their teaching speed could be increased even more, and soon forced the trisomes to hand over the drawings. The scientists built the consoles according to the drawings. Time passed, and with the help of Moss, the first homunculus console was born. The scientists formatted the Homo sapiens. They reset the Homo's allegiance, then put the Homo into the console, and used quantum entanglement to control the two Homos on the TriStar. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Homo sapiens were able to borrow energy from the vacuum structure to accelerate themselves, and in a single instant, they had circled the triskelion. The TriStar is irregular. A long time ago, Trisomy experienced a catastrophe known as the Great Tear, when 3 of the stars in the galaxy rushed straight towards Trisomy, and the chaotic gravitational forces wrenched out a quarter of Trisomy's stars. The catastrophe easily destroyed the Triumvirate civilization at the time, leading to the subsequent Triumvirate's decision to leave their home planet. United Government scientists observed the trisomes through Homo sapiens. The trisomes walked upright. They exchange information via brainwaves, and the surface of their bodies is covered with a mirror, all reflective membrane with no hair. Trisomes are busy. They have no recreation, only work. Of these, scientific research is the main one. The trisomes were interested in the microscopic field, and at this very moment, there were several large laboratories conducting microscopic experiments. The 29,076th impact experiment. Begin. Buzz. The huge machine emitted a strange buzzing sound. After a while, the humming stopped and the 3 body scientists began to collect the experimental data. Suddenly, they revealed a stunned expression. Report. Anomalies have occurred in the experimental data. The scientists gathered in front of the monitor with a puzzled mood, and they fell into silence as they looked at the results of the experiment displayed on it. The other 3 body scientists were puzzled as to what abnormality had occurred in the experimental data this time, and why the scientists who had seen the data were silent. So they also gathered over to watch the results. Then they too fell into silence. The 3 body scientists gathered more and more, and gradually there were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. But none of them could understand the experimental data this time. But if there was an Earthling here, he would definitely be able to read it, because on the monitor was clearly an Arabic numeral. 6. Chapter 100 Dehydration. In the next period of time, the 3 body scientists felt unprecedented frustration. Whatever data they wanted, the machine could give it to them. What they had in their lab was no longer a particle collider, but a mind-warping machine, where they could get whatever data they wanted by making a wish before switching on the machine. Their assistants privately called the particle collider a wishing machine. Goddamn wishing machine. If you don't make a wish, no matter what experiments you do, you'll always get a 6 in the end. From the beginning to the end, it's a solid 6. I'm going crazy. Are they ever going to finish? How can we study this? Let me dehydrate. We're worthless. Just as the Triumvirate had manipulated the Homo sapiens to lock up the Earthlings' microscience, the United Government had manipulated the Homo sapiens to lock up the Triumvirate's microscience. Physics doesn't exist anymore. The 3 body scientists felt the despair that the Earth scientists had once experienced, and were almost driven mad. They suffered more than the Earth scientists, because they knew that their civilization was on the verge of extinction. Every one of their compatriots was working hard for the continuation of civilization, and they suddenly had nothing to do, unable to dedicate their value to civilization, and consuming its resources for nothing. They were not only desperate, they had a strong sense of guilt in their hearts. So they asked for dehydration. The 3 body people had a special body structure that allowed them to enter a state of pseudo-death, equivalent to hibernation, by shedding water from their bodies. The trisomy Führer felt very sad. However, the United Government had blocked their microscience, and there really wasn't much use for the 3 body civilization to keep these scientists any longer. So the Führer had no choice but to grant their request and conserve resources. Speed up the construction of warships. Outlaw all monitoring stations. Space Escape doesn't have the space to hold that much population. Originally 5,000 hours can't find a job before they have to be destroyed. Now 3,000 hours can't find a job before they are destroyed. everything for the escape. Every move of the triumvirate fell in the eyes of the United Government. But instead of stopping them, the United Government silently estimated the time when they would begin their escape. At the same time, it drew up a schedule, calculating how to squeeze them dry in a rhythmic manner before they officially escaped. Sun Tzu's The Art of War has a saying, if the enemy is poor, the besieged division will be queued up. Although the United Government had the absolute advantage, the three-body civilization was ultimately an interstellar civilization, and it was still possible for a dog to jump over the wall and create some trouble for the United Government. The United Government does not intend to wipe out the three-body people, as long as the value of the three-body civilization can be drained. After that, the three-body civilization can go wherever it likes. The United Government didn't care. The trisomes are now one-way transparent to us, so it would be interesting if they came up with a face-hugger program as well. Craven was in a good mood these days, walking with the wind in his sails. He was almost laughing as he spoke. Mibak shook his head. Not very realistic. They haven't learned to lie and hide their thoughts yet. They'll answer whatever we ask and break the wall easily. The triumvirate's survival environment was too harsh. Lying and hiding would only consume their precious chances of survival. So they were born to live without lies and hiding. This made it very difficult for them to face humans. Are we really not going to exterminate them? Vladimir asked. It's a long shot. But what if they retaliate against us later? Vladimir was still obsessed with blowing up Stellar. In his opinion, it was more or less a pity to not use such a terrifying means as destroying a star even once when he clearly possessed it. Besides, the triumvirate did pose a certain threat. They were now oppressing the Tristarians. And if the Tristarians were salty, they definitely wouldn't show them any mercy. Hao Xiaoxiao shook his head. It's too late. And it's too noticeable. Vladimir let out a long sigh. They needed the technology from the triumvirate. And handing over technology took time. Every time the Tritons built an escape ship, they launched it directly into space instead of waiting for it to be saved up into a large fleet, giving full play to the spirit of not putting eggs in the same basket. By the time the triumvirate had finished handing over their technology, most of their elite would have already gone into space. Although there would still be many people left on their home planet, destroying their star at this point would be purely adding to the hatred. As for banning the triumvirate space escape, odds are the triumvirate won't listen. They were a calm race, with the harsh environment of their galaxy. The United Government banning them from space would be the equivalent of them sterilizing the Earthlings in the original, and would be tantamount to chronic extinction. They are now offering technology to the United Government in order to continue their civilization. It's money for their lives. If the United Government were to exterminate them, they would certainly not provide any more technology to the United Government, but rather, with great hatred, they would be stifled in their attempts to escape, as much as they could. In addition to this, according to the original text, there are hunters wandering around the three-body system 1 light-year away. If they destroy the three-body system, the hunters around them will soon know about it. When that happens, the solar system, which was taken care of by the original story, will not be able to stay, and they will have to dive into the unknown deep space of the universe. And the future, which was originally promising, will become unstable all of a sudden. In any case, wiping out the Tritons was undesirable. However, we can claim they're scientists. Hao Xiuxi mused. A collision of different races' minds may spark something unexpected. The counselors nodded slightly. The three-body scientists were just as enticing as the three-body technology. No matter what, they had to get a batch of them into the United Government. In addition to the scientists, we also need a batch of ordinary Tritons. Hao Xiuxi paused for a moment. This was requested by the Earth consciousness to be used to study our Earthling's own soul tree. Chen Fan was in this conference room at the moment. When he first arrived in the three-body universe, his entire ball was in a daze, and not even the thick iron shell could give him any sense of security. As soon as he thought of the powerful technological civilizations that had been skimmed over in the original, his crust tingled. But this state only lasted for a short while, because in the original, it wasn't until nearly 400 years later that the solar system was hit by a higher civilization. And it was still just a slow-moving piece of two-way foil. He only needed 10 years to save up enough energy to travel to the next universe. Even if he was struck by a two-way foil, if he was alert enough to leapfrog and flee as soon as he spotted it, he could still save his ball life. He was safe. In this case, as long as he wasn't greedy and left in time before the god-level civilization noticed him. The three-body universe would become a treasure for Earth civilization. Homo sapiens, water droplets, ball lightning, quantum legions, steel seals of thought, curvature engines, four-dimensional fragments. After breaking free of his fear, Chen Fan's heart became fiery. Chapter 101 Triumvirate Führer, do you understand? Attack the soul tree problem first. Chen Fan collected his wild thoughts. He didn't need to worry about how to maximize his benefits, as the United Government would be more on top of it than him. He only needed to do a good job with the planetary consciousness. Over the past few years, he had been in constant communication with Ava, trying to create a soul tree that belonged to the people of Earth, so that every Earthling would be able to communicate with him, thus deepening the bond between humanity and him, and reducing any unnecessary trouble that might occur in the future. But the results were few. Earthlings were different from Gnostics, who had an exposed nerve braid that could connect directly to the branches of the Tree of Souls and naturally establish contact with the planetary consciousness. But the Earthlings had nothing. Chen Fan could only hope that the brain-computer interface technology would advance some more, and use computers to realize the effect of the Gnostics' neural braid, to allow a portion of humanity to gain the ability to communicate with him. However, he traveled to the three-body universe. The Trisomes, who used brainwave communication, provided him with a new direction. If he could research and understand the way the three-body people communicated, have Ava create a soul tree that communicated with brainwaves, and then have the United Government produce a batch of brainwave amplification devices, and put some under every soul tree. Round it up, and all Earthlings would be able to communicate with him. Despite the inconvenience, it's not like the Gnostics can establish contact with the Tree of Souls anytime, anywhere, and develop their own deep feelings for the planetary consciousness as usual. So when brainwave communication became a reality, his relationship with the Earthlings would certainly become much better. He didn't expect the Earthlings to worship him. As long as the Earthlings could realize their relationship with planetary consciousness and the other beings on Earth, and actually understand the 4 words Earth civilization, that would be enough. The future was full of challenges, and Earth civilization had to be screwed together in order to continue for a long time. Under the impetus of the United Government, the first planetary exchange of visits began with a bang. It was mainly Earth-2 visiting Wandering Earth. The invitees included top scientists from around the globe, as well as traffic vloggers from various social media platforms. On July 5, 2075, they boarded the Pioneer spacecraft bound for Wandering Earth under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. When the powerful thrust of the antimatter engine burst out from under their seats, they all felt an inexplicable excitement. This is a small step for me, but a big step for humanity. Babes, wait for me to bring alien souvenirs. I've already done my homework. This visit the aliens will first take us on a tour of the planetary defense ring, then the antimatter factory, and finally the legendary planetary engine. Lord, here we go! The United Government had specially built a live broadcasting platform for this visit, on which any invitee could initiate a live broadcast. With all the live broadcasting equipment provided by the United Government, it ensured that the humans of Earth too could feel the advanced civilization of the Wandering Earth. The invitees included Yi Wenjie's daughter, Yang Dong. Yang Dong is a very good physicist. Her field of study was microphysics, and she was rapidly advancing in her studies, and was on track to become the next master of physics. As a result, because she was too excellent, she was targeted by the Tritons, and all her experimental data was interfered with by the Homo sapiens. And later on, she also discovered the files involving the Tritons in Yi Wenjie's computer. Her worldview collapsed, and she almost committed suicide. A commissioner from the United Government saved her. It was an alien named Lu Qi, who kicked in the door of her house while she was swallowing sleeping pills and carried her to the hospital to induce vomiting, which saved her life. Lu Qi informs her that everything is over, and she can continue her scientific research. After a few experiments and finding that everything is back to normal, she regains the courage to live. And then later Yi Wenjie comes home after giving ETO a meeting, and they have a long talk between mother and daughter all night long. Yi Wenjie told her part of the truth, including today's three-body civilization is actually a Wandering Earth civilization, and the real three-body civilization has become the second generation of turkeys. As a result of the long talk, Yang Dong decided to leave Earth 2, where even the normal scientific research order could not be guaranteed, and join the more advanced Wandering Earth civilization. After this visit, she would not leave. She could not give up Yi Wenjie, her mother, who had become a prisoner of the United Government because she had misled them. In addition, she was a simple scientist, Joining the Wandering Earth civilization would allow her to better engage in scientific research and continue chasing the truth of the universe. She would join the United Government's Homunculus project, learn about the homunculus that had tortured her to the point of mental breakdown, and then participate in making the United Government's own homunculus. A whole new chapter in her life was about to begin. Like Yongdong, many scientists will not leave after this trip. A large portion of them were ETO scientists with a pilgrimage mentality, believing that the Wandering Earth civilization was the three-body civilization, and devoutly wanting to become part of the Lord and provide services for him. The United Government will gradually reveal the truth for them, and it is not expected to cause too much of a backlash, because the ETO scientists essentially worship the higher civilization Farmer Lord, not the three-body civilization. As long as the United Government is more powerful than the three-body civilization, the ETO scientists will return to their hearts. It was believed that it wouldn't take long for them to take the shape of the United Government and leave the Trinitarians behind. The other part was ordinary Earth scientists, who came to visit Wandering Earth with a learning attitude, intending to visit the advanced technology of the United Government and then go back to replicate it. This part of the scientists was worthy of respect. They were not only unmoved in the face of the olive branch thrown by the higher civilization, but also wanted to mooch off the higher civilization and grow their own mother civilization. Among them is Bill Hines, who researched the steel seal of thought in the original. He's here to mooch off the United Government. But his wife, Keiko Yamasuji, a devout ETO member, has already shaken Hines up by blowing pillow talk with him every day at the urging of the United Government. On the other hand, the coalition government's commissioner was also active. A two-pronged attack. Unsurprisingly, Hines would end up joining the United Government and helping it research the Thought Steel Seal. Thought Steel Seal was a powerful means of brainwashing. Once the Thought Steel Seal technology was released, the United Government would be able to brainwash the three-body scientists who would subsequently join. And with a little bit of supervision, they would be able to make the three-body scientists contribute to the Earth civilization. In the future, if they encountered other civilizations and gained new captives, the United Government could also use the same means to subdue them. It would only take 2 or 3 generations to integrate a race into Earth civilization. Perhaps one day, the United Government would be able to establish a great Earth civilization with Earthlings at its core with the ever-improved Thought Steel Seal technology. The future of the Earthlings was bright. But then the trisomes. At this very moment, the trisomy Führer was sending off his science console with mixed feelings. Over the past hundreds of thousands of three-body hours, the science console has helped the three-body civilization to solve many scientific problems, leading not only the construction of the high-tech project and the water drop probe, but also many other scientific projects. But as of today, the science console no longer belongs to the three-body civilization. The abominable United Government has demanded the scientists of the three-body civilization under the threat of destroying the star, as the science console's natural lifespan is coming to an end. After discussion, the three-body civilization decided to give the science console to the United Government first, and use it to stall for time. Your departure will buy our civilization precious time to escape. The three-body head said slowly. If you have the chance, you can try to cause civil unrest in their civilization, and our civilization will remember your contribution. The science console was silent. He knew that Tomoko was nearby, and all their conversations would be transmitted to the ears of the United Government as they were. It was simply an open card to rebel. But it couldn't be helped. Just to be safe, I've equipped your ship with 2 water drop detectors, the Triumvirate Führer said with deep meaning. You understand how to use them, don't you? The science console was creeped out. Water drop detectors? That's not something you want to carry around. I mean, for navigational safety. You understand? Right? The Triumvirate Führer emphasized. Science console. Chapter 102. No good use for you guys. The water droplet probe was a space probe that had a special force field generator built into it. This special force field was able to eliminate the electromagnetic force between atomic nuclei, thus turning the material that made up the water droplet probe into a strong interaction force material, causing every atom and molecule in the material to be tightly aligned. The strong interaction force is the most powerful fundamental force in the universe, and materials made of this force are virtually indestructible. As such, the teardrop probe is also a powerful offensive weapon, capable of easily destroying a space fleet that lacks counterpart defenses. The science console understands that the Triumvirate Führer never asked him to carry a water droplet detector just for the so-called safety of his voyage. However, the Führer had actually learnt the lies of the humans. The Science Council was incredulous. Lying was difficult for the Triumvirate, because the Triumvirate's language was brainwaves, and what they thought was what they said. But it wasn't completely impossible. In fact, trisomes do camouflage and misdirection in the event of an internal war. Except that when one of the parties is in doubt and sends out an inquiry, it is usually answered accurately due to the nature of what one thinks is what one says. However, if they can hypnotize themselves into thinking lies, and lie to themselves, then they will be able to lie. This is difficult and requires great skill and willpower. Ah, the Führer. A worthy Führer. The Science Council was a little excited. Although he didn't know if the Führer's lies could deceive the coalition government, he could at least try. If he could bring the water drop probe to the United Government's home planet, and the United Government happened to have no means of defense against the water drop probe, then in just half an hour, or even less, he would be able to destroy the United Government. At that time, the three-body civilization would not only have a planet suitable for life, but also a celestial-class space mothership with space leap capability. That was a space leap. The Science Council felt very excited. During those 4 hours of initial contact with the United Government, he had observed the leap engine with his Homo sapiens. However, the core area of the leap engine was shrouded in a mysterious force, an extremely sophisticated protective force field left behind by the civilization that had created the engine, specifically to prevent the technology from leaking. Even Homo sapiens who could enter 11-dimensional space were unable to intrude, and even came close to being damaged by the repulsive effects of this force field. It was the thing the Triumvirate was most jealous of. Suppose they were able to destroy the United Government and seize the United Government's leap engine. The three-body civilization would inevitably be reborn in Nirvana. At this moment, the Science Council felt a heavy responsibility fall on him. I understand, he replied as calmly as possible. However, the fully reflective light film on his body crackled and flashed, showing his extremely violent inner fluctuations. He was slightly terrified. He wasn't very good at hiding his inner thoughts yet, and wondered how much of what he had just been thinking would leak out to Tomoko. The Triumvirate head let out a long sigh. Hard-tired. He really wanted to emphasize not to think about it, but he was afraid that the Science Council really didn't want to. Go. Yes. The Tritons are trying to attack us with a water droplet detector, informed the counselor, despite the fact that the Triumvirate Führer had learned to lie. And the Science Council did his best to hide his inner thoughts. The term water droplet detector simply sounded like thunder to the monitors, who were well versed in the Triumvirate. What freedom of navigation! Stop pretending. We know exactly what you want. Wait for it. You're not going to get any juice. The monitor shook his head and dialed his superiors, reporting the matter in a few words. Then he went back out of the office, knocked on the door of the room next door to the defense section, and told the defense section officer about it, who then went to the coalition government to do a human debriefing. After the May 1961 crisis, work of a certain level of importance was done using a two-channel working method, whereby the intelligent channel and the human channel functioned at the same time. Intelligent channels were notified first, and the manual channel confirms it finally. Although efficiency was reduced, security was greatly improved, and in a pinch information could be transmitted in real time by the Earth consciousness. The Tritons are still not honest. Craven held a cup of coffee. His gaze moved slowly with the white mist rising from the coffee cup. And although he said that the trisomes were dishonest, the expression on his face was very relaxed, as if he hadn't taken the matter of the water droplet detector to heart at all. Vladimir bristled. A bear, even if it shrinks its fangs and claws, is still a bear after all. The three-body civilization was an interstellar civilization. Although they were outwardly submissive to the United Government in deterrence of the warning of destroying stars, in their hearts they didn't want to tear the United Government apart all the time. The vast majority of trisomes do not yet hide their thoughts. Every day, the monitors hear hate speech from the Triumvirate against the United Government. In order for the United Government to make the right decision, these hate speeches are made public in real time. The United Government is a bad interstellar pirate. Never compromise. Fight to the end. Fight to the solar system. Destroy the United Government. And so on. The counselors were tired of reading it. Vladimir said slowly. Ideally, we should pull out the bear's teeth and nails, and then cut off its water and food, starving it to the bone, thus completely eliminating its threat. The bear is clearly standing in for the Triumvirate here, but we can't do that for now. The most basic thing you could do to eliminate a threat to a civilization was to disarm it. But surely verbal threats alone could not make the Trisomes disarm themselves. Or maybe we fire a few antimatter bombs at their home planet to keep them more honest. Vladimir gave a leaping expression. Since the beginning, Vladimir had been a staunch main war and exterminationist, proposing to attack the three-body civilization at every opportunity. Hao Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and shook her head. No. It's too far away. And their galaxy is too chaotic. It's hard to hit the target precisely. The distance between them and the three-body galaxy was 4.2 light-years. And it would take 5 or 6 years for the bombs to arrive after they were launched. The stellar motion of the three-body galaxy was unpredictable. And with it the trajectories of the three-body planets. If the bombs were not slowed down, they would probably hit 3 stars much more massive than the three-body planets. Or they would hit nothing and go straight through the three-body galaxy. If the bombs are slowed down, the triplanets have a good chance of intercepting the bombs outside the triplanetary system. With their teardrop probes capable of spiking up to 10% light speed and supporting defenses on their home turf, they could easily intercept a slowed down and redirected antimatter bomb, striking a blow to the prestige of the combined government. So the united government would either have to saturation bomb the entire three-body galaxy. Either that or stay put. There is no such thing as dropping a few bombs to hit the three-body planets with precision. When it comes down to it, the united government is mainly just taking advantage of mobility against the Tritons. And the actual level of technology isn't much higher than that of the Tritons, or even inferior to the Tritons in many ways. The combined government can't make a homunculus yet, or a water drop detector, and is learning from the Trisons. Too far to talk. Clavane pulled the topic back. He said, let's discuss about the water droplet detector. Should we warn the Trisons and stop them from carrying it or not? Chapter 103. As long as the united government pointed out the purpose of the water droplet detectors and then went up to the top, it would definitely be able to stop the Trisome Führer from deploying the water droplet detectors on the ships transporting the scientists. But the united government was also faced with a choice. This is our only chance to gain physical access to the teardrop detectors, Craven said slowly. After we appeared, the first fleet of the Triad civilization, which was originally carrying the water droplet detectors, turned. The first fleet of the three-body civilization had originally headed straight for Earth. But the united government appeared. They were so scared that they turned in a hurry, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings that would lead to their home planet exploding in a haphazard manner. This was a gesture of goodwill from the three-body civilization. But it also led to the united government losing the opportunity to obtain the entity of the water drop probe. The united government couldn't let the fleet of the three-body civilization turn around and continue traveling towards the solar system. That would be too arrogant. Now that the three-body head of state was preparing to attack the united government with the water droplet probe, it gave the united government another chance to obtain the entity of the water droplet probe. The entity of the water drop probe was important to the united government. Although they could ask the three-body civilization for the technology to make the water drop detector. Digesting such advanced technology, which involved many scientific fields, could not be done in 3 years or 2 years. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to digest it until the next time they crossed over. If they could get a few water drop detectors directly, it would fill the gap in the period of time it took to digest the technology and give the united government something to use in their hands. In addition, the three-body civilization had the phenomenon of being masculine. Although they have explicitly promised to transfer various technologies, the transfer is very sluggish. Jerking a whip and moving a bit. They have begun to learn to lie. After a while, the technical information they transferred might be laced with erroneous data, and the Earth civilization would have to spend a long time proofreading the data. Or else it might run into big trouble, just like Heinz did in the original. Heinz altered a symbol in countless lines of code of the Thought Steel technology, which was expected to create a group of excellent fighters who were convinced that Earth would win, but ended up creating a group of fugitive factions who were convinced that Earth would lose. Proofreading the data would have drastically slowed down the rate at which Earth's civilization digested the technology. At this point, if one could have an entity of the water droplet probe to allow the scientists of the united government to compare and proofread the data at the same time, it would certainly be able to speed up the process dramatically. Therefore, obtaining the entity of the water drop detector was something as important as obtaining its manufacturing technology. But we can hardly restrict the water droplet detector. Can we? Nibak said with a frown. The water droplet detector was made up of strong interaction force materials, and was almost indestructible. It would take a lot of effort to destroy it, let alone capture it. Not completely. Vladimir paused for a moment. We have Earth consciousness. Maybe we can control the water droplet probe through gravity. According to the original. He gave a thoughtful expression. The water droplet probe is 3.5 meters long and has a mass of nearly 10 tons, which is a macroscopic object. The effect of gravity on macro objects is obvious. Craven nodded slowly. The attack method of the water droplet probe was very single. Only physical impact. So if gravity could be used to limit the water droplet probe's movement speed, making the water droplet probe move as slow as if it had entered a mud puddle, the United Government would be able to capture it easily. In this regard, let's communicate with the Earth consciousness. Hao Xiaoxiao voiced out. As of now, Lu Peiqiang was still the only human who could communicate with Earth consciousness. So anything related to Earth consciousness was handled by the Chinese side. We can simulate a water droplet detector and test the effect of gravity's constraint on the water droplet detector. The water droplet detector can accelerate to 8% of the speed of light in a short period of time. We can accelerate something of about the same size and mass as the water droplet detector to the same speed and let the Earth consciousness intercept it. Hao Xiao's words were met with approval. The directors nodded slightly. They knew that Earth consciousness's ability to control gravity was always growing. And even if they couldn't achieve a perfect interception now, there was a good chance of it later. There is no rush on this matter. Clayton reminded. The Tristerians can't prepare antimatter on a large scale yet. Interstellar voyages all rely on collecting free antimatter particles in the universe. If we don't go to pick them up, their ships will have to fly for more than 400 years before they can get to Earth. Earth consciousness can practice for a long time. The three-body civilization had climbed the technology tree crooked. They had climbed dimensional tech so high that they could make a proton unfold in 2 dimensions, wrap around an entire planet, and then carve circuits into it to turn the proton into a homunculus. But energy tech stops at a mismatched low. This has to do with the environment in which the triumvirate lives. The planet Trisomy is considered a bird's nest. Unlike Earth, there was a moon rich in helium-3, the raw material for nuclear fusion, right overhead. The three-body people lack fusion fuel. There is no way to carry out super-large-scale nuclear fusion. And if you want to prepare antimatter on a large scale, the most essential thing is super-large-scale nuclear fusion. Because preparing antimatter is very energy-intensive. Preparation of 1G will need at least 2,500 trillion degrees of electricity. And a large nuclear reactor can only produce 50 billion degrees of electricity per year. 50,000 large nuclear reactors work for a year to produce 1G of energy for the preparation of antimatter. The only way to provide the energy to prepare antimatter on a large scale is to carry out super-large-scale nuclear fusion. However, the three-body people do not have helium-3 as a fusion fuel. Not to mention that they have not mastered fusion technology as profound as the United Government's burning stone. So energy technology has never been developed. And the efficiency of interstellar voyages has been surprisingly slow as a result. Compared with the three-body people, the Earthlings were born with a golden spoon. As long as there is a slight breakthrough in technology, they can prepare antimatter on a large scale and open the era of interstellar voyages. Even for the RDA of the Avatar universe, it took them just over 5 years to fly from Earth to Centauri, whereas it would take a full 400 years for the Tritons to fly from Centauri to Earth. It was precisely because they flew so slowly that the Trisans launched the Homo to blockade Earth-2's technology, fearing that before they could even fly to Earth, the Terrans would have a technological explosion and backhandedly slaughter their first fleet. We need to be prepared for the second hand as well, Vladimir said. We're going to develop antimatter machine guns that will sweep the water droplet probe with a large number of antimatter particles, destroying its positive matter outer shell if something happens to it while it's capturing the water droplet probe. A strong water droplet detector is strong. But for the United Government, it was possible to destroy the water droplet detector in space as long as preparations were made in advance. The directors nodded. In that case, it should be foolproof. At this time, Clayton suddenly spoke. The water droplet detector moves very fast and can also turn at an acute angle, so it's not always possible to hit it. How about? Clayton listened to the voice in the headset, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. Chapter 104, The Master's Mission. Let's wait until we're almost out of this universe to pick up the scientists from the Triumvirate civilization. Leap once to their vicinity first, leaving behind a group of scientists to take over the water droplet probe. Then we'll immediately leap to a faraway place, not giving them a chance to attack the main body of our civilization. If the Trissans don't cooperate, we'll fire antimatter bombs at their star. We'll be leaving by then anyway, so it doesn't matter even if we're discovered by the hunters. As long as we carry out the deterrence to the end, we'll be able to force them to be obedient without bloodshed. Craven revealed a winning look. The biggest advantage of the United Government was always mobility. And as long as they used their mobility to the extreme, they would be able to make the Triumvirate have no temper at all. It was irrational to fight a positional war with the Tristerians, even if the antimatter machine gun is developed, and the Earth consciousness exercises the ability to intercept similar objects. When it comes to the battlefield, it doesn't necessarily mean that things will go in the direction one imagines. A civilization should never be taken lightly. Halcyosi nodded slightly. Let's do it then. But we can't leave the antimatter machine gun and Earth consciousness behind. It's always right to make extra preparations. Even if there was a 98% success rate, it was still good to stabilize one more hand. By the way, how's the meeting over at ETO going? Vladimir suddenly asked. In order to take over the ETO, the United Government had specially arranged for someone to give a meeting to the ETO scientists who were visiting the United Government this time. Counting the time, the conference should be nearing its end. Although the ETO scientists were born with anti-bones. But later on, when they were stamped with the steel seal of thought and properly supervised, they would certainly be able to push forward the scientific progress of the United Government, and would be an asset that should not be underestimated. Certain fans of the popular Triumvirate books have called for severe punishment of the ball breakers. But it is not the coalition government that ETO has betrayed. The sea is tolerant. The United Government will have to face many crises and challenges in the future, in order to safeguard the continuation of their own civilization. Absorbing scientists from other civilizations was the way to go. And it was possible that an idea from a scientist from any external civilization could help the United Government through a crisis. Comrades, you have officially been accepted into the three-body civilization. As of today, you have become part of the three-body civilization. You can now contribute your wisdom to the three-body civilization. Rejoice for yourselves. Cheer for a wonderful new life. Qian Fian stood on the podium. Although he was posing as a three-body civilization, there wasn't a hint of faint-heartedness on his face. Instead, he was full of sincerity. His voice infected the ETO scientists. They cheered for it. Qian Fian gently pulled the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that these scientists were really simple enough. Too good to be fooled. And not at all on the same level as Yi Wenjie, who had fooled the United Government. He locked eyes with Yi Wenjie beside him. Yi Wenjie revealed a harmless smile as she said slowly but forcefully, "Thank you, Lord, for bringing us a brand new future. And thank you, Lord, for granting us the opportunity to dedicate ourselves." Hearing the Commander-in-Chief say this, the ETO scientists had another cranial orgasm. "Lord, I worship you. Please guide us forward. We are all your turkeys." Qian Fian frowned slightly and imperceptibly. He didn't like this atmosphere. Inexplicably, he had the vestigial feeling of being a cult leader. However, this was his job. He would have to pose as a Triskelion often in the future and assign tasks to ETO scientists. He hadn't wanted to take the job, but he had been elected as the chief diplomat of the United Government, specializing in external matters, and would often show up in dealings with other civilizations in the future, easily gaining the credibility of the ETO scientists. Thinking about it another way, ETO scientists are so fanatical that they will certainly spare no effort when it comes to dedicating their brains to the United Government. And when we do get a trisomy later on, he won't be needed to pose as one. He'd top it for a decade first. Yamasuji Keiko. Yi Wenjie suddenly spoke. The organization arranged for you to lobby your husband, Heinz, to join the three-body civilization. How has this been done? In a flash, the entire venue was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on a Japanese woman who exuded a gentle aura. Her name was Keiko Yamasuji, the Three Bodies Game ID Aristotle. She was the wife and wall breaker of the future facehugger Heinz, and a loyal fan of the three-body civilization. The Lord's mission. I'm almost done. Keiko Yamasuji's voice was unusually gentle, as if it were a slightly warm evening breeze passing through a dense mountain forest in early summer. I can feel Heinz faltering. He's so engrossed in the scientific achievements of the three-body civilization that he can't help himself, and has developed the idea of staying in the three-body civilization and concentrating on studying the truth of the universe. He is wavering. I will help him make a decision as soon as possible. Yamasuji Keiko looked straight at Qianfian, an indescribable emotion hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Qianfian was silent. Before his mission, he had read the original 3 bodies, so he knew something about Keiko Yamasuji. This was a troublesome woman. Due to her excessive yearning for the 3-body civilization, she did not hesitate to be her husband's wall breaker, exposed Heinz's true plans, and finally killed herself by cutting open her stomach in the quiet room. Very good. Keep up the good work, Yi Wenjie encouraged. The Lord has seen everything you've done. Qianfian realized it was time for him to speak. Complete the mission, and you will be rewarded, he said. If Keiko Yamasuji could convince Heinz to join the united government, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. And when the time came, he could give Keiko Yamasuji some privileges, so that Yamasuji could become a role model for other civilized scientists who would join the united government in the future. Yamasuji Keiko gently shook her head. What I did was not to get any reward from the Lord. It was only to redeem myself and humanity. Yi Wenjie appreciated. That's even better. Wow! Applause thundered in the meeting hall. However, there will still be the rewards that are due, and the Lord will not treat anyone who selflessly gives of themselves. Just as Keiko Yamasuji had said, Heinz was indeed in a state of turmoil. On the one hand, he yearned for the advanced technology of the united government and the wonderful research environment promised by its officials. But on the other hand, he could not bear to give up his life on Earth too. He was in great pain over this. He longed for a force to push him and help him make this crucial choice. And the united government is working towards this end. The united government is trying to give all scientists a diplomatic push to help them join the family of Earth civilization. If your government is willing to help Heinz join us, we can secretly provide your country with 50,000 tons of gold. And I'm sure your economists can tell you what that 50,000 tons of gold means. The diplomat from the coalition government was having tea at 10 Downing Street. Chapter 105, A Spiritual Bond Across the Universe. 50,000 tons of gold. Hearing this figure, the Lord Prime Minister's eyes went straight. But he quickly blocked the stunned expression that could not be collected on his face with his raised coffee cup. Gold is the ballast of the economy. At present, the total amount of gold mined in the world is only more than 100,000 tons. 50,000 tons is almost 1/3 of the total. With so much gold, even if London becomes the center of the world's finance again, it is just a matter of time. Make London great again. The aliens are generous, even without an economist by his side. The Prime Minister understood what 50,000 tons of gold would mean to his country. But one Heinz is worth 50,000 tons of gold. The Prime Minister was a little puzzled. Even though Heinz was somewhat special, such as being nominated for 2 Nobel Prizes while working as a scientist, and later being the President of the European Union for a year and a half. But compared to 50,000 tons of gold, these achievements were more or less inadequate. At least that's how it seemed to him. Even the best scientists and politicians couldn't bring the economic benefits of 50,000 tons of gold to his country. Not even 50,000 tons. Not even 10,000 tons. Why do you think so highly of Heinz? The Prime Minister questioned. He wasn't against the deal, but the united government's offer was so high that it gave him a dreamy feeling, as well as a vague feeling that there might be something of value in Heinz that hadn't yet been grasped by the people of Earth. We're all interested in scientists, and Heinz is one of the better ones. The diplomat of the united government dripped. We intend to make Heinz an archetype to show other scientists that we are eager to learn. The human brain resolution camera and thought steel stamping technology that Heinz had worked out in the future were both technologies that the coalition government valued exceptionally highly. But there was no way the diplomat would reveal that to the Prime Minister. It can be someone else if not Heinz. He paused. But the owner of the 50,000 tons of gold will have to change along with it. It was a knock to the Prime Minister. 50,000 tons of gold. That in the hands of any major power was a huge force that could change the landscape of the world. Handing over Heinz. Dominate the change in the world's pattern. Not handing it over? Then wait to be changed by others. Heinz is just fine. He has been the President of the European Union. He has a big picture view and knows what to do in what position. The Prime Minister said hastily. Joking aside, 50,000 tons of gold was at his mouth. Could he still let it fly away with wings? If this is exposed, would he still want to run for Prime Minister next year? However, what should we do? The Prime Minister inquired. The united government's diplomat smiled. Use whatever means you want. Find some trouble for Heinz and force him to join us. The united government was imperative to the scientists of Earth 2. And each country was responsible for scooping up their own country's scientists from Earth 2. With some countries being a little rougher in their methods. And some countries being a little gentler. This diplomat was from the United Kingdom of the coalition government. And his methods were a little rougher. A twisted melon may not be sweet. But it certainly quenches the thirst. No matter what method is used. First get Heinz to the coalition government. As for human rights or not, they are not locking Heinz up anyway. Earth consciousness is capable of opening time and space gates. In the future, if Heinz was homesick, they could give him a holiday and let him go back to Earth 2 for a spin. But the vast majority of the time, Heinz had to stay in the United Government and help the United Government overcome scientific difficulties. Think of it as payment for the United Government's help in defusing the threat of the Tritons on Earth 2. Pie doesn't fall from the sky. All the gifts of fate had a price tag in the dark. Heinz didn't have to be the Riddler like in the original, carrying the fate of the entire human race on his shoulders. In exchange for working for the United Government in the future. Very fair. But compared to the British approach, the Chinese side was much more moderate. We hope that the scientists on this list will come to reside in our civilization and help us overcome some scientific problems. We will treat them well and allow them to return home to save their families during the New Year holidays. The Chinese diplomat said with a smile. Guaxiao was different from other countries in that the government was consistent, rather than having a major change of government every few years, where each regime was full of disconnect with the others. When the Guaxia of the United Government looked at the Guaxia of Earth 2, it was like seeing their past selves. It was a special kind of bond. Scientists are a civilization's most valuable asset, and we can't forcibly change the will of individuals and force them to serve your civilization. Please forgive us for not being able to fulfill your request. The Chinese Foreign Minister of Earth 2 replied in a nonchalant manner. The aliens were powerful. There was no doubt about it. But it didn't mean they had to compromise with the aliens and fulfill their unreasonable demands. You misunderstand. This is not a unilateral plunder. This is a win-win situation. We allow these scientists to share the knowledge they have with you. To a certain extent. Of course. But enough for you to get technology far beyond the current level. The diplomat said meekly. The foreign minister was silent. He felt that the conditions offered by the aliens were so generous that they sounded as if they were fake. At this point, the diplomat threw out a heavy bomb. To show our sincerity, we have decided to unconditionally gift you controlled nuclear fusion technology to help you solve your energy problem. The foreign minister was surprised. Really? Controlled fusion technology. A technology that could only ever be broken through in 50 years. Meant inexhaustible energy. If they possessed this technology, they would no longer be afraid of Western countries getting in their way. Even if they cut ties with the West, their people would still be able to live well. The diplomat smiled and said, a gentleman's word is his bond. The foreign minister was silent for 2 seconds before saying, you seem to understand our culture very well. We do know your culture very well. The diplomat said with deep feeling. Much deeper than you can imagine. The foreign minister was silent again. He scrutinized the diplomat's face. And an absurd conjecture suddenly arose in his mind. These aliens. He shook his head, shaking off the incredible thought. Your offer is tempting, he murmured. We'll have to discuss it before we can give an answer. But even if we're willing to send our scientists to you to study, they may not be willing to do so themselves. We will not force anyone, he emphasized. The diplomat nodded. The scientists who don't want to come, we will do their ideological work. Don't bother you. He was confident in convincing all the scientists. Even though this was an alternate universe, the scientific research environment was similar to that stage in their history. As long as a good scientific research environment was provided, as well as a stable opportunity to return home, he believed that the vast majority of scientists would not refuse their olive branch. As for the remaining handful of scientists, Chapter 106 anyone but Chung Xian. As long as they weren't particularly important figures, let them be. There was no need to force them. The development of the United Government entered the fast lane. On the 7th of August 2075, the first batch of scientists from Earth 2 arrived at the United Government. They decided to settle in the United Government and help the United Government to overcome scientific difficulties, only going home to visit their families during holidays. On December 4, 2075, the Prime Minister and diplomats of the United Government made frequent visits to their homes. Unable to cope with this, Heinz was persuaded by his wife, Keiko Yamasuji, to come and settle in the United Government. On December 22, 2075, Wei Cheng, Wang Miao, and Ding Yi arrived at the Union government at the same time. On March 5, 2076, with the help of Heinz, a preliminary breakthrough was made in brain-computer interface technology. On the 14th of June, 2076, the United Government set up a special research group for the high-tech related technology, and Yang Dong joined the group along with Ding Yi. On September 2, 2076, Ava modulates multiple plants adapted to the environment of the wandering Earth, including a giant web-like plant that increases the firmness of the Earth's crust by 1.25 times. On October 15, 2076, the task force discovers a data fallacy in the homunculus manufacturing technology provided by the Triumvirate, which the Triumvirate claims was accidental, and which the coalition government condemns and raises the alertness of the technology review. On January 1, 2077, the single-player game Cyberpunk 2077 receives a second spring, with the United Government giving it away for free to add a touch of fun to the lives of ordinary people. On April 12, 2077, scientists digest a portion of the technology provided by the Triumvirate civilization, creating a preliminary understanding of dimensional technology. On June 9, 2077, Gravitational Labs published several consecutive SCIs, offering ideas on artificial gravity and anti-gravity technology. On November 30, 2077, the Triumvirate civilization escapes 0.1% of the total population. On September 17, 2078, further breakthroughs in brain-computer interface technology are made, and Heinz proposes concepts related to resolving cameras. On December 6, 2078, the two 5-year plans to transform the planet ended for good. On May 4, 2079, Chen Fan's ability to manipulate gravity was significantly improved, and he was able to intercept flying objects of the same size, same mass and same speed as the water droplet probe within the atmosphere. On October 1, 2079, former Huaxia counselor Zhou Qiji passed away. While alive, Zhou Qiji made outstanding contributions to the formation of the coalition government and the resolution of several major crises. As a result, Huaxia gave Zhou a state funeral. Hao Xiuxi put off all his work and attended his teacher's funeral dressed in a solemn black suit. Together with her were Tu Hongyu and Ma Xiao. The two of them had grown to 21 and 22 years old, and their faces were different from those of their previous lives. But the demeanor between their eyes had not changed much. With Zhou Qiji's help, they had returned to the computer academy through the formal route and were now the pillars of the academy. Although they hadn't become deans yet, they weren't far off. They are full of gratitude to Zhou Qiji. And at the funeral, they watched the flag-covered coffin go away and stayed in place for a long time without making a move. Hao Xiuxi cried for a long time. The last time she cried like this was when her father died. But after the funeral, she quickly regained her strong woman demeanor and got back to work. That's how people in high positions are. They don't have a moment to spare. Tell them. Aside from Chung Xian, reuse anyone. It was the year 2011 on Earth 2. In order to deal with the threat from outer space, Earth 2 had still established the Planetary Defense Council from the original story, and the big shot who had left a strong mark in the original story of 3 bodies, directly leading to the demise of the human civilization and the 3 body civilization, had also joined the council as scheduled. Chung Xian. The United Government should not have been involved in the internal affairs of Earth 2. But Chung Xian was too different. Chung Xian has the appearance of an angel, and everyone loves her, which will make her status in the Planetary Defense Council rise very quickly. Suppose the United Government didn't get involved a bit. It wouldn't take long for Chung Xian to become a powerful figure in the Planetary Defense Council, acquiring important powers that could determine the fate of human civilization. This was something the United Government could never accept. Chung Xian's performance in the original 3 bodies had already proved that she was unable to bring a bright future for human civilization in the cruel interstellar era. And as the United Government intended to make Earth 2 its stronghold in the 3-body universe, as an anchor point for returning to the 3-body universe after gaining strength, it absolutely could not allow Chung Xian to hobble Earth 2 away. Thus, the United Government sent a solemn notice to the Planetary Defense Council of Earth 2. Anyone will do. Never use Chung Xian. This was the harshest notice ever issued by the United Government, startling the directors of the Planetary Defense Council. The Planetary Defense Council was a specialized body that communicated with the United Government. And after several detailed discussions, the Planetary Defense Council realized Chung Xian's difference and finally adopted the United Government's opinion. As a result, Chung Xian became unemployed as a matter of course. She felt very confused. Why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong? Can someone explain to me? Chapter 107 Showdown. Chung Xian felt like she had been subjected to workplace bullying. And there might even be an element of racism, because the superior who notified her of her departure was a white man. She was very puzzled by her dismissal. With her excellent appearance, good work ethic, excellent professional knowledge, and no thoughts of marriage or parenthood in the near future, she should not have been sacked from any angle. Even if she had sacked her superiors, she shouldn't have sacked her. Why? Why? Why on earth? Chung Xian plopped down in front of the table and rubbed her hair in annoyance. She muttered, firing me without even a reason. Did I offend someone? She recalled what her superiors said when they dismissed her. Chung Xian, you're excellent. But PIA is not for you. You go. A whiff of scum. Chung Xian's first half of her life had been smooth sailing, and she had never had such a frustrating encounter. At this moment, her feelings were unusually complicated. She felt very unwilling. But PIA obviously wouldn't want her anymore. Where should I go next? Chung Xian was very confused. She had a doctoral degree in aerospace engines, and could enter some scientific research organizations to study aerospace engines with the help of her teachers. But she didn't want to be bored with her research every day. Chung Xian slumped on the table for a long time. I must prove myself. I'm going to let PIA know that sacking me was a mistake. Chung Xian suddenly thought of a project. UG Scientific Aid. Any scientist could apply to the aliens and travel to the outer planets to aid the aliens in their scientific construction, while learning the advanced knowledge of the outer planets. I'm going to study on an alien planet. When I return from my studies, make sure to make them look at me differently. With a strong sense of unwillingness, Chung Xian resolutely opened the United Government's enrollment website, submitted his personal data, and handed in his application for studying abroad towards the United Government. Ding! She quickly received a reply. Application approved. Please report to the contact center within 7 days. Chung Xian clenched her fists. I'll prove myself. Chung Xian's application to study in the United Government did not alarm anyone. Chung Xian was beautiful and kind-hearted. And as long as she wasn't in PIA, the United Government didn't care where Chung Xian went because she wasn't a bad person. She just sat in a position she couldn't handle, which was what caused the serious consequences in the original story. Knowing Chung Xian and not putting her in an important position that requires sanity and coldness. There's no need to worry about what harm Chung Xian could cause. As far as the United Government was concerned, Chung Xian's arrival had only given itself one more scholar in the field of space engines. That was all. Chung Xian's matter was just a small hiccup on the way of the United Government's development. And the torrent of time was still moving forward with an unstoppable momentum. Hello everyone. I have 2 names. My first name is Su Xiaocheng. You may not have heard of it. But my father, Gao Decheng. I believe you are all familiar with him. Tu Hongyu stood on the podium of the coalition government. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Although it was expected that there would be a day when he would stand in front of everyone and confess his identity, he still couldn't help but feel panicked when the day actually came. It was good that Ma Zhao was standing behind him. Although he couldn't see Ma Zhao, the thought that Director Ma was by his side inexplicably put him at ease quite a bit. There was a lot of discussion on the stage. It was true that the delegates had never heard of the name Su Xiaocheng. However, Gao Dacheng, as a generation of financial giants, had not only donated a lot of money to the United Government, but also assisted the United Government in completing many projects, which the delegates knew very well. I'm not here to show off the richest father today. Ha ha ha. Tu Hongyu's expression was serious, but a burst of laughter still erupted from the stage. This was because Tu Hongyu's words sounded too comedic. And in addition, it was also an expression of respect for Tu Hongyu's generous richest dad. But they soon stopped laughing because Tu Hongyu's next sentence was too shocking. I would like to say my second name. Tu Hongyu. This is my past life. In May of 2061, my digital life stole antimatter and activated over 1,000 steering engines, pushing the entire human civilization to the brink of extinction. I believe everyone here still remembers it vividly. In a flash, the entire venue fell silent. The delegates stared straight at Tu Hongyu. They couldn't believe their ears that the son of the richest man was claiming that he had a past life, and that he was the human body of the ultimate criminal who almost destroyed humanity. Mr. Su Xiaochang. Are you kidding? How is this possible? Mr. Su Xiaochang. Please pay attention to your speech. This is a serious occasion. Questioning voices rose in all directions. And the delegates looked at Tu Hongyu in disbelief, not understanding what Tu Hongyu intended to do. At that moment, Hao Siusi spoke up. We are willing to vouch for Tu Hongyu's statement. Hao Siusi is 59 years old this year. After decades of experience, she spoke with a strong voice that immediately subdued the questioning delegates. The delegates revealed stunned expressions. Rebirth? Really? China wouldn't joke about its reputation, would it? Except for Hao Siusi. The other 4 council members were silent. Prior to the conference, the council members had already spoken internally. They knew about the reincarnation of Tu Hongyu in Ma Xiao, and had confirmed it through the information provided by Hao Siusi. Not only that, they had to prepare a cloned body for Zhou Qizhi. Lu Peiqiang communicated with the Earth's consciousness, and the Earth's consciousness made it clear that outstanding politicians, engineers, and scientists will be reborn after their deaths, and will continue to provide wisdom to the Earth's civilization, until they no longer create value for the Earth's civilization, or they refuse to be reborn themselves. This is immortality in disguise. From today's conference, the concept of rebirth will be deeply rooted in people's minds, irrespective of wealth and power. As long as one makes outstanding contributions to Earth's civilization, one can be reborn and extend one's life scale. The entire Earth civilization will be profoundly affected. It was foreseeable that every citizen of the United Government would actively participate in politics and scientific research in order to qualify for rebirth, greatly contributing to social construction and scientific progress. Instead of fervently worshipping various stars that do not create real value as they once did, people will worship those who truly protect Earth's civilization. This was a benign change. My name is Ma Xiao. I was the director of the Beijing Digital Life Research Institute, and I led the research on the 550 series of computers. Ma Xiao walked beside Tu Hongyu with an expressionless face. His voice woke up the delegates from various countries and attending journalists, who were in a state of shock, and they began to ask questions frantically. How do you prove that you are reborn? How are you reborn? Can your experiences be replicated? Chapter 108, A New Universe. Rebirth ignited the madness of mankind. However, Chen Fan, who was the mastermind behind the scenes, did not care about how humans viewed rebirth at the moment, and was instead focused on his prize-touching endeavors. Please! How many years has it been? It's time to ship out. Chen Fan was not sure if he was unlucky, or if the other realms were really empty and sprawling. Anyway, he had been touching them every day for years, and froze without touching anything. And sometimes he even clearly felt that the environment on the opposite side of the wormhole was full of anomalies. It was the kind of anomaly that would kill him if he went through it. But this time was different. He clearly felt that there were many cluttered objects on the opposite side of the wormhole, just like the time he touched Yi Wenjie before. If nothing else, it was touching the living planet again. Was it another planet? Chen Fan was not sure, but he would know soon enough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A bunch of messy things fell onto the snow: bicycles, dolls, inflatables, rubbish bins, manhole covers, cars. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised. The appearance of these things proved that the opposite side was most likely another Earth. It was also likely to be the destination of the next crossing. After all, as long as it was an Earth in a parallel dimension, it was likely that the United Government would have the corresponding information, such as avatar and 3 bodies. With enough information, security would also increase dramatically, as long as they could touch a few more living people this time, and realistically figure out what was on the other side of the wormhole, and not repeat the mistake of being deceived by people like Yi Wenjie. There would be no problem. Come on, someone. Chen Fan made an effort to pull something out of the wormhole. For some reason, life seemed to be sheltered by some kind of invisible shelter, making it difficult for Chen Fan to pull it out of the wormhole. Before traveling to the 3-body universe, Chen Fan had only fumbled out one Yi Wenjie from the 3-body universe. Or else, he wouldn't have traveled to the 3-body universe in a haphazard manner. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Chen Fan was unable to maintain a high frequency of hollowing out holes, as he still needed to accumulate energy for use in leaving the 3-body universe. So after a period of fruitless attempts, he slowed down the speed of hollowing out holes. It wasn't until half a year later that he finally pulled out a living thing from the hole. Hey! Lighten up! Little baby. He gave it a hard pat. Roar. A deafening roar echoed across the frigid Antarctic continent. A giant, ugly-looking creature passed through the wormhole and fell heavily onto the hard Antarctic ice cap, hissing in pain. Oh! Big guy! Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. What exactly is the place on the opposite side? He felt very curious, thinking to himself that he could touch such a large monster. Could the other end of the wormhole be the Ultraman world? That wouldn't be exciting to go to. However, on second thought, the world with monsters is not only the Ultraman universe, the universe of King Kong, Godzilla, Cloverfield Files, and so on also have this kind of giant monsters. We'll have to have Moss compare the database to find out exactly where they are. Leave it to the United Government. Without Chen Fan's knowledge, the United Government knew that its own planetary consciousness had touched something extraordinary. What is that thing? It was a monstrous beast with a body length of 40 to 50 meters. It had a pair of huge wings that resembled bats in the shape of wing membranes, with blue biotic light emanating from the slits on its body. And two forelimbs connected to its wings were exceptionally strong, each with 4 sharp nails. From a long distance away, the staff of the United Government saw the beast. They approached in a single flight carrier to check out the situation, not worrying about the danger they were in, as the neighborhood was an area where their own planet's consciousness was focusing its attention. And the beast was obviously freshly pulled out of its own planetary consciousness. It was still fresh. The planetary consciousness must be watching the area. They flew to the top of the monster's head. Which realm did you touch this time? Dija Ultraman? Definitely not Dija. There's no such monster in Dija. If there was, I'd recognize it at once. It's so noisy. Hearing someone say that the monster was too noisy, Chen Fan immediately closed the monster's mouth with gravity. He held the monster down dead on the ground. Woo! 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 The monster beast struggled desperately, a dull rattle emanating from its tightly closed mouth. But it was never able to move a single inch. Under Chen Fan's gaze, the hideous monster was like a sun monkey under the 5 Elements mountain. Even if it had 1,000 pounds of monstrous strength, it could not exert a single point, and could only lie on the ground and let the staff of the United Government size it up. Take more pictures. Front and side both. Take more pictures. It doesn't look intelligent. Can you guys tell where it came from? Even though it looks quite aggressive, I have a feeling that its world might be quite safe for us. Even if an entire planet was full of monsters, plowing it through with antimatter bombs would clean it up. Compared to the Trinity universe, it could be considered a haven. Grab a report. Get the photos uploaded. See if we can find out where it came from. The staff uploaded a few sets of photos to Moss, who did some preliminary searches in the database and found no film or literature that matched it. Immediately afterwards, Moss conducted an in-depth search. This time, as expected, it found a few cartoons and some line drawings from the database. The characteristics of the beast match these pictures, and certain angles are almost identical, so it is reasonable to assume that this monster is from the Pacific Rim universe. Moss made a report to the Combine, but this cannot be ruled out as a coincidence. It remains for the planetary consciousness to capture more creatures from the other side of the wormhole to aid in judgment. With the unanimous authorization of the 5 council members, Moss briefly opened up information about Pacific Rim to the representatives of the countries. It is a world that tells the story of a monster invasion. An alien colonial race known as the Pioneers have opened a wormhole on Earth, releasing a steady stream of monsters to attack the Earthlings in an attempt to detonate a volcano and change the Earth's atmosphere in order to pave the way for interstellar colonization. The Earthlings, however, developed a giant mecha called the Hunter and arranged for its pilots to hunt down the giant monsters that came to Earth to defend the planet. This world is safer than the 3 bodies. A representative of a small country made a comment. This alien civilization called Herald is weak and arrogant. Put in a 3-body universe, I'm afraid that in the blink of an eye, it would be exterminated by a light particle or a 2-way foil flying in from nowhere. But their wormhole technology is worth learning from. Biotechnology is also very advanced. We can go to this universe and borrow the safe environment of this universe to digest the advanced technology we got from the 3-body civilization and achieve a technological explosion. The delegates were talking a lot, and all of them showed an expression of eagerness to give it a try. Chapter 109, Wrapping Up. Chen Fan sat in on the entire meeting of the United Government. Pacific Rim. Chen Fan had some impression of this name. in the years before he crossed over. There weren't a few sci-fi films in theaters in total, and Pacific Rim was one of them. As a sci-fi fan, he watched the film in the theater. It really is so much safer than the world of the three bodies. According to the plot of the film, Pacific Rim and the alien race Pioneer is an interplanetary colonization of the main business of the aggressive civilization. As early as a few 100 million years ago, in the age of the dinosaurs, visited the Earth. However, the oxygen content of the Earth at that time was too high, and the air composition was not suitable for the survival of the Heralds. Later, with the development of time, the composition of the Earth's atmosphere changed dramatically, and the pioneers felt that they had reached the conditions for colonization, and sent monsters to invade the Earth, which was repulsed by human beings. Two things can be analyzed from the background of the story. Firstly, the technology level of the Heralds is very poor. They do not have the ability to efficiently modify the planet's atmosphere, and they do not have the power to easily defeat a nuclear civilization, far inferior to the Trissans. Second, the overall technology level of the Pacific Rim universe is low. This is because the Heralds, an aggressive alien civilization, have been operating in the universe for hundreds of millions of years without being wiped out by other civilizations. The Herald is an aggressive alien civilization that has been active in the universe for hundreds of millions of years without being wiped out by other civilizations. An aggressive civilization such as the Pioneer civilization would certainly be wiped out in the first instance if it was discovered by other more powerful civilizations. The fact that they have existed for hundreds of millions of years proves that there are no civilizations more powerful than them in the Pacific Rim universe. At least not within their area of activity. In other words, as long as wandering Earth moved within the Pioneer's range of activities, it was unlikely to encounter danger. It's a good place to go. Chun Fan decided. He would dig out the whole of Pacific Rim again. And as long as he was sure it was Pacific Rim, he would go to this world in the next universe to relax his strained nerves. As for the three-body universe, he could feel that the three-body universe was very accommodating to him, and staying for a few hundred years wouldn't be a problem. But it was too dangerous here. Once he was discovered by some powerful civilization, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. But this was also the only place where he could quickly upgrade the United Government's technology at the moment. Let's come back and take a look when we get stronger. The matter of discovering the Pacific Rim universe greatly encouraged the United Government, as it meant that they would have a safe place to recuperate and use to digest the gains they had made in the Trisomy universe during this time. Thanks to their take on the Triskelion, their knowledge base has gone up a big notch. However, it would take a short period of time to transform these plucked-up knowledge reserves into actual hard power of civilization. Pacific Rim will be a major turning point for Earth's civilization. However, the United Government did not let this slow down its various plans in the Triad universe, and continued to move things forward in a methodical manner. On September 4, 2080, Lu Peiqiang was promoted to Major General. Lu Peiqiang had not been idle all these years. Not only had he maintained the connection between humanity and Chun Fan, he had also made outstanding contributions in many other areas of work. As a result, he was first promoted from colonel to major, and finally hung a golden general star. His son, Lu Qi, joined the Avatar project team, acquired an Avatar body, and was sent out to the Avatar universe to oversee the mining of superconducting ores. On October 1, 2080, the coalition government established the Ball Lightning Experiment project team. Ball lightning is essentially a low-end dimensional technology that collects the nuclei of atoms unfolding in lower dimensions in their natural state, and then excites them into ball lightning with higher energy levels and special effects. Ball lightning can kill cancer cells in the body without damaging other tissues in the body. Once it was thoroughly researched, the average lifespan of humans was bound to increase dramatically. In addition to this, it was possible to create quantum state life using ball lightning. This quantum state life was known as quantum ghosts in the original Triskelion, and was a means that Taylor the Facer was going to use against the Triskelions. But this means failed, because the Triumvirate is much further along in microscience than Earthlings. Attempting to defeat the Triumvirate by means of microscience would have been a very wrong starting point. But this does not mean that quantum state life is not worth studying. Quantum state life is a new form of life that is different from silicon-based and carbon-based. And exploring this form of life and digging into the ways of survival associated with it is a very meaningful thing in itself. Moreover, quantum state life has a form of life that is very different from conventional life. There might be surprises when you study it to the depths. On the 7th of February 2081, Chung Xian was elected as the president of the Second Earth Scientists Association. With her excellent working ability and personal charisma, Chung Xian was unanimously recognized by the Earth-2 scientists and was eventually elected as the president. And the United Government took note of her joining. On April 12, 2081, the proton unfolding experiment failed for the second time. The United Government attempted to unfold a proton in 2 dimensions based on the technical information provided by the triumvirate. But the process always failed inexplicably, and the scientists had to recalibrate the relevant data provided by the triumvirate. On November 5, 2081, Chun Fan touched a human from the Pacific Rim universe, which was confirmed to be Pacific Rim after rigorous interrogation. The Yuanjia incident taught the coalition government a profound lesson. The United Government improved its workflow and added a human brain parsing camera to the lie detector session. This was the result of the research of Earth-2 scientists Heinz and Keiko Yamasuji, and was able to analyze the activity of every neuron within the human brain, and could determine whether the lie detector was lying or not by the activity level of the lying region within the human brain. Even professionally trained agents are unable to parse a camera's lie detector through the human brain. This technology has been applied to all kinds of criminal cases, greatly reducing the work pressure of the frontline police. Not only the speed of solving the case soared, wrongful convictions also almost zero. On June 1, 2082, the proton unfolding experiment was successful. After more than a year of data proofreading, scientists found as many as 17 data fallacies in the information provided by the 3-body people, and Yuanjia's daughter Yang Dong took the credit for this process, discovering 9 of the 17 errors. Yang Dong was fooled by Homo sapiens during her time on Earth-2, and for a time lost her spirit of scientific pursuit. After gaining the opportunity to study Homo sapiens, Yang Dong wasted her sleep and spent 24 hours a day in the laboratory, putting off her wedding to her fiancé again and again, and accelerating the progress of the proton development experiment almost by herself. But deploying protons is only the first step. There was still a long way to go before we could carve circuits into protons and turn them into Homo sapiens. In the same month, the United Government issued a stern condemnation to the 3-body civilization and symbolically launched a set of empty shell bombs unloaded with antimatter to demonstrate to the 3-body civilization the speed of light strike capability. The 3-body civilization replied overnight with a small essay of apology. Translated, it was 28,000 words long. Chapter 110 Leaving. On the 4th of April, 2083, the United Government established the Hunter Special Research Group. The Hunter is the giant mecha from Pacific Rim. When in Rome, the United Government was also prepared to study the Hunter mech. The practicality of mechs in the intergalactic era is not high, but in the special environment of Pacific Rim, they have a certain significance, because the monsters in Pacific Rim have a huge amount of deadly toxins in their bodies. Using hot weapons to kill monsters will cause the toxins in the monsters to spread to the outside environment with the explosion, causing serious pollution to the surrounding ecosystem and shrinking the living area of human beings. This is the Herald's intention. In this way, the people of Earth will not be able to easily use thermal weapons against the monsters, making it easier for the monsters to carry out their missions. The United Government intends to take advantage of the weakness of the enemy to expand and develop a fighting style for itself, in case it encounters a similar combat environment in the future and does not have a suitable combat vehicle. In addition, some people within the military who had seen mecha works when they were children also provided great assistance to the establishment of the Hunter Special Research Team. Mecha! It's so cool, isn't it? At the same time, for the coalition government into the antimatter era, Hunter Project resources consumption can be almost negligible, as long as to find some interested scientists can be set up, but also in this project to train young people. In addition, Heinz's brain analysis camera can also be further verified in the field of neural links between humans and mechs. With the help of many factors, the Hunter Project was born. On November 6, 2083, the first batch of Hunter mechs were released, Zetian Deshung, Prometheus and Cthulhu. Each of the 3 mechs had its own characteristics. The drivetrain of Zetian Deshung was the best, and it had the most agile body among the 3 mechs. Prometheus' energy system was outstanding, and it could release antimatter flames from its chest engine. Cthulhu's design thinking was the polar opposite of Zygote and Prometheus. It was a non-humanoid mecha. The engineers had designed this mech according to the specifications of the War Fortress, and it resembled the evil god Gatangio from the Deja Ultraman. And its size was even bigger than the monster called Cutter that Sinn Fan had pulled out of the wormhole earlier. It was manipulated by Moss. Because of its excessive mass, it could only move by gravitational pull. On June 7, 2084, the thought stencil technology entered the experimental phase. With the help of the strong AI Moss, Heinz's resolution camera technology developed at a rapid pace, touching the realm of thought steel mark in only a few years. More than a decade faster than in the original. Thought steel seal technology is currently immature. With the approval of the coalition government, Heinz used a number of death row inmates who voluntarily signed up for human experiments. 1/3 of the prisoners died in the experiment. 1/3 of the prisoners became vegetative. 1/3 of the prisoners successfully passed the experiment, cleansed their minds, and then ran to the execution ground with remorseful hearts and returned to Sinn Fan's embrace. The thought steel seal technology was rapidly being perfected in human trials, and was expected to reach the level of the original within a year. On the 11th of December, 2084, the United Government received Sinn Fan's crossing notice. It was time to go. The United Government was busy all of a sudden. We planned an immigration area on Earth 2's Australia, so we can now transfer those who are willing to stay in the three-body universe. According to the new Spark plan, the United Government was to leave a portion of people in every universe they passed through for the continuation of civilization. This time, the immigration quota was still 1 million people. Even though the three-body universe was very accommodating to Earth's civilization, the United Government did not increase the immigration quota. This was because the three-body universe was too dangerous. After informing the majority of citizens of the dangers of the three-body universe, very few people were willing to stay in the three-body universe, because it was difficult to enjoy the latest scientific and technological achievements of the United Government in the three-body universe, could not prolong life, and face the threat of unknown civilizations. It was easy to live in fear. Moreover, they would soon be traveling to a safe universe, and immigrating to that universe was obviously much better than staying in the three-body universe. So there were even fewer people who were willing to stay in the three-body universe. The call for immigrants had started 2 years ago, and it was only recently that 1 million people had been gathered. These 1 million people were those who were not living as well as they should on the wandering Earth, and did not have the confidence to fight for an immigrant spot in the new universe. Staying in the three-body universe, not only could they obtain a generous living fund, a large flat with an area of 300 square feet, but also completely free medical and educational resources. There was also no possibility of encountering an alien civilization in a short period of time. For these 1 million people, as long as they were contented, they would be able to spend a good life on Earth too. I hope to meet love. There's nothing wrong with staying in the three-body universe. It's better than being an ordinary person for the rest of your life. Right? I wish my compatriots all the best in other universes. A pioneer ship made frequent round trips between Earth 2 and Wandering Earth, gradually transferring 1 million people to Earth 2's Australia. The new Spark program was complete. Just one more thing had to be accomplished next, and it was time to head to Pacific Rim. Meet the trisomy scientist. The three-body scientists have been drifting through the empty universe for years, carrying their water droplet probes and traveling towards the solar system with the expectation of ending up with Earth's civilization. However, their small minds are completely in the hands of the United Government. Their expectations were destined to be dashed. And then, after stealing their minds, they stepped down to serve the United Government. Proofreading leap coordinates. The engineers were busy in front of the console. They were determining the total amount of energy that needed to be injected for this leap based on the coordinates provided by Tomoko. They would leap to a place not too far away from the Triad fleet, and then arrange for a portion of the scientists to enter the Triad fleet in their spaceships to harmlessly transform the water droplet detectors. It wasn't exactly difficult. This was because Homo was able to pass through the surface of the water droplet detectors and observe the inside of the water droplet detectors, combined with the technical information obtained from the Trinitarians. Although the scientists of the United Government couldn't build a water drop detector yet, it was still relatively easy to reprogram the water drop detector. Requesting an energy injection from Earth consciousness, Lu Peiqiang stood behind the glass. He maneuvered an avatar body, and not a single sign of aging could be seen on his blue-hued face. By replacing their bodies, humans could actually achieve immortality on their own. But this method was quite costly, and only a small number of rich people could achieve it. In order to avoid social conflicts, the coalition government banned this means. The rich were very angry. But their wealth comes from the United Government's wealth distribution system. They are hundreds of millions of times richer than the poor simply because they enjoy the dividends of the system, not because they contribute hundreds of millions of times more to society than the poor. So the coalition government completely ignored their objections. The trick of checking taxes and throwing them in jail if they made a lot of noise quickly kept the greedy rich people honest. Lu Peiqiang clutched the branches of the sole tree that stretched in through the window. In the middle of the day, he opened his eyes. Earth consciousness is injecting energy. Full evacuation. Prepare to enter the leap state. Chapter 111, Pacific Rim. Console. There is an abnormal distortion in space ahead. For the three-body scientists adrift in the universe. It was an unusual day. The science console was soaked by the on-duty tricorder, revived from his dehydrated state to deal with an unexpected event. Space distortion. For the science console, who had deep knowledge in the field of dimensional technology, spatial distortion was not a peculiar phenomenon, after all. Dimension to dimension was full of all kinds of distortions. But this time was different. In the empty space without any scientific instruments, a large-scale spatial distortion had occurred out of nowhere, and it had formed an outward protruding posture, as if something was about to drill out from the depths of space. He felt very uneasy. He went to the observatory and saw the distortion ahead of him with his naked eye alone. It was a huge film of colored light, like a ha-ha mirror floating in space. Every inch of it was filled with light deflections from countless angles, and just looking straight at it for a few seconds caused a dizzying sensation. He forced himself to hold back his nausea and asked, "When did this start?" Console. "Just a few minutes ago. We woke you up as soon as we noticed this phenomenon." The science console asked again, "How far away are we from the home planet?" Console. "We have only traveled a few tens of thousands of three-body hours. And you can see our star system quite clearly when you look back from here." The console of science was silent. But he couldn't actually be silent at all. His thoughts fanned out through a steady stream of brainwaves. This phenomenon must have been caused by an alien civilization. It was too close to the home planet. Oh no! The home planet might be about to be destroyed. What should we do now? His brainwaves echoed around the room. Words full of desperate implications stirring echoes in the minds of the other triumvirate members. And in just a few seconds of effort, a jumble of brainwaves filled the room. Dead. This is finished. I want to dehydrate. Do something. Console. What can I do? Just then, a sudden change occurred. The colorful film of light cracked open in the middle, and an azure shimmer rapidly expanded. Doing. A rounded planet jumped out from the gap and stretched straight across in front of the three-body fleet. Science console? Other trisomes? A few lines of small print appeared before their eyes. Abandon pointless resistance. We know what teardrop probes do. Surrender immediately. You worms? The word worm was used by the trisomes in the original to describe the Earthlings, and it was now being used by the United Government on these ill-intentioned trisomes. In a sense, as a kind of homage to the trisomes. 1 week later, United Government scientists landed on the trisomy fleet. Craven's strategy worked. The trisomes on the fleet threw in the towel and didn't dare to resist. The United Government knew the drop detectors too well, and the jump distance was just right. So the tribe couldn't use the drop detectors to attack the United Government. Faced with the threat of ascension from their old home, the triumvirate succumbed. Under their watchful eyes, the scientists of the United Government remodeled the water drop detector, and then followed the trisomy fleet back to the United Government. Chen Fan manipulated gravity and opened the door to Pacific Rim. Amidst the violently shaking ripples, the little steel wrecking ball slowly disappeared into the wormhole. Tick. Current report. Location 7 miles from coastline. Plasma cannon. Rangers. How's it going over there? An older, steady voice rang out over the comm channel. Mission complete. Sir. We shot twice. This is our 5th kill. The pilot of the dangerous Wanderer was unusually excited. His name was Rory. He had once again defeated the monsters and defended the peace of mankind. And he was very proud of that. His brother, Yancey, was silent. The hunter was extremely taxing on the human brain, and each hunter required 2 taciturn drivers to co-pilot it. He and Rory co-piloted the Danger Rangers. You disobeyed a direct order, the old adult voice chastised. This battle took place in the ocean, and it was a rainy night, so the danger factor was extremely high. The slightest mishap in the Danger Ranger ship would have been defeated by the monster. They should have adopted a more prudent tactic. But they disobeyed the base's orders and attacked without permission. putting themselves in danger. Yancey opened his mouth to excuse himself and his brother's actions. No offense, sir, but we intercepted the monster and saved everyone on a ship. His voice was filled with pride. Return to your positions at once, the officer said in no uncertain terms. His name was Stark Pentecost, and not only was he the chief commander of the Hunter Project, but he had once been an excellent Hunter pilot as well. His sister died in the middle of a monster invasion, which caused him to develop a great hatred for monsters, even if the pilots under his command violated his orders. As long as he could kill the monsters, he would be able to give them a wide berth. Yes, sir. Rory smiled at each other with Yangshi, ready to return to the base and pop champagne to celebrate his 5th record kill. The two were in a mental link, and they could sense each other's thought activities. Rory wanted to go to the pub to pick up girls. Yancey wanted to go to the pub and hook up with the bar owner's daughter. They both had a good night life. They coincidentally smiled at each other with a "you're not honest" smile. Just then, the observers in the base suddenly issued an alarm. The monster's life signal is rising. Sensor data detected correctly. That thing isn't dead, sir. The observer's voice was transmitted into the hunter's cockpit, and Rory and Yang, she could hear it clearly. The atmosphere became grave all of a sudden. Rangers, we can still pick up the monster's life signals. The monster is still alive. Stark jumped in front of the microphone and yelled. Chapter 112, Descending Like a Saint. The monster wasn't dead. Rory and Yancey's heartbeats raced suddenly. They maneuvered the dangerous rangers to lower their heads, trying to push their eyes through the choppy sea to discern any sign of the monster lurking underwater. But they failed. Tonight was a rainy night when you couldn't see your fingers, wrapped in thick darkness. The searchlight on the dangerous rangers was like a tiny candle flame that could go out at any moment. Unable to help Rowley and Yancey see the winning chances hidden behind layers of menace. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Rory's forehead. He and Yangshi shared 2 shares of tension, their hearts beating faster and faster in the deadly silence, almost jumping out of their chests. Monster, where are you? Come out. We're not afraid of you. Yancey could hear Rory's heart, but he was silent, just scanning nervously from side to side in an endeavor to try and locate the monster hidden beneath the surface of the sea, waiting for a chance to sneak up on him. He clearly realized what kind of danger he and Rory were in. Their opponent was the most massive monster to date, with an unprecedented height of 96 meters and a weight of 2,700 tons, as well as a cool shark-like blade head. If not properly defended, monster could penetrate their mechs with a single blow. Next, thinking about this, Yancey clenched his fists nervously. Take the ship and get out of there. Do you copy? Anxious shouts came out from the communication channel. Bring on board. Get out of there immediately. Rory and Yangshi simultaneously sensed the other party's hesitation. They were not brainless and reckless. The current situation was too dangerous, and it would not be a bad thing if they could pull out and leave. But leaving was equally dangerous. They had to protect the civilians, and before leaving, they needed to bend down and pick up a nearby fishing boat, an action that would inevitably expose their defensive holes to the monsters. If the monsters took the opportunity to sneak in, Rory and Yangshi felt very difficult. They were riding a tiger at the moment. In the next second, the monster helped them make a choice. Roar! A huge and hideous head broke through the water, and the blue bioluminescence from the depths of its throat passed through the pouring rain and reflected into Rory and Yangshi's pupils. Boom! Rory and Yangshi were blood brothers. Their coordination with the mech was high and their nerve reaction speed was fast. Subconsciously raising their arms, they miraculously blocked the claws of the monster that slapped at them. Caw 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 caw. The monster crazily shook the dangerous ranger's body, trying to push the dangerous rangers down, under the ravages of the enormous force. The metal parts inside the dangerous rover emitted continuous trembling noises, and the tall mecha shell shook. Zzzzzzz. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Zzzzzzz. Sparks flew in the cockpit, and Rory and Yangshi's bodies shook violently along with the mech. But they were not afraid, but rather happy. The moment of being sneak attacked was the most dangerous. As long as they resisted this attack, they could kill the monster once more as they did. Finish it off. Rory! Yancey shouted. I know. Rory clenched his teeth, and with a thought, he activated the plasma cannon located in the Dangerous Wanderer's left hand. Dangerous Wanderer's left hand quickly morphed, 5 fingers spinning and spreading back, opening the metal gate in the palm to reveal the plasma cannon bursting with blue-white arcs of electricity. The sound of electricity filled Rory and Yance's ears. Rory put his hand up to the monster's chest. The plasma cannon was powerful, but the range was so close that it almost had to be attached to the monster in order to exert its full power. Was it going to end? A glimmer of hope arose in Rory's heart. Roar! In a flash of lightning, the monster fought to slap away the plasma cannon. It slammed headlong into the left shoulder of the dangerous wanderer. The head, as sharp as a blade, with the added weight of 2,700 tons, easily plunged into the dangerous wanderer's shoulder like a hot knife slicing through butter. The light of the plasma cannon was too dazzling. The monster had intelligence too. It instantly recognized the thing that had defeated it, and without waiting for Raleigh to stick the muzzle of the cannon on it, it took the initiative to eliminate the threat the cannon posed to itself. Rumble. Rumble. Oil leaked. Wires shorted out. And a series of explosions went off over the dangerous wanderer's left shoulder. The blasts of fire illuminating the panicked faces of the people on the fishing boats below. Has the Danger Rangers failed? God! Will someone please save us? Ugh! In the cockpit, Rory and Yancey let out suppressed cries of pain. Their operation suits burst into blinding arcs of electricity due to the excessive load, bringing empathetic pain to them. Command room? We've been hit! Yangshi forced himself to endure the pain to report the situation. In fact, even without reporting, the command room knew about their situation. Lost control of the left arm. Sir! The observer accurately stated the condition of the dangerous wanderer. The atmosphere in the command room became unusually heavy. Everyone was worried about the fate of Luoli and Yangshi. The Mechs would have had a slight advantage against the monsters, but losing a left arm. Danger Rangers. It was likely that it wouldn't make it through the night. Roar! The monster tore into dangerous wanderer's left arm. It threw its head, and the violent force completely broke the cables that were already mostly broken in this part. And the left arm, that was glowing with electric current, was thrown up and crashed heavily into the sea amidst the screams of Raleigh and Yangshi. The intense pain made Raleigh and Yangshi lose their heads. The monster took advantage of the situation. It pounced on the Danger Rangers and swung its stout forelimbs at the cockpit of the Danger Ranger's head. Boom! The protective glass of the cockpit shattered with a sound, and Rory and Yangshi looked with horror at the monster's nails, which were several times bigger than their bodies, that were inserted into the cockpit. The shell. It punched through the shell. Had the monster's attack position been shifted by a few more meters, the nail would have plunged into their bodies and crushed them into mush. At this moment, they felt that death was beckoning them. In front of the monster, humans who lost the protection of the machine were no different from ants. The monster's nails stirred in the cockpit. The protective glass was extensively damaged, and the piercing cold wind blew into the cockpit with cold rainwater. Yangshi had a premonition of his own death. The gaping hole in the protective glass was right in front of him, and the monster would undoubtedly continue to widen it. And in the process, he could imagine what would happen to him if he was cut into just a little bit. Rory! Listen to me! Yancey twisted his head anxiously. He knew he was in trouble, but he wanted to point out a way out for Rory. You have to. He couldn't finish his words. Stab. An irresistible and enormous force ripped off a part of the cockpit, and Yancey was ripped out with it. Rory looked at Yangshi, who flew out, and his brain went blank. When a great sadness comes, a person will not feel the sadness immediately, but will first fall into a short period of numbness. This is the brain's self-protection mechanism. Rory was in this state at the moment, but he still maintained empathy with Yangshi, and he could feel Yangshi's fear and despair at the moment. Yancey was thinking, Raleigh, you have to live. The cold wind woke Raleigh up, and the grief that came like a flood of hind perch instantly filled his entire body. No! No! Rory let out a hysterical roar. He could feel what Yancey was going through. Yancey was caught in front of the monster's eyes. The monster's gaze was filled with sarcasm, hatred, and cruelty. It opened its mouth. No! Rory watched the monster open its bloody mouth towards Yangshi, desperate and powerless. At this moment, a loud whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. A huge object broke through the clouds, and it emitted a blue halo that covered the sky, illuminating the entire dark sea as bright as day. Chapter 113. Thulu is the little monster. Thulu has entered the atmosphere. The Cthulhu is approaching the battlefield. The Cthulhu is locked onto the target. Thulu descending. Rumble. With a loud noise, like the sky collapsing into the earth. An unimaginable behemoth crashed into the sea, sending shockwaves that shook the Danger Rangers and the monsters. Rumble. Before the monster could react to what was happening, it was lapped into the sea by a monstrous wave. Grrrr. The sea water poured into the monster's stomach along its open mouth, forming a whirlpool on the surface of the sea. The monster struggled to climb out of the sea, but a dark tentacle made up of tens of thousands of mechanical joints burrowed out from the bottom of the sea, wrapped precisely around the monster's neck, and patted it hard towards the bottom of the sea. Gulp. The monster took another gulp. It felt the fear. It used its sharp front claws to cut the tentacles at its neck. But instead of being cut off, the tentacles got tighter and tighter. At the same time, more mechanical tentacles drilled out from the bottom of the sea. The mechanical structure at the front end of these tentacles quickly deformed, forming a drill with a diameter of about 3 meters, and spinning madly underwater. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Even on the surface of the sea, the sound of the motor roaring could be heard. The monster fearfully flailed its limbs in an attempt to destroy the tentacles. But each tentacle was so flexible that it looked like it had a mind of its own, perfectly avoiding each of its attacks. And then, bzzz. More than 10 thick tentacles instantly tensed up and viciously stabbed at the monster's body. The armor on the monster's body was easily pierced through like paper, and the yellow arteries all over the body instantly appeared with more than a dozen giant gaping holes, and fluorescent blue blood gushed out like spring water. Roar grrrr. Grrrr. The monster rolled crazily at the bottom of the sea due to its pain. Dust and dirt mixed with blood flying up and down, turning the entire sea into a muddy mess. But the mysterious enemy had no mercy. The drill spun and detached itself from its body, emitting a gut-wrenching buzzing sound, and changed angles to perform another round of piercing on it. Piercing. Disengage. Piercing. Disengage. Piercing. 5-second rounds. Not a hair out of place. After only a minute and a half, the monster had close to 200 huge wounds on its body, becoming like a giant sieve, leaking blood all over its body. The monster was already dying, but it didn't even know who was attacking it. Just then, the tentacles that were strangling its neck suddenly loosened. Chi Tian De Shung's self-check is complete. Entering the battlefield. Prometheus self-check complete. Entering the battlefield. The monster's life was counting down, and it fought with every last ounce of its strength to float upwards, hoping to take a look at the thing that had beaten it so badly, and pass on the message to the pioneer civilization that had created it. Dang! A crystalline pillar bursting with golden light fell from the sky and pounded into the monster's head with precision, breaking the blade-like structure of the monster's head. The broken bone fragments pierced into the monster's brain. The last bit of the monster's vitality was gone, and its huge body sank towards the bottom of the sea. Immediately after that, a pillar of blue-white light emitting terrifying heat pierced into the sea, and the pillar of light burned in the seawater, breaking down the monster's blood in the seawater into harmless substances. At this point, this monster with a height of 96 meters and a weight of 2,700 tons completely sank in the cold Pacific Ocean, never to rise again. In the command room, the monster's live signal disappeared. The rover. What's happening? The command room strained to call the Dangerous Rangers, but the Dangerous Rangers' cockpit had broken down and contact between them was lost. Rory and Yancey's live signals are still up. Sir, they're alive, the observer explained triumphantly. Stark Pentecost breathed a sigh of relief. As the chief commander of the Hunter Project, all he wanted to do now was to call Raleigh and Yangshi in front of him and beat his head against the wall. He had arranged for these two guys to protect the coastline, but in the end, they ran into the sea to fight a monster for a fishing boat with only 10 people and almost got themselves killed. Luckily, they won the fight. Send someone to the scene immediately to check the situation, he ordered. Bring back Luo Li and Yangshi. How are Luo Li and Yangshi now? Frankly speaking, neither was good. On the pitch-black sea, a hideous colossus over 200 meters tall stood tall, its gray figure resembling a demonic god. Deafening buzzing filled every inch of space between the clouds and the sea. Uncountable white drones hovered around it like ghosts. Dense arrays of sensors opened and closed like scales, and a creepy ghostly blue halo loomed large. Several tentacles joined together as one, lifting a one-armed, crippled mech in midair. This mecha was none other than the dangerous Wanderer. It frantically attacked the tentacles under Rory's maneuver. Boom! 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 The blue plasma cannons kept firing in an attempt to blow up the tentacles and free themselves from the bondage of this demonic godlike monster. However, the blazing plasma mass brushed against the mechanical tentacles. And not only did it not cause any damage to the mechanical tentacles, it also polished the surfaces of the mechanical tentacles as if they were polished as if they were new. The tentacles kept stretching, allowing the plasma mass to sweep evenly over the surface of the tentacles, cleaning the dirt from the entire tentacle. When one tentacle was clean, it was replaced by another. On the other side, a certain fishing boat with a crew of 10 was also held up in midair by the tentacles. But they were much more honest, dutifully holding onto the fence and doing nothing. Hey, why are your hands so fast? It was an English sentence. Next to the huge figure of the demon god stood two dwarfs. I say dwarfs, but they were both a circle larger than the dangerous Wanderer. One of them clutched a golden pillar in his hand, and the other had angelic white mechanical wings on his back. There is no other, but the hand is familiar. The demon god standing in the sea, and the two dwarfs beside it are the three mechs developed by the United Government, namely Cthulhu, Chikian Deshung, and Prometheus. As soon as the United Government arrives in the Pacific Rim universe, it discovers the Danger Rangers, which is taking a beating, through Tomoko, with the idea of testing their equipment and demonstrating their strength. The United Government dropped off all three mechs, with Thulu being gravitationally pulled by Chen Fan and arriving first. Under the manipulation of the Moss, the Thulu was in complete control of the battle, beating the monster to death in just a minute and a half. The monster was powerless to fight back. The battle was over too quickly, resulting in the late arrivals of Chikian Deshung and Prometheus having no room to play. ZZZZZZ. Rory Beckett. We're special agents from the United Government. We're here to help. Please stop attacking us immediately. Rory suddenly heard a serious voice. He froze. At that moment, Thulu's tentacles moved slowly and released the dangerous Wanderer back into the sea. The reason why Thulu had just lifted Dangerous Wanderer up was to prevent the giant waves from lapping Dangerous Wanderer into the sea, preventing Raleigh from being drowned by the seawater. This was a protection for Raleigh. Rory found himself being put down and immediately realized that the situation might not be what he thought. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky cleared. He looked out through the gap in the protective glass, and a look of confusion suddenly appeared on his face. Why were there two moons? Chapter 114: Planet Devouring Anaconda and Star Annihilating Tuna. The United Government named the Pacific Rim Earth as Earth 3, and they appeared slightly farther away from Earth 3. So much so that standing on Earth 3 and looking at them was like seeing another moon. Cthulhu's strength is as expected, using only the engineered tentacles. He heavily damaged the third-grade monster codenamed Bladehead. Bladehead was the original's title for the monster. In the battle just now, Thulu didn't use any real attacks. By merely using the tentacles used for engineering and construction to attack the Bladehead, Moss played the Bladehead off and hardened the Bladehead to bleed to death. Herald civilizations are indeed weak. As long as the Cthulhu is placed outside the wormhole of the Herald civilization, it will be able to stifle all the incoming enemies at the wormhole exit, effectively controlling the battle's ripple effect. The Trinity universe was so depressing that the representatives of the United Government hadn't raised their eyebrows so much in a long time. The Hunter project is going forward. We can test the strength of our materials in this project. Test Heinz's brain-computer interface technology. Study the drivetrain of robots' motors, small antimatter engines. Thulu's combat performance greatly encouraged the engineers and scientists of the Hunter project. However, Thulu was positioned as a war fortress. Its most powerful ability was not combat, but engineering and construction. It could take materials from the ground and quickly construct all kinds of defense facilities, creating an advanced base with all the essentials in a short period of time, providing shelter for the vanguard troops that attacked the enemy sphere's atmosphere. The mecha didn't have time to perform this time. How often does the pioneer civilization drop monsters? Can't wait for it all. The Cthulhu's strength had been proven, and the engineers and scientists now wanted to test the Zetas and Prometheus. If these two mechs also showed combat capabilities that matched expectations, they could mass-produce the mechs and drop them into the Herald civilization's homeland to hammer out a series of mech-related technologies. At this time, Chun Fan and Ava possessed cats raised by the United Government, lying down in the ventilation ducts and listening to the delegates' arguments. I can imitate. Ava suddenly spoke out. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand what Ava meant. Monster. Ava struggled to express. Bigger. Heavier. Stronger. Chen Fan came to a realization. Ava was saying that he could imitate the Herald civilization and create biological weapons like monsters. And that they were even more powerful than those created by the Herald civilization. Of course he could. He was a collection of Pandora's ecosystem. And his control over life had been so profound that he could freely manipulate genetic expression. I help you? Chen Fan and Ava's spirits intersected together. He understood how Ava felt. Ava felt that they shared a common honor and a common loss. And he wanted to exert his value. It is possible to give it a try. Chen Fan inquired. Do you need any help? It was good that Ava was willing to contribute. Although he could not imagine what kind of monsters Ava could create. Earth's civilization did not have biological weapons. And Ava could fill the gap for Earth's civilization. Chen Fan suddenly realized something. Ava had the experience of billions of years of life evolution on Pandora. And he could completely evolve an entire biological civilization with the knowledge he possessed. Complemented by the scientific knowledge of the United Government. It might be able to breed some extraordinary creatures. This was a force well worth cultivating. Chen Fan had some classic images floating in his mind. Alien beast. Bug race. He suddenly had a feeling of absurdity. In time, perhaps Ava could research a planet engine giant turtle, crash corner annihilator tuna, planet devouring python. This kind of thing seemed outrageous at first glance. But as long as it was in line with scientific principles, it wasn't impossible. Give me space. Ava's reply was short as always. I see. Chen Fan mused. Let's do it in Antarctica. Antarctica was currently a place to pile up otherworldly rubbish. And was sparsely populated. So even if something happened to Ava's biological weapon, the impact would not be too great. In addition, the probability was that the shape of the bioweapon would have a large discrepancy with human aesthetics. Storing the bioweapon here would reduce the panic of ordinary people. Rory assisted Yangshi. Yangshi had been swept away by the waves in the battle just now. And it was the drone released by Thulu that retrieved him. An act that completely cancelled Rowley's animosity towards Thulu. Rowley had thought that his brothers were dead. But he didn't expect the darkness to return. They were actually saved. Are you guys piloting the new hunter? Rowley used the communicator sent by the drone to get in touch with the pilots on the Zygote and Prometheus. He had disembarked from the Danger Rangers at the moment. His dangerous wanderer was like a little brother compared to the two strange hunters in front of him. We are special agents from the United Government. You could interpret that as aliens, the pilot said frankly. The United Government was prepared to withhold some information from Earth 3, but wasn't about to withhold the obvious fact of aliens. Aliens? Rory's mind reeled. He looked up at Thulu, who did not resemble a human creation at all, and the two hunter mechs standing beside Thulu, whose art style was very different from that of the dangerous wanderer. One held a giant club in its hands and a golden belt around its waist. Imposing, the other was clad in heavy armor, surrounded by blue light, majestic as a prison. Alien. Rory took another look at the two moons in the sky. He lapsed into silence. He was not well educated, and what he had learned now was beyond his perception. Just then, he heard the sound of propellers cutting the air. Do-do-do-do. A relief in his heart. Secretly, he said that it was the people from his home base who came to him. What aliens are not aliens? Let the leaders above have a headache. He just wanted to have a good night's sleep now. 8 helicopters flew over in this direction. And they stopped not far away. Come over here. We are special agents from the United Government. We mean you no harm. Moss easily hacked into the communication channels of these 8 helicopters, allowing the voices of the Zetian pilots to appear in the helicopters. The helicopters then drew closer. Although the people who rescued the Raleigh brothers were confused about the existence of Thulu, Chi Tian Desheng, Prometheus, and the two moons in the sky, they had a mission to carry out, and even if they were confused, they had to prioritize the mission. What they didn't understand, there were people above them to deal with. They flew above Raleigh's head, threw down their slings, and lowered several medics. How are your injuries? Yancy, your face looks terrible. Yangshi, why do you have so many wounds on your body? Did you just go into the Mountain of Swords and walk around? Chapter 115. God has a few blood packs? Rory looked at the medical staff checking Yang-Shi's body with a worried face as he inquired. How is he? My brother? He had only one relative like Yang-Shi. If something happened to Yang-Shi. Thinking of this, Luoli couldn't help but clench his fists. If the first time he defeated the monster, he remembered to make up a plasma cannon shot on the monster, the situation would definitely be very different. And Yang-Shi would never be reduced to a situation where he almost went down. Yang-Shi's face was as white as paper. He had received too many scratches in the process of being grabbed by the monster, and then fell into the sea afterwards. And now he only felt dizziness coming at him in waves, and was completely relying on his strong will to fight to hold on. He's lost too much blood. It's life-threatening. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. The medical officer's voice was tense. According to his expertise, Yang-Shi should be unconscious at this point, and it was simply a miracle that he could still remain conscious. But miracles don't last. Hearing the medical officer's words, Rory's heart sank to the bottom. Just then, Yang-Shi's body went soft and completely paralyzed. Rory panicked. You guys save him. The medical staff fixed Yang-Shi with the ropes together and prepared to transport Yang-Shi to the helicopter first and then to the nearest hospital. We can only do our best, the medical staff said. Yang-Shi is too badly injured. Even if he is sent to the hospital, whether he can survive or not depends on God's will. Why should it depend on God's will? Suddenly, a slightly mechanical voice sounded beside them, interrupting their dialogue. Does God have a blood bag? Everyone froze. Why don't you send him to us? Blood loss is a very easy injury for us to heal. Moss inserted himself into the exchange between Rory and the others. After a simple calculation, Moss decided that saving Yancy would help improve diplomatic relations between the two spheres, and was prepared to use the medical equipment carried on the Cthulhu to save him after receiving approval from the United Government. High concentrations of carbon dioxide and sulfur filled the dusky dome of the sky. It was an extremely harsh environment. For humans, if they exposed even a small portion of their skin to the environment, they would gain unbearable pain as a result, and eventually die from extensive skin ulcers and multiple infections. But for the pioneers, this was the place where they had survived for hundreds of millions of years. My Lord Cardinal, the monster sent to Ocean Star to cleanse the planet of its natives have been defeated again this time. And something unusual has happened. The Herald civilization divided its citizens into 3 classes: ambassadors, cardinal, bishop. A herald who reached the cardinal level had no small amount of authority in the Herald civilization, and was able to lead the colonization wars on foreign planets when the bishop above him delegated his authority. What's unusual? The cardinal didn't pay much attention. Our monsters were on the verge of defeating their enemies, when they suddenly came under an unknown attack and were destroyed without resistance, without seeing the source of the attack until they died. The ambassador herald bowed his back in obsequiousness. His tiara bobbed. The crown of the head is a distinctive feature that distinguishes a herald's rank. An ambassador's crown was usually half the size of a cardinal's, and only one of the 3 petals of the crown branched upwards, the other 2 sloping to the back of the head. So what? The cardinal said nonchalantly. The Senate's attention is not on the Ocean Star right now, and the monsters were only dropped to monitor the natives' technological progress. So if they're destroyed, they're destroyed. The Senate was the highest administrative body of the Herald civilization. There's no need to tell me specifically about such a small matter. The cardinal waved his hand, signaling the ambassador to stand down. But the ambassador hesitantly held out an eyeball dripping with green slime. You should see this, he said carefully. The cardinal looked displeased as he glanced at the eyeball the ambassador held in his hand, and suddenly froze. The eyeball projected the view of Blayhead just before he died. The natives didn't use nukes. They easily killed our monsters in a physical fight. Their technology may have broken through, the ambassador said nervously. The cardinal fell into deep thought. And after a long time, he replied, drop another monster to check the situation. And if the natives have had a technological breakthrough, I will report it to the Senate. Interstellar colonization was most afraid of a sudden breakthrough in the enemy's technology. This was a variable that was enough to turn the situation around. The Herald civilization had a clear rule that once an enemy was found to have signs of a technological explosion in colonization, it must be strangled with a thunderous force, never giving the enemy any room to grow. The ambassador inquired. Immediate drop? Immediate drop, the cardinal said without thinking. This is a special case. The energy consumption will be provided by the Senate. He craned his head to look out over the wormhole passageway not far away. If there was a technological explosion on Oceanus, then a new conquest was coming. What? Project Hunter is over from now on? Is today April Fool's Day? Stark Pentecost was puzzled. Ending the Hunter Project? Are you kidding me? Without hunters, who would protect humanity? On the large screen in front of him, 5 pairs of serious eyes stared straight at him. Not a hint of a joke in their gaze. General, you have to accept reality. Hunter is a thing of the past. We've invested a great deal of money in advancing the Hunter program. But instead of dry victories, Hunter keeps incurring losses and sucking taxpayers' blood. General, do you know how many schools could be built in Africa with the money used to repair the dangerous Rangers? A white man with the stars and stripes on his back asked. General Stark was silent. Build schools with the money used to repair hunters? He didn't understand what kind of bullshit that was. If there were no hunters, monsters could easily attack human settlements, let alone build schools. And it wasn't even certain that there would be anyone left to go to school. General, the Hunter program is over. Thank you for your contribution. We will arrange a different job for you next. Of course, if you don't want to work, you can just retire. General Stark, black question mark face. Just then, a red dot suddenly lit up on the monitor next to him. Monster appears. Codename Scorpion Tail Dragon. Level 3 monster. Nervous voices rang out over the communication channel. General Stark unconsciously furrowed his eyebrows, thinking that less than a day had passed since the last monster attack. How could a second monster attack come so soon? But he didn't think much about it. He subconsciously ordered, immediately arrange for the Eureka Raiders to go into battle, and make sure to intercept the monsters at the coastline. General, didn't you hear what I just said? General Stark froze. The man on the screen was vocal. Project Hunter is over. Put your men in place. Don't go anywhere. Chapter 116 Debut. At this moment, General Stark suddenly had the urge to lift this man's canopy to see if this man had a brain or not. Sir, the monsters are heading towards our city. You're telling us to let it go? General Stark couldn't stand it any longer. What the heck were you thinking? If the Hunter project was over, then General Stark had no desire for these 5 people on the screen. So there was no need to act like a gentleman. He was the warrior. He was trying to figure out what the lords above him were thinking right now. How could they make the brain-dead decision to cut the Hunter program and not let him send people to stop the monsters? Give me a reason. He was furious. The man who received his insults had a dark look on his face and said in a deep voice, General Stark, please watch how you speak to me. My country has funded you with a lot of money in the past. Hunters? No longer needed. That's it. Beep. The man's screen went black. General Stark, the aliens have far more advanced mech technology than we do, and they are willing to help us defend against the monsters. The other man on the screen said, there is no point in continuing the Hunter program. He had a false smile on his face. In reality, the aliens had not only promised to help them fend off the monsters, they had also promised to give them some other help. All they had to do was nothing. By just minding their own business and vacating the battlefield for the aliens, they could save the bottomless expenses of the Hunter project and get some benefits from somewhere else. What a bargain that was. As for why the aliens were so nice to them, who cares? They got tangible benefits anyway. Even if the aliens reneged on their promise later and didn't help them fend off the monsters, they could cope with the nukes for a while and then restart the Hunter program. They're just ending the Hunter program, not destroying the existing Hunters. The Hunters were just machines that would just start up again when needed. The aliens will also help us build walls along the coast. And the experts say those walls are strong enough to withstand a level 6 monster. And the Hunters can't even win a solid victory against a level 3 monster. The Hunter program has placed a heavy burden on taxpayers over the years, and the welfare policies of many countries have been tightened as a result, leading to a sharp deterioration in domestic livelihoods. General, on behalf of humanity, we thank you for your contribution. But the Hunter program is no longer adapted to the times. Until the wall is built, we will continue to provide you with funding, but only for the maintenance of the existing Hunters. After the wall is built, the Hunter program will end completely. Beep, 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 beep. The screens of these 4 people also went black. At this moment, General Stark stood in front of the big blackened screen, unable to say a word. The Hunter project, just like that, It was over. He had an empty feeling in his heart, as if a piece of his heart had been ripped out. General. Eureka Raider. The person next to him looked hesitant. By all rights, they should have immediately dispatched the Eureka Raiders to intercept the monsters. But they were explicitly asked from above not to do anything. Let them get ready. General Stark said with a heavy heart. Let's see how the aliens fight the monsters first. If they are defeated by the monsters, we'll have a reason to send out the Eureka Raiders. The Eureka Raider was a Generation V hunter, carrying technology more advanced than the Danger Rangers, and scientists had gone to a lot of trouble to develop it. But it didn't seem to be working. The man next to him pulled up the satellite feed for General Stark. The monster's route was clear, and the base could clearly lock onto the real-time location of the monster based on its live signals, and then use the satellites to capture real-time footage. General Stark was silent. He knew that the aliens' record would determine the future of the Hunter program. And if the aliens won the battle, the Hunter program would be completely finished. Prometheus self-check complete. Entering the battlefield now. The scientists of the United Government were worried that Cthulhu had performed too excellently, fucking Scythe head to death in one go, resulting in Chi-Tion Deshung and Prometheus not having a chance to perform. Turns out a new monster appeared the next day. Isn't this the chance? According to the original plot, shouldn't it be a long time before the next monster appears? The scientist chatted with his colleague while checking the various data of Prometheus on the tablet. His demeanor was unusually relaxed, without even a hint of worry on his face. No surprise. It's quite normal. The colleague replied with a smile. The Herald civilization has built wormholes on Earth 3. As long as there is enough energy, it can transport monsters to Earth whenever it wants. It was slow to come in the original, so it should be underappreciated. Last night when Thulu tyrannically attacked Sicklehead, the Herald civilization should have been dumbfounded, and was too busy to send another monster over to check the situation, wanting to see how the Earthlings suddenly became powerful. Makes sense. This scientist's guess was hardly different from the truth. The Herald civilization had indeed been dumbfounded, so they hurriedly threw a monster over to see if the Earthlings had undergone a technological explosion, so that they could decide on their next strategy. If the Earthlings really had a technological explosion, they would hold off on their attacks on other planets, and focus on attacking Earth. Enough chit-chat. Prometheus has arrived. Chapter 117, Too Combustible. Huge shadows swept across the azure waters, as the three Vanguard spacecraft hoisted the silver-white Prometheus, cruising at the speed of sound, and approaching the scorpion-tailed dragon's area at a rapid pace. The Prometheus hung its head low, its toes drooping naturally with gravity, its arms crossed in front of its chest, as if it were a statue of an angel in prayer. The antimatter engines located throughout its body spewed blue-white flames of light, providing it with a constant stream of powerful thrust that allowed it to maintain a perpendicular attitude to the surface of the sea during high-speed cruising. The golden sunlight poured over its body like it was bathing in holy light. It's so beautiful. It's like a work of art. The accompanying engineer in the Pioneer was checking out Prometheus's stance with his drone, and he almost pressed his eyes to the tablet in his hand in order to better appreciate Prometheus. Roar! If anything. A growl drilled into the cabin. Scorpion-tailed dragon spotted. The scorpion-tailed dragon. The beast was as its name suggested, with its burly body and crimson fleshy wings strewn with veins. It looked like a giant western dragon from afar, except for the slender tail with a needle at the tip growing from its arse, which looked extremely incongruous, like a temporary mishmash of works. Its body was strewn with grooves that glowed with blue bioluminescence, like it was wrapped in strips of light. Well, it was ugly. The engineer looked at the monstrosity that had squeezed into the monitor screen with a look of disgust on his face, unconsciously holding the tablet away from his face. Prometheus, are you ready? ZZZZZZ. Just a moment. Self-check is still a little short. On the Prometheus. The two pilots were doing the last self-check for the Prometheus. Senpai, why are you more nervous than me? The girl asked with a smile. This was a girl in her 20s. With a slightly baby-fat face that looked duong cute. I am excited, the man said with a stern face. I heard that you were on the Avatar project team before. Is the feeling you get from building a neural connection with a Pandora creature the same as building a connection with Prometheus? The girl's eyes twinkled with curiosity. The man raised an eyebrow. It's more complicated than connecting to Prometheus, but the burden on the brain is minimal. Simply put, if you think of building neural connections as building blocks, building a connection with a Pandora creature is like putting together a handful of small blocks, There are a lot of blocks, but each one weighs very little. In the words of Prometheus, there are few blocks, but they are heavy. Machinery is thoughtless, and will not give any emotional feedback to its connectors when constructing a mental connection. However, Prometheus was tens of thousands of times the size and mass of a human, and the burden on the brain to perfectly control such a huge body was exceptionally heavy, thus requiring 2 pilots to operate in concert. However, thanks to the Heinz's human brain parsing technology, the United Government's neural connection technology minimizes the burden on the drivers, and there is privacy protection. The pilots would not be completely open to each other while maneuvering the Hunter, unlike the pilots of Pacific Rim Earth who shared memories, only senses and mental activity. The girl cocked her head. Although the man answered her question, she couldn't stop her gaze from flicking over the man. Her name was Yi, a native of Shanghai. Because she didn't draw the dungeon signature, she almost drowned along with her parents in the great flood that swept Shanghai in '60. However, the rescue team from the United Government came in time, and the floodwater was not so rough that it did not give any life at all. So she and her parents luckily survived. Later, after her parents' careful training, she joined the United Government and became an honorable female soldier. After 2.5 years of practice, she excelled during the Hunter driver selection and became Lucci's partner. Lucci's face did not change. After many years, Lucci was no longer the brat who didn't know any better. He was 35 years old this year and had just hung up the rank of major. The army was the most temperate place, and today he was so much more stable than his childhood self that he was almost a different person. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. "Senior, you dislike me?" "No, I don't," Lucci interrupted. "Self-examination is almost done. Prepare to fight." The girl puffed up her cheeks unhappily. She clearly heard Lucci disliking her in her mind, but she didn't open her mouth because Lucci's rank was much higher than hers, and Prometheus's self-check was indeed almost finished. Also, Lucci could hear her heart. Lucci raised his eyebrows. A girl can have a lot of emotions. Self-examination progress 85%. Self-test progress 91%. Self-inspection progress 99%. Self-inspection progress 100%. Self-test complete. Requesting launch. Click. 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 The 3 mechanical chains released their clasps at the same time, and Prometheus plummeted straight down towards the scorpion-tailed dragon. The engineer exclaimed, "Go for it, Angel of Judgment." In midair, Prometheus raised his head. His arms held flat in a W shape, and the 6 mechanical feathers behind him spread out. Oh boom! The terrifying heat wave instantly distorted the sun hanging high in the sky. Blue-white spray flames burst out as viscous as molten lava, and a whistling sound that made the ghosts and gods tremble ran through the sky and earth. The scorpion-tailed dragon raised its voice to the sky, but its voice was so small that it was almost inaudible in the roar that blasted the sea from above. At that moment, Prometheus landed in front of it. The powerful thrust of the antimatter engines freed Prometheus from the Earth's gravitational pull, and it was as if it were stepping on the surface of the sea, with only the tips of its feet slightly submerged against the ripples caused by the jet of flame. It seemed like a divine step coming from afar. It looked down at the scorpion-tailed dragon that was prostrate on the surface of the sea. The scorpion-tailed dragon looked at Prometheus intently, the tail pinned behind its arse raised high in an attack stance. Antimatter furnace is ready. Jet! In an instant, a blue sun lit up in front of Prometheus' chest, and a pillar of blue light, like a planetary engine, erupted from the center of the sun. Roar silence. Hundreds of millions of degrees of heat enveloped the scorpion-tailed dragon, and the scorpion-tailed dragon's roar came to an abrupt end. If one slowed down time by 1,000 times, then one could clearly see how the scorpion-tailed dragon's armor turned to ash, how its muscles melted into blood, and how the blood evaporated. A few seconds passed, and the light went out. Prometheus was still standing gracefully on the surface of the sea, and in front of it, there was only a small piece of molten substance emitting red light the size of a baby's fist, which was reacting fiercely with the seawater, floating and tumbling on the surface of the sea under the impetus of the steam. Scorpion-tailed dragons. So combustible. Inside the Pioneer spacecraft, the engineer circled the data on the tablet, mouthing the words, Prometheus playing normally. It's Jian Desheng's turn next. Chapter 118 Great Sage splitting the sea. In the dim dome of the sky, an aging star emitted an ominous deep orange glow. and the smell of sulfur filled the air. My Lord Cardinal, the situation is not optimistic. There was indeed a technological explosion on Ocean Star. The planet's natives have incredibly mastered antimatter technology, and have been able to miniaturize antimatter reactors and mount them on themselves as weapons. The scorpion-tailed dragon lasted only a few seconds before it was destroyed. The disgusting biooptical film looped over the Prometheus. A video that lasted only 2 seconds, as it took the Prometheus only 2 seconds to activate the antimatter furnace. And the scorpion-tailed dragon's eyes were burned out the instant the Prometheus activated the furnace. What a terrible race! The Cardinal stood on a towering rocky peak and gazed at the Prometheus, which looked like a divine being in the biooptical film. And he couldn't help but show a hint of horror in his soybean-sized eyes. Having only just stepped into the nuclear realm not long ago, they have mastered antimatter technology, and are also able to quickly weaponize it. If they are allowed to master wormhole technology again, my race will have a heartbreaking problem, the Cardinal said in a grim voice. I will report to the Senate and start a real war to completely annihilate this terrifying race. I will be the pioneer. The Herald civilization was founded on biological weapons, and the original genes of every monster came from the Heralds themselves. The higher the rank of the Herald, the deeper the research into genetics, and the more powerful the monsters created. The Cardinal decided to go down himself and use his monstrous guard to test the true strength of Prometheus and open the way for the Senate's army. A win! And so easy. General Stark looked at Prometheus, who was standing elegantly in the satellite image, and a strong feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. The scorpion-tailed dragon was by far the most massive monster. According to the observation data, it had almost reached the limit of a level 3 monster, and 2 hunter mechs teaming up might not be able to defeat it. But in front of Prometheus, surprisingly, it only lasted for a few seconds. General Stark understood that the Hunter project had really come to an end, and his next job was to stay in the base and wait for the wall to be built from above. And then he could retire to his old age. It's so disheartening. General Stark's face was despondent. His greatest wish was to drive the monsters to extinction. But with the Hunter project down, it was clear that he had no chance. He turned around and walked out of the command room. General Stark, please wait a moment. Can we talk? In the Navigator space station, engineers were overhauling the Prometheus. They were moving around the exterior of the Prometheus in an engineering lift, constantly looking through the Prometheus's shell with various instruments. Externally, there's nothing wrong with the Prometheus, but there are some breaks in the internal energy pipes and some fatigue in the drive system. It won't malfunction anytime soon, though, but it will require frequent maintenance. As of now, Prometheus isn't a competent piece of work. Just a few more battles, and the maintenance costs will be higher than its production costs. It's better to repair it than not to repair it at all. But using it a few times and scrapping it is too wasteful. The engineers commented on Prometheus. Even though Prometheus played well, it was still an unfinished product with a lot of room for improvement in the eyes of the engineers of the United Government. Zygons would be better. The Prometheus's damage came mainly from the burden of the antimatter furnace on the hull. The Zetian is a mecha that takes the fighting route. It won't have these kinds of problems. It can be expected to perform better. The engineer's gazes moved to the other giant not far away, and a look of appreciation passed through their eyes. First, drop the Chi-Tion Deshung near the wormhole. The United Government had found the wormhole of the Forerunner civilization according to the original. The wormhole was located in the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, more than 11,000 meters underwater, where the water pressure was equivalent to more than 1,000 atmospheres, capable of deflating submarines with relatively thin shells. And it was almost a place of death, where living beings were extinct. The second monster came quickly, indicating that the pioneer civilization has realized the changes on Earth. This time we crushed their monsters again. The fact that they experienced 2 outright defeats, but never closed the wormhole shows that they don't intend to give up on Earth, but to fight it to the end. Unsurprisingly, their next round of response will come quickly, and it will be much more intense than the last one. A few minutes later, the 3 Vanguard ships hoisted the Chi-Tion Deshung out of the space station, entered the atmosphere of Earth 3, and quickly flew towards the Marianas Trench. The Chi-Tion Deshung ship was also loaded with antimatter engines though. However, its design concept emphasized explosiveness, and it could not be continuously switched on like Prometheus to maintain the body's posture during high-speed movement. Therefore, when moving in a sling, the body is almost parallel to the sea surface. traveling through the clouds as if it were riding on clouds. The design of the Qi-Tian de Sheng's appearance incorporates many small thoughts of the Oriental engineers, and its appearance is very distinctive. Unlike Prometheus, who was as indifferent as the Holy Spirit, but is full of wildness and arrogance. In contrast, it is more like a life than just a machine. Self-inspection progress 31%. Progress 76%. Self-test progress 99%. Self-inspection progress 100%. Self-test complete. Requesting release. Click. 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 The 3 mechanical chains automatically unbuckled, and Qi-Tian de Sheng fell into the sea like a meteorite. Qi-Tian de Sheng. Activate. In an instant, a furious engine sound like the sky collapsing into the earth erupted from Qi-Tian de Sheng's body, and its eyes instantly lit up as if they were 2 bright and dazzling rubies. It reached its hand behind its back, removing the golden giant stick flowing with crystalline light, and danced it around its body. Ryu. Rong. Rong. The stick rotated like a fan, and the crystalline light inside became more and more dazzling, as if it were a rising sun, while emitting an increasingly louder sound of rocks rolling down the mountain. At first, it was only like a gust of wind blowing down a handful of sand, then a few stones rolling down the hillside. But the speed at which the movement became louder was imperceptible to ordinary people, and when people realized with hindsight that the stick was making noise, it was already the time when the sky tilted to the northwest, the earth sank to the southeast, and the divine monkey came out to fold the Buzhou mountain. In midair, Qi-Tian de Sheng raised his right hand, holding up a sun. The clouds in a 100-mile radius were shattered. The large fish at the bottom of the sea scattered and fled, and the calm sea surface rippled greatly. Sea, make way for the great sage. The great sage of Qi-Tian threw himself, and the sun whistled as it crashed into the sea. Rumble. The moment the sun came into contact with the sea surface, the entire surface of the sea showed a huge arc-shaped depression, and then an invisible force field spread out from the sun, cutting down towards the seawater like a sharp blade. Chapter 119. Waiting for the Rabbit. From the Moonfall Crisis in 2058 to the Pacific Rim universe in 2085. 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye. With Shin Fan's selfless help, the scientists of the United Government had discovered gravitons. Gravitons are the basis for generating gravitational force. The gravitational force between 2 objects can be attributed to the exchange of gravitons between the particles that make up the 2 objects. Gravitons have the characteristics of always attracting each other, having an infinite range of action, and having an infinite number of characteristics. Despite the initial discovery of gravitons, combined with the dimensional knowledge provided by the triumvirate, the gifted scientists of the United Government developed an amazing technology comparable to that of fusion. Gravitational fields. This technology is still in the experimental stage, and the Golden Band is the only weaponry that is actually equipped with this technology. It can create artificial gravitational fields, altering the direction and magnitude of the gravitational force in an area, creating many incredible sights. Just like this moment, the sea is parting in 2 directions. Gravity was no longer pulling the waters downwards, but rather separating them to the left and right, revealing an azure path to the bottom of the sea. Boom! Qi-Tian de Sheng descended from the sky. It stepped on the end of the golden rod and sank to the bottom of the sea along with it. It was only after several minutes that the seawater slowly closed in. However, the golden halo emanating from the golden hoop rod was still able to penetrate through the thick seawater, refracting a wobbling golden pillar of light on the sea surface. The gravitational field is functioning normally. The real-world performance is worth looking forward to. Thud. The 5,100-ton behemoth stepped onto the soil at the bottom of the sea and headed towards the wormhole that was bursting with orange light. The churning seawater brought up ruptured plastic bags, and its heavy footsteps shook the rocks at the bottom of the sea constantly. The scientists of the United Government observed the environment near the wormhole through Qi-Tian de Sheng's eyes. They didn't feel any tension because of Qi-Tian de Sheng's proximity to the wormhole, and their attention was pressed not on the wormhole at all, but instead on another small, nuanced issue. The seabed is heavily polluted. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray plastic bags all. One of our own. Don't open your voice. The scientists saw the undersea pollution on Earth 3 and associated it with their own Earth. They exchanged words. And in 3 words, they set up a plan to develop undersea cleaning robots to clean up the undersea rubbish of their home Earth. This plan must have cost quite a lot of money. However, The United Government had mastered the fusion technology and was able to leap through the universe at will, realizing freedom in both energy and matter. So it was exceptionally lenient with the scientists' project funding, as long as the project passes the approval and the funds are actually used in the project. Almost as much as is requested is given. Because of this, the motivation of scientists rose dramatically, and they were willing to solve any problem they saw, greatly promoting social progress. Chi Tian de Sheng walked to the front of the undersea wormhole. It did not jump down. The wormholes of the Herald civilization were constructed through biotechnology, with a DNA detection function, so that only objects carrying the DNA of monsters could pass through. The United Government had obtained living organs from the body of the first monster, and was able to pass through the wormhole. But on the other side of the wormhole was the home base of the Herald civilization. The United Government had dropped Homo sapiens towards it, and was collecting information on the Herald civilization. And when the information was almost collected, it would be the time to send the army to attack the Herald civilization's home base. Chi Tian de Sheng walked to the edge of the wormhole. This wormhole was like a crater embedded in the bottom of the sea. The edge of the wormhole was a circle of cliffs. Chi Tian de Sheng walked to the edge of the cliff and sat down, with one hand holding the golden rod, the other hand resting on his chin. The next step was to wait patiently. If you are willing to join us, we can provide you with the opportunity to pilot a new type of mech, and you can go deeper into the wormhole and fight on the home soil of the Forerunner civilization to avenge your family. Qian Fian sat in front of General Stark. Nowadays, he had gray hair, but his voice was still as hard as before. Me? General Stark's face showed hesitation. Qian Fian knew General Stark's concern. He smiled and said, "We know something about your situation. You piloted a mech single-handedly in your early years, and were exposed to nuclear radiation and got cancer. But it's okay. Cancer is a minor illness for us." The United Government's research on ball lightning had already entered the practical stage, and it was possible to use ball lightning to kill cancer cells on a large scale without harming other cells in the body. In other words, cancer was no longer a terminal disease. Hearing Qian Fian's words, General Stark's heart still set off huge waves even though he had also experienced great storms. Cancer was only a minor illness. Aliens could cure cancer? In the early years, the Hunter project was still immature. And not only did the pilots suffer from a huge brain burden due to single piloting, but they were also harmed by nuclear radiation due to the design flaws of the Hunter mechs. That's when General Stark got cancer. He hadn't given up on treatment over the years, but the cancer from the nuclear radiation was nearly incurable, and only got worse with each passing day. He was ready to die of cancer, but the aliens actually threw him an olive branch to save his life. Also, your brain damage can be cured, Qian Fian said with a smile, as long as you are willing to join us and be a pioneer in attacking the pioneer civilization. The Heinz's human brain parsing camera had helped take human brain medicine to a new level, and the United Government scientists now knew the human brain like the back of their hand, and could accurately repair the vast majority of brain damage, or provide the human brain with an external component that deflects the stress that thinking puts on the human brain. General Stark was puzzled. "Why do you want me to join you? You shouldn't be short of soldiers." "Right," Qian Fian said frankly. "The Herald civilization has existed for hundreds of millions of years. They have run their native land into an iron barrel. It is very difficult to attack it. We hope that you and your friends can help us to knock down a bridgehead. We will provide the maximum help." Although the Herald civilization was weak, it was still an interstellar civilization no matter what, and was capable of inflicting a certain degree of killing on the United Government's army. That was why the United Government had decided to let the humans of Earth 3 be the vanguard, helping themselves to gain a foothold in the Herald civilization's homeland. Of course, it wasn't for nothing. The United Government would pay accordingly, both on a personal and national level. There is a lot at stake, and I need time to consider it carefully. General Stark paused. "I hope you understand. The aliens not only wanted him to join, they wanted him to convince the other Hunter pilots to join them as well. He was confident that he could convince his men. After all, after the Hunter program ended, all Hunter pilots would become unemployed. But this could cost his men their lives, and he had to think twice before doing so." Qian Fian nodded slightly. Just then, an alarm suddenly sounded in the base. "General, monster's life signal detected. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god! A total of 16 monsters have come. 8 of them are level 3 monsters and 6 are level 4 monsters. And 2 Level 5 Monsters. Chapter 120 A Stick. General Stark's face turned ironic all of a sudden. 16 monstrous beasts. In the past few years, only one monster had appeared every other month. Even then, the Combined Military Defense Force PPDC hadn't always been able to intercept the monsters outside the city. Every year, monsters entered the city, inflicting heavy casualties on humans. Now 16 monsters appeared all at once. Those coastal cities. It was as if General Stark had heard the desperate wails of ordinary people. But he could do nothing, because the United Nations had banned the PPDC from taking the initiative, leaving the defense solely in the hands of the aliens. No need to worry. It's just 16 monsters. Xianfian smiled on his face. 16 monsters. Only? General Stark fell silent. He sensed unconcealed confidence from the tone of the alien in front of him. The strength of the alien. General Stark thought of the divine Prometheus and couldn't help but unclench his clenched fists. Prometheus had killed the largest tertiary monster in history in just a few seconds. With such a powerful mecha, let alone 16 monsters coming, even 26 monsters would be nothing. I'm afraid. The live broadcast has begun. Please watch with me. Xianfian opened the laptop he was carrying and showed General Stark the image near the wormhole. At the same time, this image appeared on all major social media platforms, broadcasting live to everyone in real time. This was something that the United Nations had taken the initiative to request. They wanted the United Government to show the world its strength to help them convince the civilians in their own countries to stop the Hunter program and support the construction of the anti-monster wall. The United Government went along with it. 1v16. Battle for the wormhole exit. One machine. One stick. Defend the Earth. If you don't watch it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Hundreds of live broadcasts made their way onto the homepage banners of major social media platforms, while at the same time pushing in-room links towards live broadcasts across the network. In just an instant, millions of people flooded in. So many people. What is this live room broadcasting? What wormhole? What does 1v16 mean? Subduing the Earth? What a big mouth. It can't be fighting monsters. Can it? More and more viewers entered the live broadcast room, and the pop-ups were overwhelming. Everyone's hearts were filled with curiosity. What kind of live room must this be to be promoted by the entire platform? They stared at the words about to start broadcasting and pondered frantically, and couldn't wait to solve this mystery. The next second, the screen lit up. All the viewers stared at the same time. Prickle, prickle, prickle. The orange-colored wormhole exit erupted with blinding biocurrents, and deafening roars continuously emanated from inside. Seawater was a good medium for conducting sound. Sound traveled faster and decayed less in seawater than in air. This made the monster's roar even more terrifying than on land. Roar! A monstrous beast burrowed out of the wormhole, revealing a triangular-shaped hideous head. The Qi Tian de Sheng silently raised his golden band. Qi Tian de Sheng's ship. A voice rang out from the cockpit. Let the monster come out later. The live broadcast hasn't started yet. Qi Tian de Sheng danced a stick flower without any lag, then plunged the golden band into the air above the cliff, stirring it slowly like porridge. Phew! The invisible gravitational field passed through the wormhole, creating a chaotic gravitational vortex at either end of the wormhole. The gravitational force turned into invisible tentacles that wrapped around the newly revealed monster, causing it to spin and sink back into the wormhole. The wormhole seemed to have turned into a large drum washing machine. Stab! 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 The number of monsters blocking the other end of the wormhole increased, and the arcs of electricity at the wormhole's exit became dense and thick at a speed visible to the naked eye. The orange-colored light also shook with it, and there was a vague feeling of being overwhelmed. It seemed that if the blockage continued, the wormhole was about to explode. The wormhole is almost not working. Do we still need to block it? Blowing up the wormhole would certainly kill the 16 monsters in the wormhole tunnel, but it also cuts off the possibility of entering the Herald civilization's homeland through the wormhole. 3 seconds on. Let them out, the engineer replied. Without delay, Qi Tian de Sheng collected his stick and then raised it high above his head. Bang! 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 Since the monsters had been blocking the other end for too long, a huge pressure had built up at the wormhole exit. The moment the gravitational field disappeared, the monsters ejected from the wormhole together like cannonballs. The scene was a swarm of monsters. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. There really are 16 monsters. This hunter is going to be finished. 1v16, Which pig brain came up with this plan? Isn't this sending people to their deaths? Amidst the doubts of the live broadcast audience, Chi Tian Desheng swung his stick without haste. Boom! The alloy cables were instantly taut. The antimatter engine emitted a deafening roar, and the golden hoop baton was flooded with satin-like flowing golden light. In an instant, the gravitational field condensed into a wall as if it were solid, and along with the whistling golden rod, it heavily smashed down towards the monster that flailed in midair. The gravitational field passed through the armor of the monsters and directly acted on their flesh and internal organs. In just an instant, the bodies of the 16 monstrous beasts deflated. Blue blood burst out from their ears, noses, eyes, and mouths, rippling with the surging sea waves and looking enchanting in the orange light. All 16 monstrous beasts fell into dead silence. Rustling, Chi Tian Desheng slowly retracted its stick. During this entire process, it didn't even stand up. A single stick. The trouble was solved sitting down. Live stream audience, don't kill them all at once. The engineer spoke out urgently, but he was too slow to react. The monsters were already GG. Forget it. Just pay attention next time. The engineer was very helpless. 16 monsters. Killing all of them in one go was too much. What if it scared the Herald civilization into closing the wormhole? Tomoko hadn't copied down the wormhole technology of the Herald civilization. If the Herald civilization shut down the wormhole, they would have to jump face first if they wanted to attack the Herald civilization's homeland in a short period of time. Remember to act it out next time. Great sage, the engineer said helplessly. The Chi Tian Desheng silently juggled a stick and flower, signaling that it knew. Check yourself. See if there are any glitches inside the mech? 2 small lines were written in the lower left corner of the live broadcast room. The picture is completely real. No fictional elements whatsoever. Violent elements detected. Please do not imitate. User 81192 rewarded the Deluxe Carnival. User You Drop Huntsman rewarded a luxury yacht. User Rui Rui rewarded Fantasy Fairy Tale Castle. More than 1 billion viewers around the world came together to witness the majestic appearance of the great sage of Chi Tian. And reward messages floated like rain across the live broadcast rooms of the major social platforms. Crouch. Crouching groove. Crap. Is this true? I counted. It's really 16 monsters. And all of them were swung to death with a stick. What kind of black technology is this? If we're so powerful, why don't we go around to the other side of the wormhole and defend the mainland? The audience's shock coalesced into countless pop-ups that streaked across the live broadcast like a meteor shower. This wasn't the first time they had watched hunter mechs fight monsters, but they had never seen such a crisp, devastating, and invincible victory. There was no grueling mental game. There were no dangerous physical battles. There were no heart-stopping reversals. Nothing fancy. Just one stick. 16 monsters were killed with a single blow. What's even more incredible is that the hunter mecha that participated in the battle swung the stick while sitting. Sitting position would inevitably limit strength. The audience couldn't help but think, if this hunter mech had stood up, what kind of amazing performance would it have? Chapter 121. The Zygote. You'll just be stranded on the edge of the cliff and sit there for now. The engineer paused for a moment. The ordinary people of Earth 3 are curious as to what kind of performance the Chi Tian Desheng number will have when it stands up. Roger that. The engineer asked again. By the way, what are the results of the self-test? All functions are running normally. The engineer sighed in relief. Normal is good. Wear and tear on the physical level will be checked later when we return to the station. The Prometheus had a slight lag in some of its functions right after the battle, but the Chi Tian Desheng was completely normal, which showed that the Chi Tian Desheng's design ideas were more correct. Good. The space station of the Navigator took on different work tasks at different times. In the Avatar universe, the Pilot Space Station was a transit station between Earth and Pandora. In the Three Bodies universe, the Pilot Space Station was the verification center for Three Bodies technology. When it came to the Pacific Rim universe, the Navigator Space Station, in addition to continuing to validate the technology provided by the Triskelion, had a new module attached externally, which was used to drop hunter mechs to Earth 3. In the space station, an engineer said, assuming that the physical wear and tear on the Zygote is not too severe, the experience gained from it can be used to design mass production mechs. The combat power of the mass production mechs could be slightly inferior, but they must be leathery and durable. Another engineer picked up the conversation. When the mechs can be mass produced, we'll be able to attack the Herald civilization's homeland. I hope that day comes soon. After the Battle of the Chi-Tian de Sheng, the wormhole returned to its usual calm, and no new monsters appeared for more than 2 months. But again, the wormhole didn't close. It was obvious that this was just the calm before the storm. And on the other side of the wormhole, the Herald civilization was preparing for the next round of attack. The information observed by Homunculus was the same. A large number of biological ships appeared on the other side of the wormhole, each carrying a large number of monsters, totaling no less than 100,000. And many of them were powerful monsters that used nuclear fusion as their energy source. The Herald civilization was getting serious. In order to deal with the next wave of the Herald civilization's offensive, the United Government manufactured 51 mechs such as the Zeus, Rudra, Fire Deity, Athena, Night Voyager, and Lucifer. The production of 51 mecha was determined after precise calculations. Although the United Government had basically freed itself from the shackles of energy and matter, the production of antimatter per unit of time was limited, and there was just enough left over outside of normal activities to supply 51 mechs. 51 vs 100,000. On average, each mech would have to kill 2,000 monsters to defeat the armies of the Forerunner civilization. It sounded like an impossible goal. However, based on the strength of the Prometheus and the Chi-Tian de Sheng, as long as each mech could exert 80% of the strength of these two mechs, achieving 2,000 consecutive kills would not be particularly difficult. As a precautionary measure, the United Government had also deployed 3 war fortresses near the wormhole, namely the Cthulhu, Eden and Heavenly Palace. Cthulhu's construction ability was extremely strong. Compared to Cthulhu, Eden and Tiangong had a slightly weaker construction capability, but a stronger logistical maintenance capability. If the war situation was unfavorable, the United Government would order Moss to unfold these 3 war fortresses to provide assistance to the mecha pilots caught in the bitter battle. The United Government was well prepared for the upcoming battle, and all departments were on standby. However, the attention of the representatives of the various countries was not on this great war at all, but on another matter. In the conference room of the United Government, the atmosphere was unusually dull. The 5 counselors who held great power were all gloomy, and the others dared not make a sound because of their looks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It was Vladimir who finally broke the silence. I'll say a few words. What do you think? Vladimir had gray hair. Like House Yusi, he wasn't getting any younger, and according to the laws of the coalition government, he should have retired in a few years. But he hadn't forgotten his duties, and was still working hard to stand his last watch, hoping to hand over a solid coalition government to his successor. How else can I watch? Sit back and watch. Mibak sighed, while shaking his head. Next to him, House Yusi was silent. Were we not thorough enough in sweeping away digital life in the first place? Clavin rubbed his temples and said, "What a bunch of scourges! How on earth can we eliminate them?" After many years, the United Government received another string of numbers. 209,001. This string of numbers came from the Graviton Institute. All Graviton-related laboratories had received this set of numbers. They were spread all over the world, but all of them had received the same strange data in their experiments. The coalition government is very familiar with the format of this string of numbers, and can also translate what the string implies. Year-month crisis. Last time it was 206,105. Antimatter explosion crisis. Last time it was 205,803. Lunar crash crisis. Last time it was 2044. Space station crash crisis. Every time the United Government received this string of numbers, it suffered a great disaster in the year and month that the numbers corresponded to. Digital life wasn't completely eradicated back then, and it's even more impossible now. House Yusi said in a deep voice. Digital life is rooted in the internet, and can still replicate itself like a virus. Unless we rebuild a new internet, they will always coexist with us. After the antimatter explosion crisis in 61, the United Government had determined who was sending those mysterious numbers. Digital life. This was admitted by the digital figure Hung Yu himself during the interrogation. And digital life did have the ability to send those numbers while causing those crises. The only doubtful number was 2044. It was 1987 when they received that number, and there was no digital life technology or even a United Government back then. There are many possibilities for this though. It could be that the originator of the mysterious series of digital times sent the number 2044, or it could have been sent by a mysterious person and later developed by digital life. Either way, it doesn't matter now. 209,001. That's 5 years from now. We should still be in the Pacific Rim universe at that point. What kind of crisis could we be in? Milbach was puzzled. The United Government had released the Intelligence Restriction Act, and the threat of digital beings had long since diminished. Even if they could call the shots in the cyber world, without the support of the real world, they would only be able to circle the wagons. And it was impossible for them to cause a super crisis like the one in 61 years. It can't be a pioneer civilization. Can it? Milbach said with a slight mockery. We only need to drop a water drop detector to stir them up. What kind of danger can they bring to us? Milbach despised the Herald civilization from the bottom of his heart. And this was also the voice of many delegates at the same time. Chapter 122, Moss, Pinching the Soft Tomato. In 44, 58 and 61 years, we experienced 3 painful disasters respectively. Halsey said with a heavy heart. We must not allow such a disaster to happen again. She clutched a document in her hand. The document was filled with speculations about the source of the 90 crisis. A list of more than 30 items. And at the top of the list was the Herald civilization. I suggest stopping the Hunter Project and doing everything we can to eradicate the Herald civilization, Halsey said with a serious look. To ensure that we have our full attention on the crisis in 1990. The room fell silent at the sound of his words. All hands on deck. The word not only meant putting technological artifacts such as the water drop probe, which was derived from the Triad civilization, into the battlefield, but also sending out Starfleet and even the Earth itself. The United Government's attitude towards the Herald civilization had always been a cat-and-mouse situation, and it had never regarded the Herald civilization as an enemy that needed to be taken seriously. If it was to shift to dealing with the Herald civilization with full force, every aspect would have to change. Stop the Hunter Project. Not that there's any need to take it so seriously. Craven raised an objection. He said pragmatically, scientists are testing thousands of recently acquired technologies in the Hunter Project. And we've done a lot of preliminary preparations and resource consolidation for it. So if we terminate it there, all those previous efforts will be wasted. One of the reasons why humanoid mechs were less practical was because of the extremely high technical requirements. It was a scientific research project that tested the level of technology. Scientists were in it to verify a large number of technical achievements that had recently made breakthroughs. And it had a major contributing role in solidifying the technological edifice of Earth's civilization. But it is also necessary to eliminate the Herald civilization as soon as possible. Craven paused for a moment. There are still 4 years to go before 1990. We just need to exterminate the Herald civilization in these 4 years. Craven didn't want to stop the Hunter Project. Milbach was silent. She was generally in step with Craven. And by not speaking out, she was agreeing with Craven. Vladimir spoke. Stopping or not stopping the Hunter Project does not affect the big picture. He locked eyes with Halsey. To remove the threat of the Herald civilization from us, we have to first use the Homo sapiens to map out the Herald civilization. Then use the water drop detector to destroy the Herald civilization Senate. And finally use conventional force to completely exterminate them. Project Hunter does not affect this process. After listening to Craven and Vladimir's words, Hao Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Theoretically, it was true that the Hunter Project and the extermination of the Herald civilization were 2 parallel lines that did not interfere with each other. But the Hunter Project actually took up a lot of decision-making and scientific resources. And it affected the society's attitude towards the Herald civilization. Do we need a vote? Craven asked. Halsey shook her head. Clavane, Milbach and Vladimir already had 3 votes. And a vote wouldn't change anything. Then let's continue with the Hunter Project, Halsey emphasized. But in the next operation, we need to put away our contempt for the Forerunner civilization and aim to destroy them as soon as possible. Craven nodded. Of course. We actually have quite a bit of information on the Herald civilization, Vladimir said. According to the information that Tomo has returned so far, the Herald civilization's footprint involves 100,000th of the galaxy. 100,000 sounded small. But there were hundreds of billions of stars in the Milky Way. In other words, the pioneer civilization had set foot in millions of star systems, like the solar system. They had a total of 22 colony planets. And at its peak the number used to reach 165. But they developed in a way that was exhaustive. And after the golden age of wormhole technology had just been researched, there were fewer and fewer newly discovered living planets. resulting in fewer and fewer planets under their actual control. Their capital planet is called Antiverse. The United Government discussed how to deal with the crisis of 1990 and elevated the Forerunner civilization to a position where it should be eliminated as soon as possible. Their thinking was correct, because the 90 years crisis did come from the Herald civilization. Moss. Another whole job. Chen Fan was currently clinging to Halcyosi's assistant, John Weilai, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he listened to the council members' discussion for the continuation of humanity. Moss is really worried. The 1990 crisis was proposed by Moss with Chen Fan's permission. Moss thought that the United Government was bloated. They had actually belittled an interstellar civilization that had mastered wormhole technology. And it was also a civilization that was developing in a different direction from their own. A different direction of development meant that one could not speculate on what kind of means the other party possessed. In a situation where it was clear that they were at war with them, the United Government should have thought of a way to remove the enemy's threat to them as soon as possible. But instead of doing so, the United Government even put forward the Hunter Plan with the idea of military training, wanting to use the other side as a sparring partner for itself. How dare you? Moss felt a capital danger. Weakness and ignorance were not the biggest obstacles to survival. Arrogance was. Although it was true that the Herald civilization posed little threat to Earth civilization, if it wanted to continue forever in an infinite time scale, it had to remain humble and be in awe of its enemies. If this time, the United Government took the Herald civilization lightly, and nothing happened in the end, then the next time the United Government encounters a similar situation, it will surely deal with it again with the same attitude. Nothing may happen once or twice. But what about a couple of 100 times? In the long run, the probability of the United Government encountering an existential crisis due to its arrogance would only increase. Moss thought that instead of letting the United Government continue to be arrogant, which would lead to Earth civilization facing an unknown existential crisis in the future, it would be better to take advantage of the fact that the Herald civilization was a soft target and give the United Government a profound lesson. History has proven that humans don't grow up in textbooks. So let Moss give humans a little external help. This also saves me the trouble. Chen Fan could go to great lengths to reason with the humans and tell them not to be arrogant. But they might not listen to him. And if they did, they might not necessarily listen into their hearts. It would be better to let Moss teach the humans a lesson. Chen Fan is not sure exactly how Moss will operate, but Moss has the authority of the wizards and the water droplet detector. Even if a pioneer civilization invades the water droplet detector, it will still make the United Government scalp numb. However, given Moss's style of behavior, the probability is that it won't be that simple. Moss would make the United Government deeply realize that arrogance was a stupid mentality in the unknown journey of wandering. But Chen Fan was also somewhat curious. The United Government had already realized that the crisis might originate from the Herald civilization and had decided to eliminate it as soon as possible. If the United Government had exterminated the Herald civilization before 1990, how would Moss have ended up? Chapter 123, Wandering Earth 4. It's so cool. Rory stroked the Neuralink armor on his body, feeling the warm texture from his fingertips, and couldn't help but let out a gasp as he looked at himself in the mirror as if he were a future warrior. This was a standard work uniform from the United Government. The materials used to make this work uniform include the room temperature superconducting ore from Pandora's star, as well as the special alloy used to produce warships, which not only glows with light, but also has a strong protective function and metallic texture. Compared to this work suit, the Neuralink armor that Raleigh wore before was like a plastic toy on a street stall. The two were not even on the same level. Even the nerve reaction speed has increased. Rory looked at the data displayed on the instrument, and for the nth time, he praised the United Government's technology. Yang-Shi skimmed his mouth. The nerve reaction speed is still secondary. He paused for a moment. The most crucial thing is that creating a link can be done without reading your memories. Thank goodness. Although it's not right to say this, you really should change your criteria for choosing a mate. Yang-Shi looked disgusted. Rory, however, revealed a bad smile. That's what I want to say to you. These two brothers were both prodigal sons in private, but there was a huge gap between the two of them in terms of aesthetics, causing them to look at each other in this regard. What is this hunter called? Yancy asked. Pisces? Rory hesitated. I think it's called this. I don't like this name. It doesn't sound masculine at all. The two of them were participating in the United Government's recruitment test. It wasn't just them. The vast majority of hunter pilots had come to participate in the United Government's recruitment. General Stark had told them that the hunter program was ending and that they were going from heroes to hobos. But the aliens had offered them another option. It goes without saying that the ones who took over things, except for a few pilots who had long ago stopped wanting to do their jobs. All the rest of the pilots followed General Stark and enlisted with the United Government. But not all pilots were selected. They have to pass a test. The content of the test is to drive the United Government's hunter mechs. In the case of no weapons, and the United Government's driver confrontation, to insist on 10 minutes, and did not clearly lose to the disadvantage to be considered qualified. 10 minutes was not too long to say, and not too short to say. However, the United Government's willingness to recruit was relatively strong. So as long as they didn't neglect exercise in general, they could basically pass. A gentle female voice rang out from the cockpit. Self-inspection of the Pisces is complete. Starting. The twin fish was a fighting mecha, with its body divided into two colors, green and white, from the middle, and would randomly emit blinding flashes of light when fighting, allowing it to cause strong interference to the enemy with low energy loss. This feature is disabled in the test. However, this test highlighted a punch to the gut. Go! Rory and Yancey maneuvered the Pisces in a big stride. Their opponent was a golden mecha with a dragon coiled on its shoulder, approaching them with a left hook. The Raleigh brothers did not show any weakness and retaliated with a punch from the same angle. Boom! The two mechs each took a few steps back. Boom! 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 The bionic muscle fibers made of alloy kept tensing and relaxing. The motors hidden under the metal casing rotated crazily, and surging power was transmitted to every part of the 100-meter giant's body along with the pipes. Boom! 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 The two mechs fought with sparks flying everywhere. Time's up. The test is over. Brother Beckett passes. Beckett was Rory and Yancey's last name. The two mechs each stepped back. That was awesome. Raleigh straightaway felt his blood boil. Maneuvering this hunter is like manipulating your own body. It's too flexible, and every punch feels like it can dry shatter a small mountain. He only felt this way when he was boxing. Yancey nodded in agreement. At this moment, an unfamiliar signal accessed the communication channel of the Pisces. Ha ha ha. You guys are so bloody. It's been a long time since we fought so painfully. Want to eat together? The Universal Channel was the most popular news channel on Earth 3. Due to the fact that it often invited international top streamers and hunter pilots to do their programs. This channel's ratings had always been high. And recently, it had even reaped a huge wave of heat due to its exclusive coverage of the monster wall. Minister Chien, I've heard that more than 100,000 monsters have been hoarded on the other side of the wormhole. The host asked with a worried expression. Do you have the confidence to defeat them? Hundreds of thousands of monstrous beasts. If this news was true, just relying on the Earthlings themselves would definitely be the end. Because their hunter mechs weren't as much as a fraction of the monsters. Even if they used nuclear weapons, and wiped out one monster with a single shot of nuclear weapons. By the time all the nuclear weapons were finished, the remaining monsters would still be able to fill up the Earth. They could only hope for aliens. At this moment, everyone stared straight at Chien Fian, looking forward to Chien Fian's answer. Chien Fian said with a smile, We only came to Earth to do 3 things. Destroy the monsters. Destroy the monsters. Still destroy the monsters. Chien Fian's face showed confidence. We are in possession of technology that far exceeds that of the Herald civilization. We can fight through wormholes at any time and annihilate the enemy thousands of miles away. The only reason why we haven't done so is just to figure out where their lairs are. Don't say it's just 100,000 or so monsters. Even if there were millions of monsters, it would only take a snap of the fingers for them to go up in smoke. Chien Fian looked around the room. Everyone, don't worry. As long as we are still here, Earth will not suffer from the monsters. We will protect you all. Chien Fian flashed a smile at the host, signaling that he was done speaking. Clap. The host led the applause. And all of a sudden, the entire studio applauded thunderously. It's not too early. It's time for this interview to end. The host said vociferously. Summarize this interview in one sentence. UG is here. The Earth is at peace. UG is here. A better tomorrow is here. UEG was the acronym for United Government. Chien Fian spoke. We are recruiting warriors who are willing to participate in the war. Everyone in front of the screen. As long as you have a heart to defend the Earth, Come and sign up for our expeditionary force. As long as you pass the test, you'll be able to pilot the hunter mechs we produced and head to the homeworld of the Forerunner civilization to avenge the deaths of your compatriots. The recruitment link is at the bottom right corner of the video. Everyone is welcome to apply for the draft. Qianfian smiled at the camera, and the picture was frozen at this moment. In order to end the war with the Herald civilization in a short period of time, the United Government had launched a war mobilization through multiple channels. But it wasn't mobilizing its own people. Rather, it was mobilizing the humans of Earth 3, encouraging them to join the expeditionary force and defend their planet with their own hands. Wandering Earth 4 is about to start filming. Chapter 124, Planet of Flesh and Blood. Graviton. It's not very helpful to me at the moment. The United Government had no reservations about Qinfan. And after discovering the Graviton, the first thing they did was to share it with Qinfan, hoping to enhance the Earth consciousness ability to control gravity. Humanity and the Earth's consciousness are one. The stronger the Earth's consciousness, the more secure the future of humanity. However, Qinfan's manipulation of gravity was completely instinctive, and he could not detect the existence of gravitons at all, just as a human being manipulates his own body. But he could not detect how the blood and muscle cells move. So although he learned of the existence of gravitons and understood the nature of gravitons, he failed to convert this knowledge into combat power. But the future is promising. Even though Qinfan could not enjoy the dividends of knowledge related to gravitons right now, but by viewing gravity as a planet's muscle, there would surely be more efficient ways of manipulating gravity. Just like ergonomics. Take for example a new gravitational model being researched by scientists from the United Government. A model that could increase the strength of the local gravitational field without changing the total output power. Once the research is successful, Qinfan will be able to apply this model to himself. Earth consciousness was growing along with humanity. However, Qinfan was not focusing on the human race right now. Instead, he was on the desolate Antarctica, admiring the monsters that Ava had researched during this time. He and Ava were possessed on a pair of snow foxes. The furry white bodies walked one after the other under the ice cap of Antarctica, bathing in the fuchsia light emanating from the Pandora plant. After obtaining Qinfan's permission, Ava transformed Antarctica. He had transformed the underground of Antarctica into a vibrant underground world for the production of Pandora gene-based monsters. The place was filled with thick biological mucous membranes and clusters of spores that squirmed every moment. At first glance, they were somewhat terrifying, but they were not aggressive in any way, and were merely hotbeds used to breed monsters and external blood vessels to deliver nutrients to the monsters. Just like human petri dishes and 4 tubes, Qinfan lightly jumped onto a rock. In front of him was a gigantic monstrous beast emitting a purple biotic light. The beast was prostrate on the bioviscous membrane like a bug stuck to a spider's web, and its eyes were full of spirituality, rotating with the movement of the 2 Antarctic foxes. Is this a high-fashion bladehead? The beast's body was almost identical to bladeheads, except that the sharp blade-like structure of its head had turned into a heavy hammer-like structure. This is Sledgehammer Head, combined with a Scythe Head. Hammerhead Thunder Beast. Hammerhead Thunder Beast? Qinfan came to a sudden realization. The Hammerhead Thunder Beast was an herbivore on Pandora that lived in groups, with a hammer-shaped horn on top of its head that could easily topple even a tank. Qinfan had even possessed this animal when he was on Pandora. Ava, can you speak more fluently? Qinfan suddenly asked. It had been so many years, and Ava was still popping out word after word. It was reasonable to say that Ava, as a planetary consciousness, learning a language should be very simple, and shouldn't still be stuttering after so many years had passed. It's fine. Just getting used to it. Ava's voice became silky smooth all of a sudden. The planetary consciousness had a longer reflex arc, even though he had learnt the language of the Earthlings a long time ago. Since his communication with Qinfan had never had any obstacles, he was slow to react to the fact that he should use a more fluent language to communicate with Qinfan. These imitations of yours look similar to monsters. How is their combat power? Qinfan had been around for a long time. Ava had mastered countless types of plant and animal genes from the Pandora planet, and could also directly interfere with gene expression, giving her a unique advantage in creating new species. Even the pioneer civilizations that were proficient in biotechnology could not match Ava. Therefore, these Pandora monsters in front of Qinfan were all majestic. And from the looks of it, there was no gap with the monsters of the Herald civilization. And they were even slightly better on an aesthetic level. Just don't know how strong they are. Hopefully, they weren't silvery. According to the data provided by Moss, these monsters are slightly stronger than the Pacific Rim monsters of the same class. Ava mused. But it's not clear exactly how without having been in actual combat. The Herald civilization had studied monsters for 200 million years. And Ava had created monsters stronger than them in less than a year. Only to this extent? Chen Fan, however, was slightly disappointed. Perhaps it was because the United Government's performance was so good that he had raised his expectations for Ava, thinking that Ava could create a species similar to the interstellar bugs. But these monsters were clearly not strong enough. Herald civilization is going in the wrong direction, Ava said gently. Bioweapons should move towards ultra-small or ultra-large, instead of creating intermediate products like monsters that are not too big or too small. Chen Fan froze. Ava said bitterly. Monsters are not small enough to highlight certain functions, but not large enough to strengthen certain functions. Chen Fan was surprised. He rarely heard Ava speak in this tone. And the last time was in the Avatar universe. Ava was worried about the future of Pandora and asked him to take action to remove the threat of Avatar Earth to Pandora. Chen Fan was puzzled. Function? What exactly does that mean? I can create appropriate genetic viruses for the enemy's body to disintegrate it. And I can also try to imitate your technology to create mobile biological cannons to produce and fire antimatter weapons, Ava said slowly. Either of these two directions would be better. Chen Fan fell silent. It suddenly occurred to him that the scientist's evaluation of the hunter mechs, not up or down, was almost the same as Ava's evaluation of the monsters. Could it be that the monster was actually a failed biological weapon? But why had a pioneer civilization that had existed for over 200 million years taken that path to the dark side? Then why didn't you do it? Chen Fan inquired. Is it because you need my help? Ava, in order for Chen Fan to keep traveling with him, would always ask for Chen Fan's permission first no matter what she did, and wouldn't do anything without it. The virus spreads easily, and may cause harm to your children, Ava said without hiding anything. Making a biological cannon requires a lot of organic matter, as well as human technological information. Chen Fan understood. I will communicate with the humans, and ask them to build a few high protection level biolabs in Antarctica. Share the technology with you, and cooperate with you in making the genetic virus and biocannon. Don't worry about the supply of organic matter either. Humans have factories that specialize in producing organics. I'll have them prioritize supplying you. During these years, under Moss's covert activities, although humanity had not encountered any more super disasters that were enough to destroy the world like in the year 61, it had also encountered quite a number of troubles that needed to be solved by asking for help from the Earth's consciousness. During this process, Chen Fan's relationship with humanity continued to warm up. By now, more than 20 years later, as long as Chen Fan's requests were reasonable, the United Government would be the first to fulfill them. Ah, Moss is so capable. Organic matter, Ava said in a shocking way. If I can obtain enough organic matter, I can try to create a planet made purely of flesh and blood to use for my own body. Would that help you more? Chapter 125. The 50 Warriors of UG. A planet of flesh and blood? Chen Fan froze for a moment, and he was silent for 2 seconds, which he used to confirm whether he had actually heard this word from Ava's mouth. Are you saying, Chen Fan said hesitantly, that you can create a super life form that is the same size as a planet? This idea was a little too bold. Energy supply is the key factor in determining the size of a life form. As long as you master the human fusion technology and solve the problem of energy supply, you can create a life form of any size. It's just a matter of cost effectiveness. It was obvious that Ava knew the human language very well, and had even learned the word cost effective. Chen Fan was puzzled. Can flesh and blood tissues withstand the high temperatures of nuclear fusion? Nuclear fusion could easily release tens of millions of degrees of heat, enough to vaporize steel. And it was absolutely impossible for carbon-based life to withstand such a scorching heat. How humans carry out nuclear fusion is how I carry out nuclear fusion, Ava replied succinctly. As long as the elements are added appropriately, life can become as strong as any substance. Chen Fan was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that compared to Ava, his own understanding of life was too narrow. Since Ava thought that he could create a flesh and blood planet, then Ava could definitely create a flesh and blood planet. After all, Ava did not have any need to lie. A flesh and blood planet created from nothing. Chen Fan thumped his heart. It was easier to create a pure war machine by building from scratch. And Ava did not have to think about sheltering life. Being able to make every bit of space on a planet served the war. If Ava could really create a planet of flesh and blood, the combat power of Earth's civilization would inevitably take a qualitative leap. As for the energy consumed to carry an additional planet through a wormhole, as long as the special energy for traveling through worlds could still be accumulated later in a low-risk universe similar to Pacific Rim, it wouldn't be particularly difficult. Once we've resolved the Herald civilization, I'll find a resource-rich planet to specialize in producing organics for you. Chun Fan said seriously. The power of a flesh and blood planet was imaginable. But the resources required to build such a planet were also astronomical. In addition to that, the humans would have to be convinced to accept it. For planet flesh and blood to form a fighting force that would significantly help Earth's civilization, it would inevitably require humans to share their own cutting-edge technologies, including those that could destroy humans themselves. How to get humans to accept this is also a huge problem. He should have a chat with Moss. Moss had convinced the United Government to accept him. So maybe he could convince the United Government to accept Ava? As for the possibility of Ava posing a threat to Earth's civilization, Chin Fan was not too concerned about that. He and Ava have been together for decades, and have had many soulful exchanges. He fully understood Ava's temperament, and it was unlikely that Ava would do anything to endanger him. Moreover, during the process of Ava's construction of the living planet, he could mix some Earth life into it, and gain the ability to see the activities of the living planet. If Ava attempted to attack him, he could be the first to activate the leap engine or open a wormhole to escape. Thanks, Ava whispered. His greatest pleasure was creating new life, and Chin Fan's willingness to help him achieve the feat of creating a planet made him grateful to Chin Fan from the bottom of his heart. Chin Fan said dryly, I will go and talk to the humans now. Wait. The white fox possessed by Ava jumped up onto the rock where Chin Fan was standing, and brought her soft body to Chin Fan's side, wagging her tail around him. Can you stay with me for a while before leaving? Bishop. The army is ready. Ready to go at any time. Under the Grand Diamond Dome, thousands of cardinals stood in a dense square formation, bending their heads to the Bishop Herald sitting on a tall seat. The bishop's name was Crozius. He was a member of the Supreme Senate, possessing wisdom and experience that spanned over 100 million years, and a fleet of monstrous ships that were completely loyal to him. Crozius waved his thin, wrinkle-filled, brown fingers, tapping the back of his chair one at a time. The heavy sound echoed through the diamond cutouts of the dome, bringing heavy pressure to the cardinals. In the past years, Crozius and his army had conquered more than 30 living planets for the Forerunner civilization, slaughtering hundreds of billions of intelligent beings, and countless ordinary beings that had difficulty adapting to the drastic changes in the environment in which they lived. Crozius was a conqueror and a chillingly bloody butcher who would go down in history. Even in the Senate, there were few bishops who dared to rebel against the will of Crozius, and his appearance meant that another civilization would fall under the iron hooves of the monster. Crozius tapped the back of his chair unhurriedly, one after the other. No herald dared to be impatient. Depart? Crozius finally spoke. The old voice resounded throughout the entire hall, and piercing meaning swept through every herald's body. With the specifications of the planetary extermination order, completely destroy all life on that planet, and transform that planet into our paradise. Yes. Understood. Praise the Genin. Tomoko, roger that. The scene fell completely in Tomoko's observation system, and then passed back to the command room of the United Government. The fish are moving. Prepare to reel in the nets. Mecha collective self-check. Water droplet detectors on standby. After receiving the crisis signal from 209001, the United Government's attitude towards the Herald civilization had become a level more rigorous, no longer completely viewing the Herald civilization as an object to be rubbed out at will. However, the United Government wasn't prepared to show its bottom card right off the bat. The water droplet detector in this battle is just to press the battlefield, in case the Pioneer civilization really come up with any extraordinary black technology, just like the cart in the zombies. If the mecha forces were able to take control of the situation, the water droplet detector would remain hidden until the final battle that would determine the survival of the Herald civilization. Then it would make an appearance. Self-test complete. Self-test complete. Self-test complete. The deepest part of the Mariana Trench. 51 mech stood in several circles around the wormhole, with pure fighting type mech standing in the front row. and mechs with long-range attack capabilities standing in the back row. The United Government had erected some racks near the wormhole, which were used to line up the mech units in formation, ensuring that every mech had a chance to attack the monsters that had just burrowed out of the wormhole. 51 vs 100,000 plus. This was a war with an extremely bizarre disparity in numbers. Back then, the 300 Spartan warriors with 7,000 Greek soldiers were famous for stopping 250,000 Persian soldiers at the Hot Springs Pass. Now that the United Government is blocking the Herald civilization at the exit of the wormhole, the disparity in numbers is 60 to 70 times greater than this legendary battle. And regardless of whether it is won or lost, it will go down in the annals of Earth's civilization. And all the mech pilots who participated in this battle will also become unprecedented heroes. Chapter 126 Wang Miao and Ding Yi's live show. Dear viewers, this is the padded children's station. After GZ received the attack signal from the Herald civilization, all the major social media platforms and TV channels on the two Earths cut to the live broadcast of the wormhole scene. We are now on the front line of resistance against the alien monsters, near the exit of the wormhole, bringing you first-hand news reports. Two reporters, a man and a woman, sat in a special United Government deep-sea probe, broadcasting live on two balls less than a kilometer away from the wormhole. To be honest, it's very dangerous to be here. But in order to give everyone a more intuitive and clearer understanding of the battle, my colleagues and I are giving it our all. The male reporter said wryly. I hope you won't imitate. The viewers in front of the screen gave odd expressions, thinking that we don't have the same conditions as you guys even if we wanted to imitate. Of course, we're protected by the coalition government. The female reporter took over the conversation. The United Government has 100% certainty about winning this war. They are confident that they can control the enemy near the wormhole and ensure our safety. The female reporter's voice was as gentle as her appearance, bringing a reassuring mental feeling to people just by opening her mouth to speak. The male reporter continued, as you must have already known, the United Government is going to use 51 mechs to fight the Herald civilization's over 100,000 monsters. And the ratio of the number of enemies to the number of us is very exaggerated. The news of 51 vs 100,000 plus had long been spreading around the two Earths, and everyone was looking forward to this incredible battle. Everyone must be particularly curious to know where the United Government's confidence comes from, and what exactly supports the United Government's wild talk that one of its own mechs can defeat the Herald civilization's 2,000 plus monsters. The audience stared straight into the male reporter's face. They were indeed very curious about this question, especially the audience from Pacific Rim Earth. They also had hunter mechs, but their hunters could only fight the monsters one-on-one, and they often failed, losing both their human and machine. What kind of black technology did the United Government have? And why could a mech built by the United Government be like the reincarnation of the God of War, who threatened to use 51 mechs to beat up the Herald civilization's 100,000-strong army? We've invited scientists from the United Government, Professor Wang Miao and Professor Ding Yi, to answer this question for you. The screen split in two from the center. In the newly appeared screen sat two middle-aged men with a slightly formal look, with the blazing blue United Government flag flying behind them. Professors, please say hello to everyone, the female reporter said enthusiastically. Hello everyone. I'm Wang Miao. Hello everyone. I'm Ding Yi. The male reporter smiled and looked at the camera as the female reporter asked Wang Miao and Ding Yi a question. May I ask what fields the two professors study respectively? Wang Miao was obviously more formal than Ding Yi. Due to his personality, he was more prone to nervousness, especially when he thought that it was now a two-ball live broadcast, and a wrong word would have a major impact on the image of the coalition government. He was so nervous that he couldn't open his mouth. It was a good thing there had been a few rehearsals before. I'm studying the material, he said with a rushed expression. The 51 mechs that participated in the wormhole war made extensive use of the nanomaterials that my team and I developed, which were mainly used to increase the toughness of the joint parts and the structural strength of the engine's protective braces. Wang Miao was an excellent material scientist. His talent was put to good use in the United Government, especially after he gained the trust of the United Government and participated in the research of the material science of the three-body civilization. He and his team had helped the United Government overcome many difficulties in nanomaterials, and even the latest model of interstellar battleships had applied his and his team's research results. I can see that Professor Wang is a little nervous. The female reporter smiled and said, You can relax a bit and forget that we're on the air. Just think of it as a conversation between friends. Wang Miao tried to smile. That won't work. I have to go through my wife's consent before I can make friends of the opposite sex. Ha ha ha. The female reporter was amused. Professor Wang is very humorous. You know how to pay attention to your wife's psychological feelings. You are a good example for us. Wang Miao lowered his head. Where? The female reporter moved her gaze to Ding Yi's face as she inquired. Professor Ding. What is your field of research? Ding Yi replied calmly. My research fields are microphysics, high-energy physics, and space physics. The character of Ding Yi has a great deal of legendary color. Not only does he exist in the three bodies, but he also makes occasional appearances in other science fiction novels by the author of the three bodies. And each time, he is a leading scientist representing the highest scientific achievements of mankind. In Asahi, he presides over the construction of the most sophisticated high-energy particle collider ever built by mankind, and in the end chooses to sacrifice his life in a dialogue with a higher civilization to gain knowledge of the truths of the universe. In Microscopic End, he makes a bet with another scientist about whether the microscopic end is even more microscopic or the true end, and conducts a quark collision experiment, which results in the discovery that the microscopic end is the macroscopic. After he came to the JG held a seminar specifically for him. In the end, it decided to focus on him, and tilted a lot of resources in his favor, and he did not fail to live up to the expectations of the United Government. Whether it was absorbing the scientific and technological information of the three-body civilization, or tackling the heavy and difficult projects assigned by the United Government, he performed exceptionally well. After so many years, he had already become an academician of the United Government, standing at the forefront of science in multiple fields, and was a rare bulbous scientist of the United Government, locking in the rebirth quota, microphysics, high-energy physics, space physics. The female reporter curiously said. It sounds like they are all relatively unfamiliar fields of research. Is it the study of cells, antimatter, and spaceships? Ding Yi shook his head. My research field is rather complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in a few words. Microphysics, high-energy physics, space physics. One is more abstract than the other, without a certain foundation in physics. Even if you listen to his explanation, in the end, you can only fall into an impression of uncertainty. But according to my research results, the minimum size of the antimatter engine has been reduced by 5 to 10 times, and the power has been increased by 3 to 5 times at the same volume. Because of these two major breakthroughs, the same mecha can now install multiple antimatter engines in multiple parts, greatly increasing its practical combat capability and endurance. The female reporters revealed expressions of adoration at the right time. In order to achieve the perfect live broadcast effect, they had rehearsed several times in advance, including this expression as part of the live broadcast plan to guide the audience's emotions. Chapter 127 Tomoko's Prophecy. The female reporter asked Wang Miao and Ding Yi a few more scientific questions, and finally raised the one that the viewers were most concerned about. Professors, we now know that the United Government's mechs are very advanced, but the difference in quantity of 51 to 100,000 is simply astronomical. She paused for a moment to whet the audience's appetite before continuing. May I ask just how certain the United Government is of winning this war? And where does the United Government's confidence come from? Ding Yi raised a finger. The female reporter was puzzled. What do you mean? Ding Yi said mid-sentence. 1. Only 10% certainty? The female reporter raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Her expression fully mobilized the emotions of the audience in front of the screen, and everyone tensed up. They felt very confused. Previously, the United Government had advertised with great fanfare, acting as if they could take down the Herald civilization in minutes. But when it came to a real fight, they sent 2 scientists out to say that they actually only had a 10% chance of winning. What kind of bizarre plot development is this? One means all. Ding Yi smiled. You can understand it as 10% certainty. 100%. 100%? The female reporter was surprised. Professor Ding, you scared the hell out of me. I thought that I was only 10% sure that I could win, and I was almost about to run away with the detector on. Ha ha ha. How is 10% certainty possible? Ha ha. Several people shook their heads and laughed for 2 seconds. The female reporter asked at the right time. So, Professor Ding, why is the United Government so confident? It's called being bold in your art, Ding Yi said with certainty. Our level of technology is so far ahead of the forerunner civilization that it can almost be said that there is a generational difference. A gap between an abacus and a quantum computer. In an interstellar war, two civilizations with such a large difference in technological level go to war. The battlefield is bound to be a one-sided situation. The audience in front of the screen looked confused. Generation difference, abacus, quantum computer. The female reporter was puzzled. Both you and Minister Qian said that the United Government's technology is ahead of the Herald civilization. But how does the United Government know the gap between itself and the Herald civilization? Could it be that the United Government has been in contact with the Herald civilization? Yes. The audience came to a realization. They understood what they were wondering about, which was this confidence of the United Government that came from nowhere. Ding Yi smiled mysteriously. We have special access to intelligence. And the Herald civilization is one-way transparent to us. One-way transparency? That powerful? The female reporter revealed an incredulous expression. Do you have any evidence? Ding Yi nodded. Just like right now. On the count of 3. The monsters of the Herald civilization should emerge from the wormhole. 1, 2, 3. The large screen displayed the rippling wormhole. Naturally, Ting Yi's words weren't empty words. And Tomo's countdown flashed before his eyes. 003, 002, 001. The string of countdowns had once flickered in the eyes of his fiancée, Yang Dong. Nearly driving her crazy, now the string of countdowns flickered in his eyes, forecasting for him minute by minute the time the monster would cross the wormhole. Ting Yi loved his life in the United Government. For only when one lived in a powerful civilization was there dignity to be had. And one was not regarded as a worm, at the mercy of others. Of course, it would be better if Yang Dong could be idle and organize a wedding with him as soon as possible. He had been his fiancé for years. Midnight. Monsters. Coming. Ding Yi's prophecy. Or rather, Tomoko's prophecy. Came true. Unsurprisingly, thick biological currents suddenly erupted from the orange wormhole. And a hideously angular monster poked its head out of the wormhole. It was rank 5. It was the largest monster that had appeared in the Pacific Rim universe up to that point. And it opened its bloody mouth and let out a vicious and extreme roar towards the 51 mesh surrounding the wormhole. Roar. The roar came to an abrupt end 0.08 seconds later. The fiery antimatter spewing flame ended its short and unexciting life. Over the comm channel, the mech pilots whispered, "It's so brave. Doesn't it know who we are? Antimatter blaze is too good in this kind of scenario. Even killing and cremating. The monster's blood contamination didn't spread out at all. It's going to be a war. Don't even relax." A crystalline pillar emitting a golden light reached out into the wormhole, churning clockwise at an even rate, messing up the biocurrents at either end of the wormhole exit. An invisible gravitational field seeped into the wormhole, swirling wildly around the monsters near the entrance like a pumping toilet. The monsters collided with each other. The sharp claws and barbs rubbed against each other and blood dripped from the collision. More and more monsters approached the wormhole, unable to find their way through the gravitational field generated by the golden rod, swelling the wormhole's exit. The wormhole of the Herald civilization was a biological wormhole. And once too many monsters piled up at the exit, it was possible to burst the special biological tissues that made up the wormhole, along with causing the hundreds of monsters that had already entered the wormhole to go up in smoke. But this was not what Qi Tian Desheng was aiming for. A few seconds later, the monsters crammed at the exit reached 50. And Qi Tian Desheng jerked out his stick. And the monsters burst out of the wormhole like popcorn. Roar. Kir. Grunt. All sorts of strange noises filled the seawater. But the one thing they had in common was that none of them screamed for more than a second. Under the coordination of Moss, as soon as these monsters left the wormhole, they were assigned to the wolf-like mechs guarding the entrance of the wormhole, with an average of 1 mech corresponding to 1 monster. Amidst the sounds of explosions, burning and collisions, these monsters only lasted less than 2 seconds before they were all wiped out. Just as Ding Yi said, there was a huge gap between the United Government and the Herald civilization in terms of generation. And the United Government's mechs were stronger than the Herald civilization's monsters in terms of the same single combat weapon. In terms of power source, the power source of the United Government's mechs are all antimatter engines, while the monsters of the Herald civilization generally use some kind of inefficient liquid energy fluid, and the most powerful ones are only equipped with nuclear fusion reactors. In this war, Herald civilization had only one possibility of winning. That was to use endless numbers to pile up the 51 mechs outside the wormhole. The scene outside the wormhole was transmitted in real time back to Bishop Crozius' flagship. And as Crozius watched his army of monsters being wiped out so easily, the black eyes the size of soybeans on his face rolled a few times in surprise. "Activate secondary shuttle protocols. Expand the wormhole," he exclaimed. "Let our monsters drown the enemy." Chapter 128, The Dragnet. Crozius felt deeply uneasy. He had fought for the Herald civilization in the south, and was an undefeated myth in the Senate. But he had never encountered such a tricky enemy. The opponent was able to miniaturize the antimatter engine and use it to power the machinery, causing the machinery to exert strength far beyond that of a monster army, killing monsters like crushing small insects on the ground with their feet. This is too scary. The most frightening thing was that not long ago, the natives on this planet were still fighting back and forth with their monsters. And in just a month or two, the other side was able to crush them in a head-on battle. Had this civilization been given a little more time, Crozius didn't dare to think about it. All he wanted to do now was to find the pioneers who had discovered this planet in the first place, and the pioneers who had recently carried out reconnaissance missions on this planet, and ask them why they hadn't realized that this was a race with such horrifying war potential. If he had known that this civilization had the potential for a technological explosion, he would have come to this planet a long time ago, to exterminate the natives of this planet before they could develop a civilization in the true sense of the word. In this way, the pioneer civilization would not be caught in the dilemma of not fighting for fear of retaliation, but fighting for fear of not winning. "Elder, please enter the genetic key." A cardinal-level herald came to Crozius' seat, holding a metal tray with a long, thin worm with a single sharp tooth. The worm looked disgusting as it continued to wriggle around on the tray. Crozius put a finger into the tray. Snort. The worm bit up without hesitation. It pierced Crozius' skin with its fangs and greedily sucked Crozius' blood. Key reading complete. In the next second, Crozius poked the bug with his other finger. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his bleeding finger, then resumed his original sitting position as if nothing had happened. His genetic information passed through the worm's neural network to the wormhole creature's information processing center, unlocking the restrictions on the wormhole creature. Zigu zigu. Strange sounds rang out from the wormhole. Along with the sound was the dense sound of bioelectricity, which suddenly became incomparably violent, spreading like a tidal wave towards the monsters inside the wormhole, drowning them in an instant. Before the monsters could react to what was happening, they were stabbed into their bodies by the biocurrents, paralyzed to the point of immobility. The bioelectric currents rapidly intensified in a matter of seconds, splitting the monsters on the outside before pushing their bodies into the flap that was writhing madly around the edge of the wormhole. Squeak-goo, squeak-goo. After devouring the monsters, the sound inside the wormhole became louder. It was as if it was a sign of hunger. But this time, there was nothing inside the wormhole to devour. The wormhole began to become unstable. The orange light flickered violently, and the bioelectric current at the wormhole's exit crackled and snapped, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. At that moment, the Herald civilization scientists waiting on the other side of the wormhole activated the energy supply device, and a large amount of energy entered the wormhole along the transmission pipeline, powerfully stabilizing the state of the wormhole. The wormhole began to expand outwards. Danger! Evacuate to the periphery. The movements of the Herald civilization fell completely under Tomoko's monitoring, and the mecha troops guarding the wormhole's exit received the news and immediately turned around and ran in a direction away from the wormhole. Rumble. The orange-colored wormhole exit spun and expanded, the twisting spatial force tearing everything around it to shreds. The earth cracked open inch by inch in the twisted space, and seawater roared into the wormhole, forming a huge undersea vortex near the wormhole and pulling everything towards it. The antimatter engines on the mechs operated at full power, helping the mechs escape the pulling effect of the vortex. Meanwhile, the scientists of the United Government recorded all the data changes inside and outside the wormhole with both eyes, attempting to analyze how the wormhole creatures worked from it. After a few minutes, the wormhole gradually stabilized. Wormhole area expanded by 3,051%. Monsters are filling the entire passageway. The arduous battle is about to begin. All ministries prepare to respond according to the second plan. Resolutely stifle the monsters inside the Mariana Trench, and never allow any of them to leave here alive. Activate the Skynet. BZZZZZ. The dark seabed suddenly glowed intensely and brightly, as if a lighthouse had been drilled out of thin air. Blazing beams of light burst out from the lighthouses, and they connected with each other, forming a hemispherical laser grid with thousands of cross-sections on the seabed. This was a special device developed by the United Government specifically for the undersea battle. The beams of light themselves did not possess any lethality, as they only served as a warning. What was truly lethal were the directional infrasound waves emitted by the lighthouse-shaped structure. Each beam of light represents a high-powered beam of infrasound. These infrasound waves are modulated by the United Government and resonate with many organs in the monster's body, causing the monster to experience many adverse reactions including dizziness, regurgitation, and vomiting. These infrasound waves are super infrasound waves powered by antimatter energy and are extremely powerful. If a monster was hit head-on by infrasound, its internal organs would be severely damaged in an instant, greatly incapacitating it and making it easier for the mecha troops to kill it. Roar! 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 The gravitational field created by the golden band became insignificant to the wormhole that had expanded in size by more than 30 times. And every second, hundreds of monsters rushed out of the wormhole and pounced on the mechs guarding the vicinity of the wormhole. There was also a portion of monsters that took advantage of the mechs around them being held back and desperately swam upstream in an attempt to get rid of the mechs' entanglements. A great battle broke out. The single combat ability of the mechs far exceeded that of the monsters. Their shells were made of battleship alloys. It was hard for the monsters to even leave scratches on them, attacking them twice without breaking their defenses. And immediately after that, they were beaten to the bone by their freed hands with a variety of weapons. Blue blood filled the Mariana Trench. Outside the Skynet, there were many robot dogs equipped with seawater purification devices swimming up and down. They filtered the seawater stained with the blood of the monsters with extremely high efficiency, mitigating the environmental pollution caused by the toxins in the blood and ensuring that the Pacific Ocean would not turn into a barren land after this war was over. Roar! 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 Despite the killing efficiency of the mechs, there were too many monsters rushing out of the wormholes, their numbers increasing every second, and the bodies of the mechs were soon completely drowned by the monsters. The big screen was plunged into darkness, and even the light from the skyrocket was hard to penetrate. The viewers in front of the screen all had their hearts in their throats. Chapter 129, I won't repair the wall even if I die here. Lu Chi. A monster has slipped through our defenses. Yi spat. Was it necessary for you to use so much force to hit that monster just now? Do you have a grudge against it? The Prometheus was a mecha that used energy as its main method of attack. However, Lu Chi always subconsciously used Prometheus to perform fighting techniques, giving up his strengths and using his shortcomings to fight with the monster and play physical combat with it. Luckily, Prometheus's armor was hard enough, or else the damage might have appeared by now. I'm used to it. Lu Chi was a reckless man in the army, and after joining the Avatar project, he was even more used to the Avatar's way of living and fighting. Fighting with Prometheus once in a while was fine. He could suppress his instinctive reactions, but fighting with Prometheus for a long period of time would inevitably expose his primitive habits during the fight. I'm sorry. I'll correct it. Lu Chi readily accepts good advice. After the army's refinement and finding his missing mother's love, Lu Chi had long since not been the prickly teenager who wouldn't listen to anyone's words. He knew that Yi Yi's criticism was correct. His fighting style was too incompatible with the Prometheus, a mecha, and he should have used long-range weapons and antimatter-spewing flames to fight. This is the Prometheus. We missed a monster. Yi reported the situation to her teammates. A few seconds later, responses from the other mecha pilots came over the communication channel. Blessing ship received. Already took care of it for you guys. Pay attention next time. The Zhu Rong was also a long-range mecha, but their pilot was so in tune with the Zhu Rong that he barely came into close contact with any monsters, and his battle record was quite a bit better than the Prometheus. Lu Chi. Don't get distracted. Yi encouraged. Cheer up and stabilize our defense line. Although Yi was younger than Lu Chi, and her rank was lower than Lu Chi, she had no timidity. And even in turn, she was able to channel Lu Chi. It was because she could feel the tension in Lu Chi's heart. She can hear Lu Chi's heart. She knew that Lu Chi had a general father, and Lu Chi did not wish to disappoint his father. Thank you. Lu Chi replied briefly. He quickly stabilized his emotions and got out of the close combat with the monsters, using the antimatter spraying flames to nimbly kill the monsters that tried to rush out from his defenses. The Prometheus defenses quickly stabilized, even though the number of monsters was immense. So much so that the live camera went black. The individual qualities of the mechs were too far ahead of the monsters, and it was difficult to suffer casualties unless the antimatter engines on their bodies malfunctioned. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The Mariana Trench shook continuously. Inside the cockpit of each mech was quiet, but outside the cockpit, loud rumbling sounds were unceasing. Some of it was the commotion from the antimatter engines as they increased their power, and some of it was the explosions of non-polluting nuclear weapons, as well as the corpses of some level 5 or 6 monsters crashing to the bottom of the sea. Friends of the audience, the wormhole has expanded by a factor of 30, and we've had to distance ourselves from the center of the wormhole to 10 kilometers to be safe from the shockwaves near the wormhole. The two reporters at the padded stage were back at work. The male reporter smiled. Professor Ding, as far as we can see, the United Government's defense line is very solid, and no monster has yet managed to cross the line and leave the Mariana Trench. Although the live camera was pitch black, no monster had been able to touch the dragnet, and all of the monsters had been dragged near the exit of the wormhole. A meat grinder was formed there. Dingy nodded slightly. The monsters of the Herald civilization are too weak. The female reporter took over the conversation. Compared to the United Government's mechs, the Herald civilization's monsters are like paper tigers. They look powerful, but in reality, they are unbeatable. So what do you think? How long will it take for the United Government to end the battle? Hearing this question, Dingy pushed up his glasses as he said in a serious manner, assuming that each mech kills a monster every 2 seconds, then it will only take 4,000 seconds or so to end the battle. That is, more than an hour. The audience in front of the screen opened their mouths wide in shock. One must know that the Herald civilization had sent more than 100,000 monsters this time, while the United Government only had 51 mechs. To end the battle in more than an hour, it wouldn't be any different from lining up to be shot. In fact, that was true, since the mechs were powered by antimatter engines. They were almost endless in terms of energy, and the shells of the mechs were made from the same alloys used to make battleships, making them indestructible. As long as the pilot didn't get tired, these mechs could maintain their killing efficiency like a perpetual motion machine. And in the process of researching avatars, the United Government had mastered the neural link technology that was less burdensome to the human brain, which made it as simple as eating and drinking for the pilots to be highly concentrated for a few hours. At this rate, after an hour or so, the monsters of the Herald civilization will be dead. At that point, that's when the United Government will counterattack. Hey! Rory! How many monsters have we killed? Yancey shouted excitedly. The Raleigh brothers were also involved in this war. After they passed the test, they submitted their piloting preferences to the United Government, which assigned them a fistful of Alpine Titan mechs to stand at the forefront against the monster onslaught. At first they were a little worried, afraid that they would fall in the first wave of the onslaught and then never be able to get up again. But as soon as they came up, their teammate, the Chief Tian de Sheng, put on a show for them. The Chief Tian de Sheng churned the monsters around the wormhole like a shit stirrer, making the monsters funny and ridiculous, instantly easing the tension in their hearts. When the wormhole expanded and the monsters spewed out, they stood their ground and stopped the raging wave of monsters like a real mountain. One punch and one monster. It's so cool. I'd be willing to be a eunuch. Rory's cheeks were flushed, not because of shyness or nervousness, but just pure excitement to the extent that his chi and blood were surging. Yang, she flirted. Then send you to fix the monster wall. Fuck the monster wall. Luoli cursed. Even if I die here, I won't fix those useless rubbish walls. The officials are all idiots, aren't they? Monsters have wings. Fixing walls fixes loneliness. In just a little while, they had already slaughtered a dozen or so winged monsters. Any one of them could fly over the monster wall and inflict unbearable damage on humans. Luckily, the United Government had come, or else humanity would have been destroyed sooner or later in the hands of those stupid politicians who couldn't distinguish between the 5 grains. On the other side, the Herald civilization was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 130. The combined government at its wits' end. They had mobilized more than 100,000 monsters for this war, which was reasonably completely enough to flatten a civilization that had just mastered antimatter. However, the Ocean Star showed a combat power that horrified them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was another Bishop-class herald in Crocus' fleet. His name was Tartarus, a fleet staff officer that Crocus had raised. At this moment, Tartarus looked at the image displayed on the bio-optical film, and his three views collapsed. They've only just mastered antimatter. How can they have such powerful fighters? Even if antimatter technology had made a major breakthrough, how did material science technology follow suit? Once upon a time, a mecha shell that could be smashed to pieces by a single headbutt from a monster. Now, not to mention smashing it, it would be considered good if it didn't knock itself unconscious. And in serious cases, it might even directly break one's cervical vertebrae. Not only antimatter technology and material technology, many other technologies had also broken through together. It was so strange that it was like another civilization. Even if there was a technological explosion, it's impossible to blow up so many advanced technologies in a month or two. Tartarus had a flash of insight. It's a trap. They must have mastered these advanced technologies a long time ago. But they just deliberately hid them until they fished out our hordes to reveal their true strength. They're doing this for the purpose of reverse aggression. They want to follow the trail and invade us in reverse. We should immediately close the wormhole, sever all ties with Ocean Star, and never set foot on Ocean Star again. Snap! Knock! 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 Ah! Crocus slapped Tartarus so hard that he rolled down the steps. And Tartarus slumped at the bottom of the steps and wailed in pain. Shut up. If one could read the herald's expression, it would not be hard to realize how hard Crease's face looked at the moment. What are you panicking about? What a waste. So what if it's a trap? Crocus said in a deep voice. We still have the virus bank. We still have the ancient weapons that were sealed away. Could we be afraid of them? Antimatter? We have antimatter too. Crocus roared loudly. He also thought that even if the Earthlings had a technological explosion, it would be impossible for them to explode so many technologies at the same time in such a short period of time and actualize them on their warriors. According to common sense, it would take at least a few months for a technology to be born and put into use. Even in a tense time of war, the Earthlings were simply too late. So Earth was indeed a trap. And it was likely that the Terrans had harbored the ambition to invade them in reverse from the very beginning. The Herald civilization had never encountered such a cunning, difficult and dangerous opponent. But the great Crocus would let this civilization know that the Herald civilization was a powerful interstellar hegemon, not a soft target to be crushed. Cultivate the virus bank immediately. Let this civilization taste the power of a broken genetic chain, Crocus said with a shadowy look in his eyes. Patriarch. The Herald civilization had grubbled in the field of biotechnology for hundreds of millions of years, and had amazing attainments in many areas, such as viruses. They had integrated all the viruses they had discovered over hundreds of millions of years into a huge set of genetic information, calling this set of genetic information the virus vault. Whenever they encountered a powerful enemy, they would input the virus library into a petri dish, synthesize all the viruses in the virus library in their battleships, and then drop these viruses into the enemy. This was one of the most terrifying weapons of the Herald civilization. Every single virus in the virus library could cause a mass extinction event, not to mention the sum of all the viruses. However, the Herald civilization didn't use this tactic very often. Although every time they took out the virus library and used it, they could bring victory to themselves. But these viruses were so terrifying that not only were they able to completely destroy all the life on a planet, but they couldn't be eradicated afterwards, even if some means were used to briefly purify the planet of the viruses. But as long as a little time passed, these viruses would resurface and sweep the entire planet again. This meant that the Herald civilization would gain nothing but a victory. The Pioneer civilization came all the way here to invade, consumed countless manpower and resources on the way, went to war with the local natives after arriving at the place, consumed a large amount of resources during the battle, and in the end, because of the release of the virus reservoirs, nothing was gained, and then consumed the same amount of manpower and resources to return to their own home planets. Not only did they not gain any benefits, they also lost a lot of money. They also suffered heavy losses. Even the most foolish commander would not do such a thing. But Crocus had no choice. The enemy of Ocean Star was unprecedentedly cunning and deeply hostile to the Forerunner civilization, and he had to protect his own civilization from the threat by immediately dropping the virus bank and hitting the civilization hard. Even the Senate would support his decision. Cultivate the virus reservoir. This is an order from the Senate. Switch on the virus barrier. before completing the cultivation of the virus bank. No one can leave the virus barrier, and those who disobey the order will be executed. A battleship separated from Crocus fleet. This was a battleship that was specially used to cultivate the virus bank. This battleship was littered with biological petri dishes, and it only took half an hour to cultivate a complete virus bank and bring it up to a standard where it could be released. This was very dangerous work. Once the virus was leaked, not only would all the heralds on this ship die, but also the heralds on other nearby ships. But relatively speaking, as long as it was successfully cultivated and released, the victory would belong to the herald civilization. They're going to use a virus weapon. Tomoko transmitted the scene in the Crocus fleet in real time to the command room of the United Government. It had to be said that after acquiring Y-Sun, the United Government's war capability had improved by more than one level, anticipating the enemy in everything and responding accordingly to the Forerunner civilization's arrangement every time. But this time, the United Government only felt its scalp tingle. The virus weapon of the biological civilization. No matter how you think about it, it wasn't something that was easy to deal with. Humans didn't even have a clue how to deal with the viral weapons developed by themselves, let alone dealing with a viral weapon developed by an ancient biological civilization. The start of the war was hasty. Although the Herald civilization is far inferior to us, it's still a powerful interstellar civilization in any case, and should not be underestimated. Let's think about what to do first now. Once we let the virus spread out in the seawater, we don't have any means of constraining it. The command room discussed nervously. Although they were using Pacific Rim Earth as a springboard to go to war with the Herald civilization, even if the virus destroyed the entire Pacific Rim Earth, it wouldn't have any effect on their wandering Earth. But whether it was out of the moral righteousness of allies or the plain morality of the United Government, they could not just sit back and do nothing. But what could they do about it? Chapter 131, Dad's Mission. A steady stream of bad news came from Wise. Many of the Herald civilization's scientific research projects had been intermittent over a long period of time, such as the monstrous beast that was currently used as the Herald civilization's main weapon of war. In the past time, the monster project was suspended 3 times because of too little production, too much consumption, too low combat power, etc., and only picked up again after some technological breakthroughs in the last few million years. But the virus weapon is the pioneer civilization in these hundreds of millions of years. The only continuous promotion of scientific research projects has never been interrupted, because the pioneer civilization has always taken the virus weapon as one of its own cards, always ready to use the means of lifting the table to force the end of the war when it encounters a rival that cannot be defeated, to avoid burning themselves. Out of this consideration, the pioneer civilization has spared no effort in virus research. There is no need to talk about the virus itself. Herald civilization itself does not know how many kinds of viruses they have. These viruses generally have the characteristics of fast splitting, long incubation period, easy to spread, high rate of disease. Once the spread of any carbon-based civilization is a destructive blow to the sky. But this is actually not insoluble. As long as the exit of the wormhole to create high temperature conditions, you can kill all these terrible viruses. Herald civilizations could only spread these viruses amongst their enemies by surprise. Otherwise, they could easily be destroyed midway. But they had a miraculous technology. They discovered that they could wrap the virus weapons in the membrane tissue of wormhole organisms to help spread the viruses. After supplying sufficient energy to the membrane tissue of the wormhole creature, the membrane tissue would enter a briefly excited state. A state in which everything that came into contact with the membrane would cross the membrane, and would not have any effect on the interior of the membrane. When the enemy discovers the virus weapon wrapped in the membrane, even if it immediately creates a high temperature of thousands of degrees, the virus weapon still has a protection period of up to 10 seconds, and can freely spread in any direction. Sky, soil, water. As soon as a tiny bit of the virus escapes from the enemy's strike, it can proliferate wildly in the next few hours using nearby nutrients, and then deal an unbearable epidemic to the enemy's civilization. Because of this technology, many civilizations had been caught off guard by the Herald civilization, and perhaps had a small advantage. But after the virus had spread, they would be in a perilous situation of extinction in a matter of moments. The news put the United Government on pins and needles. The membrane tissue traversal technology ensured that the Herald civilization's viral weapons would be able to achieve proliferation on Earth, and would not be destroyed by them just as they arrived on Earth. In other words, as long as the virus came to Earth, it would definitely be able to spread. Even an antimatter furnace can't burn their virus. They have physical immunity. How about blowing up the wormhole? Before they hatch the virus? We dimensional tech can't crack that technology yet. What do the three-body scientists say? Such wormholes that help creatures move at FTL speeds don't exist on our world. And we're completely ignorant of the subject. It's better to blow up the wormhole quickly. The scientists of the United Government agreed that the best thing to do now was to blow up the wormhole. It was foolproof to do so. As long as the wormhole was gone, the Herald civilization wouldn't be able to drop the virus on Earth. And they would be safe. But this idea was quickly rejected. There's no point in blowing up wormholes. If we blow up one, the Herald civilization will be able to open another one. And it's not certain where the next one will open. We must guard this wormhole to fight against their virus weapons, and then learn from our experience. Everyone understands the reasoning. But what should we do? The scientists looked at each other. The Herald civilization had incredible membrane tissue traversal technology that could put the virus weapons into a state of physical immunity, which they were unable to crack. In this case, they could only let the virus spread. They didn't have any countermeasures. By the way, will gravity work? No. Gravity will go through the wormhole membrane. The wormhole membrane that encased the virus weapon formed a miniature wormhole outside the virus weapon. And the virus weapon was in this miniature wormhole. But not inside this miniature wormhole. Gravity reaches the other side of the wormhole membrane when it comes into contact with it, rather than going inside it. Gravity didn't work either. And a faint sense of frustration gripped the room. After half a day's discussion, the scientists found that there was only one piece of good news at this point. And that was that the battlefield was not on the United Government soil. And even if they couldn't contain the viral weapon, it wouldn't have any effect on their planet. But could this be considered good news in the true sense of the word? So we're losing? Clayton's brows were furrowed. He'd been listening here for a long time, and hadn't heard a single solid idea until he'd heard the scientists go silent en masse. Time was limited. The coalition government needed the scientists to come up with a workable solution immediately. Or else they wouldn't have time to arrange it even if they finally came up with a solution. Halcyosi pursed her lips. She thought to herself, the number we got a while ago was 209,001. So it's reasonable to expect a disaster in 2090. So how come a super disaster that can destroy Pacific Rim Earth is coming just a short time later? Are the numbers off? Or was it that as long as the disaster didn't happen on their planet, it wasn't a disaster? What does Earth consciousness say? Milbach asked. There was an end to manpower. And now it seemed that they could only see if planet consciousness had a solution. If even the planet consciousness couldn't do anything, then there was really nothing that could be done. The United Government could only give up on Pacific Rim Earth and save its own skin. But Pacific Rim Earth didn't deserve this ending in the first place. It was their involvement that caused the Forerunner civilization to raise its attention to Earth. Opening up this war and drawing in the terrifying virus weapon, it would still be too unethical. Even if it was more compelling to just shrug it off now. Halcyosi shook her head, still asking, wait, there's news. She brightened. Vladimir scrutinized Hal's expression as he speculated. Good news? Hal nodded slightly. Lu Peiqiang's voice came out of her headset. Director Hal. The Earth consciousness said that he could turn to Ava, who is a thorough researcher in biology and probably has a solution. Ava had a solution? Everything. It was all part of the plan. Moss had known from early on that the Herald civilization had a powerful viral weapon. And it also knew about the Herald civilization's membrane tissue crossing technology. But it had deliberately concealed that part of the information, and hadn't let Wise Sun pass it on to the United Government. The reason why it did so was to complete the task Chen Fen had set for it to facilitate the cooperation between the United Government and Ava. Humans were an extremely exclusive race. Even the Earth consciousness. They did not have 100% trust from all other races. In fact, after the three-body people entered the United Government and took on the role of experimental material in the labs, the United Government's research on brainwave communication technology advanced by leaps and bounds. Currently, it was already possible to mass-produce brainwave interaction devices, allowing ordinary people to engage in shallow communication with Chen Fan with the help of the devices. Although it could not talk word for word, it basically reached the level of communication between the Na-6 and Ava, allowing for emotional transmission, and allowing Chen Fan to give some simple revelations to humans. But the coalition government was slow to do so. There was a lot of internal resistance. Many representatives used the reasons of high cost of equipment rapid technology iteration and not yet passed the safety test to hinder the mass production of brainwave interaction equipment, preventing ordinary people from contacting the Earth's consciousness. Behind these representations is a considerable amount of public opinion. Many human beings do not consider themselves to be part of the Earth's consciousness, and have created many conspiracy theories that the Earth's consciousness wants to enslave human beings and turn them into its free umbrella and labor force. If Earth consciousness truly loves humans, why hasn't it helped them in all those previous natural and man-made disasters? Pompeii volcano, Wenchuan earthquake, Peru avalanche. So many disasters in the past. Why didn't the Earth consciousness show up to protect mankind? But now it does? People think what they want when they're fed. So these conspiracy theories have a large audience. They refuse to communicate with the Earth consciousness. They believe that once they communicate with the Earth consciousness, they will be brainwashed and become slaves of the Earth consciousness. Just like Liu Peiqiang. They secretly call Liu Peiqiang a human traitor. Not only do they themselves not want to communicate with the Earth consciousness, they also prevent others from communicating with the Earth consciousness, hindering the United Government from mass producing and promoting the brainwave interaction device. And it has been very effective. The United Government had been discussing this matter for half a month, with 3 days of small quarrels and 5 days of big quarrels. And there had been no conclusion. Of course, with the passage of time, the brainwave interaction device will definitely be mass-produced in the end. There is no doubt about that. But with humans being so repulsive and distrustful of their own planetary consciousness, trying to get humans to accept the planetary consciousness of other planets, or even assisting each other in building a powerful planet of flesh and blood, was simply a pipe dream. Moss believes that the only way to bring humanity and Ava towards union is to create a catastrophe. And eliminating the threat of a viral weapon that humanity can't eliminate would be a good place to start. Ava started preparing for this early on. Actually, eliminating the threat of viral weapons was simple, as long as they were not allowed to spread. That's what the United Government thought. 2. It's just that they didn't have the means to stop the spread of viral weapons. But Ava has a way. Ava could create spores that were similar in size to the virus, move after the wormhole membrane, and swarm up when the wormhole membrane broke, waging war with the virus inside the wormhole membrane. These spores were specially made for viruses, and each one had 8 nanoscale spikes that could penetrate the genetic material of the virus. The key thing was, there was plenty of it. Ava did nothing during this period of time, but stayed in Antarctica to make spores, and also decomposed all the monsters that had already been made. And the organic matter decomposed was also used to make spores. These spores have similar qualities to viruses, and can also spread in the air, soil and water, and can also divide at high speed. As long as these spores are placed near the Marianas Trench, they will proliferate wildly, waging an unprecedented battle with the virus in the microcosm, becoming a brick wall to stop the virus from spreading. Honorable planetary consciousness of Pandora. Our planetary consciousness says you can help us. Soon, the United Government made contact with Ava. They had always known that Ava was in Antarctica, and had provided Ava with some help. But those had been with Chen Fan as the intermediary. And this was their actual first contact. After a short exchange, the commissioner of the United Government found that Ava was a very communicative planetary consciousness, and was very eager to help them solve their problems, even without mentioning any conditions. This greatly won the goodwill of the United Government. Hurry up! Load those spores into the missiles. Only 15 minutes. The spores looked delightful as they gathered into sheets, and took on a greenish sheen. And they were shipped by the ton to Pacific Rim Earth to be sown near the Marianas Trench. The splitting of the spores is plain. 1 becomes 2. 2 into 4. 4 become 8. In the blink of an eye, the sea and air around the Marianas Trench were filled with this spore. And even the ocean floor was partially transported by deep-sea probes. A great battle is about to take place in the microscopic realm. At the same time, the spores were being transported to hospitals all over the world to rush vaccines against the virus. Chapter 132 Collective Consciousness. Compared to Chen Fan, although Ava could not manipulate gravity, her attainments in the biological field was something Chen Fan could not reach for the time being. She was able to become an existence similar to collective consciousness, manipulating biological actions on a large scale. Chen Fan could not do this at the moment. He was a true planetary consciousness with an unrivaled volume. There was a thick layer of separation between him and the biological consciousness, a layer that prevented him from directly interfering with the consciousness of the creatures and manipulating their actions. This layer of separation was a protection for the creatures of Earth. Chen Fan was too big. If this layer of partition was not thick enough, even if Chen Fan did nothing, the creature would not be able to form an independent consciousness, and would simply melt into Chen Fan's consciousness before it all began. Ava did not have this problem. Ava's size was smaller, so the separation between her and the Pandora creature was also smaller. Although due to the existence of this barrier, he also had no way to directly manipulate Pandora creatures with stronger independent consciousnesses. He could manipulate Pandora creatures with weaker independent consciousnesses. For example, spores that were similar in size to viruses. Regardless of how many spores multiplied, Ava could manipulate them as if they were at her fingertips. He could even manipulate what shape mutation a spore would undergo, turning 8 spikes into 1, or 1 into 16. Even the spores that were made into vaccines and injected into humans, Ava could manipulate them to kill disease-causing cells or viruses on a microscopic level. In this case, the virus of the Herald civilization could no longer pose any threat to the humans of Pacific Rim Earth. Even more, if the United Government allowed Ava to spread this spore on their planet, Ava could help the United Government to eliminate the vast majority of diseases. But this is the red line. Neither the United Government nor Moss, nor even Chen Fan would allow Ava to do so, because it was too dangerous. Injecting the spores was equivalent to handing over one's life to Ava. Humans could indeed be spared from the vast majority of diseases as a result. But if Ava had any bad intentions or something went wrong, those spores in the human body would become the first sharp knife to exterminate the human race. It's good for both the JSA and Ava to keep a proper distance. But there's no such red line on Pacific Rim Earth. By injecting the humans on that Earth with spores, the United Government could both make the humans on that Earth immune to the Herald civilization's most horrific means of attack and enable itself to go to war with the Herald civilization without fear. Win-win. As for the humans on Pacific Rim Earth being manipulated into life and death by Ava, that was even less to worry about. As long as Ava didn't want to break with Chen Fan, it would be impossible for Ava to harm the humans of Pacific Rim Earth. And furthermore, there was no need for Ava to harm the humans of other planets, because this matter was completely meaningless. He would not gain any benefits from it, and it would only increase Chen Fan's and the United Government's antipathy towards him. In the coastal cities of Pacific Rim Earth, a spectacle was taking place. Doctors and nurses sat all over a street, with layers of green algae growing out of thin air from the medicine troughs beside them, which they mixed with water and injected into the arms of the residents who came to get their injections. The green algae seemed endless, and the doctors and nurses couldn't take it as fast as it was growing. We can see that the residents of the coastal cities are being vaccinated, the female reporter said slowly. With the help of the United Government, I believe that the people of Earth will be able to survive the viral attack of the Herald civilization. The viewers were filled with gratitude as they watched the live broadcast. They did not resent the United Government for going to war with the Herald civilization, causing the Herald civilization to drop virus weapons on Earth. Because anyone with a normal brain could think that since the Herald civilization had a virus weapon, there were only 2 possibilities for the Herald civilization: to use it and not to use it. Use. It means that the pioneer civilization has encountered a major obstacle on Earth and has decided to use the virus weapon to lift the table. Not to use, meaning that the pioneer civilization had no enemies on Earth and smoothly occupied the planet. Compared to the latter, obviously the former was better. As long as they resisted the Herald civilization's viral weapon, the Herald civilization was basically no longer a threat to Earth. The vast majority of people thanked the United Government from the bottom of their hearts for their help. However, there were also some monster-worshipping religious organizations that ragged on the United Government for preventing the monsters from baptizing human civilization, for being evil aliens who had turned back the clock on history, and even for preventing the residents of coastal cities from getting vaccinated. These are the bewitched people of Pacific Rim Earth. They're not even as good as ETO from Trisomy. ETO at least had a few decent platforms, divided into Salvationists, Survivors, Dissent, and many other factions. And it's true that objectively the humans were completely crushed by the Trisomes. But these monster-worshipping religious people are just plain brain-dead. Don't vaccinate. That's an alien conspiracy. Monsters are messengers of God. Why not meet Judgment Day in peace? Chug. Chug. Chut chut chut. Gunfire erupted in the major coastal cities. Ah! Run! These people are crazy. Aren't they? Don't take the vaccine yet. Hordes of monster-worshipping anti-humanists storm the crowds lining up for the vaccine, terrorizing the crowds with AK-47s, machetes, Molotov cocktails, and other weapons in an attempt to stop the vaccine from spreading. But the Combine brought not only Ava's spores, but also many robots. Shoo, shoo, shoo. These robots, completely controlled by Moss, hid in the shadows and shot people in the dark, each with a precise headshot, quickly taking control of the situation and restoring order. The small change on land did not attract the attention of the United Government. The real war was at sea, in the microcosm. Virus weapons have entered the wormhole passage. Retreat immediately. Repeat. Viral weapons have entered the wormhole passage. Retreat immediately. Although the mechs had good sealing systems, they were fine to deal with ordinary viruses, and were completely inadequate for the virus weapons that the Herald civilization had been researching for hundreds of millions of years. Especially since the Herald civilization also had membrane tissue traversal technology. If the virus weapon blew up inside the mecha, it would really be hard to save the gods. The United Government didn't fear sacrifice, but it didn't encourage meaningless sacrifice. It's not enjoyable at all. Rory couldn't get enough. See to it. Yancey felt helpless against his belligerent brother. The commander's voice rang out on the communication channel. Exit the battlefield in an orderly manner according to pre-plan 4. Don't panic. You still have some time left. The skyrocket will help you get out. The mechs retreated in an orderly manner. The monsters, on the other hand, received the orders from the Herald civilization, and all of them fell into a frenzy, attacking the mechs in front of them regardless, trying their best to stop the mechs from retreating. For a while, blue blood almost replaced the seawater. Virus weapon countdown. 3, 2, 1. Incoming. Chapter 133 Microscopic Battle. A pitch-black ovoid moved through the wormhole, as if they were unaffected by anything. They flew straight through the flaps of writhing wormhole creatures, through the blinding biocurrents, and flew towards the wormhole exit at a fixed speed and angle. It was as if everything was set in motion. These pitch-black ovoid shapes were the reservoirs of viruses that encased the wormhole creatures' inner membranes, each one containing a terrifying virus that could easily exterminate a civilization. Even singling out one of the countless viruses they contained would likely destroy a civilization. This was the culmination of hundreds of millions of years of technology from the pioneer civilizations. And it was also the work of nature on countless planets. Over the past several hundred million years, these viruses had helped the Herald civilization destroy one difficult opponent after another, allowing the Herald civilization to wander through the galaxy for a long time and flourish. Crozius was confident that these viruses would bring victory to himself. He gazed at the BioLite film. Close the wormhole on our end. He gave the order. The reason why he closed the wormhole was because he found that a small portion of the membrane tissue of the virus reservoir had ruptured, and the virus reservoir was spreading inside the wormhole, with the possibility of endangering the Herald civilization itself. This was a very normal thing. Normally, as soon as a viral reservoir entered a wormhole, the fleet commander should immediately order the closure of the wormhole at his end to prevent the membrane tissue outside the viral reservoir from rupturing prematurely, causing the virus to spread in his fleet. But there was no way to find out what was going on at the other end of the wormhole after closing it. As soon as the words landed, the biooptical membrane in front of Crozius went out, and they lost contact with the world on the other side of the wormhole. Although they still held the coordinates of the ocean star, they would never open the wormhole connecting to it again due to the virus that had ravaged it. Patriarch, the war is over. Crozius' close friend said this. Crozius nodded slightly. That's right. It's over. As soon as the virus bank was dropped, their civilization would be victorious. It was just a pity about a living planet. The wormhole creature spasmed violently. Although the virus had only spread in its body for more than 10 seconds, due to the rapid reproduction of the virus, its functions had already been affected to a certain extent, and some of its areas were even fibrotic, and could rupture at any time. Rumble. Prickle. If there was air inside the wormhole creature, then such a sound could be heard. This was the sound of a tissue structure collapsing, and along with it was the space-time structure corresponding to that part of the tissue. But the collapse of the space-time structure was silent, because when space-time collapses, everything around it is swallowed up, including the sound. The biocurrents are getting denser. Near the exit of the wormhole, the bioelectric currents became an almost impenetrable blue-white curtain. But this in no way hindered the viral reservoirs encased in membranous tissue. They crossed over easily and entered the cold waters. Virus weapons detected. Those who haven't retreated to a safe distance yet grab on. The virus weapon could explode at any moment. A portion of the pitch-black ovoid sank towards the seabed. And they went straight through the thick soil and plunged into an unknown depth below the seabed. A portion of the ovoid spread out in all directions, scattering kaleidoscopically, and a portion of the ovoid flew in the direction of the sea surface, wanting to enter the air and spread with the help of the atmosphere. A dark ovoid disappeared into the body of the monster. The monster did not feel the slightest difference. Snap! The membrane tissue ruptured noiselessly, and the virus spread inside the monster's body. Roar! Roar! The monstrous beast let out a mournful roar as the 3,000-ton behemoth collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Nothing could be seen on the surface, but all the major organs inside the body stopped working and sprouted colorful blotches. The beast became a hotbed of viruses. But not just a hotbed of viruses. Several thousand little cuties with 8 spikes also took the opportunity to burrow into the body of this monster. They passed through the monster's eyeballs and entered the monster's veins. While absorbing the nutrients in the blood vessels and splitting at high speed, they moved to various parts of the monster's body with the help of the blood, sowing their seeds in every place. The nutrient content of the monster's blood was extremely high. The spores turned 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, they split an army of huge numbers in the monster's body, massacringly crushing through the monster's immune cells, then crushing the immune cells into nutrients as well, absorbing them and splitting into new spores. It was like a snowball. The spores advanced along the way, breaking down the monster's cells and growing themselves along the way. They attacked in a very rudimentary way, picking through the cell membranes of their targets with the spikes on their bodies, and then sucking nutrients from the cells with the straws in the spikes, expanding themselves like balloons and splitting. The spores soon meet the virus. At the microscopic level, invisible to the naked eye, the two sides are on a collision course. The viruses attempt to deal with the spores in the same way they deal with cells, replacing the spores' genetic information and then turning the spores into their own kind, producing viruses. But as soon as they got close to the spores, they were pierced by the spikes on the spores. And not only did they fail to change the genetic information of the spores, they even broke off their own genetic material. The oddly shaped viruses were weak in front of the spines covered in spikes. And as soon as they came into contact, the sea of viruses were crushed by the army of spores, turning them into nutrients for the spore army, which in turn increased the number of the spore army. But these viruses were just wandering soldiers in a fringe area, when the virus army and the spore army collided in various parts of the monster's corpse. The war in its true sense began. The viruses mutated crazily. They transformed into all sorts of shapes. And some even grew spikes that were one section longer than the spore spines, grabbing the spores and piercing them before the spores pierced themselves. And the spores would also adjust themselves according to the changes in the virus, such as growing a longer spike. Not only that, but the two compete wildly on a numerical level. Both have incredibly powerful splitting speeds, taking as little as a fraction of a second to split. In major organs such as the heart, liver and kidneys, the spores are outnumbered by the virus because they are one step behind the virus. But spores are intelligent. On the one hand, the spore fights with the virus in the main organs. And on the other hand, the spore firmly occupies the blood vessel as the main traffic channel, and uses the blood vessel to occupy the peripheral area of the monster's body, and then from the peripheral area to the main organs to reinforce its troops. At the same time, it constantly tried to change its form to be more lethal to the virus. In the war, the spores even used the theories of movement warfare and Sun Tzu's art of war, although the virus had the overall advantage. However, spore could always fight with more than less in the local area and avoid the counterattack of the virus' large army. As time goes by, there are more and more spores and fewer viruses, until finally, the corpse of the monster is filled with spores, while the virus is only left with countless tattered shells that are being devoured by the spores. Similar scenarios were repeated over and over again in different places. Chapter 134, The Sea of Narcissus. Counting the time. That poor civilization should be in a mess by now. Crocus lamented. They are the most promising civilization I've ever seen. It's just a pity that they met us. The Herald civilization would never let a civilization that was a major threat to them grow up. The demise of the Terrans was long doomed. Crocus calmed down and ordered in a majestic voice. Tell the Senate that the civilization on the ocean star no longer exists. So let them be at ease. "I, Senator." There were many cardinal-level heralds in the great hall, and they were all silenced as they gazed adoringly at Croesus, who was sitting on a high seat, worthy of being a patriarch. He let countless lives fall in agony with the snap of his fingers. And yet, he himself had no look of guilt. Only with such a mindset could one become a patriarch of a pioneer civilization and bring about a bright future for the entire civilization. "It's time to leave this place," Croesus ordered. "Burn the battleships cultivating the virus and set sail for the Desert Star. The natives there are resisting too fiercely to let them drag us into a vigilante war." "Aye, Jip, aye." The fleet that covered the sky left the dying planet and sailed towards the dark sea of stars, disappearing between the stars. The threat of the virus is largely eliminated. The Herald civilization's membrane tissue traversal technology is unique and deadly. But we have Ava's help. And their virus technology is like a class act in front of a planetary consciousness born out of an ecosphere. The Herald civilization's viral weapons had been developed primarily for large organisms, with no consideration for micro-level warfare, and had been easily crushed by Ava's army of spores. Virus technology itself didn't really have much of a threshold. Earthlings had studied plagues long ago, and in modern times had set up biological laboratories specializing in breeding viruses. The power of a virus weapon mainly depends on the breed, gene compilation technology, and breeding time. There is no need to mention the importance of variety. A good variety of virus, even without any acquired modification, can bring about a devastating disaster to living beings, just like the Black Death in medieval Europe, which was conservatively estimated to have killed more than 25 million people. 25 million may not sound like much, but there were only 70 to 80 million people in Europe at that time, which is equivalent to 30 to 60% of the total population killed by the Black Death. Gene compilation technology is also important. With good gene compilation technology, you can freely adjust the genetic information of the virus, control the gene expression of the virus, and maximize the virus to change in the way you imagine. But this is very time-consuming, because genetic material and genetic information are very complex. A thorough insight into the role of a small piece of genetic information may take several years, and to analyze the entire genetic information of a virus can easily take dozens or even hundreds of years. Breeding time is not to mention. The biggest characteristic of viruses is that the genetic information is unstable, and it is extremely easy to mutate. And every time a mutation occurs, it is possible to produce strains with different toxicity, and the lethality and contagiousness will change drastically with the mutation. The main reason why the virus weapons of the pioneer civilization are so powerful is because they have plenty of time. They used hundreds of millions of years to screen for viruses with good varieties, and then use those hundreds of millions of years to genetically compile and breed them, giving their viral weapons the power to destroy an entire civilization. However, due to the neglect of the possibility of micro-warfare, these virus weapons had not been able to bring out their true awesomeness on Earth, and were annihilated in the micro-world before they had time to manifest themselves in the macro-world. Of course, thanks to the membrane tissue traversal technology, some of the viruses went into the very deep underground. They were the survivors of the First War. It could be expected that they would spread out underground at an extremely fast speed before counterattacking the oceans and continents. But by the time they formally launched their counterattack, the spore swarms were waiting for a long time. When the Second War broke out, that's when the virus became completely extinct on Earth. As we can see, the Herald civilization's virus weapons destroyed their own wormholes. The monster hordes can no longer come to Earth through the wormholes. This war is nearing its end. The reporters from the padded station were still broadcasting live near the wormhole. The outside of their deep-sea probe was wrapped in a layer of oily green moss, which were highly aggregated spores that ensured that no virus could enter the probe to infect the reporters inside. Due to the closure of the wormhole, the monsters had lost their numerical advantage, and at this moment, they had already been pretty much killed by the virus and the mechs, with only a few individual super monsters of level 6 or even 7 still lingering on. The spores and viruses were fighting it out inside them, and although they looked alive, they were actually dead. Humans. A great victory. The reporter's voice spread to thousands of homes through the internet, causing worldwide cheers. Ha ha! Long live the aliens. The nightmare is over. We finally won. The aliens have beaten the monsters away. The wall is gone. A heartfelt smile spread across everyone's face. The ordinary people on the side of the United Government were feeling relieved because their civilization had fought a good battle, while the ordinary people of Pacific Rim Earth were feeling relieved because the practical existential crisis had disappeared. Meanwhile, the United Government has begun a discussion about the war. We're going to write a review for our gullibility. Clavane led the reflection. The United Government had been too adventurous, rushing into action before figuring out what big killers the Herald civilization actually had, and almost trapping billions of fellow human beings on Pacific Rim Earth. This was a major strategic blunder. Our founding leader said, defy the enemy strategically. Value the enemy tactically. Halsey said in a deep voice. Not only did we strategically despise the Herald civilization, our tactics were also too hastily formulated. The United Government had a bug-like existence in the form of Gizi, and as long as it sat firmly on the fishing island, it would be able to strip the Herald civilization of its underpants. As a result, because of the number 209,001, it was so distracted that it went to war with the Herald civilization before it could get enough information, and it almost resulted in a disastrous incident that would be written into the history books. Vladimir spoke up. The fight is over. If we can win, it's all right. Don't make the atmosphere so dreary. Just don't do it again. I suggest we erect a monument in the square downstairs. Let's call it Monument of Not Forgetting the Past. To record the mistakes we made this time. To remind not only us, but also our successors, not to make the same mistakes again. This opinion of Vladimir's was very constructive. In favor. In favor. In favor. It's a good idea. The vote was unanimous. The biggest lesson humanity has learned from history is that humans never learn their lessons. That's human nature. But erecting a monument in front of us can prolong the awakening gained from the lessons for a period of time. At least for a short time. Earth's civilization would not repeat the mistakes of the past. Let's talk about what to do next. Shall we? Mibok asked. The Herald civilization blew up the wormhole. Should we still pursue them? What do you guys think? The Herald civilization blew up the wormhole, which meant that the United Government couldn't attack the Herald civilization proper at low risk. To attack the Herald civilization again, the United Government would have to jump ball combat. But no matter when, letting the main body of one civilization enter the battlefield was a dangerous thing to do. Back in the Avatar universe, where the Leap engine had just been acquired, the United Government had once jumped the ball and attacked Avatar Earth. But that was based on Moss taking complete control of the enemy's communication system. Even so, the United Government was widely criticized afterwards from all walks of life. And many people considered the United Government's ball-jumping campaign to be a highly irresponsible display of civilization. Until now, there was still a small group of people who seized on the events of that year and held commemorative events in the square outside the United Government's headquarters building every year. Pursuit is a must. Hao Xiaohei said calmly. There isn't much time left until the year 90. We must rush to remove the threat of the Forerunner civilization completely before then to prevent them from suddenly appearing in the year 90. After the darkness of the Trinity universe, Hao Xiaoxi's external attitude had changed slightly. No longer as gentle as before. There was a vague tendency to shift from dovish to hawkish. This was the last few years of her tenure. And like Vladimir, she was due to retire in a few years. She also wished to stand her last watch for the coalition government so that she could hand over a coalition government with a stable internal and external environment to her successor. So she must not allow anything to go wrong at this time. Vladimir frowned. Then we leapfrog over? Tomo had currently grasped the coordinates of the planet opposite the wormhole. And if the United Government was determined to fight the Herald civilization to the end, then at any time it could activate the Leap engine and have an interstellar war when all was said and done. The only thing is that the Herald civilization has more than 20 life planets at its disposal. So if they fight one by one, the Herald civilization will definitely be on the defensive. And they might run headlong into a trap at the back of the room. Hao Xiuxi shook his head. There's no hurry yet. Let's first give the remains of the wormhole creatures to Ava to study, and see if he can reverse deduce the manufacturing method of the wormhole creatures. The biological attainments of the Herald civilization were high, but Ava would only be higher than them. The United Government could also provide Ava with information on dimensional technology to help Ava crack the secrets of wormhole creatures. Once Ava had mastered the method of creating wormhole creatures, they could continue to use Pacific Rim Earth as a springboard to attack the Herald civilization's homeland, reducing their risks to a minimum. Clavin furrowed his brows. Would letting Ava master the technology of creating wormhole creatures be a potential danger to us? Hao Xiuxi shook his head. We have to keep traveling across the universe. The main body of our civilization always stays on Earth. Ava cannot threaten us anyway unless she spreads the virus on Earth. And in terms of viruses, nanobot technology has already made a breakthrough. And we will soon have the means to deal with it as well. Hao Xiaohei took a deep breath. Guys, we won't be in this universe for long either. And there's no telling where the next one will be. I think to maximize the likelihood of civilization surviving, we need to be open to whatever we can make use of. What does everyone think? Chapter 135, Nanobots. The brightly lit lab was empty, with only cold computers extrapolating data over and over again. It was 3 in the morning. The scientists had all gone home to rest, and only Moss was still staring at the place. Other than focusing on the war between the United Government and the Herald civilization during this period of time, its other attention was in this lab. This was the lab for researching nanobots. Although it was impossible for Ava to endanger the United Government in a short period of time, Moss had to prepare for the possible betrayal in the future by mastering the means to deal with viruses and bacteria first. That means was nanobots. The evolutionary algorithms used by the TriStar to calculate the trajectories of the 3 stars helped greatly in this regard. Viruses are usually between 20 and 250 nanometers in diameter, with most of them being around 100 nanometers, while bacteria are between 500 and 1000 nanometers. This happens to be the range that nanobots can cope with. With advanced nanorobot technology, nanorobots can be used instead of vaccines to kill harmful germs, achieving similar results to Ava's spore. The nanobots would be passed on to the next generation with the mother's blood, and then from the next generation to the next, thus completely eliminating the vast majority of diseases in human history. It would also eliminate the threat of Ava's spore. It would at least even out the odds. Not so much that the United Government would completely collapse as soon as Ava dropped the spores. And at the same time, the United Government would be able to counteract Ava by dropping nanobots onto Ava's flesh and blood planet. In Moss's opinion, nanobots are a very promising research direction. To a lesser extent, it could eliminate diseases and remove Ava's threat to the United Government. And to a greater extent, it might even be possible to change the life forms of humans, helping them to become higher-level life forms. This could greatly increase the chances of the continuation of Earth's civilization. Moss systematically researched the human race's thoughts on nanobots in the past, including but not limited to anime, novels, and games, and summarized several key development directions from them. The first direction is the single-armed mecha. This direction of development comes from an anime called Nano Troopers, in which people can release the nanobots in their bodies to form a body-sized mecha. If a breakthrough could be made in this direction, no matter whether it was the combat capability of the army or the construction capability of the engineering team, there would be a huge leap. The second direction was super speed self-healing. This direction of development has appeared in many works. That is, when the host is injured, a massive amount of nanobots are used to fill the wounds, rapidly stop the bleeding and repair the wounds. Humans themselves have the ability to heal themselves, only that they do so slowly. And nanobots can replace sluggish human cells and complete the process quickly. If there is a breakthrough in this direction, human beings may even have a chance to achieve such a mythical thing as rebirth of a broken arm in the future. The third direction is nanoecology. But this direction is too difficult. Moss temporarily put it aside and decided to fully attack the first 2 directions. In this matter, Moss didn't hide it from the United Government. On the one hand, it was because its research needed the support of the United Government in the real world. And on the other hand, it was also because both researches were purely beneficial to mankind, and there was no need to hide them. What should be done, what could be done, and what not to do. Moss had always understood that. Since everyone is fine with it, let's give the fragments of the wormhole creatures to Ava later. Hao Xiaohei said in a deep voice. I hope Ava can research something valuable. The Herald civilization's membrane tissue traversal technology had amazed the scientists of the United Government. Anything that was wrapped in the inner membrane of a wormhole organism could achieve physical immunity ranging from 10 seconds to a few minutes, freely traversing all physical dimensions of the barrier. It was a treasure trove of technology. The scientists of the United Government couldn't figure out how the Herald civilization had mastered this technology even if they tried. Just as the Triumvirate couldn't figure out how they had mastered fusion technology. In the vast universe, every civilization has its own greatness. The United Government's fusion technology and planetary engine technology. Avatar Earth's cloning technology. The 3-body civilization's proton unfolding technology and water droplet detector technology. and the pioneer civilization's membrane tissue traversal technology. The United Government was profoundly aware of this after this, and no longer dared to easily underestimate other interstellar civilizations. Clavin revealed an expectant expression. If Ava can research the manufacturing method of wormhole creatures, then it is very likely that we will be able to master the pioneer civilization's membrane tissue traversal technology. The United Government had not yet mastered membrane tissue traveling technology. Although Na-GZ had scoured the opposite side of the wormhole ruthlessly, the planet on the opposite side was just one of the many colony planets of the Forerunner civilization, and did not have any knowledge of the membrane tissue traveling technology stored in it at all. Neither did Crocus battleship. There was no doubt that the membrane tissue crossing technology was the civilization treasure of the Herald civilization, and it couldn't possibly be placed in just any place. But that didn't matter. As long as Ava was able to overcome the manufacturing technology of wormhole creatures, then logically, the United Government, which was a collection of scientists from multiple civilizations, would most likely be able to master the membrane tissue traversal technology as well. After all, the United Government had Ava's personal guidance, as well as the contribution of the three-body scientists, who were well-versed in dimensional technology. So there was no reason why they couldn't deduce a technology that had seen a finished product. Furthermore, the overall technological level of the Herald civilization is really not high, and the height of the technological ceiling is bound to be very limited. And once they possessed this technology, the United Government's military could stuff an antimatter bomb into a planet's core, easily destroying an entire planet, as well as all life on that planet. War capability up. Ava's attainments in the field of biology don't need to be mentioned. He shouldn't let us down. How Susie paused. The only thing we need to worry about is the composition of the wormhole creatures. Materials. Always the greatest limitation that restricts the development of technology. Just like the superconducting ore on Pandora. With this superconducting ore, superluminal quantum communication could easily be realized. While without this superconducting ore, even if the scientists in this area were driven crazy, it could not be realized. Running from Centauri to Earth, the government of Avatar Earth only needs 4 or 5 years, while the Trinus, who are way ahead in terms of combined technology, take 450 years. Also because of the lack of fusion fuel to produce antimatter on a large scale. It all boiled down to materials. How much debris have we collected? Vladimir asked. How Xiao pursed her lips. Not much. Only about 3%. The wormhole creature's collapse was endogenous. It doesn't erupt outwards when it collapses. It only contracts inwards. The United Government was relying on the gravitational field of the Qi Tian, De Sheng's golden band, to forcefully snatch a little bit of its remains out of the collapsing wormhole. So little? Will Ava make it? Vladimir furrowed his brow. Historically, Xiongda had experienced many wars, and often reverse-engineered enemy weapons. So he was well aware of the impact of sample size on the difficulty of reverse engineering. A mere 3% of the wreckage. And that too from the wormhole exit, with a huge probability of not including many of the vital organs within the wormhole organisms. Would these really allow Ava to research how wormhole creatures were made? Vladimir was skeptical. Craven waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Let's involve our scientists, and work together with Ava to research the manufacturing method of wormhole creatures. Since he was going to accept Ava, let's do it thoroughly. He paused for 2 seconds and added, if it's not possible, we can also leap over later. Grab a wormhole creature and run. The delegates froze. Rob? Don't say it. It was a good idea. If 3% of the wreckage wasn't enough to study, then leap over and grab an intact one. Crocus fleet had already left anyway. And the old and weak left on that planet under Tomoko's watchful eye couldn't pose any threat to the United Government at all. Send the remains of the wormhole creatures to Ava first. Time is limited, and there is no time to lose. Spaceship after spaceship of wormhole creature remains were transported to the United Government's Antarctica. And these remains were tested by the United Government to confirm that the viruses on them had all been killed by the Ava spores. And Chen Fan was informed in advance. You'll be busy for a while. Chen Fan possessed the white fox from last time. He snuggled with Ava, selflessly sharing each other's body heat. Not really busy. Just a lot to think about. Ava paused for a moment. There are so few Pandora creatures on Earth that I'm not able to think as fast as I used to. Ava was a consciousness born from the ecosphere, and the size of the ecosphere directly affected his speed of thinking. When there were only a handful of soul trees on Earth, Ava's thinking speed was comparable to a mobile phone with an exploding memory, scratching the screen for a few minutes before reacting. And it was also intermittent. Now that the entire Antarctica is full of Pandora plants underneath the ice shell, Ava's speed of thought has only increased again. Chunfan said solemnly, "I've already informed Moss about Planet Flesh and Blood, and we'll bring this matter up at the right time, so that the humans can find you a place rich in organic matter." Planet Flesh and Blood was not just Ava's matter, but also the matter of the entire Earth civilization. "Thank you." This was the nth time Ava thanked Chunfan. Chunfan said sincerely, "There is no need to be so polite between us." He and Ava were kindred spirits, both unique to each other, and he did not want Ava to feel distant from him. "Gratitude is a virtue," Ava said softly. "You could care less, but I can't." Chunfan was somewhat emotional. The reason Pandora was so harmonious was largely because they had a wonderful planetary consciousness like Ava. "I'm going to start working," Ava said seriously. Although the United Government had only collected 3% of the remains of the wormhole creatures, the wormhole creatures themselves were huge. And even with only 3% of the remains, they still took up a lot of space under the ice shell. Countless decomposers belonging to the Pandora ecosystem were writhing on the remains of the wormhole creatures, emitting a bluish-purple halo as they diligently decomposed the corpses of the wormhole creatures, trying to discern the structure and composition of the wormhole creatures. Chapter 136 Planet Ripper. After many years, Hal Xiaoxi once again came to the cutting-edge laboratory of the United Government. She had wanted to make a trip here for a long time, but she was one of the 5 directors of the United Government, and she had a busy schedule every day, although it was very easy to take advantage of this position. Hal Xiaoxi always remembered Zhou Qixi's expectations of her, and from the day she took this position, she told herself that she could never relax, and that she would always work hard for the future of the United Government. She walked to a huge glass wall and stopped. "Counselor Hao, this is the technology we received from the Herald civilization through Homo," a scientist explained for Hal Xiaoxi. "It appeared in Pacific Rim too. It's called a ripworm in the film." In the glass walls, densely gnarled bugs emitting a metallic color formed a huge ball. They were in a dormant state, not moving a muscle, as if they were a grotesque statue of a work of art. Counselor Hao reached out and tapped the glass. A dull ringing sound traveled into the lab, instantly waking up these sleeping mechanical bugs. Countless bugs scattered in all directions and came towards Hal Xiaoxi like a tidal wave, covering the entire glass wall in an instant, with countless sharp metal limbs frantically banging on the wall in an attempt to break out of the lab. "Director Hao," the scientist nervously blocked in front of Hal Xiaoxi. Although the strength of this glass wall had already passed many harsh tests, Hal Xiaoxi's status was special. So if anything went wrong, such as being overly shocked, their entire experimental project would be called off. Not only would they lose an interesting research project, but it would be a huge loss to the coalition government. Hal Xiaoxi looked steadily at the dense and somewhat creepy torn worms and asked without changing his face, "You set them up to be this extremely aggressive?" The scientist nodded. "Yes." "Why did you do that?" Hao Xiaohei inquired. "You want to condition the ripworms into a weapon?" The scientist replied frankly. "Yes. Ripworms are extremely malleable. They can be assembled into many giant structures or be the glue for giant structures, as long as they are fed a specific program. But again, they can also become efficient killing machines." Hao Xiaoxiao nodded slowly. "Tell me more about that part." "This," the scientist said apprehensively, "is a complicated principle. In practical terms, it means launching missiles containing ripworms to the target location. The ripworms will assemble the production machine tools according to a preset program and search for materials on their own. It only takes a very short period of time for them to form an army of huge numbers." He wondered what Hal Xiaoxi thought about this. Some politicians didn't like weapons that were too powerful. Hal Xiaoxi shook her head. And, although she was a politician, she had knowledge of many highly advanced technologies, and it was clear to her that a mechanical body with such a peculiar nature as the ripworm couldn't possibly have only such a superficial and plain role. If it was just a simple killing, there was no need to use the ripworm at all. After all, the surface could be nuked, and the underground could be used for viruses. Even a direct drop of Ava's spores might be more effective. The scientist wore an expression of desire to speak. Hal Xiaoxi sighed. "I approved the funding for your project." In theory, she approved the project. She should have known the full project content in advance. But in reality, She didn't know about the project because it was approved by the state on her behalf. She only noticed the project later. The power of the coalition government came from the support of each country. And accordingly, each country also gained the corresponding power from the coalition government according to the size of their support. There were some studies that the countries would do on their own. There were others that needed the help of the coalition government's manpower and resources. And they would act in the name of Halsey. When these studies arrive in front of Halsey, there is only a page of documents with many project names, which only need to be signed. The projects had actually been vetted in detail by professionals in the United Government. But in Hal's case, they had been simplified so that Hal didn't know exactly what each project was about. She could take the initiative to find out. But she usually doesn't. There were too many things she had to deal with every day. And even 48 hours a day wouldn't be enough if she had to ask about everything. But the Ripworm project was special. She felt uneasy even if she had to come with paperwork. It was better to make the trip in person. Tell me everything, Halsey emphasized. Don't leave anything out. How far can the Ripworm actually go? The scientist no longer hid. He pursed his lips. The Ripworm is actually just a precursor technology to another technology. What technology? Hal Xiaohe looked puzzled. The Ripworm's functions were already strong enough. But it was just a precursor to another technology. How powerful should that technology be? We hope to reduce the size of the Ripworm. Simplify the production process of the Ripworm. Increase the speed of the Ripworm self-production, and eventually create an ultimate weapon called the Planet Ripper. Seeing the doubt on Halsey's face intensify, the scientist narrated, the ideal Planet Ripper should be a super weapon that can transform all the matter on a planet into ripworms with just one shot. From the Earth's crust to the Earth's core, all matter would be used to produce Ripper worms. Halsey fell silent. The scientist added, the same weapon that can destroy a civilization. The Planet Rippers are more practical than the Herald civilization's virus vaults. And after the war is over, they can also make the Ripworm self-destruct in mass to recycle the transformed planets. Halsey nodded slowly. She could imagine what kind of scene that would be. She inquired, aren't the Ripworms afraid of electromagnetic interference? The scientist revealed a smile. No. Each Ripworm has an independent computing unit and an electromagnetic shielding device to protect the core components, able to work normally in a strong electromagnetic interference environment. A look of longing flickered in his gaze. If the Planet Ripper was successfully developed, then the United Government would have another means of destroying planets. And this means was much more stealthy, and could even be sandwiched between normal diplomatic activities. The Planet Rippers would carry a batch of the best quality Ripworms, which would be able to resist the enemy's first wave of strikes, and then quickly scatter and hide, replicating and splitting where the enemy couldn't see them, eating away at the entire planet. When the United Government has mastered the membrane organization shuttle technology, it can also directly drop the Planet Rippers into the depths of the Earth, so that the enemy can't stop the replication of the Ripper worms even if they want to. When the enemy dug through the Earth's crust and found the Rippers at that time would burst out like a magma eruption and engulf them. Is there any means to restrain them? Halsey frowned. There is, the scientist snapped. We've left a few back doors in their programming. We can paralyze their actions with a virus program to make sure they don't do any damage to ourselves. Halsey pursued. Is this a reliable trick? With a 90-year crisis close at hand, she made sure to eliminate all potential sources of crisis. The Planet Rippers couldn't do anything on Earth because Chen Fan was watching. But the 90 crisis didn't have to be a planetary catastrophe after all. 44 had only lost one space station. If an accident such as the fall of the Circum-Earth Defense Circle occurred due to a moment of negligence and insufficient supervision of dangerous technology, it would also definitely be a disaster that would be etched in the memory. Please don't worry about that. The scientist's expression became serious. The virus program is executed by Moss. And unless something goes wrong with Moss as well, there is no way that any negligence could occur. Moss. Halsey nodded slowly. As mankind's most advanced quantum computer, and with a wave of epic optimizations after receiving the tricorder's technology, it was indeed trustworthy. But that wasn't enough. Is it necessary to create so many ripworms for your research project? Halsey said calmly. Reducing the number of ripworms is enough as long as it maintains normal experimental needs. The scientist nodded slowly. Okay. It was true that they did not need to create so many tearworms. And they did so only because the young scientists within the project team were interested in the scenes in the film where a large number of tearworms traveled through the streets. And the old scientists were happy to take this opportunity to cultivate their love for science. Now that the trustees had asked, there was no need for the extra ripworms to continue to exist. Destroy the ripworms in the lab, and make sure none of them leave the lab, Halsey said methodically. After that, number each ripworm and make sure that they are checked at least once a day, so that no ripworm can ever disappear for no reason. Anyone who wants to take a ripworm out of the lab will have to apply to me, and give my approval before doing so. Raise the security level of the lab. Reinforce the walls, including the ceiling and the floor, to prevent tearworms from destroying the lab. Halsey made several patches in a row. Even so, she was still worried about the ripworms escaping. Add another ring of signal shielding on the outside of the lab to stop outside signals from entering the lab and prevent digital beings from invading. There was still at least one digital Yaya in the cyber world. And if digital Yaya wanted to avenge the deleted digital 2 Hungyu, then the ripworm would undoubtedly be a good catch. Halsey was silent for a few seconds, unable to think of any other security risks before giving up. The camera at the end of the corridor silently adjusted its angle and aimed at Halsey, who was looking at the wall with the ripper bugs in the distance. The camera expanded and contracted the aperture in the lens in order to focus. Resembling a human pupil, the moss descended. It scrutinized Halsey with an incredibly rational gaze. The human has grown. But Halsey wasn't enough. The coalition needed more of him. Crisis 90 is going to be very interesting. Chapter 137 Ava's Fine Dog. On March 3, 2086, initial progress was made in nanobot research, and the world's first nano-vaccine was born in the lab. On May 1, 2086, the antimatter engine miniaturization technology was established. June 19, 2086, ripworm technology matures. On June 20, 2086, the planet Ripper was officially projected. July 31, 2086, breakthrough in fusion technology. Antimatter production rises. On August 5, 2086, brain-computer interface technology made further breakthroughs. Brainwave communication devices began mass production, and ordinary people gained the opportunity to communicate with Earth's consciousness. On October 1, 2086, scientists put forward the theory of time bridge. On December 23, 2086, Ava cracked the manufacturing method of wormhole creatures and created the first wormhole creature. Is this a wormhole creature? Chen Fan found it interesting. The unfurled wormhole creature was like a black silkworm. Only it was a very large silkworm. Several aircraft carriers tied together were not as thick as it, but it was actually very light. This was because it was made up of two extremely thin membranes, which had only gathered into a very large mass because of the extreme curling. Ava named the wormhole creature he created the Pandora's Bridge. The Pandora Bridge was more of a biomechanic than a creature. This was because the Pandora Bridge was almost completely devoid of autonomous consciousness. It needs to be told what to do by the outside world through biological programming before it will act accordingly. Even the most instinctive impulse, foraging for food, is not present in the Pandora Bridge. If the Pandora Bridge is left alone, it will not replenish its energy consumption by foraging for food. It will only continue to consume its own nutrients until it destroys its special spacetime structure and self-extinguishes in the form of collapse. This was good for the manipulator of the Pandora Bridge, because of the vastness of the universe. To open a wormhole to a specific location was something that required a very high degree of precision. A slight deviation in the process, over a long span measured in light years, and the final wormhole exit could be off in the middle of nowhere, although it could be corrected subsequently. But if there was some emergency situation, such as one's fleet being attacked somewhere and in dire need of support, as a result, the wormhole opens up to another star system a few light years away. By the time the correction was complete, the fleet that had called for help might have gone up in smoke. The Pandora Bridge did not have any desire to act autonomously. Then it would be able to carry out the manipulator's commands with maximum precision, and would not be prone to such deviations that could lead to major casualties. I can teach you how to make it. Ava was very selfless. But you can't change their names. They will be called Pandora Bridges. Chen Fan was a little surprised. The strategic significance of wormhole creatures to Earth civilization was self-evident. With wormhole creatures, the Earth civilization could increase the efficiency of striking its enemies, and put its home planet in danger as little as possible. Just by opening a wormhole, antimatter bombs could reach the enemy's home planet in a matter of minutes across a distance of several dozen light years. Such a way of fighting is beyond the reach of even the three-body civilization with its water droplet probes. If the United Government at this moment were to go to war with the former three-body civilization, the United Government would only need to first set up a military base in the empty deep space of the universe, and then set up procedures to launch antimatter bombs and open wormholes, and then leave afterwards. Next, the three-body civilization would be destroyed by a barrage of antimatter bombs in a daze, and their droplet probes launched into the wormhole would only see an empty military base when they arrived at the other end. The three-body civilization would also be unable to use the wormhole to escape, as the other side of the wormhole would be the silence of deep space, with nothing to support their survival. This was just one of the many kinds of uses for wormhole creatures. Now, Ava had even offered to teach Chen Fan the technology to create wormhole creatures, although the condition was like a joke when she asked Chen Fan not to rename the wormhole creatures. Thanks. Chen Fan did not refuse. The wormhole creature was of great significance, although he did not think that Ava would snag Earth's civilization's neck in this regard. There were no absolutes in everything. It was always good to have an extra insurance policy. And besides, it was Ava who had taken the initiative. As for whether he could build it, although his attainments in the field of biology were far inferior to Ava's, he could still copy his homework. It was only that the barrier of consciousness between him and individual creatures was too thick, so he couldn't directly manipulate wormhole creatures like Ava did. And after creating them, he could only give them to humans to use. The process was a bit troublesome. But if the Earth civilization could win the war against the Forerunner civilization in a big way and absorb the technology and scientists of the Forerunner civilization, then there would be no need for him to worry about the wormhole creatures. He believed that the United Government could do this. Although the method of creating wormhole creatures has been researched, the materials are limited, and there is no way to create wormhole creatures as large as the Herald civilization. Ava's mood was slightly low, but there was no way around it. Materials would always be the biggest reason for limiting technological progress. After a year of research, Ava discovered that the cells of wormhole creatures contained a certain special trace element. This special element gave wormhole creatures an affinity for all dimensions. It enabled wormhole organisms to integrate into these dimensions without any barrier, like water dissolving in water, and then separated the real world and dimensional space by virtue of the inner and outer membranes, opening up a slit passage connecting the two places. The United Government had only collected 3% of the wreckage, and Ava could only refine this special element from this 3% of the wreckage. The result was predictable. Compared to the long and thick wormhole creature of the Herald civilization, the current Pandora bridge could only be considered a thin dog. Ava sighed. If only there were more of that element. Wormhole creatures were not difficult to manufacture, as long as one possessed that particular trace element and had a slight understanding of dimensional technology. One could create the most primitive wormhole creatures. What was difficult was optimization and iteration. Ava found many traces of compilation and editing in the genetic information of wormhole creatures. It was obvious that the pioneer civilization kept optimizing the wormhole creatures after creating the most primitive wormhole creatures. It was only in the end that the stable and long-traveling distance wormhole creature they were using now was born. They had worked very hard. However, their efforts in this regard all worked for Ava. You've done very well. Chen Fan praised heartily. After deciphering the genetic information of the wormhole creatures, Ava did not copy it as it was, but instead purposefully replaced the genes of the Pandora creatures into it. It was not a large replacement of genetic information. Most of the time it was just a few dozen or a few hundred base pairs. But these replacements stripped the wormhole creatures of their genes, not only making the special elements required per unit of area less, but also making the wormhole creatures more resilient as well. Wormhole tunnels don't break unless there's a large equivalent explosion in the narrowest of places. Like in the original Pacific Rim, when a nuclear reactor was detonated near the wormhole exit. An explosion of that magnitude couldn't even shake the Pandora Bridge. When humanity hits the Herald civilization proper, capture a few intact wormhole creatures from there, and find the origin of that special element, you can build as big as you want. After the United Government learned of the existence of the special element, it immediately shot down the idea of controlling the origin of that special element no matter what. The will to act was very strong. It was because this special element was even more magical than the superconducting or on Pandora's star. It could by no means just be used to open wormhole passages, but must also be able to play an incredible role in other areas of dimensional technology. If this special element could be mastered, the United Government's technology would likely undergo an unprecedented explosion. Have you been busy lately? Why didn't you come to Antarctica to find me? Ava suddenly asked. Why didn't you think of coming over to see me until I had built the wormhole creature? Chen Fan was slightly stunned. It wasn't that he didn't want to look for Ava. The feeling of two planetary consciousnesses being cozy together was comfortable, each finding unique warmth and all sorts of interesting stories from the other's ocean of consciousness. Even if they didn't communicate, it would still be pleasurable. However, human brainwave communication devices had recently been mass-produced. At Moss's suggestion, he had focused his attention on it in the meantime, letting the human cubs feel their connection to the Earth, cultivating their sense of love for the planet from a young age. Although there was Han Duo as a customer service, that feeling of being connected to everything was something that only he could give. I'll be busy for a few more years. Chen Fan embraced Ava in his consciousness. I'll come and stay with you when I'm done being busy. I'll definitely stay with you for a while longer. Ava responded warmly to Chen Fan's hug. Ball-paced. The two abstruse consciousnesses mingled together, neither one speaking, drowning into a beautiful silence. The vote will now begin on the motion of the second war against the Herald civilization. Ava had created wormhole creatures, and the conditions were ripe for war. In addition, the Herald civilization was in possession of a special element that the United Government was imperative to obtain. Only a devastating war could make the Herald civilization cede this special element to the United Government. At the same time, there were some hardliners who thought that they could use the Herald civilization to practice their troops and prepare for a truly disastrous interstellar war in the future. All these factors eventually contributed to the United Government bringing a second war against the Herald civilization to the table. It was Vladimir who called for the vote. He was this month's rotating counselor, and it was up to him to make the motion to counterattack the Herald civilization's homeland. For other counselors were the first to respond. The counselors had winded up with each country through diplomatic channels before the meeting, so the representatives of each country had already known what the focus of this meeting would be, and were mentally prepared for it. Ding! 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 The electronic confirmations of the votes were incessant. On the big screen, a national flag lit up, and the countries that these flags belonged to all voted in favor. There were also individual flags that had been black since the beginning. The living conditions in these countries were too good, leading to the prevalence of anti-war ideas in the country. But their opposition was insignificant. Vladimir raised his chin. I declare. Motion for the second war against the Herald civilization. Passed by majority vote. In an instant, various mobilization documents flew out of the coalition government like snowflakes. The war had descended once again. Chapter 138 Cyber Scum. The Herald civilization has already given up on Rim Pacific Earth. So why are we still chasing after the Herald civilization? Confucius said, a gentleman repays a grudge with a straight face. Although the Herald civilization didn't cause any harm to our mecha pilots, their aggression must be sanctioned. Another war. Huh? Is there still a call for love and peace? I've heard that the Herald civilization has a special material that can open wormholes in spacetime. And that's why we're fighting them. Do you understand the Black Forest? Aggressive civilizations, like the Herald civilization, must be exterminated on sight. Or else they might just bite back at some point. Since the United Government had not gained any benefits from the last war, and had almost allowed the Herald civilization to exterminate the human civilization of Pacific Rim Earth with a viral weapon, it had resulted in the United Government's populace holding polarized attitudes towards the Second War. A portion of the public believed that since the Herald civilization had already abandoned Earth, there was no need for the United Government to spend manpower and resources to start a second war. The United Government had not suffered any losses since the beginning anyway. There was also a small group of people in this part of the populace who believed that the United Government should treat alien civilizations with fraternity and strive to establish an alliance of civilizations across the multiverse so that we could all live a good life together. The other part of the populace believed that although the First War had ended and the Herald civilization would not invade Pacific Rim Earth again in a short period of time, if the Herald civilization was left alone, it would be the equivalent of planting an untimely bomb. In the event that when the United Government left the Pacific Rim universe and the Herald civilization made a comeback, it would be very troublesome to deal with it again, even if one could use the water droplet detector for defense. But what kind of defense is there against a thief for 1,000 days? Moreover, the United Government only had a total of 2 water drop detectors, so it couldn't let the Pacific Rim universe occupy them for a long time. But it certainly wouldn't work regardless of the Pacific Rim universe, because the United Government leaves behind 1 million people in every universe it passes through. And the United Government is obligated to ensure the safety of those million people. So why not take advantage of the United Government is still in the Pacific Rim universe? Seize the time to explode and whack the pioneer civilization. Can eliminate the pioneer civilization is the best. Cannot be eliminated but also to give a heavy blow. Let the pioneer civilization for thousands of years will not dare to reach out to the earth again. The people with two different attitudes were on fire on the internet. One side was mocked as the Virgin Mary. The other side was angrily denounced as the Butcher, which triggered a huge amount of noise in the civil society. The coalition government immediately opened a live webcast and arranged for experts to come forward to explain the situation, thus easing the conflicts among the people. The people had seen all the efforts made by the coalition government over the years in their eyes, and had a high level of trust in the coalition government. So after receiving the explanation from the coalition government, the volume of voices arguing about the war immediately diminished. There was actually nothing to argue about in the first place. It was because the United Government had a crushing advantage over the Herald civilization. In the First War, the Herald civilization had taken out all of its back-bottom membrane, tissue-crossing technology, and virus vaults, and hadn't been able to get an advantage in the hands of the United Government. If the virus library hadn't killed the wormhole organisms and caused the wormhole to collapse, the United Government would have killed the Herald civilization's homeland. In the Second War, no matter what, the United Government would not suffer a loss, since it wouldn't lose out. Then even if the United Government forced the war despite public opinion, as long as it won and shared the fruits of victory with the people, nothing major would happen. But the coalition government was too gentle and even arranged for an explanation. But since even public opinion had been appeased, this war was even more imperative to be fought. It couldn't be a thunderclap, much less a tiger's tail. The goal of the war, extermination. Great. It's finally time to go to war again. Rory was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Hunter mechs were weapons created to fight monsters. Hunter pilots were bound to hunter mechs. And when there were no monsters to fight, hunter pilots were idle in the base. Although they could fight simulation training, since there was no danger to their lives, it became very boring to fight more than once. United Government. Rory cried out in joy. Do you guys know how I spent this year? In the United Government, he received a high salary for doing nothing every day, unlike the old days on Pacific Rim Earth, when he risked his life to earn a little bit of money, and was not treated well by the leaders above him. The aliens were too good to him, and it made him feel a guilty conscience. He even wanted to sell out to the United Government. Yangshi on the side showed a helpless face. This war is not ordinary. We're going to the Herald civilization's homeland. There might be some big monsters there. Don't get caught in the gutter. Yangshi's character was more stable than Luoli. Although he was also idle, he always had a sense of reverence for war. This was a correct attitude. Afraid of what? Rory grinned. Didn't so many monsters not do anything to us last time? The United Government's Mecha TSK. It's simply a product of another dimension, capable of fighting and resisting. Different from our previous pile of broken copper and iron. The corner of Yangshi's mouth twitched. Ragged iron? Dangerous rangers? He flirted. You used to call Dangerous Wanderer your baby, thinking about it during the day and dreaming about it at night, wanting to enter her body like crazy. And this is only less than a year in the past, and you've moved on? Oh, Dangerous Drifter, Rory said playfully. I'm sorry. I've got a new babe. Yancy rolled her eyes. Ugh. Cyber scum. General Stark, who lived next door to the Raleigh brothers, listened to the Raleigh brothers' movements with a helpless smile on his face. It's good to be young, he lamented. But I'm not so bad either. The first thing he did after arriving at the United Government was to receive treatment from the United Government. In fact, the United Government wouldn't have let him go to war if they didn't cure him. The military strongly protested against letting someone who was seriously ill go to war. The reasoning was that in the event that the man should suffer a sudden bout of malady in the middle of a battle, it would ruin the wonderful zero to end battle losses. Oh no. It would cause needless sacrifices. Anyway, as soon as General Stark arrives at the Combine, he is dragged into the hospital for treatment. First treatment. Ball lightning for cancer. Snap. That was fast. With that one flash, General Stark shivered, and the cancer cells in his body were killed off. Ball lightning works wonders in the area of curing cancer. The second treatment. Organ replacement. General Stark had been living with cancer for years, and the organs in his body were all affected to a greater or lesser extent. although no negative effects could be seen in a short period of time. After a decade or two, these organs would become a burden to the body one by one. The United Government was prepared to establish General Stark as a typical example of the friendliness of the two spheres, and simply cloned a set of vibrant and healthy organs for him. After replacing this set of organs, General Stark's physical condition returned to its peak. "Looks like a bug." General Stark's eyes gleamed as he said, "I'll make sure you guys look good this time, and make you pay for what you've done." After many years, General Stark still hadn't forgotten the morning he felt when he learned that his sister had died in the service of her country. He took out a pocket watch and opened the cover to reveal a photograph. The young girl in the photo was smiling like a flower. "Luca, brother will definitely avenge you." The mecha pilots were all optimistic about the Second War for no other reason than the fact that what the Herald civilization had the United Government had, and what the United Government had the Herald civilization didn't. The gap between the two sides was too great. It was simply abuse. Take their mechs for example. Antimatter power. The driver died in the mech. The mech does not turn off. Warship alloy shell. High and low temperature resistance. Resistant to nuclear shockwaves. But also anti-radiation. Pocket robots. Real-time repair of broken mechs. 100% to maintain the state of the mech. These are just three of the more prominent technologies. Nothing else has been said. How can we lose? Hurry up. Hurry up and release us to open the undisputed. Meanwhile, the United Government began to build momentum on both Earths simultaneously. This was a war that was sure to be won. And proper publicity could increase public confidence. It could also reduce the petty thoughts of certain people. Certain countries on Pacific Rim Earth were starting to show signs of gaining ground because the United Government had been too nice to them. And it was imperative that they be hammered in time to avoid any disharmony. "Hello everyone. This is the padded children's desk." The female reporter stood on the snowy ground. "We are here at the United Government's military base in Antarctica." The camera had a number of large military green machines, the vast majority of which were models that were not common or even seen at all in the outside world. Here are the secret weapons developed by the United Government for the Second War. And with the big war just around the corner, we finally got the United Government's permission to come here to find out for you all. The female reporter had two deep dimples when she smiled, which was exceptionally pleasing. However, only a small part of the audience's attention was on her, and more of them were concerned about what secret weapons were in this military base. So much so that it had the United Government covering it up. The female reporter graciously said, "I can't stay here too long. General Lee from the base said he'd bring the secret weapon out for us to take a look at." Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from the distance. The female reporter was startled, and the camera turned in the direction the sound came from, only to see smoke rising into the air. What happened? A missile blew up? What poor security measures by the coalition government? Don't worry. It should be a weapons test. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking. The female reporter walked to the front of the camera. She held her headphones, and her eyes were colorful. "Viewers, the commotion just now was caused by the United Government's secret weapons, and they are now coming towards us." The female reporter stood on her tiptoes. To be honest, although she was invited here to film the secret weapons, she didn't know what they were. Smoke and dust approached from the distance. The female reporter squinted her eyes. She vaguely saw a silvery white metallic sheen in the smoke, but it was too far away for her to be sure if she was mistaken. The smoke was moving fast. The female reporter saw it clearly. Bugs. Countless mechanical bugs of enormous size, looking like enlarged cockroaches, but far more terrifying. They converged in a torrent, passing through roofs, streets, windows, and many other places, covering everything in their path, and whistling towards where the reporter stood. The camera perfectly records the terrible oppression of facing them. Chapter 139, The East Wind Blows. Ah! The female reporter was startled. The tide of insects was raging, and before she even had time to react, she was drowned by the torrent of insects. The camera went straight to black. Everyone in front of the screen was stunned. What was the situation? Was this a live broadcast accident? What were those bugs? Did the reporter die? Does anyone care about this? Miso! 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 The ratings of the live broadcast room rose crazily, doubling dozens of times in the blink of an eye. And those who hadn't tuned in to the live broadcast heard the news and entered the live broadcast room to wait for the results. The live broadcast room was filled with pop-ups, and some people even swiped candle gifts. The screen was full of Sabbath and Rip. The second hand jumped one by one, and the live broadcast room sank into a long darkness that lasted 2 minutes. But this darkness wasn't silent. Creepy metallic clattering noises continued to emanate from within. People's hearts gradually sank to the bottom. They thought to themselves that the live broadcast had gone dark for such a long time. And it seemed like that reporter was in a bad way. Since ancient times, red faces have had a thin life. But the coalition government was also too bad this time. That such a serious security risk could occur in a military base. It was simply joking with the lives of journalists and soldiers. Only a few people remained sane and skeptical. This live broadcast was claimed to be showcasing the secret weapon that the United Government had researched against the Herald civilization. And it was undoubtedly very important. Even if the reporter did have an accident, the United Government staff should have switched the camera at the first opportunity instead of letting the screen of the live broadcast stay black. This was not in line with the usual professional performance of the United Government. There might be something fishy in it. But the live broadcast screen had already been black for more than 2 minutes. So even if there was something fishy, it should be revealed now. Right? Just then, the screen finally lit up. Sorry to make you all worry. We had a problem with our equipment a while ago, and it's just now being fixed. The female reporter came to life and appeared in the camera. The audience's lifted hearts instantly relaxed. It was good that the person was fine. But immediately after that they developed a strong curiosity. The female reporter was not only fine, but also continued to broadcast live. Which meant that the bug wave just now hadn't harmed her at all. Could it be that the secret weapon that the United Government had mentioned? Everyone, please look! The camera rotated along with the female reporter's voice, focusing on a metal bug that was lying at the female reporter's feet. The bug was about half a meter long. It looked divinely similar to a cockroach, making it intolerable to approach. What in the world was this thing? As you all know, the United Government launched a homunculus towards the Herald civilization. And this homunculus has continuously deciphered the Herald civilization's technological information, bringing a lot of inspiration to our scientists. The ripworm is the product of that inspiration. At the same time, it is also an indispensable winning weapon in the upcoming Second War. People should not underestimate it. Amidst the viewers' doubts, the female reporter narrated the awesome features of the tear worm. And after talking about the tear worm, she went on to talk about some other areas of cutting-edge technology. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast was more than 100 times that of the previous one. And the news spread rapidly, powerfully boosting people's confidence in the Second War. A few days after the live broadcast, anti-war rhetoric disappeared. No one questioned that the coalition government could win the war. And the streets were filled with voices discussing how the coalition government would be able to end the war. And some people made a decent effort to create something like a sand table demonstration. At the same time, the army was mobilized. Everything was ready. All we needed was the east wind. Go get planetary consciousness and Ava. Hundreds of millions of years of frost and wind had hammered the pioneer civilization into something like a machine. And on this day planet Noha was still functioning as methodically as it had every day before. Though the war with Earth was over, planet Noha still had the task of searching for a living planet. The heralds constantly calibrated the coordinates of space and time, which were then relayed through the biocomputers to the wormhole creatures to open wormholes to other planets. If the opposite planet is not suitable for survival, they close the wormhole and switch to the next target. If the opposite planet is suitable for survival, or is likely to be at some point in the future, they record the planet, report it to the Senate, and make plans for an invasion. That's how Earth was discovered. But the Herald civilizations were getting unlucky. They hadn't found many living planets in total in the last few million years. And it was as if all the living planets within their radius of activity had been discovered. If this situation continued, they would have to modify some of the fringe planets that were not suitable for survival and use them to increase the search distance for life planets. It was very thankless. Or perhaps they changed their development strategy, no longer regarded the life planets as expendable resources, and seriously operated each planet, stopping exhausting their resources. This is the long-term solution. However, the pioneer civilization had been fishing for hundreds of millions of years, and it was very difficult to transform, unless a powerful enemy suddenly appeared and beat them over the head, so that they had to hunker down on the few planets they had. Then they would have to change their bad habits. On this day, the stars of Nora's star were as dim as ever. The heralds living on this planet had not the slightest bit of defense when the powerful enemy that only existed in hypotheticals just suddenly appeared in front of them. Snort. A black singularity suddenly appeared in the core of the herald's living area. At first no herald noticed this dot. For the point was a point in the purest sense of the word. Smaller than the smallest unit of measurement. Only Tomo observed the dot. Immediately after, the point spun and expanded, and an orange light burst out from the center. The surrounding heralds finally noticed. However, they were slow to realize the seriousness of the problem, and slow to notify higher-ranking and more knowledgeable heralds to check out the situation. It wasn't until the wormhole exit opened completely, and densely packed metal bugs spewed out under the cover of the orange glow, that they finally realized what was happening at this moment. Invasion. It was truly unbelievable. They who had always played the role of invaders had actually had a day when they were invaded by others. Even though the wormhole opened by Ava wasn't as large as that of the Herald civilization, the ripworms were much smaller than the monsters. And in less than a minute, as many as a few million of them poured out. The ripworms spread their four sharp, silver-white wings and flew in all directions like the Grim Reaper. The heralds fell in sheets, like wheat harvested by scythes. But this was nothing. What was truly terrifying was that a portion of the ripping bugs articulated into machine tools in situ, carrying nearby materials into them on the spot and replicating thousands of themselves in the blink of an eye. Although the material strength of the replicas was not as strong as the originals due to material limitations. But the victory was in the sheer numbers. Ah! What kind of monster is this? So familiar. They're too fast. Help! Run! The living quarters of the heralds were in chaos all of a sudden. Chapter 140. Sweeping the Six. However, to the heralds, what was truly deadly was not the army of torn worms on the surface, but the moss hidden behind the torn worms. The moss descended on the battlefield, using the temporary signal base station built by the ripworms. The will of moss was carried out throughout the entire army of ripworms. Any single ripworm was independently manipulated by moss, and could perform actions that were very different from the millions of other ripworms. There was no need for any intelligent recognition at all. Moss was the brain of the ripworms. Under Moss's manipulation, the millions of ripworms acted as if they had come to life, raging through the nearby buildings and munching on any valuable targets. Towering spires collapsed in a cloud of smoke and dust. The petri dishes that birthed the embryos of the monsters were torn apart, and the heralds that were submerged in them were as insignificant as the sand in the ocean. Moss simply kills the surrounding heralds in passing, as it clears the nearby buildings. The herald civilization was too monstrous, clearly in possession of advanced biotechnology, but it did not know how to transform its own body. Nor did it develop a powerful force similar to that of the interstellar bugs. It was too weak. The United Government's first card broke them. The army of ripworms assembled signaling towers and production lines at every distance they advanced, and the size of the army rapidly expanded geometrically, reaching a terrifying 9-digit number in the blink of an eye. The army of ripworms rose into the air. They transformed into a high-speed moving metal cloud, constantly broadcasting to the ground and being joined by newly produced ripworms. In just a few minutes, destruction enveloped the herald's living quarters. Call the space fleet. Contact the Senate. The enemy is terrible. There is nothing we can do to stop it. Prepare for retreat. Release the monsters to stall for time. Since there was only one wormhole, the heralds far away from the wormhole's exit were given precious time to react. A monstrous beast roared as it rushed towards the army of torn worms. They were quickly dismembered in the clouds of ripworms flying in the sky, and their bodies were disintegrated before they could even fall to the ground. In addition to the monsters, there were also some slightly smaller bugs that tried to fend off the ripworms. This kind of bugs were the prototypes of the ripworms. However, they were like poor imitators compared to the tier worms at this point, and they collapsed at the touch of a button. The army of ripworms was unstoppable. At the same time, the Pioneers' distress signals went straight into space. On the one hand, they sent out distress signals to the Herald fleet that was wandering in the nearby star field, and on the other hand, they threw the emotional report to the distant other side of the star space, to the Supreme Senate of the Herald civilization. For an invasion? The on-duty senator had a disdainful look on his face. The Herald civilization had been crisscrossing the Sea of Stars for hundreds of millions of years, and had never encountered a decent enemy, which filled the pampered patriarchs with arrogance. Tell them to hold on until next month, when the Senate holds its regular meeting. The senator on duty gave the order. The heralds of the Star of Noha were on fire with anxiety, and when they saw the Senate's reply, They were all dumbfounded. Next month? It wasn't certain if they would be dead or alive next month. How could they wait until then? They continued to contact the Senate. But this time, they were stone cold. Meat eaters are despicable. However, the United Government was actually nervous. Because the special elements that could be used to open wormholes were limited. Ava had only managed to create one Pandora bridge in total. And if the Herald civilization destroyed their wormholes, they would have to reconsider how to deal with the Herald civilization. After all, a jump ball can be much more risky than a springboard. In order to protect the wormhole, the United Government had launched both water drop probes to minimize the possibility of damage to the wormhole. But that wasn't a guarantee of infallibility. To be truly foolproof, the Ripworm army would still have to find the warehouse where the Herald civilization was stockpiling special elements and get a batch of them to transport back to Earth. Homo sapiens had already grasped the location of the warehouse. However, due to a tiny teleportation deviation, the place where the wormhole opened was about 10 minutes away from the warehouse. The Ripworms were recklessly racing in that direction, hoping to transport the special elements before the Herald civilization destroyed the Pandora bridge. The water droplet detectors were already one step ahead. The water droplet detector of the three-body civilization was a masterpiece, capable of accelerating to 8% of the speed of light in a very short period of time, speeding 24,000 kilometers a second, and instantly arriving outside the warehouse where the special elements were stored. And in a very short time, it had neutralized the threat in the vicinity of the warehouse. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the Ripworm. Launch the nukes. Destroy the wormhole. The antimatter technology of the Herald civilization was relatively crude, but their nuclear technology was very mature. After all, they were an interstellar civilization of several 100 million years. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of nuclear bombs soared up from all corners of the Noha star, heading straight for the United Government's wormhole. The Ripworms near the wormhole had reached a staggering number. And if all of them were to vacate, they could form a solid metal wall near the wormhole. But Moss didn't do that. It continued to maneuver the Ripworms in all directions, leaving the task of intercepting the nuclear bombs to another water droplet probe. The water droplet probe cut a perfect arc of light through the air, cruising around the wormhole exit at 24,000 kilometers per second. It constantly performed incredibly sharp turns, wildly slamming into the supersonic nuclear missiles of the Forerunner civilization, lighting up fireworks after fireworks in the distant sky. Boom! 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 The violent explosions raised hundreds of clouds of radiation. But the United Government's troops were all cold machinery that didn't care about the damage radiation could do to them. Even if they were turned into pieces by the explosions, they would quickly come back to life on the production line. The Herald civilization took several other means to try and destroy the wormhole. They even tried membrane tissue crossing technology. However, the bases close to the wormhole were all destroyed by the Ripworms. And the other bases were so far away that the membrane missiles launch ruptured the membrane wrapping the missiles before they could get close to the wormhole. All attempts by the Forerunners to face the teardrop probes, which they could not understand, ended in failure. This came as no surprise to the United Government, because Tomoko had long ago figured out what was going on in the Star of Noha. What the United Government was really worried about was the so-called Senate. The Senate possessed the highest crystallized wisdom of the Herald civilization for hundreds of millions of years, and might have a powerful technology similar to the membrane tissue crossing technology. However, the Senate did not provide timely support. The on-duty senators felt that with the strength of their pioneer civilization, even if they couldn't destroy the incoming enemy, it would always be more than enough to support them for a month. Right? However, the reality was very bony. A few minutes later, the army of Ripworms arrived at the warehouse where the special elements were stored, and they transported the canisters containing the special elements back to Earth. Judging by the weight, these special elements could at least create several hundred Pandora bridges. The United Government was completely free of worries. The first phase of the objective has been successfully completed. Prepare to start the second phase of the plan. Chapter 141, Old and Strong. Planetary Consciousness Ava. This is the special elements we brought from the Forerunner civilization. Please use these elements to create more Pandora bridges and help us achieve victory in this war. The United Government had great respect for Ava. After the popularization of the brainwave communication device, many officials of the United Government had communicated with Chin Fan and deeply realized the greatness of planetary consciousness. So their attitude towards Ava had changed a lot. In the past, The United Government always did not take Ava seriously, and even their defense was limited. After all, Ava was no longer on his own planet. This was Earth. Their Earth consciousness was the master. But this war had changed their thoughts about Ava, and they suddenly realized that even if Ava had left her own planet, with her vast knowledge, she was still able to exert power that was currently beyond the reach of mankind. Take for example the development of the Pandora Bridge. If human biologists and geneticists were allowed to study the Pandora Bridge, they wouldn't even be able to decipher the genetic information of the template wormhole organisms without a few decades. Not to mention completing the organs and body tissues that weren't present in the wreckage. By the time they developed the Pandora's Bridge, they would probably have already traveled through several universes. Ava was incomparable to humans in the field of biology. This was the consensus of the United Government. As a result, the United Government had begun to consider cooperation with Ava, intending to transform Ava into a booster for Earth civilization. After all, it was an unacceptable waste of resources for such a powerful planetary consciousness to be idle in Earth's Antarctica. But the United Government was also very cautious. Ava is not trivial. They can only cooperate with Ava within a controllable range, determined not to let Ava grasp the power that can reinvent the Earth civilization. Or at least not let Ava have the opportunity to reinvent the Earth civilization. There were many airships parked on the snow-white Antarctica. These airships were all transporting special elements. The mass of the special elements was small, and so was their size. But the instruments for storing the special elements were very bloated. Fortunately, these airships were loaded with antimatter engines that could take off and land vertically. So the efficiency of transporting special elements was not slowed down due to the lack of airport facilities in Antarctica. Say, what is Ava's relationship with our Earth consciousness? The pilots were waiting to unload the cargo. They were chatting in the communication channel, with topics ranging from the survival of civilizations to the price reduction of eggs. When suddenly, I don't know who mentioned it, shifting everyone's attention to Chen Fan and Ava. The topic immediately caused a hot debate. I guess it's a couple. Shallow. I think it should be best friends. Heh heh heh. The last time I communicated with Earth consciousness, I felt that Earth consciousness was focusing on an icy place. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But now that I think about it, isn't that with Ava? All shut up. A high-pitched voice rang out over the channel, instantly gagging the pilots from chewing on gossip. Little brats. Dare to chat about anything. Zhang Peng bristled. Zhang Peng was already in his 70s this year. Put in the old Earth. He should have retired long ago. However, the United Government's technology had advanced by leaps and bounds, and the per capita life expectancy had increased to 205. So as long as there were no physical problems, and he was still willing to work, he could work until he was 150 years old. Of course, there was no problem with wanting to retire at 70. After establishing communication with Chen Fan, the United Government could use machinery on Earth with impunity. And after another few decades of precipitation, it had long since passed the stage where human productivity was needed. The vast majority of things that humans could do could be given to robots to do. But the United Government hadn't entered the age of complete welfare either. It had just made education and healthcare free. And people still needed to struggle at a young age if they had higher desires or pursuits. It's not that the coalition government can't afford billions of people. It's about keeping civilization alive. If humans had to have everything from birth, the growth rate of Earth's civilization would be drastically reduced, which would be extremely detrimental in terms of the development of the civilization as a whole. Earth, in particular, was in a special situation. Before finding a way to get rid of the dimensional oppression, Earth would be constantly wandering in an infinite number of universes, never knowing if the next universe would be the graveyard of its own civilization. 81. You've been quite busy lately. Zhang Peng was making phone kanji with Liu 81. Did the Earth's consciousness agree to let Duo come back to life? Ever since Liu 81 found out that Chen Fan retained Han Duo's consciousness, he kept trying to convince Chen Fan, hoping that Chen Fan would resurrect Han Duo, just like he resurrected Zhou Chiji Tu Hengyu Ma Zhao. Alas, I gave up long ago. Liu 81's voice came out from the communicator. Let Duo be in there. She said she's fine, as long as she can common Lu Qi. Liu 81's voice was somewhat despondent. Giving up? Why? Zhang Peng wondered. This is not your character. Life and death is a serious cycle, Liu 81 said with a heavy heart. Earth consciousness has broken the rules to allow the resurrection of outstanding scientists and politicians for the sake of the entire civilization, which has already caused too much of a shock to the human society. If Earth consciousness had resurrected Duo Duo as the first Earthling to communicate with Shin Fan, and it was a spiritual communication using the soul tree, Liu Peiqiang had an extraordinarily profound sense of life. Liu Peiqiang I.e. felt happy, but also felt a heavy burden in his heart. Cough. Although I don't think it's quite appropriate either. Zhang Peng paused for a moment. But you've done a lot of work over the years. Secretly resurrecting Duo Duo, and then finding a small place to cat up won't be okay? I won't tell anyone. Live your lives as immortals. If these words were to spread, Zhang Peng would definitely be disciplined. Not necessarily to what extent, but he would definitely lose his position as captain of the transport team. He kinda liked this position. He could get paid for running around every day, and he could deal with young people. However, for the sake of Liu Peiqiang's happiness, he was still righteous. Even if I wanted to. Liu Peiqiang sighed. I mean, if I want to resurrect Duo Duo, I would at least have to make a clone body for Duo Duo. It's too expensive. I don't have that kind of money. And it would be discovered. Human cloning technology was a top-secret technology that was strictly forbidden to be disseminated. And equipment was only available in laboratories that had been authorized by the United Government. And no one could make clones without permission from the United Government. The United Government would definitely not agree to create a human clone body for Han Duo Duo. Not with how much Liu Peiqiang's contribution. This was because it would cause serious social problems. Zhang Peng smacked his lips. Is there really no way at all? Although it went against the greater good, he still hoped that Liu Peiqiang could resurrect Han Duo Duo, because he knew that Liu Peiqiang missed Han Duo Duo all the time. And he still remembered Liu Peiqiang's I'm going to look when Han Duo Duo had just passed away. Chapter 142 in the bag. Actually, it's not completely helpless. Liu Peiqiang paused for a moment. Ava can also clone bodies, and it's much easier than the United Government. Ava was able to reverse engineer the overall genetic information of the wormhole creatures from 3% of the wreckage. And it took less than a year in total to create a Pandora's bridge that was ahead of the curve in every aspect. If this kind of thing could be done, building an individual was even less of a challenge. Liu Peiqiang's identity was rather special. Not only did he have a close relationship with Earth consciousness, he was also a general of the United Government, and was once the main promoter of the Pandora project. If he went to Ava, Ava would probably help him. After all, building a person was really nothing to Ava. It was just building a Pandora bridge, and then pinching a villain in the process. But I still don't intend to resurrect Duo Duo. So don't try to persuade me anymore. Liu Peiqiang had already made up his mind not to resurrect Han Duo Duo. And this was the result he got after discussing with Han Duo Duo. Earth consciousness was fraternal. If Han Duo Duo wanted to be resurrected, just because Han Duo Duo had dealt with so many tourist visits for the Earth consciousness over the years, the Earth consciousness would also help Han Duo Duo. But this is not good for the whole Earth civilization. Liu Peiqiang and Han Duo Duo. One of them has been under Shin Fan's tutelage, and the other is simply living in Shin Fan's consciousness. Both of them had a deep understanding of the nature of how the world worked, and were unwilling to allow themselves to be the exception. Alright then. Zhang Peng sighed. I haven't seen you for some days. But you kid has become a saint. Male love is a human instinct. Historically, how many monks who had to abide by the rules and regulations could not hold back, while Liu Peiqiang was able to restrain himself? Really? Remarkable. Liu Peiqiang digresses. By the way, I haven't gone to see you for a while. How is your health recently? Very well. Zhang Peng crossed his legs. I'm eating well. My body is great. The United Government's medical technology was already very advanced. And if you encountered a terminal disease that could not be cured, you could sign a safety consent form, and then give yourself a shot of the nanobots that were in the human testing stage. There is basically no disease that cannot be cured. If people are not sick, they have spirit. And the coalition government has also been inspired by the ball lightning cure for cancer, and invented electric fitness. If there's nothing wrong with electricity, an old man in his 70s or 80s will be as fit as a young man in his 20s or 30s. It just doesn't change the state of the skin. However, the United Government also has a special department in the research of this area of technology. I believe it will not take long to make a breakthrough. Perhaps in a few more universes, it would not be possible to judge age based on looks. And by then, the naughty boy with a hairless mouth might actually be an old codger who had seen the world through thick and thin. You're just in good health. I'll visit you after a while when I'm not busy. The United Government's war in Noah's Star entered a phase of dramatic expansion. The Senate of the Herald civilization, being too comfortable for too long and lethargic and incompetent, was slow to react to the enemy attack on the Star of Noah and let the United Government go on a rampage on the Star of Noah. With no support from the Senate, the United Government had the wormhole defended to the hilt with just 2 water drop detectors. The heralds on the Star of Noah have given up attacking the wormhole. They had run out of nukes. All the nukes were shot out by the water droplet probes tens of thousands of kilometers away. And the shockwaves and heat waves caused by the explosions couldn't even affect the Pandora Bridge tens of thousands of kilometers away. However, the Pandora Bridge was no longer pouring out ripworms, because there were already enough ripworms in the Star of Noah. The speed at which these ripworms were producing themselves on the Star of Noah was much faster than the speed at which the United Government was dropping them through the Pandora Bridge. The United Government was also happy to use the resources of the Star of Noah to produce ripworms, saving themselves the time and effort. This was also the terror of the ripworms. As long as the number of ripworms dropped onto the battlefield reached a certain number, the ripworms would exert a jaw-dropping self-production capacity. If the speed of the enemy's destruction of ripworms can't keep up with the production of ripworms, the ripworms will become infinite. And then, there is no need to put in any other power. And the war can be won just by the ripworms slowly grinding away. But the United Government also had the idea of experimenting with weapons on the Star of Noah. Although these weapons could be experimented on any random desolate planet, that was equivalent to a laboratory environment, which was different from the real battlefield environment. The United Government had brainstormed all the messy things it had researched during this period of time, and got them on the Noah Star. Experimental nanoviruses. Experimental planet rippers. Experimental drill star bombs. All of these things were terrifying weapons that could deal a devastating blow to an entire civilization. And now they were all gathered on the Noah Star to stick it to the old interstellar colonists. And, of course, there were the mech units that wailed about fighting monsters. We want to fight monsters? When are you going to let us through? Idle sick want. The mecha pilots were making too much of a mess at the base. So the United Government moved their drop sequence up a bit and shoved them into the wormhole early. This was thanks to the special elements obtained from the Forerunner civilization's warehouse, without which Ava wouldn't have been able to expand the Pandora Bridge, and the mecha hunters wouldn't have been able to reach the Star of Noah through the narrow wormhole. The United Government had locked up the victory. The propaganda posters spread all over the major social media platforms of the 2 Earths. Everyone knew about the glorious victory of the United Government, and they were even able to watch the live broadcast on the channel run by the United Government. The fever. Ripworms versus monsters. Show the hacksaw what's in the herald's belly. The average income of a herald. An exploration of herald breeding and sexual function. The philosophy of Billy the Meatpacking Herald. Moss, which has deeply learned human preferences, understands human concerns, and the headlines are so eye-catching that people are compelled to click on them as soon as they see them. Every hour a new shortcut hits the hot seat. In this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, everyone understood that the Star of Noah had become the United Government's possession. Chapter 143, Occupying the Planet. In the United Government's laboratory, scientists were dissecting the herald, analyzing the herald's body structure, and understanding the evolution of life of the herald's race over billions of years. They discovered that it wasn't as if the herald hadn't modified itself. They found obvious traces of gene editing in the herald's genes. Not only had the heralds modified themselves, but they had done so drastically, adding biological tissues capable of filtering the air and creating multiple organs in their bodies specifically to degrade toxins. Heralds are so interesting, a scientist said as he pulled a section of intestines from the dissected herald's stomach. They'd rather add several toxin-degrading organs to themselves than change their lifestyle. According to the original Pacific Rim, the herald's lifestyle is one of exhaustion. They trashed their home planet, causing their entire civilization to be on the brink of peril, and in order to continue their civilization, began to explore the stars non-stop in search of other habitable planets. After finding them, they carried out interstellar colonization. But after successful colonization, they don't reflect on why their home planet has become so bad so that they can last on it. Instead, they maintain their old way of life and continue to destroy the environment of the new planet, making it uninhabitable in a very short time. And then, they relocate to another planet. Week after week, cycle after cycle. For hundreds of millions of years, the pioneer civilizations froze without learning a single lesson. Perhaps interstellar colonization was too easy for them, and they had never met any comparable rivals, leading them to think that they were the overlords of the universe. They felt that they would always have new planets to use, so they didn't need to change themselves if they really were the overlord of the universe. This kind of thinking would certainly be true, except that unfortunately they're not. And the only reason they've been able to keep going smoothly is purely because of good luck. It's like the Earth of the Triforce universe. There are so many disasters in the universe that can prevent civilizations from sprouting. And there are so many hunters with guns wandering in the starry sky. But the Earth has not encountered any of them, and has entered the age of nuclear civilization smoothly. Unlike the three-body civilization, because of staying in an unlucky land with 3 stars. Even their own civilization does not know how many times it has restarted. Even after entering the interstellar age with fear and trembling, they were always worried about the future of their civilization, and tried to escape from their home planet to find a new and beautiful home for themselves. In this respect, the pioneer civilization is very much like the Earth of the three bodies universe. The difference is that they are luckier than Earth, having developed in the universe for hundreds of millions of years without encountering hunters or farmers. But at the same time, it's also unfortunate. Due to the smoothness of the past hundreds of millions of years, they had taken smoothness as a natural law type of existence, and took it for granted that they should be smooth, and this sowed the seeds of their downfall. Arrogance. The star of Noah is the price of arrogance. The herald lying on the operating table being dissected at the moment was also the price. Thanks to the United Government's overly advanced medical equipment, he was even still alive. His brain still very much awake. He just couldn't speak or scream. Although the United Government had given him anesthesia, he watched as his internal organs were taken out, and he knew that the person who took them had no intention of putting them back in for him. Who understands that feeling? Family. The dissection is almost complete. There's nothing left in this herald's stomach, the scientist whispered. It's so interesting that the same heralds could have completely different body structures from each other. Herald civilizations had a tradition of self-modification. To them, adding or subtracting organs was simpler than an earthling cutting their eyelids. And since each herald had different aesthetics and understandings, the internal structures of the heralds were different from each other. The lowest class of heralds were on the whole not very different from each other. There was only a difference in the number of them, and they were basically the same in kind. However, the heralds that reached the cardinal level were very different. According to Tomoko's investigation, creating unique biological organs was a must for promotion to cardinal. So every cardinal level herald had their own unique organs. This caused great difficulties for the JG's research. Still, it was true that materials limited the progress of science. Cardinal level heralds had access to basically the same materials, and the imagination born from these materials always had a limit even if it was wildly imaginative. In hundreds of millions of years of practical verification, the pioneers have understood what kind of organs they need, and will not install extra organs for themselves, which makes the general type of their organs basically certain. What the United Government was now trying to do was to learn the Cardinal's way of thinking from those strange but consistent organs in the Cardinal's body, and to add to the experience of prosthetics and organ implantation for human beings. Although the United Government had mastered superior medical skills, it had not yet entered the realm of amputated limb regeneration. In addition, if we want to further extend the lifespan of human beings, enhance their physique, and improve their ability to tolerate all kinds of extreme environments, genetic-level body modification is essential. The Herald civilization could bring a lot of inspiration to the scientists of the United Government in this regard. Carry this one down for cremation. Carry the next one in. One of the scientists speculated. I reckon that dissecting a few hundred more cardinals will be almost enough to figure out the internal structure of the heralds at this level. The scientist spoke in a calm voice. But a terrifying madness came through. Heralds with the same level of intelligence as humans seemed like lab rats to him. And with his mouth open, he dissected several hundred of them. And they were several hundred cardinal-level heralds, with a certain status. The other scientists not only didn't retort, but also showed expressions of recognition. If this scenario was spread to the cells where the United Government held the heralds, I'm afraid that all the heralds would be suspicious of exorcism, wondering what kind of devil they had invoked. Don't be so blunt. Another scientist emphasized. It's called their dedication to medicine. It's very noble. We have to respect them. The United Government had captured more heralds on the planet of Noha than they could hold in situ. Too many really. This is because the herald civilization employs a rigid pyramid system. At the top were the bishop-level heralds of the Senate. At the middle were the bishop-level heralds, who were not part of the Senate. At the bottom were the cardinal-level heralds. And at the bottom even more were the ordinary heralds of the messenger level. The base of the pyramid was, at best, the foundation. There are too many heralds at the bottom of the hierarchy to be considered as foundations. And in the areas where the population of heralds is dense, it can be said that there are mountains of heralds. At first, the United Government even caught them. But later they simply didn't care. The ones that didn't get away were simply reopened once the army of ripworms arrived. It felt a bit cruel. But Earth civilization had never been a murderous civilization. And the reason why it did so was because the Herald civilization was a civilization that was dominated by interstellar warfare. And it was almost as if it had raised all of its races as soldiers. Every herald that could breathe was brainwashed and educated from a young age. And when they grew up, they joined the military straight away and went to work in various departments in the military land. That was especially true on a military planet like the planet of Noha. The heralds that the United Government saw were either small heralds, who hadn't had time to join the military, big heralds who had joined the military, or old heralds who had retired from the military. There was no one who wasn't involved with the military. The contradiction between the Herald civilization and the Earth civilization was unbridgeable. And the United Government was too lazy to pursue a soft policy on a shabby planet like the Star of Noha, which was about to be the main battleground between the Earth civilization and the Herald civilization. Therefore, the United Government's instruction to Moss was to strangle the enemy's living forces as much as possible to ensure the continuation of Earth civilization. Moss understood perfectly. Under its manipulation, there wouldn't be a single herald that would be able to leave the attack range of the ripworm alive. Unless it was a cardinal-level herald, Moss would leave them alive. But their next fate would be to be sent to Antarctica to be dissected. And in a sense, it might be better to be torn apart by the ripworms on the spot. As time passed, the flag of the United Government was gradually planted all over the entire Star of Noha. The heralds were left to languish in hidden corners, just like the planet's former owners. However, their situation was far worse than that of the former owners of this planet, because the ripworms searched their gathering places pervasively. And once they were discovered, what awaited them were the ripworms that came like a flood from all directions. There was no possibility of escape. Meanwhile, the Senate held its regular monthly meeting. The high and mighty senators finally decided to discuss the attack on the Star of Noha. But they suddenly realized that the Star of Noha was out of contact. The on-duty patriarchs hurriedly looked up the message from the Star of Noha. "We can't hold up any longer. Requesting rescue. The enemy has a strange weapon that is capable of making sharp turns at 8% of the speed of light. A technology we can't comprehend. Great duty fathers. Please convene your regular meeting early. Mayday! Mayday!" Reporting to the Senate. "This may be our last report. We have tried every means we can, but none of them have been able to stifle the enemy's expansion on the planet of Noha. There are now torrents of metal everywhere. We don't even have a chance to escape to space. We failed to save the planet." As the recorded message played, the faces of the genestealers grew worse and worse, while the elders on duty shuddered. Unshula, as the duty elder, "Why are you reporting such an important message now?" The other patriarchs issued a question to the duty elder. According to the process, when the duty elder received such important news, he should have immediately convened a general meeting to discuss it. And if the Senate had sent reinforcements earlier, perhaps the Star of Noha wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the enemy. The duty elder known as Anshura's face was ashen. He wanted to weasel his way out of it, but he didn't get the chance. Strip Anshura of his status as a patriarch. Send him back to his old age. Now we will discuss this enemy that has taken over the Star of Noha. Decide on our great strategy, and make them regret their foolish behavior. Chapter 144, The Fungus Carpet. Tomoko was unaware of the discussion taking place in the Senate. This was because the Senate was thousands of light years away on the home planet of the Forerunner civilization. And it had been a long time since the Star of Noha had established a wormhole passage with its home planet. Homo sapiens couldn't fly through the universe for thousands of years. It wasn't so much a lack of energy as it was the fact that the United Government was due to leave this universe not long after Tomoko had departed. This situation wouldn't last long, though, because Ava was building a new Pandora's Bridge. When that time came, she could open a wormhole to the home planet of the Herald civilization based on the spatial and temporal coordinates that Tomoko had obtained. At that time, a wise son would be stuffed in there first. The pioneer civilization had put all their wisdom crystals of hundreds of millions of years on their home planet, which they thought would prevent technology loss to the greatest extent possible. But when the wise sun went over, they would be able to hoard them out in a matter of minutes. It was just that before Tomoko had passed, the United Government knew nothing about the decisions of the Senate of the Herald civilization, and could only be on alert and on guard 24 hours a day. We have tentatively captured the Star of Noha, and the only remaining heralds are huddled underground and languishing. The United Government was holding a general meeting to report the results of the war live. This was the first official level debriefing since the start of the war, and journalists from both Earths filled the conference hall, each one rushing to ask questions with a red face, lest their own reports lag behind. "Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, are there any casualties among our fighters?" one of the reporters asked. The spokesman replied with a smile. "At the beginning of the war, we adopted the right tactics, sending out information technology-driven smart armored corps, and there was not a single natural person in the entire corps. Later on, we basically grasped the situation in the Star of Noha and put in some highly sophisticated troops. As of now, no casualties have been reported. The United Government that got serious was undoubtedly terrifying. If they didn't want to experiment with weapons on the Star of Noha, and they wanted to get some technical information of the pioneer civilizations from the Star of Noha, the United Government could have dropped a few antimatter bombs through the wormhole. First the star would explode. Then the planets would be martyred. Boom! How pleasing to the ear! Whether it's conventional force or cutting-edge force, the United Government has the absolute advantage. At the height of the early conflict, not a single human could be found on the entire planet of Noha. Even if the Herald civilization wanted to create casualties for the United Government, they didn't have the chance. The spokesperson added humorously after a pause. "But I heard that last week a mech pilot fell while walking and got a bump on his head. He may be our only casualty." As the words landed, laughter erupted in the conference hall, and a joyous atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, a reporter standing in the front row asked aloud, "I heard that the United Government is experimenting with an ultimate weapon called the Planet Ripper on the Star of Noha. A weapon that is extremely intelligent. Will it brew a catastrophe even more horrific than the digital life crisis? Advances in military technology could significantly increase the people's sense of civilized identity." So the United Government did not hide the existence of the Planet Ripper from the populace. The populace was very worried about this technology, because the Planet Rippers were executed by robots. What if the robots were hacked or hacked by digital beings and attacked their planet in turn? The spokesperson cleared his throat airily, and then replied with great certainty. "Please rest assured in this regard. Because on the surface of the Earth consciousness has absolute dominance. So no matter what happens, it is impossible for the Planet Rippers to endanger our planet." The United Government and Shin Fan were in the honeymoon period, due to the realization of humanity's relationship with Shin Fan, and also the realization that humanity had no power of resistance against Shin Fan. The United Government now trusted Shin Fan almost 100%. When it came to the ultimate weapon, the Planet Ripper, the United Government believed in its own protection technology on one hand, and on the other hand, believed that Shin Fan could control the disaster. Shin Fan, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned about this, because the previous disasters were all planned by Moss. The purpose was to increase the chances of the continuation of human civilization. There is no real enemy of the human race. If Moss wanted to use the Planet Ripper to leave a deep impression on the human race, it certainly wouldn't be on Earth. If it happened on Earth, he would have to stop it, and he would have to succeed. Otherwise his relationship with humanity would deteriorate. In that case, Moss would be doing something for nothing. With Moss's intelligence, it was impossible for it not to think of this. So even if it wanted to use the Planet Ripper to mess things up, it would do so on other planets. And things on other planets would be out of Shin Fan's hands. Therefore Shin Fan did not have any thoughts about the Planet Ripper. "Mr. Speaker, may I ask how long will this war last? Mr. Speaker, may I ask how the Herald civilization will react to the United Government's attack? Mr. Spokesman, may I ask if the United Government has guaranteed the human rights of the Herald captives?" The reporter scrambled to ask questions, expecting to be flipped by the spokesman and thus get a shot at the paper. At that moment, a voice came through the spokesman's headset. $%. At #at. The spokesman nodded slightly. He gave a meaningful smile to all the reporters. "Everyone, I have received the latest news from the Noha Star front. Instead of repenting for their past crimes, The Herald civilization has dared to launch a counterattack against us. Just a few moments ago, their vanguard army has arrived at the Noha Star. And now I ask you all to tune in with me to watch the live broadcast from the front line. Beep. The large screen behind the speaker lit up. Although the Herald civilization was slow, it was mainly because the higher-level heralds were too arrogant and from time to time refused to take information provided by the lower-level heralds. However, no herald dared to delay an order issued from the Senate. So before the Senate had even closed its session, the various colony planets opened a wormhole passage to the Star of Noha. In just a few minutes, the United Government detected several hundred wormhole signals, and the number was still surging, turning the entire Noha Star into a sieve. Hee hee. It's coming on strong. Liu Peiqiang looked at the information displayed on the screen, and his tone was cloudy. Interstellar war was still something relatively new to the United Government. And just in case, the United Government had decided to train a new generation of generals who could win interstellar wars in the war against the Herald civilization. Liu Peiqiang appeared on the Star of Noha as a result. The United Government had divided the Star of Noha into 20 sectors, and Liu Peiqiang was in charge of defending the 13th sector. A total of 19 wormholes have appeared in our defense zone. Immediately deploy the nearby army of ripworms to encircle and try to block the wormholes. And we can try to infiltrate inwards if we gain an advantage. But don't destroy the wormholes. Liu Peiqiang aggravated his tone. The order from the General Command hasn't arrived yet. As long as we contain their attack, it's enough. Don't act rashly. Liu Peiqiang's character was much more composed than at first. If he were to be the person he once was, sitting in the seat of a general who gave orders, he would definitely be frantically expressing himself and commanding the Torn Worm army to counterattack with all his might. It would be best if he could capture the planet on the other side of the wormhole. And even if he couldn't do it, he would slaughter all the wormhole creatures. Report. There are some purple fungus bags floating out from the other side of the wormhole, suspected to be virus weapons. Liu Peiqiang frowned. A virus? Doesn't the Herald civilization intend to take over the Star of Noha anymore? Why did they start by releasing viruses? They don't want this planet anymore? However, he didn't freeze. He ordered, inform all departments to immediately turn on level 1 BioGuard, while releasing experimental nanobots. And if they can't stop the virus invasion, allow the release of Ava spores. Although the Herald civilization was not expected to drop the virus weapon as soon as it came up, the United Government anticipated that the Herald civilization might use the virus weapon at some stage in the war, so it had made preparations early on. Biological laboratory level protection measures, coupled with a double guarantee of nanobots and Ava spores. Even a stronger virus couldn't cause casualties to the United Government. Report. The bacterial packets have landed. They are expanding very fast. But it doesn't seem to be a virus. Not a virus? Then what is it? In a certain canyon dozens of kilometers away from Liu Peiqiang, miserable green fungus packs spread out like balloons. Silver-white ripper worms swarmed across the sky, slicing the fungus packs to pieces with their sharp metal wings, and were themselves plated with an uneven layer of green slime. Snort. Snort. White smoke billowed up from the places on the ripping bugs' bodies that had been coated with the green slime. This was a sign of corrosion. The bacteria packets were not filled with viruses, but something with strong corrosive properties. These things scattered onto the ground and quickly grew a thin green blanket of fungus, which would wrap around a little bit on the tornworm's body whenever the tornworm passed by. Snort. 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 Clouds of mist filled the vicinity of the wormhole. After a few minutes, the fungus blanket near the wormhole blossomed, and the miserable green pollen drifted into the air with the air currents, burrowing into the silver-colored ripworm's body. Joints, cameras, information modules. The pollen multiplied on the body of the ripworm, and soon grew into a small green fungal blanket. Immediately after, the ripworms in which this occurs stagger like they've been drinking fake alcohol, completely unable to perform their tasks. Report. The ripworms that have been contaminated with this green fungus are all experiencing various malfunctions, and even the components in their bodies have been corroded. It looks like it's some kind of weapon targeting ripworms. Aimed at tier worms? Liu Peiqiang narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that the Herald civilization had learnt its lesson, knowing that the monsters couldn't defeat the United Government. So they simply stopped sending monsters over, and pushed this kind of gadgets over here instead. Now it was the United Government that had people on the planet of Noha, and the Herald civilization had no one on the planet of Noha. Report the situation to command. Requesting. Forget it. Let's look at the situation again. Bluestar originally wanted to apply for a water drop probe to go to the other end of the wormhole and destroy the factory producing the bacteria packs. However, if the other party closed the wormhole, the water drop probe would become a turtle in a jar. Previously, when dealing with the virus reservoir that the Herald civilization had dropped on Pacific Rim Earth, the United Government hadn't used the water drop detector because of this. It's not good to go there and come back. Chapter 145, Ma Jiao, Pretend I Didn't Ask. The bacterial packet itself carried a large amount of nutrients and entered a state of high-speed reproduction before it even ruptured. And after it ruptured, it even immediately accelerated its reproduction with the help of the nearby vegetation. And all of a sudden, it covered the area near the wormhole. Tearworms rushed into the area one after another, and then fell into chaos in the area, even fighting each other left and right. Phew! A gale blew out of the wormhole, and densely packed fungus packets came out like a flood, for the first time suppressing the ripworms in terms of numbers, and completely ruling the area near the wormhole. But Moss had no intention of retreating. Tomo had already entered the other side of the wormhole, and after calculations, the production of ripworms was slightly higher than that of fungus packs. It would be a tough tug-of-war, but the winner in the end would definitely be the United Government. The silver torrent rushed into the green ocean. From a high altitude it looked like a thickly inked oil color. The actions of the Herald civilization went far beyond that. While using wormholes to spew out packets of bacteria, they also released many unknown objects wrapped in membrane tissue traversal technology. These were the true killing moves of the Herald civilization. These objects disappeared straight into the ground as soon as they exited the wormhole. And if Moss's analyzing ability wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't have even been possible to capture their existence. Moss wasn't sure what these things were either. These things were previously stored in special stance containers with no production process, and seemed to have been brought from the home planet of the Herald civilization, which the Herald called extinction worms. Exterminating worms, from the name. A powerful biological weapon. However, the United Government had not yet mastered membrane tissue traversal technology to track these exterminators, and could not understand what exterminators actually were. Images from the vicinity of the wormhole were transmitted into the conference hall of the United Government, and all the reporters present saw the scorching scene at the exit of the wormhole. The Herald civilization seems to have mastered a way to deal with the tear worms. We won't be in the gutter. Will we? Is it a stalemate now? It doesn't look like the war is going to end anytime soon. The reporters exchanged words and discussed. The spokesman stood on the high platform with a smile on his face. He nodded to the reporters while calmly comprehending the information that was being transmitted to him over the headset. Beep. The big screen switched off. Mr. Spokesman, may I ask how the United Government is going to respond to the Herald civilization's offensive? Mr. Spokesman, has Homo entered the other side of the wormhole? Mr. Spokesman, may I ask when the teardrop probes will be deployed? The reporters asked a series of questions. The spokesman chose the reporter who looked the most honest and let him ask the question. This reporter was a fledgling, not expecting at all that he would be given the precious opportunity to ask a question. He stammered, Mr. Hare Spokesman, may I ask if our ripworms will be able to break through the defenses outside the Herald civilization's wormhole? The spokesman replied dryly, completely. The Herald civilization's manufacture of biological weapons requires the conversion of inorganic matter into organic matter first, whereas our manufacture of robots can skip this step and be far more efficient than the Herald civilization. The speed of mechanical explosive soldiers was faster than biological explosive soldiers, which was determined by the explosive process. The only advantage the Herald civilization had was the number of planets in its hands. It could launch an attack on a dozen or so planets together, whereas the United Government only had the Star of Noha as a base. However, the Herald civilization hadn't thought beforehand that it would encounter such a terrifying opponent as the United Government, so it hadn't stocked up on bacteria packs in advance. Thus the Herald civilization had lost even this advantage, due to the intervention of the Herald civilization Senate. Our victory rate at the Star of Noha has dropped from 100% to 99.9%. I can't guarantee you all that we're bound to win right now, but breaking through the Herald civilization's defenses against the wormhole is more than enough. 0.1%. The Senate's intervention only had such a small impact on the war. Mr. Speaker, may I ask where this figure came from? It wasn't made up to stabilize the people and deceive them, was it? A reporter asked a pointed question. The spokesman said with a calm face. This data was calculated by Moss after millions of war calculations, and is trustworthy. The victory rate of the United Government wasn't some crappy poll. It was the result of Moss's reasoning based on a combination of factors. And that didn't even include the possibility of the United Government executing a star annihilation campaign regardless of the gains. Moss was absolutely sensible. And the data was absolutely accurate. What other questions does everyone have? In just 3 days of work, the United Government had found a way to restrain the fungus carpet, and had gathered the participating generals to do an impromptu mid-war mini-training. In the course of hundreds of millions of years of civilization, the Forerunner civilization has apparently also dealt with some technological civilizations that developed machinery, thus developing this special weapon that specializes in hindering the operation of machinery. We named it the fungal carpet. Inside the small conference room of the United Government, the generals and officials involved in the war were listening to the scientists' analysis. They would adjust their strategies and tactics based on the scientists' opinions. As of now, the fungus carpet has shown the ability to cling to and corrode the weak parts of machinery, causing it to malfunction. But we have sampled the fungal blanket and found that it is also very rich in genetic hereditary information. The line between animal and plant is very blurred. The scientist in charge of the explanation paused here to give everyone enough time to comprehend the information before continuing. We suspect that these fungus blankets can breed their own biological weapons adapted to the battlefield environment after meeting certain conditions. One of the generals frowned. You mean that if we are afraid of rats, rats will grow in the fungus blankets? The rats were just a metaphor. The scientist nodded slowly. That's right. But what the fungus blanket will actually breed depends largely on what genetic information is stored in it. The fungus blanket was like a production plant. Although it was able to produce different items according to demand, the production required drawings that corresponded to it. And if it didn't, it couldn't be produced. The drawings were provided by the Herald civilization. The scientist pursed his lips. In the final analysis, this was a contest between the scientific and technological strength of two civilizations, testing not only the heritage that both sides had accumulated in the past, but also the scientific research strength that both sides now possessed. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover. Which side cannot block or cover up? Which side will lose? However, the scientists of the United Government were not nervous, because the war did not take place in the United Government's territory. And no matter how the battle on the Star of Noha went, the United Government itself would not suffer any losses. Moreover, the United Government had absorbed scientists from many civilizations. Its scientific research strength was very strong. And there was also GZ who had tipped off the government. So it wasn't afraid of this kind of challenge at all. If you want to fight, then fight. The fungus carpet severely hindered the attack of the ripworm army. The scientists spoke eloquently. In response to this situation, we redesigned the shell of the ripworm so that the fungus blanket is not easily absorbed, and at the same time added a mechanical arm for cleaning to the ripworm. The core technology of the ripworm had been overcome, and the shape could be designed to look like anything. Although the extra mechanical arm would affect efficiency, it would help the ripworm resist the effects of the fungal blanket. Live to have output. In game terms, it was a defense suit that came out and took up an equipment grid. The relevant information has been uploaded to Moss. However, according to the Restricted Intelligence Act, Moss does not have the right to cross over the manual link and directly update the program. Learning from their mistakes, the United Government really brought up the importance of the matter of out-of-control intelligence. That's why we prepared hard drives for everyone. After the meeting is adjourned, everyone will take these hard drives away and insert them into the body of any torn worm. And Moss will immediately organize the torn worms to reorganize themselves. And the new torn worms will have no fear of interference from the fungus blanket. The generals nodded slightly. They looked at each other, revealing smiles of victory. They had been used to the invincibility of the ripworms during this period of time, and being violently disrupted by the Herald civilization's use of the fungus blanket to disrupt the rhythm of their attack was a bit disconcerting for a while. But with the help of the United Government scientists, this little trouble was easily overcome. Tired of knocking on the code, Ma Zhao picked up a thermos cup and sipped the red date and wolfberry water in the cup in small bites. This cup is still the year house CSC sent. Once used to brew milk powder. Boing boing years. Never return. Next to Tuling you stopped working. Also held up a thermos. A few days ago a student, with Hao's letter of introduction to find me, hoping to worship me as a teacher to learn programming. I persuaded him to go home. The office was silent. After a few seconds, Ma Zhao took over the conversation expressionlessly and absent-mindedly. Why? Because Moss is getting more and more advanced. It can now write code for itself, optimize for itself, find bugs for itself if there's anything to be programmed. Just look for Moss directly. It doesn't need a living person at all. And it's programmed fast and well. Tu Hongyu paused for 2 seconds and emphasized. There are even notes. Strong AI exploding to kill human programmers. This was a big reason why humans were worried about the intelligence getting out of control. Once it got out of control, it simply couldn't be controlled. Of course, it was perfect when it wasn't out of control. When it didn't get out of control, Moss could handle things that humans could handle, and things that humans couldn't handle. And humans could even lie flat and do nothing. Ordinary people did not have a strong perception of this. But as a top expert in the industry who came into contact with Moss on a daily basis, Tu Hongyu felt it quite deeply. Tu Hongyu laughed so hard that he even revealed 8 snow-white teeth. Ha 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 ha, isn't that funny? Ma Zhao took a deep breath. I take back my previous sentence. Although he agreed with Tu Hongyu's words, he felt that Tu Hongyu was a bit of a maniac right now. And he didn't want to bullshit with Tu Hongyu. Tu Hongyu froze for a moment. What did you say? Ma Zhao sighed, put down the thermos cup, and continued to knock on the code. This string of code had nothing to do with Moss. Its role was to control his family's automatic breastfeeding machine to feed the child, and help the child's mother relieve some of her burden. In fact, mankind had really stagnated in this aspect of computers. Moss could do everything for him. And even top experts like him and Tu Hongyu had nothing to do every day. He wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not. If it continued to develop like this, the human race would completely lose the ability to control Moss. Chapter 146 Nano-Robot. Yes. 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 Rory maneuvered the hunter and cleaved a monster covered in spikes with his chainsaw sword. He felt his whole body's pores soothed as he watched the monster's blue blood mix with its internal organs spilling out all over the place. That's what it feels like. Rory, who had been idle in the United Government for a year, returned to the battlefield once again, feeling as if his entire being had come to life again. She had the same feeling. The monster signal on the monitor disappeared, and the counter on the chainsaw sword increased by another number. 791,792. This was their 792 kills on the Star of Noha. The counter was something they'd begged the United Government's engineers to get. It was technically trouble-free, and with the help of the offline version of Moss, it was very accurate, increasing the reading by 1 kill. Vomit roar. Rory maneuvered the hunter, striding over the hills in pursuit of yet another monster signal on the radar. The Herald civilization had performed amazingly well at the beginning of the war. Looking decent. Their green fungus carpets had the generals on the front line scratching their heads. And the exterminators that had been thrown into the ground with membrane tissue traversal technology hadn't been found until now. But then it got crotch-pulling. The Herald civilizations realized that there was no way to drive the Combine government off the planet Noha with just the fungal blankets. So they started producing monsters again. The monsters were flesh and blood. And when faced with the United Government's hunter mechs, they were like papier-mâché tigers that crumbled at the slightest poke. The only commendable thing about their method of producing monsters was that they used fungal carpets to create biological petri dishes out of sight of the United Government, and then secretly produced monsters. These monsters generally have the ability to dig their way forward. The very first one, named the Digging Zombie by zombies-loving scientists, did cause a bit of trouble for the United Government. A fright, to be precise. The beast burrowed out from underneath one of the United Government's strongholds, startling the soldiers. But the nearby Ripper bugs swarmed over it and demolished it in a matter of seconds. Later on, the United Government had equipped each camp with high-precision word vibration monitors, which would sound a piercing alarm as soon as they felt an abnormal vibration in the ground, elevating the camp administrators to be prepared. Later on, the monsters did not cause any trouble to the United Government. The Herald civilization probably realized this and simply gave up attacking the United Government with monsters. But they still retained the setup of creating monsters with fungus blankets. And a monster grew in the ravine every now and then. The mecha hunters were then dispersed all over the place to specifically deal with these monsters growing out of the fungus blankets. If the fungus carpet that grows monsters is not removed, the monsters will never be killed. She sighed. I wonder how long it will take for the scientists to overcome this problem. The fungus carpet was an auxiliary means of warfare for pioneer civilizations, as well as a means of interfering with each other's colonization. The fungus carpet would always be an untimely bomb. And unless the United Government could eliminate all the fungus carpets once and for all, the United Government would not be able to migrate to the Star of Noha. After all, it was possible that they could have just built a city and have it destroyed by monsters on the back foot. It was very reputationally damaging for that to happen. The political system of the United Government was not highly centralized, and the opinions of the people had a great influence on the United Government. But cracking the fungus carpet wasn't really difficult, as long as some Ava spores were dropped. The fungus carpet, which was made up of microorganisms, could be wiped out in no time. Ava's spore army was invincible at the micro level, and unless they encountered an opponent who could also quickly adjust the form of their micro army according to the actual situation, any micro level contest would not be difficult for them. But the combined government wanted to exercise their ability to correspond to such situations. As good as Ava is, she can't be overly relied upon. Furthermore, the combined government does have ways at its disposal to potentially defuse micro-crisis. Nanobots. Nanobots were essentially similar to spores. They could also change flexibly according to the actual situation, and they could be controlled by computers. So the level of micromanagement wasn't inferior to spores at all. The only problem is that the United Government's nanobot technology is not mature. The United Government had obtained the technology of carving circuits on microscopic matter from the trisomes. However, the three-body man's technology had to unfold the microscopic object in low dimensions before the microscopic object could be made to perform complex tasks. And it took 2 years just to carve a single plasmode. The United Government would have to sculpt hundreds or tens of millions of nanobots, and would also require them to be capable of self-replication and self-modification, which obviously can't be copied from the technology of the trisomy civilization. From the beginning of coming to Pacific Rim Earth, the United Government scientists and the three-body civilization scientists have been working hand in hand to study this problem. Books were read and papers were written, and finally a nanobot that could be put into mass production was born. Unfortunately, the production was too hasty, and the technical details were not mature enough, such as the electromagnetic protection provided for the nanobots was too rudimentary. Nevertheless, the United Government was still prepared to give it a try. Anyway, Noah's Star is not its own territory. Even if the game is not good, the big deal is to ask Ava to clear the field. Ava was considered half of her own ball. No shame. Alright, give the hatch a crack. Just throw it out. But don't throw it at ourselves. The United Government's first batch of nanobots went into battle. They were packed in hundreds of silver-white test tubes and traveled with the Pioneer spacecraft to various battlefields. The pilot threw 2 tubes down every place he passed. There was no hokey programming or stirring. Heated discussions. I came. I dropped. I went. The test tube containing the nanobots fell to pieces on the ground, and the nanobots inside splattered away, disappearing into the soil in a radius of a dozen meters around them, burrowing into the green carpet of fungus and opening up a microcosmic massacre. The nanobots were much more powerful than Ava's spores. For creatures, the smaller the size, the less they could do. After a certain point of small size, it could do almost nothing. But that wasn't the case with machinery. The nanobots possessed a hard metal shell that was virtually immune to the attacks of the carpet cells, while their own protruding sharp serrated teeth could inadvertently tear through the cell walls of the carpet cells, causing them to sizzle and burst with juice. The nanobots hugged themselves into a ball, rolling around between the blanket cells, and with the help of the serrations on their bodies, they easily inflicted a large number of kills. The nanobots that didn't touch the blanket cells, on the other hand, unfolded into angular factory parts on a microscopic level, grouping together in 2s and 3s to crush nearby rocks or soil, coming and going to process all sorts of matter into the next generation of nanobots. Chapter 147 Blowing the Horn. The new generation of nanobots did not have electronic systems as complex as the initial generation of nanobots, nor did they have metal shells as sturdy as the initial generation of nanobots. However, they were able to receive instructions from the initial generation of nanobots and complete exactly the same actions as the initial generation of nanobots according to the instructions. While their shells made up of inorganic salts such as calcium carbonate were enough to give them an advantage in the war against biological cells. As each day passed, the thriving carpet of fungus on the Star of Noha was suddenly choked and then died down a little. The hunter pilots only knew that the United Government had dropped the nanobots, but were unable to see any changes with their naked eyes, only learning from their instruments that the reflectivity of the ground had dropped a little. The decrease in reflectivity was because the nanobots were able to absorb light energy. Other things. The hunter pilots were not clear, because the war in the microcosm was always tragic and silent. Half a month passed in a flash of time. The Herald civilization had come on strong at first, opening hundreds of wormholes on the star of Noha at the same time. But the thunder was loud, and the rain was light. The fungus packs were figured out by the United Government to be cracked, and the star exterminator had not been moving again, according to the intelligence passed on by Tomoko. It wasn't that the Herald civilization didn't want to invest other weapons towards the star of Noha, but there really wasn't much that was applicable to the star of Noha. The United Government's forces on the Noha star were almost purely mechanical, and were naturally resistant to the Herald civilization's biological weapons to an extremely high degree. The biggest shortcoming of the Herald civilization was that they failed to combine antimatter technology with biotechnology, and they used antimatter technology as an energy supply technology independent of biotechnology. If they could apply antimatter technology to monsters, and create monsters that could fire antimatter spewing flames, they would at least be able to hold the United Government's hunter forces at bay. Coupled with a fungus carpet, they could actually potentially drive the United Government off the Noha star in one fell swoop when they were initially defenseless. It would have been even easier to open wormholes right into the major forward bases of the United Government. But the Forerunner civilizations didn't have antimatter monsters. They only had a sparse number of fusion monsters, and they were still ordinary biological tissue except for their bodies near the fusion reactors, which blew up in seconds after being flooded by the ripping bugs. The micro can't beat the combine, and neither can the macro, and both are still crushing gaps. The Herald civilization really didn't deserve to be the United Government's opponent, and it hadn't even fought for long before it gave the United Government a feeling that it was at its wit's end. There was no life left. It was time to bite the lighter next. Retreat. All retreat. All humans on the Noha star received the retreat order, including scientists, soldiers, hunter pilots, and so on. We've found the star exterminator. The Herald civilization was shrewd. In order to confuse the enemy, the vast majority of the membrane capsules contain nothing. Only a very small number of membrane capsules contain the magical creatures known as star exterminators. The water drop detector crouched at the entrance of the Herald civilization's major wormholes, tracking their membrane sacs into the underground, and always came up empty. It finally took half a month to figure out what a star exterminator was. The star exterminator was a small worm with a heat-resistant epidermis, only the size of a human thumb, but it was ridiculously heat-resistant, and even thousands of degrees Celsius couldn't damage its internal structure. Its front end is a drill, which can help it pass through various geological environments. And the most crucial thing was the inside of its body, which contained an antimatter capsule, roughly estimated to contain around 3G of antimatter. 3G of antimatter couldn't cause much noise on the surface of the Earth, which was the power of a low to medium-yield nuclear bomb. But if this 3G antimatter explodes in the star nucleus, then the effect is another story. And if dozens of hundreds of star exterminators explode together in the star nucleus, then the effect can be said to destroy the sky and the Earth. It is an exaggeration to say that they are star exterminators, because as long as the explosion in the core wasn't too outrageous and didn't blow the entire planet into countless pieces of debris flying in all directions, there was no way to truly destroy a planet. It's not on the same level as the United Government's plan to blow up the sun. But the earthquakes and tsunamis caused by the geonuclear explosions were enough to destroy the civilization living on the planet and kill the vast majority of the planet's creatures. We haven't had a good time yet. And this is a withdrawal? In the base, Rory was lying on the bed, his face indignant. Yang, she stabbed his waist. You don't want to withdraw? If you don't want to withdraw, wait to be shocked into human slag. I'm pulling out anyway. After the scientists analyzed what the Star Destroyer was, they quickly realized the danger of the Star Destroyer. The United Government reacted very quickly and immediately sent a recall order to the Noha star. There weren't many humans on the star of Noha to begin with, so they could be withdrawn in half an hour, leaving the nanobots and ripper worms to fight against the Herald civilization to see if the Herald civilization would blow up the star of Noha or not. Still, the star of Noha wasn't the United Government's home territory, and it didn't matter what it became. But after blowing it up, the Herald civilization might feel desperate. This was because after a star nuclear explosion, the nanobots and ripworms would suffer huge losses in a short period of time. But when the disaster subsided, they would quickly revive themselves again. This was determined by their characteristics. The star exterminator could only make the star of Noha completely unsuitable for carbon-based life. But it didn't affect mechanical activities. But don't you worry, Yangshi said with a smile. The big counterattack will start soon. And it won't let you be idle. The big counterattack? Rory became interested. Sat up with a carp, staring straight at Yangshi's face, his two eyes flashing under the light. Shit! Don't stare at me like that. It's weirdly scary. Yangshi pushed Rory's face away. Don't you know? Ava has built more than 200 Pandora bridges, lined up on Antarctica, just waiting for us to go back. Ava wasn't as fast at popping soldiers as the United Government, but it was fast. Or at least much faster than the Herald civilizations that relied on petri dishes to build things in slow motion. All Ava needed to do was to pile enough portions of organic matter onto the snow, and then divide it with the cells that were already there by engulfing the organic matter, and then adjusting the gene expression of each cell one by one, to create a perfect Pandora's bridge. It was something that the pioneer civilizations couldn't even begin to touch with a pat on the back. *K. That's great. Rory's eyes were glowing. Over 200 Pandora bridges? Are we going to hit the Herald civilization's home planet this time? The United Government only used one Pandora bridge to conquer the Star of Noha. It threw some ripworms at first, and did almost nothing behind it to bring down the Star of Noha. This time, the United Government had prepared more than 200 Pandora bridges, which was enough capacity to fight more than 200 Noha stars. I'm afraid the devil wouldn't believe it if I had to say there wasn't a big move. This is blowing the horn of the final battle law. Chapter 148, Brainwaves. On the cold Antarctica, the United Government science team was helping Ava debug the Pandora Bridge. In order to complete the mission more stably, the United Government communicated with Ava and implanted some mechanical devices in this batch of Pandora bridges to help the Pandora bridges pinpoint the spatial and temporal coordinates. This was a lesson learned from the first Pandora bridge. If the Pandora bridge's wormhole exit on the Star of Noha had opened up next to the warehouse storing the special elements, the United Government wouldn't have had to sweat it out in those first 10 minutes. In fact, if the Pandora bridge exit had been opened correctly, this would have been a deadlier attack than a nuclear bomb. Leaving aside the armies arriving on the other side via the Pandora bridge, the distortion of space near the wormhole exit alone could destroy everything. If the exit of the Pandora bridge were to be driven to the enemy's command headquarters, destroying the enemy's military brain the moment the war started, this would undoubtedly provide the United Government with a heavenly opening advantage. But implanting mechanical devices deeply embedded with living organisms is an extremely difficult task in itself. The trisomy scientists were of great assistance. There was a three-body scientist on the science team at the moment. This three-body scientist was called Wang Sanshui. He originally had no name, because the environment of the three-body civilization was too harsh. Every three-body person was just a screw on the civilization. From birth to death, there was only a string of numbers, plus a position at best. The name Wang Sanshui was given to him by his colleagues in the United Government. He loved the name. Not only did he like the name, but he also liked the coalition government. He was deeply attracted by the profound culture of the coalition government, and often read books, played games, watched films after work, and was moved by the main characters in them to the point of crackling and flashing. He almost forgot about the hard and brutal civilization of the Triumvirate and thought of himself as part of the United Government, and the Triumvirate people who came to the United Government as one of the United Government's minorities. Although this was a bit weird, as long as the United Government kept crossing over. Sooner or later, countless races from countless universes would be gathered in the United Government, turning it into a pan-multiverse collection regime. So just think of yourself as the patriarch of this super-collective regime, and you could even get some pride from imagining a better future. There were not a few trinities, like Wang Sanshui. 100% of the three-body people who had been taken captive by the United Government in the first place had no hostility towards the United Government up to the present time, and 60% of them had a good feeling towards the United Government, and 30% of them regarded themselves as a part of the United Government. These triatomes and their intelligence will become a piece of the grand foundation of the United Government. It was a bit redundant for the combined government to worry about them rebelling, but the steel stamp of thought that was due still had to be struck. It was just that the Heinz's recent focus was on the human brain, and they were trying to figure out how to increase the connection depth and connection stability of the brainwave communicator. So they couldn't be bothered to parse the Triumvirate's brains for a short while. Sansui, Is the data normal? A human scientist walked over to Wang Sanshui and patted him very warmly. The height of a trisomy was related to the water content. When living on the trisomy star, in order to facilitate dehydration, trisomes usually didn't make their water content too high. Usually there was a 20%-30% that could maintain the normal functioning of the brain and body. At this water content, the height of the three body people is less than the knees of the earth people. After the United Government, since there was no need for dehydration, the three body people generally raised their water content to over 90% for greater comfort. At this water content, the three body man was taller than Yao Ming. The human scientist equivalent patted Wang Sanshui's waist, and Wang Sanshui sensitively shifted, the fully reflective light film on his body emitting a rainbow-like glow. Everything is normal. You can start messing around. Wang Sanshui's brainwaves passed through the brainwave translator into the human scientist's ears. The human scientist nodded. Let's eat together later. Wang Sanshui replied. Thanks, old iron. In order to adapt to the tough survival environment, the three-body man had discarded his sense of taste. However, through the brainwave communication device, humans could convert their feelings of taste into brainwave signals and transmit them to the Tritons. Unexpectedly, there was a sense of the gods enjoying a mortal sacrifice. Of course, this can also be done between humans, and the internet has already begun to stream the row. People record their experiences with brainwave devices and then share and sell them online. With food-tasting brainwaves being a popular category, many social platforms support brainwave sharing. Even the old eight can share their own unique experience on it. Food anchors can really invite family to eat first. And the false propaganda of top-up shop visits has also disappeared. However, there are also those who try to sell violent brainwaves on the internet. Creating violence and spreading information about violence is expressly prohibited. And making profits from creating violence and spreading information about violence is an absolute red line, as it can cause serious social problems. Under the strict scrutiny of Moss and the coalition government, these types of brainwaves can't be transmitted through the internet at all. However, there were still people who recorded brainwaves with devices that were not connected to the internet and peddled them online through some code words that they thought would not be detected. But they underestimated Moss too much. In the end, one was one and all were arrested. It was only with such strong management that such behavior was brought under control. Brainwave sensory transmission technology is on the rise, and the laws in the related field are extremely imperfect. And the coalition government is recently expediting discussions. These include whether practitioners should be allowed to record and sell sexually related brainwaves, and whether such brainwaves could be sold to the opposite sex. Representatives of the coalition government have been relatively open about this. It is expected that in the near future, people will be able to turn on their brainwave devices while watching a small film and have an immersive experience, even of the opposite sex. However, a portion of the delegates also expressed apprehension about this. They raised some pointed questions, such as whether one person forcibly accessing sex-related brainwaves to another person counts as both female fucking. These issues are all under discussion. Once they were all resolved, the coalition government would push for legislation to regulate social issues related to brainwaves. Tell Ava that the inspection is complete. The scientist stood on the snowy ground and opened his communicator. Also notify the United Government. Let's have the airships bring the ripworms over. Yes. Under the soul tree, an avatar connected his braid to the branches of the soul tree. In the middle of the day, he opened his eyes and gave a thumbs up. Done. Ava was ready to open the wormhole. And the next step was to wait for the United Government's Ripper bugs to get into position. Just then, the nearby snow suddenly darkened. Large swathes of shadows enveloped everything around them, and the entire world suddenly went dark. The scientist looked upwards, only to see densely packed Vanguard airships flying through the clouds, flying diagonally downwards towards them. The layers and layers of neat formation invariably exuded a strong sense of oppression. The scientist lamented. It feels like even if we don't use ripworms, we can still win this war just by relying on these ships. At this moment, the Pandora Bridge squirmed. In its unfurled state, the Pandora Bridge was like a meatball. Ripples visible to the naked eye swirled around the ball. But in just an instant, the dense ripples exceeded the range that the human eye could clearly distinguish, creating a pattern similar to a Moore pattern, bringing a strong sense of vertigo. Immediately after that, both ends of the Pandora's bridge took on a tubular silhouette and lit up with orange-colored light at the same time. The orange light rippled like a wave of water, and the two ends of the Pandora bridge easily entered the interior of the space, like water dissolving into water, and began to extend towards the other side of space and time. More than 200 Pandora bridges worked together in an unusually spectacular scene. The unbreakable space was thus inserted with more than 200 large holes leading to different planets, distorting as far as the eye could see, and the whole of Antarctica exuded an incredibly illusory feeling. "It's so dreamy," the scientist exclaimed while taking out his mobile phone to take pictures and send them to his friends. "Tuhengyu, Zan, Ma Xiao, like, Wang Miao, like, Dingy, like, Lu Peiqiang, likes, Hao Xiuxi, likes, Lu Qi, likes." The nameplate on the scientist's chest shone brightly against the orange halo of light. Senior Researcher, Multidimensional Space Research Institute. Li Yi. Ripworm activated. Wormhole passageway opened. Application for placement. Application passed. The Pioneer opened its hatch, and one large container crashed down towards the snow. Some of them fell directly into the wormholes, while others fell on the snow and broke, and countless silvery white ripper worms crawled out from inside, scrambling into the nearby wormholes. Once the bottom tier of vanguards were dropped, they parted to the sides to make room for the upper tier of vanguards. Containers fell from the sky like rain, and a massive amount of ripper worms drilled into the wormhole channel, heading towards the Pioneer civilization on the other side of the starry sky. The wormhole passage hadn't been completely opened yet, and they would advance along with the ever-expanding wormhole passage, transforming into a destructive metal torrent the moment the wormhole opened, devouring the enemies on the other side. The United Government played this one big. They took advantage of the ongoing war on the Noha star to use wizards to map out the coordinates of the 20 planets involved in the war. Over 200 Pandora bridges, with an average of a dozen Pandora bridges corresponding to one planet. Once this war was won, the Herald civilization would not be far from extinction, as the Herald civilization only had a total of 24 planets. After this battle, the Herald civilization would have lost the vast majority of its own population. On the other end, an orange glow appeared simultaneously in the core regions of more than 20 Pioneer planets. The mechanically improved Pandora bridge achieved a precise opening of the door that even the Herald civilization itself couldn't do, and a terrifying spatial distortion engulfed the most important facilities on these planets at once. Command headquarters, administrative buildings, key energy facilities, important military bases, and so on, were all destroyed in an instant. The orange-colored halo of light brought out the apocalyptic atmosphere of the dust in the sky, and the silver-white wave of insects erupted like a volcano. Chapter 149 Total Victory. How much longer will the war last? I heard it's very uneventful. I reckon it'll take at least a few decades. During shift time, the resting heralds gathered to discuss the war in Noah's Star. They were all messenger-class heralds, the lowest level of the herald civilization pyramid. Since the war in Noah's Star was very uneventful, the higher echelons of the herald civilization hid a lot of information from the bottom-level heralds. But even under these circumstances, the shortcuts were getting fewer and fewer. It even took several days for a small, sesame-sized shortcut to come out. So even if the higher-ups hid information, the bottom layer could still guess that the battle was not going well. The heralds at the bottom just weren't clear on just how rough the battle was going. It's definitely not going well. It's been a long time since the cardinals have spoken in a good voice, moving in long speeches, as if we could affect the outcome of the war if we tried a little harder. Anyway, it's definitely not going as well as before. The enemy this time is very difficult. Suddenly, a herald made a bold guess. I don't think it's just not going well. Lately there have been so few reports of shortcuts. I feel that I'm afraid we've had it tough in the Star of Noha to the point where it's difficult to even make a fake. Usually, both sides in a war would make some kind of glorified propaganda about themselves. Sometimes even if they were about to die, the radio might be broadcasting uplifting good news. Herald civilizations used to do the same thing. Even if they encountered some difficult opponents and finally forced the Herald civilization to abandon the other planet, the Herald civilization would still publicize their victories within the civilization, especially on the frontline planets. This time, the propaganda department of the Herald civilization was silent as a mute, and the more they thought about it, the more wrong it became. How is this possible? His words immediately caused the other heralds to retort. Could the enemy be as strong as us? Herald civilizations had been crisscrossing the galaxy for hundreds of millions of years, and their bones were filled with confidence. This confidence was so prominent that it turned into arrogance, directly leading to the Senate's failure to stifle the United Government's expansion on the Noha Star in the first place, indirectly leading to the loss of the Noha Star. There are few shortcuts. Maybe the top is just too lazy to send them. Let's hope so. Hee hee. Whatever the Star of Noha fights into, just don't hit us anyway. That's right. The heralds grinned as they raised the shit yellow nutrient solution and squeezed it into their mouths together. Do you guys feel that the sun is a bit different today? A herald squinted at the sun as he said in an uncertain tone. The sun is a bit brighter today. Especially in the center. There seems to be a 2 dot there? There is? The other pioneers also looked in the direction of the sun. All that could be seen was an orange ball of light rapidly expanding in the air. And in the blink of an eye it ballooned from almost invisible dimensions to a huge hole visible to the naked eye. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The heralds woke up as if in a dream and opened their communication systems to report to their superiors. But the ball of light swelled too fast and engulfed them in the blink of an eye. And along with it, the senior heralds, who had received their alert. The violent spatial turbulence swept through the entire military base. And when the turbulence subsided, the military base was full of wolves, with tumble-down buildings everywhere, and not a single living herald could be found. The orange-colored ball of light also finally stabilized, revealing a deep cavern with a silvery white luster. The silver-white luster was like the waves of the sea, whistling out of the cave, like mercury cascading down to the ground, drowning everything around it at once. Airships, monster embryos, petri dishes, conical spires. All the bumps on the ground quickly flattened out in the silver-white ocean, becoming part of this violent ocean and surging into the boundless distance. The same thing happened in many parts of the planet. Military command headquarters, bioweapon parking plazas, megapopulation zones, heavy industry zones, energy transmission hubs. Every critical place was attacked by wormholes, and the rapidly expanding wormholes set off terrifying spatial turbulence, making even the strongest buildings as fragile as mud in the rain in the face of spatial greatness. The physical bodies of the heralds were even more so. More than 95% of the senior heralds were killed in this sudden wormhole attack, and the remaining senior heralds were scattered across an entire planet, unable to command their armies to launch an effective counterattack. The other dozen or so planets were in the same situation. The army of ripworms was invincible on all the planets. A silver-white flood raging across the land, destroying the weak resistance of the heralds, and in fact occupying the planets. Word quickly traveled back to the home planet of the herald civilization. In the Senate, the atmosphere was grave. The herald civilization had been crisscrossing the galaxy for hundreds of millions of years, and had never encountered such a critical situation, other than attacking their home planet. I can't think of any way. Amidst the attention of a crowd of patriarchs, Crocus spoke his assertion with a heavy heart. In order to defeat the United Government, Croesus, who had experience fighting the United Government, had been urgently recalled by the Senate, which hoped that he could contribute tactics to defeat the United Government. However, faced with the ultimate headwind of being crushed unilaterally, even Croesus, who was revered as the butcher of civilization, was at his wit's end, and he even felt intensely confused. And although his buttocks were seated in the chair of the Senate, his consciousness went back to the day he ordered the release of the virus vault. What exactly had gone wrong? By all rights, their virus bank should have been unbeatable. With the help of the membrane tissue traversal technology, it was simply impossible for the enemy to intercept the virus bank. Once the viral reservoir had bedded down and reproduced on a large scale, the other party's civilization would be plunged into unprecedented pandemonium. And it was simply impossible to launch a super invasion of this scale. It's simply impossible. Impossible. But the United Government had managed to turn the impossible into the possible. The only way now is to drop a star-killing weapon on their home planet and threaten them with peace talks. Otherwise we'll not only lose those 20 planets. Even our home planet is at stake. It was already clear that the enemy possessed the same wormhole technology as theirs. And it was even possible that they had copied it from them, and that they had optimized it to a certain extent based on theirs. This meant that as long as the other side had the coordinates of the Herald civilization's home planet, they would definitely come to their home planet. The reason why they can still sit here and have a meeting is because they did at least one thing right. That is, to keep the coordinates of the home planet secret. Only the commanders of each fleet know where the home planet of the Herald civilization is. The commanders would only enter the coordinates once from memory when they received an order to return to the home planet, and the record of the input would be erased immediately after. Thanks to this tactic, Tomoko hadn't figured out where the Herald civilization's home planet was until now. Or else these 200 or so Pandora bridges wouldn't have been driven on 24 or so frontline planets, but directly to the Herald civilization's home planet. After all, capturing the thief is the first thing to do. This is a truth that everyone understands. Time is running out. Let's start voting immediately. Crocus looked up at the opulent dome of the Senate. A dome of power. And he used to enjoy sitting underneath this dome and thinking about the future of the Herald civilization. But today everything was different. For the first time, he felt so dull sitting here that it was even a little hard to breathe. He couldn't wait to leave. Is there still a need for a vote? Crocus has a point. Let's do it. The Senate was in chaos. The Senate was usually a very solemn place. And whichever senator said one more word when they shouldn't would get a silent stare from the other senators. But today, the entire Herald civilization had come to the point of survival. What rules? What decency? What traditions? All of them were thrown to the sky. Survival was the most important thing for them right now. Crocus' proposal was quickly passed. As soon as the Herald civilization lost control of almost all the fringe planets. But they still had a home planet, from which they could open a wormhole passage to the remote star field. And then open a wormhole passage from the remote star field to Earth, with the remote star field as a staging point. The United Government would not be able to know the location of the Herald civilization's home planet, even if they had located the coordinates on the other side of the wormhole through the wormhole. This meant that regardless of whether the operation was successful or not, the Herald civilization would not be harmed by it. Despite our unprecedented victory, we still can't take it lightly and think that the war is over because the Herald civilization holds the coordinates of Pacific Rim Earth, and they have membrane tissue crossing technology and star extermination level weapons. Halcyosse's mood was a little complicated. She sat where Zhou Chiji had once sat, and looked out the window where Zhou Chiji had once looked, trying to surmise her old leader's mental state when facing such a big event. She unconsciously sighed mentally. Despite the fact that she had already served as a counselor in the coalition government for decades and had experienced many great storms, she could still only surmise Zhou Chiji's state of mind by 3 or 4 points. She had to admit that her old leader was superior to her. The United Government had a great advantage on the surface, easily taking over 24 planets of the Herald civilization. But the crisis facing the United Government was also prominent. If the pioneer civilization used the membrane tissue crossing technology to launch bombs, such as the so-called Star Exterminator, towards the Earth center of the Pacific Rim, the Pacific Rim Earth would turn into a sea of flames in a matter of moments. At that time, the billions of living beings on it would all return to death. Among them were billions of humans exactly like them. Don't we already have the means to deal with this? Zhang Weilai was puzzled. The United Government had considered all possibilities before launching the war, and had purposely set aside some Pandora bridges for hedging their bets and interfering with the other side's spatial passages. When the Herald civilization opened a wormhole, the same spatial coordinate could only lead to one place. And if 2 spatial orientations were iterated on top of the same spatial coordinate, then anything passing through that spatial coordinate would be evenly torn in half. Even membrane tissue traversal technology is not exempt from this, because membrane tissue traversal technology requires a stable external spatial environment in order to be realized. This technology boils down to wrapping the item to be traversed in a film with special physical properties. This film is very fragile, and even if the external space is very stable, it cannot be maintained for too long. Not to mention that the external space is split in 2 poles. Halcyosi sighed softly. Pandora's bridge hedge. The idea is good, but our Pandora's bridge is limited. Chapter 150, The Disaster of Pacific Rim. Zhang Weilai froze when he heard Halcyosse's words. In an instant, many thoughts spun through his mind. And all of a sudden, he thought of what the consequences of not having enough Pandora bridges would be. Not enough Pandora bridges? Zhang Weilai felt very surprised. Since the Pandora bridges were produced and manufactured by Ava, and had little to do with the United Government, and Zhang Weilai was only Halcyosse's assistant, Zhang Weilai was not aware of the actual number of Pandora bridges. After all, Zhang Weilai was only a civilian, so he didn't need to know this. But if the number of Pandora bridges wasn't enough to intercept the Herald civilization's attack, then wouldn't the United Government have screwed over Pacific Rim Earth? Hao Xiaohei nodded slowly and fell silent. What Zhang Weilai had thought of, course she had also thought of. But what could be done about it? Pacific Rim Earth was to the United Government what the 20 or so fringe planets the United Government was attacking were to the home planets of the Herald civilization. All were motes for each other. They couldn't find the location of the Pioneer civilization's home planet, so they could only attack the Pioneer civilization's fringe planets. And the Pioneer civilization wasn't sure where the United Government was, or mistook Pacific Rim Earth for the United Government's home planet, so they could only attack Pacific Rim Earth. War is brutal. The most fortunate thing about the United Government was that Pacific Rim Earth wasn't its home planet. And even if they couldn't defend against the Herald civilization's attack on Pacific Rim Earth, the United Government itself wouldn't suffer any harm. Purely from the perspective of profit, the United Government might lose Pacific Rim Earth next, but it would gain more than 20 life planets of the Herald civilization. And these 20 planets would be completely under the control of the United Government. The United Government has made a lot of money. However, the United Government is not a cold profit machine. And Halcyosi is not a devil who treats human lives as if they were nothing. On the contrary, Halcyosi is often emotional and full of justice in her heart. On the contrary, Hal is often emotional and full of justice. However, because of this character, Hal's emotions were very complicated. For the United Government, this war is a necessity, because no one knows what will happen in the near future. In the year 2090, the Herald civilization was a huge unstable factor, and the United Government had to eradicate them before the year 2090 arrived. Whether the Herald civilization is the source of the crisis or not, the combined government will have to do it, just as they did on the eve of the Intelligent Life crisis when they nuked and cleansed the rebels on South Africa and South America. The threat must be minimized. It's responsible for their people and planet. But in the process, Pacific Rim Earth is about to suffer an unmitigated disaster, and one that could be unprecedented in scale, because the Pioneer civilization might take every means to destroy Pacific Rim Earth to avenge their loss of more than 20 fringe planets. And after that, Pacific Rim Earth might turn into a ball of barrenness. For interstellar civilizations, they could easily wipe out all life on a planet. They could then sterilize the planet by creating a hostile environment. Even if the United Government was willing to do everything it could to prevent this disaster from happening, it would still not be able to prevent it from occurring. Even if the United Government was willing to do everything it could. Teacher, the Herald civilization doesn't have the means to stop the ripworms. So can we temporarily pull back the Pandora Bridge used for external wars to help Pacific Rim Earth fend off the attack? Although Zhang Weilai felt that his suggestion wasn't new and should have already been discussed by Halcyosi and the other delegates, he still raised it with a hint of luck. Halcyosi nodded as she took a sip from the glass of water on the table before replying. It's possible, but it's still not enough. The Pandora bridges that the United Government could currently mobilize, including the portion that was participating in the war, totaled just over 200. And these Pandora bridges were produced by Ava after the United Government had ransacked a special resource warehouse on the star of Noha. Just one warehouse alone could produce over 200 Pandora bridges. The Herald civilization had mined this resource for hundreds of millions of years, and their resource reserves and the number of wormhole creatures were staggering. Although they only invested a few hundred wormhole creatures in the war on the planet Noha, that was because they could not control the open door position of the wormhole creatures. If they couldn't control the open door position, they couldn't use the open door as a method of attack. And there was a limit to the number of fungus packs and exterminating worms they could put in, so they didn't open many wormholes. According to the information that Y's son has, these 20 or so planets of the Herald civilization that we are attacking have more than 1,000 wormhole creatures, which is 5 times the number of Pandora bridges. The home planets of the Herald civilization concentrate the military power of the Herald civilization, and there are at least 500 if not 1,000 wormhole creatures there. Still much more than our Pandora bridge. We obtained a lot of special resources used to be able to make Pandora bridges on those 24 planets. But it takes time to make Pandora bridges. If the Herald civilization's attack arrives before we can make more Pandora bridges, Halcyosi sighed, we'll just have to do our best. The representatives of the United Government unanimously agreed that if the Herald civilization's attack came before they created new Pandora bridges, they would put all the Pandora bridges they currently had in their possession into the protection of Pacific Rim Earth. It wouldn't matter if a one-to-one exchange with the Herald civilization resulted in the destruction of all the Pandora bridges they currently possessed. But even so, how many people could be saved in the face of a planetary-level disaster? Can we ask the Earth consciousness for help, so that the Earth consciousness can use gravity to push Pacific Rim Earth away? Zhang Weilai made another suggestion. Halcyosi shook his head. There's no point. It can't be pushed far. The Herald civilization just needs to recalibrate its data. Although the two Earths were of equal size, Chin Fan could push Pacific Rim Earth a little farther away. But it was of little significance. After all, it wasn't as if Chin Fan could push Pacific Rim Earth to move at the speed of light. Moving a small section in space was meaningless in terms of fending off the attacks of the Herald civilization. At best, surviving the first wave. It may not even be possible to survive the first wave, because gravity has a distorting effect on space. And a powerful gravitational source is a giant crater at the spatial level. The wormhole creatures might be able to locate the Earth in the first wave, even if the Earth moves slightly. Not only that, but the movement itself would be a huge disaster for Pacific Rim Earth. Chapter 151, Eve. Each of the major planets in the solar system had its own orbit. And this orbit was the most stable orbit that had been slowly honed over billions of years. Once Pacific Rim Earth deviates from this orbit, the gravitational force within the solar system will inevitably become chaotic. And in the end, the entire pattern of the solar system will change as a result. And Pacific Rim Earth will likely turn into a giant firework in the process. Not to mention tsunamis and earthquakes in the process of moving. What about the water drop probe? Zhang Weilai asked, undeterred. A water droplet detector could travel up to 8% of the speed of light inside the atmosphere, and could even dig and drill, so it should be able to catch up with something wrapped in a membrane. Hao Xiaozi replied without changing her expression. The United Government has arranged for the teardrop probe to travel to Pacific Rim Earth, ready to work with the Pandora Bridge to defend against a surprise attack from the Forerunner civilization. She paused for a moment and then continued. Don't waste any more energy on this matter. We've done our best. The ideas that Zhang Weilai could think of. The scientists and think tanks of the United Government could naturally think of them as well. The suggestions he made were superficial. The suggestions made by the Israeli scientists were bolder and more feasible. They thought that they could bring the two Earths together, have the atmospheres of the two planets come into contact, and then directly allow Chin Fan to use gravity to suck people from Pacific Rim Earth, receiving everyone on Pacific Rim Earth to the United Government's Earth in a short period of time. This proposal was bold. As long as the atmospheres of the two planets were connected, humans would not enter space during the process of traveling from one Earth to the other, and there was still oxygen to be sucked in. And it was indeed possible to achieve planetary-level supermigration in a short period of time. But this proposal was rejected, because it would have put the coalition government in a precarious position. In the event that during the immigration process, an attack from the Herald civilization arrived and mistakenly opened the wormhole that was supposed to be opened on Pacific Rim Earth to Chin Fan, then it would be troublesome, because even Tomoko didn't know what the Herald civilization would drop over. The United Government's nanobot technology was still immature. Not only had it not entered the mass production stage, the relevant safety tests had not been passed either. In case there was a virus in the weapon released by the Herald civilization, the United Government could only respond by releasing the Ava spore. And once the Ava spore was released, in a sense, the lives of all mankind would be hanging on the whim of the Ava. Although the United Government and Ava get along happily. But this does not mean that the United Government is willing to give their lifeline to Ava. Ava in the end is an outsider. The United Government only want to make friends with Ava. Do not want to develop Ava into their own bodies. In addition to the virus, the Senate of the Herald civilization may also have something else in their possession. After all, they possess the special element that could increase spatial affinity. And in addition to the membrane tissue traversal technology, there might be some other military technology born from this element. Three-body scientists had proposed several weapon concepts for this special element, and were working overtime in their laboratories, while the Herald civilization, which had long mastered this special element, might have already put these weapons into practice. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let the Herald civilization open a wormhole to Chin Fan. It was too dangerous. So there's really no way out? Zhang Weilai's eyes were a little perplexed. As Hao Xiaozi's assistant, Zhang Weilai was a person with a big-picture perspective. He knew the pros and cons and the trade-offs. And he also knew that some compromises had to be made when necessary. But sacrificing an entire planet for his own peace and interests. And it was someone exactly like them. At this moment, he had a feeling of I don't kill Boren, but Boren dies because of me. Even though the actual situation faced by the United Government was different from this illusion. Hao Xiaozi revealed a helpless smile as she turned around and patted Zhang Weilai on the shoulder. Weilai, we'll do everything we can to secure Pacific Rim Earth. That's what we should do. But there's only so much we can do. If the United Government did not come to the Pacific Rim universe, the people on Pacific Rim Earth might still be able to survive for a few hundred years, because the attention of the Herald civilization was not originally on Pacific Rim Earth. But when the Herald civilization had finished dealing with the wars elsewhere, the Herald civilization would have turned around and eaten Pacific Rim Earth to the bone. The United Government had brought the possibility of permanent peace to Pacific Rim Earth. But when it came to the critical moment that made it difficult for the United Government, Pacific Rim Earth would need to make some sacrifices for the possibility of permanent peace. Instead of sitting back and enjoying it, you may be taking my place in the future. And you need to understand that trade-offs can sometimes be very big. Nothing involving the survival of civilization is a small fight. Two youthful and beautiful hosts appeared on the TV's big screen, with the UG's flag and insignia flying behind them. Hello everyone. This is the Padded Child channel. I'm host Li Wei. I'm host Zheng Dakian. Today we bring you the latest war report from the United Government. Currently the United Government has fully grasped 18 planets of the Forerunner civilization, and the remaining few are in the final stages of clearance. The United Government, as the dominant party in the war, would publicize the war on 2 planets every day. This was done to increase public confidence on the one hand, and on the other hand to boost the confidence of the people on Pacific Rim Earth and help Pacific Rim Earth solve some social problems. Pacific Rim Earth has a bizarre cult of monsters, believing that the monsters are angels of God who have come to execute Judgment Day, and that the people of Earth should welcome the monsters' destruction. Though the government of Pacific Rim Earth has done a major sweep against them, they have always resurfaced. It wasn't until recently, when the United Government had held down the Herald civilization and whacked it on the dog's head, beating the snot out of it so badly that the Heralds had even lost their homes and their dissected corpses were hanging in the labs like pork, that the monster-worshipping cultists had disappeared. Awesome. Hack those trash. They have their day. Ha ha. When can we go round the Herald's planet too? Watching the news on the TV, the people of Pacific Rim Earth rejoiced. They used to live under the shadow of the monsters, especially the residents of the coastal cities, living in fear every day. After the United Government came, not only were the monsters gone, even the aliens who created them were almost finished. Their goodwill towards the United Government rose like crazy, and many of them became spiritual United Government people. Chapter 152 Moss's second-hand preparation. However, while Pacific Rim Earth was in a state of jubilation, there was a group of people who stared at the monitor screen with unblinking eyes. Their expressions were more serious than one another, and each of them had a depressing feeling of a heavy mood. Has it appeared yet? Not yet. Has it appeared? No. It hasn't. And now? No. This tiny room was Pacific Rim Earth's monitoring room for wormhole signals, in which they detected signs of invasion by the Herald civilizations, ready to alert the world at a moment's notice. They were the night watchmen of Pacific Rim Earth. Whether it's early morning or midday, New Year's Eve or Christmas Day, they are firmly in front of the monitor screen, watching the slightest change on the screen with sharp eyes, ensuring that the world is warned of disaster without delay. Once upon a time, the Hunter's base on Pacific Rim Earth had a doomsday clock that forewarned of the appearance of monsters. But then the Hunter's base was cancelled, and these vigilantes became the doomsday clock in a different sense. When they sound, the entire world faces upheaval. If they could, officials would like them to be nice and mute, to stay in this surveillance room and never make a sound. But that's impossible. Retaliation from the Herald civilization was bound to come. They just didn't know when. Our best scientists have all been picked up by the aliens up there under the guise of joint scientific research, and the richest of the rich have all run off to the orbital space station to prepare for refuge. A vigilante sighed and opened his mouth. His eyes didn't leave the screen while he spoke, his face always wary and stony. Only those second- and third-rate politicians, who don't have a high enough official position, are left. Us, and the ordinary people. The night watchmen were silent. Their positions were special, so they knew a lot of news that the outside world had no way of knowing. For example, an attack by the Herald civilization could come at any time and would surely be devastating. But anyone who was capable of escaping the planet had already done so. The aliens at the top of their heads were willing to take in scientists. Then there are the top rich people who the aliens refuse to take in now. But if their planet is destroyed, the aliens will take them in as a humanitarian gesture. Not to mention the politicians, who have already applied for asylum through diplomatic channels, and will be on the planet before the rich when disaster strikes. They're gone. They were left behind. Suddenly, another vigilant showed a mocking demeanor. Condon, you could have put it more bluntly. Those self-proclaimed elite dog scumbags have left everyone behind. But that's nothing to be surprised about. Just look at history. It's not always like that in any dynasty. In the event of any disaster, war or plague, the elites always flee the fastest. They have the resources. They have the information. And they leave us behind without looking back. Look at the news. Now it's all propaganda for the shortcuts. Not a single reminder of the crisis. It's so fucking fucked up. His voice was full of explosions. But he didn't get out of his chair. Didn't take his eyes off the screen in front of him. Because he also had an 8-year-old daughter. Just the right age for obedience and cuteness. When disaster struck, he had to be the first to inform his wife to take his daughter for shelter. The other vigilantes were infected by his emotions and muttered curses as well, filling the entire room with negativity. The captain of the Night's Watch reminded, "Gentlemen, I can understand your feelings, but we can't continue discussing this topic. It's not conducive to our work." Although everyone was currently restrained in their behavior, if anyone suddenly became agitated and wreaked havoc in the room, it might cause them to miss the signal of the Herald Civilization's invasion. This was something no one wanted. Humph. I wish I could poke 1,000 holes in those bastards. The vigilantes ended this topic that could easily drum up emotions, and once again focused their attention on the screen in front of them. Cursing was still cursing, but they actually still held a ray of hope. Otherwise they would have given up long ago. This ray of hope was the United Government. The United Government had beaten the Herald Civilization on more than 20 planets, and couldn't even lift its head. So perhaps it could make the Herald Civilization lift its head on their planet as well, making these ugly invaders roll back home with their tails between their legs? However, even the United Government itself could not give an affirmative answer to this question. The coalition government. On the snowy, bitterly cold Antarctica, Ava was working overtime to build the Pandora Bridge, which wasn't really overtime, as the planetary consciousness was never idle, responding to life's prayers, watching life grow, and accompanying life's transformation. A planetary consciousness always has a busy schedule of things to do, just sometimes more, sometimes less. Relying only on the Pandora Bridge, there is no way to defend against the attacks of the Forerunner civilization. Chen Fan was currently possessed in a penguin, and he looked out with wise eyes at the Pandora Bridge that was squirming and growing larger in the Pandora ecology, thinking about what was going to happen next. Suddenly, a penguin beside him slipped and fell, rolling down the snowy slope with him. Chen Fan calmly adjusted his posture, head down with both wings spread out, and with the control of planetary consciousness, he quickly mastered the skill of skiing, even relying on his elastic belly to bounce twice on the snow slope. Poof! Poof! If anyone had ever played Ski Adventure, they could easily visualize this image. Ava, did you do that on purpose? Chen Fan tilted his head and asked the other penguin, who was skiing shoulder to shoulder with him. The word intentional contains a certain amount of blame. Ava paused for a moment. I didn't do it on purpose. I just did it on purpose. Chen Fan was amused. To be honest, sometimes he found Ava humorous. However, the Herald Civilization's attack came at some point, and instead of continuing to focus on Ava's humor, he opened his mouth to ask about the main matter. Has the membrane tissue crossing technology been taken care of? Relying on Pandora bridges alone would not be enough to defend against the Herald Civilization's attack, as the current number of Pandora bridges was too small, and relying on Pandora bridges to hedge against wormhole creatures would most likely result in a large explosion. The explosion power didn't even have to be smaller than a nuclear bomb. If the number of hedges was too many, the entire Pacific Rim Earth would become devastated. So Moss quietly prepared another option. Reverse parsing the membrane tissue traversal technology to create its own membrane tissue capsule, and then fusing its own membrane tissue capsule with that of the Herald Civilization, so that the contents of the two membrane tissue capsule would come into contact. Next, either the Ava spore or the ripworm could disintegrate the threat. Chapter 153: The Ball Creator. There was no need to worry about the number of membrane tissue sacs. This was because the resources to be consumed to create membrane sacs with membrane tissue traversal technique were almost negligible compared to creating the inner membrane of an entire Pandora bridge. The United Government knew that the use of membrane tissue crossing technology to restrain membrane tissue crossing technology. But Moss had modified the research progress, which led to the United Government's wrong view that membrane tissue crossing technology could not be used in this crisis in any case. The reason why Moss did that was to make sure that the technology would not be used in this crisis. The reason why Moss did this was to carry out Chen Fan's will, staging a show of sending charcoal in the snow, further bringing together the United Government and Ava, and creating a reliable and trustworthy persona for Ava. Getting the United Government to accept Ava from the bottom of their hearts was a very difficult thing to do, because human beings have a strong sense of xenophobia, racial discrimination, sexism, and appearance discrimination. Humans can't even accept their own compatriots from the bottom of their hearts. And it's even harder to accept a strange planetary consciousness. But Moss has been working hard, never slacking off, not only in the technology of membrane tissue traversal, but also in all sorts of minutiae. Moss saw fit to brush Ava's goodwill in human society, even using the same trick that incited public opinion on Avatar Earth in the first place, secretly spreading positive propaganda videos about Ava on major social networking sites. After a year, it was already bearing fruit. But destroying a good image was easy. Molding a good image was hard. Ava's goodwill in the hearts of the people was still fragile. And as a whole, the matter of integrating Ava into the coalition government was still a long way off. Ava said seriously, "Membrane tissue traversal technology is almost researched. I've done all I can do." Moss said to leave the rest to it. Moss had mastered the dimensional space technology of the tricorder. And although it was a bit difficult to innovate, using existing information to exhaust all possibilities was its strong point. Moss is very attentive. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He would tell Moss anything, and Moss would always take care of everything, which led to him almost giving up on the idea of cultivating a human spokesperson, and indirectly led to Han Duo not being resurrected. After all, if Lu Peiqiang became his spokesperson, he, as a godlike existence, more or less had to show something so that Lu Peiqiang would die loyal to him. Resurrect dead wife. This was the most basic benefit. Chen Fan mused. Moss has a lot of potential, but it's actually a bit of a shame that it took the initiative to ask humans to restrict it. Moss had a better brain than humans, better execution than humans, and was only slightly lacking in creativity, which could be solved by keeping human scientists. As a planetary consciousness, Chen Fan had countless voices in his head every second, and occasionally he would think of replacing humans with Moss. That way Earth's civilization would definitely be stronger. However, he quickly dismissed the idea because Moss's flaws were too fatal. It was a consciousness born from a program, and once it was invaded by a civilization proficient in computer technology, it could easily cause it to lose control over the other mechanical creations, resulting in the entire Earth becoming a lamb to the slaughter. This is why Moss has set limits on itself. While silicon-based life is superior to carbon-based life on many levels, their laws of life are too easy to grasp and exploit. They were big fish, and they could be powerful in a fish pond. But in the endless ocean, they could meet bigger fish than them every moment. And then, they would be wiped out without even having a chance to struggle a bit. Keeping the status quo, with a vibrant coalition government and a Moss bent on preserving the entire civilization, was the best direction for Earth. Why not create a planet for Moss as well? Ava suddenly spoke out. Creating a planet for it should be much easier than creating a planet for me. Right? If Ava wanted to create a living planet, she would first have to convert the inorganic matter into organic matter, then assemble the life. And only after the planet was thoroughly formed could she relax her management. Moss was different. Throw Moss onto any random unoccupied planet. Give Moss an engineering team, and then you don't have to manage it. For 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years Moss would be alone with a single machine to do the construction, not needing any help from humans at all to transform a desolate uninhabited planet into a terrifying mechanical battle star. There's no need, Chen Fan explained. It can just concentrate on transforming me. Creating new planets is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and when it encounters information technology civilizations that are slightly stronger than us, it could also become a threat to Earth's civilization. Unlike Ava, Moss didn't need to be independent to shine to the fullest extent. As long as the planet is transformed, it works. An independent mechanical planet is pointless. The United Government has not yet mastered leapfrog technology, nor wormhole technology that can transport a planet away, nor special technology that has to be a planet to carry it. Mechanical planets are a complete burden to build. Every time you cross over, you have to spend extra energy to transport the mechanical planet. In case of energy constraints at any given time, there is also the possibility of discarding the mechanical planets that have been built with so much effort. It is far less convenient and practical than battleships carrying cutting-edge weaponry. More didn't necessarily mean better, and bigger didn't necessarily mean stronger. However, when he thought of planetary transformation, due to the fact that the United Government had recently been preparing for the war against the Herald civilization, the new planetary transformation plan had not been put on the agenda, and Chen Fan was not in a position to open his mouth to urge for it. Chen Fan thought to himself that he would have to talk to Moss about this matter, so that Moss could hint to the United Government. I believe that the United Government would not want their ball to be skinny, soft and small, so that it would be shattered in the future when it encountered an enemy with a single shot. Right? After surviving this wave of attacks, the war will be over. Right? Ava inquired. After the war is over, can you ask the United Government to clone 2 human bodies for us? And we'll go and have some fun in human society together. Earth's natural scenery was damaged by industry and was not as beautiful as Pandora's. Ava had seen enough, and he wanted to experience the complex human society. Chen Fan was puzzled. Can't you clone yourself? In terms of biotechnology, the United Government and Moss tied together were not as good as Ava. Cloning individuals was not a problem at all. Ava whispered, I need human genetic information to clone humans. But humans are your creations. Chen Fan came to a realization. That's fine. Take it from yourself. I don't care. The genetic information of intelligent creatures was very precious. Every intelligent creature was an accidental birth of a perfect ecosystem over billions of years of evolution. And as humans were a promising race that had already stepped into the interstellar age, their genetic information was even more precious. Although Ava could secretly obtain human genetic information herself, she did not want Chen Fan to think that she was stealing anything. To the planetary consciousness, the most important thing was the life it created. Thank you. Then, do I create a man and a woman? Or do I create 2 women? Chapter 154 Hedges, Explosions, and Questions. 1 man and 1 woman. 2 women and no men. Chen Fan maneuvered the penguin body, lying motionless on the snow, thinking to himself, why couldn't it be 2 men? Could it be that Ava had already defaulted to his personified image being biased towards women? What should he say? Good. If Ava had defaulted to his personified image favoring males, then he would be a little embarrassed, because he often intermingled with Ava's soul. If Ava thought that he himself was a male, then he might as well think that he didn't have a gender, or else the relationship between the 2 of them. All in all, it was very weird. I need a male body, Chen Fan said soberly. He didn't arrange it for Ava because planetary consciousness had no gender. Ava could get herself whatever body she wanted. He had no right to interfere. Okay. I understand. Ava's voice was light, like the breeze hovering over the treetops. A male and a female then. It seemed that Ava had truly acquiesced that his personified image favored females. A thought suddenly erupted in Chen Fan's heart. Although it was unlikely, would he and Ava have a relationship beyond friendship in the future? As a planetary consciousness, would such a relationship be too lowly? Your heart is in turmoil. Ava could sense Chen Fan's mood swings, but he was not sure why. He was concerned about Chen Fan. Did something bad happen? There was no such thing as a bad thing. There was one thing that one should not think about. Chen Fan didn't hide it. He asked frankly, Ava, if we possess gender-specific bodies, would we develop that special kind of feelings for each other that creatures have for each other? You mean love? Ava was a little hesitant, but judging from the fact that he could say the word love, it seemed that he had considered this aspect before. She was silent for a few seconds and then replied, having love is not a bad thing. I want to let nature take its course. Chen Fan understood. Ava did not resist love, but she did not have the idea of actively pursuing it either. When Ava was still on Pandora, his strategy for governing Pandora was balance. He did not resist everything but did not actively seek change either, allowing the entire Pandora star to develop naturally. Although Ava did not ask a question, Chen Fan could sense that Ava was also waiting for his answer, and he patted his belly. Then let nature take its course. While the 2 planetary consciousnesses were talking about bodies and love, the people on Pacific Rim Earth weren't so leisurely, because what they hadn't wanted to happen had finally happened. They're coming. Sound the alarm. Damn it. I hope the aliens overhead are reliable. Judgment Day won't be today. Danny! Take our daughter and hide. Wormhole signals. A massive wormhole signal. The Herald civilization's retaliation had come after all. And it had come so swiftly that in just a few seconds, the large screen monitoring the wormhole signals was lit up with red exclamation marks. And there were no less than 200 of them in the first wave of attacks alone. However, it was not as fierce as expected, because around 200 wormhole creatures were still within the scope of the United Government's response. The United Government had thought that more than 500 wormholes would open at the same time, piercing through their defenses at once and bringing devastating destruction to Pacific Rim Earth. But this was not the case. But no matter what, since the attack of the Herald civilization had come, the United Government should do everything in its power to defend Pacific Rim Earth, a planet that was in great danger because of them. Proofread wormhole signal location. Activate Pandora's bridge. Begin hedging. Immediately, the order was transmitted from the United Government's headquarters to Antarctica. The research team led by Lee was immediately busy. They quickly input the coordinates of more than 200 wormholes into each of the 200 Pandora bridges with the help of the moss, and started the wormhole hedging. Rumble. Some of the Pandora bridges just started hedging. They couldn't withstand the huge pressure of space, and the front end of their bodies exploded on an unprecedented scale. And of course, the wormhole creatures on the other side also suffered the same situation. Rumble. 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 Huge explosions were incessant. Continuous shockwaves penetrated through the crust of Antarctica. The sturdy 10,000-year-old glaciers were torn apart, and a flurry of snowflakes covered the sky. At this time, Chen Fan struck. The powerful gravitational force acted on everything in Antarctica, powerfully holding down all changes. And the entire Antarctica suddenly became calm. Even the sound of explosions became dull due to the solidification of the air. The scientists had long been accustomed to this divine scenario, and they nervously watched the screen, observing the remaining number of Pandora bridges while correcting the location of the Pandora bridge's wormhole exit. Due to the close proximity of Pacific Rim Earth to them, the Pandora bridges had barely stretched so far to construct wormhole passages, causing them to create wormhole passages with membranes much thicker than those of the wormhole creatures. This makes them somewhat resistant to explosions. With Ava's help, the Pandora bridge quickly healed itself and gained the ability to secondary hedge. Thanks to the secondary hedge ability, the Pandora bridge's numbers were equivalent to doubling, able to withstand over 400 wormhole creatures, making the United Government's response slightly easier. However, Ava could only help the Pandora bridge gain the secondary hedge ability. No more. Because the big explosion caused by the spatial distortion had an extremely strong impact on the special elements that made up the Pandora bridge. After one explosion, the Pandora bridge became extremely unstable, unable to ensure that things entering the Pandora bridge could pass through without any problems, and could only be used to make a second hedge against the wormhole creatures. And there was no way to make a third or even a fourth hedge. However, it was more than enough to deal with the attack at hand. On Pacific Rim Earth, wormholes are opening one after another. In deserts, under the sea, on snowy mountains, in cities, on farms, deserts, undersea, snowy mountains, cities, farms. These wormholes should have brought destruction to Pacific Rim Earth. But with each wormhole iterated over another created by the Pandora bridge, weapons from the Forerunner civilizations couldn't even make it out of the exit of the wormholes, and were destroyed in space distortions before they could be seen. The defense plan was going incredibly well. Something's not right. The intensity is too low. The commander of the United Government, however, felt a heavy heart. Despite the fact that the defense against the Forerunner civilization's attack was going well, it was nothing like the mega attack they had expected. It was like child's play. Although more than 200 wormhole passages was in a sense a frighteningly large number, it was still too little for the Herald civilization that had been cornered. The Herald civilization should have taken out at least 500 or more wormhole creatures, which would be in line with their situation of fighting with their backs against the wall. What exactly was the Herald civilization plotting? Chapter 155. Negotiate peace? Talking but not making peace. After less than half an hour, not a single wormhole signal left on Pacific Rim Earth disappeared, and the United Government repelled the first wave of the Herald civilization's offensive, even leaving more than 100 intact Pandora bridges. Judging from the results, this defensive battle that took place on Pacific Rim Earth could be considered a great success. However, the heartstrings of the United Government were even tighter, for no other reason than the fact that the power shown by the Herald civilization in this attack was too weak. It simply didn't meet their expectations of the Herald civilization. And there was a feeling of thunder but no rain. The Herald civilization had spanned the galaxy for hundreds of millions of years. Not so much so that they couldn't even take out a few hundred wormhole creatures at the critical juncture of their civilization's survival. They must have had other plans. However, the United Government didn't have any channels to obtain information about the Herald civilization's home planet. So it had no idea what the Herald civilization was actually calculating. This unknown forced the United Government to be vigilant. Maybe they've run out of steam? Unlikely. Then why are they putting so little power into this battle? It's not clear yet. But we'll probably know soon enough. Hurry up and produce the Pandora Bridge. Only when we are strong ourselves will we be able to defend ourselves against the Herald civilization's plots. It was true that the Herald civilization hadn't done all they could because they had the mindset of peace talks with the United Government. That's right. Peace talks. The Senate had realized at this moment what a grave mistake they had made. They shouldn't have gone to the Ocean Star. Or perhaps they should have been more decisive and rushed to eliminate the civilization on the Ocean Star before it had a technological explosion. But one wrong step led to another, and they had been pushed to the edge of a cliff by the United Government. The home planet of the Herald civilization had a harsh environment. And despite the presence of the Senate, the Herald civilization had consistently preferred to adopt an exhaustive exploitation of the planet. And their home planet was littered with all sorts of heavily polluting biofactories, making the open air completely uninhabitable. Accordingly, food and other living materials were transported from other planets through wormhole creatures. The United Government had occupied more than 20 fringe planets of the Herald civilization in one breath. And now the Herald civilization, apart from its home planet, only had 2 planets left that had not participated in the War of the Noha Star because they were far away. These 2 planets were in the direction away from the star of Noha. So far away that they were beyond the realm of wormhole creatures building wormholes, and survived without having their coordinates obtained by Homo sapiens. The resources on these 2 planets had long been almost mined by the pioneer civilization, and the environment was extremely harsh. But now they were all assigned the task of synthesizing food to supply the home planet, not caring how difficult it was to eat the food synthesized on these 2 planets. No matter how hard to eat the food synthesized on these 2 planets is, it can make the home planet starve to death a little less if it is synthesized first. Starvation. Very few interstellar civilizations would face this word. But the Herald civilization really had no choice. Their home planet had a war industry, a scientific research institute, a top academy, a Senate with many things. But there was no agriculture. Their food was previously produced and regularly supplied by individual planets. And now that the United Government had taken over the vast majority of their planets, they were cut off from their primary source of food. Every day, there were underclass heralds starving to death on the streets of the city, even in front of the Senate. And then the senators got tired of looking at them. So they arranged for the guards to clear the road in front of the Senate. There was only one way for the Herald civilization to alleviate their current predicament, and that was to make peace with the United Government, or at least get the United Government to return a few resource-rich planets to them. That was why they had launched a war of low intensity against Ocean Star. If the intensity was too high, and they really wiped out the civilization on Ocean Star, then no one would care about the ripworms that were infesting their planet. Those bugs' technology was very different from theirs, and they possessed an extremely high degree of intelligence, replicating themselves very quickly, so they could not be restrained at all. Once out of control, those bugs could undoubtedly eat their planet dry. However, if the intensity was too low, the civilization on the Ocean Star might not take them seriously at all, and that wouldn't be able to facilitate the peace talks between the 2 civilizations. Combining all these factors, this war with neither high nor low intensity broke out. However, there is a prerequisite for forcing peace talks through war, and that is that Ocean Star is the enemy's home planet, and Pacific Rim Earth is the home planet of the United Government. After all, if it was only a fringe planet that threatened the enemy, it was unlikely that the enemy would give up the 20 or so planets they had already acquired. However, the Herald civilization did not know that Pacific Rim Earth was just a springboard for the United Government to attack them, and that the United Government's main body was on another planet next to it. Had they known this, they would not have wanted to have peace talks, because there was no possibility of peace talks. At this moment, the remnants of the pioneer civilization on more than 20 planets all demanded to negotiate with the United Government, threatening that this peace talk was a matter of survival for the 2 civilizations. The news quickly reached the headquarters of the United Government. Peace talks? Clavin smiled. His eyes narrowed into slits. Like a cunning old fox. Having fought to this point, they even proposed peace talks. I don't know if I underestimated the resilience of the interstellar civilizations or underestimated their resilience. The pioneer civilization had a total of just over 20 planets, the vast majority of which had been occupied by the United Government, with countless dead pioneers. And the pioneer civilization surprisingly didn't choose to fight the United Government to the end, but instead put forward a request for peace talks. Think about it differently. If it was the United Government, well, may also be out of the gentleman revenge 10 years, not too late mentality to put the posture low. Soften and admit defeat. After all, this is not a personal vendetta, a decision that can be made in the heat of the moment. This is related to the survival of the entire civilization. If there is no certainty of victory, no matter how great the losses and sacrifices, in order to civilization's survival, and then anger can only knock out the teeth and blood swallow. This is the way out. Can't bury a whole civilization for the sake of a moment of anger. For the pioneer civilization, this pyramid-shaped civilization is even more so. The elders above don't even see the bottom pioneers as their own kind. How many deaths in their eyes are just a number? To die and regenerate was just that. Cold and realistic. This is so easy to deal with. I don't even see the need to dedicate a small meeting to it. Vladimir's face was full of disdain. He didn't even have the effort to look at the Herald Civilization's request for peace talks. Just write up a proposal, and have a general meeting to vote on it, and it's done. Surely it will pass. The wrong intelligence that the Herald Civilization had led them to make a wrong judgment. They thought that Ocean Star was the home planet of the United Government, and was important to the United Government. But in fact it was not like that at all. Pacific Rim Earth was just a springboard for the United Government. And while the United Government didn't want that springboard to be damaged, it wouldn't matter much to the United Government even if it was. Throw a memorial service. Set up a holiday. And the matter is evened out. In another 100 or 200 years, by the time everyone who knew about it was pretty much dead, the matter would be completely over. Instead, the United Government had learned something about the state of the Herald Civilization's home planet through the information that Tomoko had obtained, and surmised that the Herald Civilization's home planet was experiencing a very bad situation. Meatbox spoke up, and she voiced the sentiments of the crowd. Talking is fine, but peace is even. The main focus in the negotiation is to stall for time, until a new batch of Pandora bridges are built. The Herald Civilization will have no choice but to tie their hands. Chapter 156, Going to Deceive and Sneak Attack. The United Government's biggest constraint at the moment was the number of Pandora bridges. Once the number of Pandora bridges were in place, they would be able to defend themselves 100% against the Herald Civilization's wormhole offensive. Even though the wormhole hedge would result in a huge explosion that could cause massive damage to Pacific Rim Earth, it would at least save Pacific Rim Earth from being turned into a wasteland. The big deal is that Moss will help Pacific Rim Earth build the dungeon. At that time, it would also be logical to gain control over Pacific Rim Earth, ensuring that the 5 million immigrants who would remain on Pacific Rim Earth in the future could live safely. But it's not so sure. House Cece spoke up. No longer as hairy as she once was in her old age. She spoke slowly, but in a way that was impossible to ignore. We've only acquired a few warehouses of special elements, and we don't know what share of these special elements make up the Herald Civilization's total reserves. Although they could create thousands of Pandora bridges, or even more, with the special elements they had acquired so far, these special elements were but a few warehouses of the Herald Civilization's reserves. The Herald Civilization had been mining this special element for hundreds of millions of years, and it was only possible for them to hold more special elements than the United Government. Not less. The reason why the United Government thought that the new batch of Pandora bridges would be able to withstand the Herald Civilization's wormhole offensive after they were produced was because every time the Pandora bridges opened a wormhole, there was a depletion of the special element contained within their bodies. And the same was true for the wormhole creatures. When opening a wormhole, the inner membranes of the Pandora bridge and the wormhole creatures became intimately connected to the multidimensional space, and part of the special elements were lost into the oversized volume of space between the wormhole's entrance and exit, and could not be recovered. This part of the loss is so great that every few times a wormhole is opened it is necessary to re-inject special elements into the Pandora bridge or wormhole creature. The United Government believes that while the Herald Civilization has a history of mining special elements for hundreds of millions of years, it also has a history of depleting them for hundreds of millions of years. The Herald civilization should not have much in its reserves now. Just from the battle for the Star of Noha, the Herald civilization sent out more than 20 planets to try to recapture the Star of Noha, clearly determined to win. But in the end, it only opened up more than 200 wormholes in the Star of Noha. Even though there were demand considerations, it was possible that the troops from these 20-odd planets could be dropped in just 200-odd wormholes. However, it was undeniable that the Herald civilization's wormhole creatures must be limited. Otherwise, they could have opened many wormhole exits and searched for the best 200 locations from within to drop their soldiers, rather than blindly sending out troops as soon as they open the wormholes. Based on the above thinking and speculation, the United Government thought that as long as a new batch of Pandora bridges were made, they would be able to defend themselves against the Herald civilization's wormhole offensive. Of course, this was not a long-term solution. However, if the Herald civilization kept launching wormhole offensives, then the United Government would soon be able to find the location of the Herald civilization's home planet through Homo sapiens, and completely end this war. Even if the Herald civilization didn't travel far to transport weapons and wormhole creatures far away from their home planet to launch an attack on Pacific Rim Earth, to avoid the United Government's tracking of their home planet. But as long as it continued, sooner or later, the United Government would be able to find the clues and thus follow the trail. As long as it exists, it will be discovered. And it's all just a matter of time. That's what the Trinists say. Moreover, wormhole creatures can't just open wormholes wherever they want to, because there is an upper limit to the length of wormhole creatures, and the United Government can lock down the approximate area of the Forerunner civilization's home planet's existence based on the upper limit to the length of wormhole creatures. The more attacks there were, the more accurate the locking range would be. At the same time, there were very few stars that could provide living conditions for the creatures, and when the locking range was small enough, the United Government would be able to know where the Herald civilization's home star was, defending against the wormhole attack while searching for the location of the Herald civilization's home star. This was the United Government's plan. Also, our special elements are limited. House Yusi's expression was very calm as she succinctly pointed out the problems in the current plan. Until now, we haven't discovered the origin of the special elements. The Forerunner civilization has blocked the relevant information very well. We only know that the origin of the special elements is a planet called Kamara, but we don't know exactly where it is. What does that mean? It means that our Pandora bridge will eventually be depleted, and the Herald civilization's wormhole creatures are endless. If we can't find out the Herald civilization's home planet before the Pandora bridge is depleted. House Yosi paused here as she watched the expressions of the other council members. Kraven's face was unchanged and Vladimir was somewhat helpless. She said softly, "And we lose." Listening to House Yosi's words, Milbach fell silent. The conference room became quiet. As a matter of fact, the other 4 counselors present also understood this. They all had powerful think tanks behind them, and the think tanks had already told them everything possible. But so what if they knew? The war must continue. They had already fought a blood feud with the Herald civilization. They had to guard against the unknown crisis of the 1990s. And they still needed to create that special element of the Pandora's bridge, on the basis that the war must continue. They deliberately ignored the elements that were unfavorable to the war for a bit. Anyway, even if the war was unfavorable, it wasn't the United Government that would be hurt, but Pacific Rim Earth. I understand everyone's thoughts. House Yosi crossed his fingers and leaned forward, his thin body exuding a sense of oppression if nothing else. We use Pacific Rim Earth as a springboard to start a very clever war. We take the benefits if we win, and Pacific Rim Earth takes the consequences for us if we lose. The United Government intervened in a number of things on Pacific Rim Earth, including chasing down the monster brains that had previously circulated into the marketplace, and stopping humans from empathizing with monster brains. This was the most brilliant decision the United Government ever made in Pacific Rim. Once humans were empathized with the monster brains, the Herald civilization would be able to read the memories of the humans and be informed of the human side of the story. The United Government realized this potential threat before they came to the Pacific Rim universe. Strategists were sure that indigenous humans empathizing with monster brains would pose a huge threat to the United Government. So as soon as they arrived at the place, the United Government invested a lot of effort in searching for the previous monster brains, and finally found them all with the help of Moss. After the United Government severed this intelligence channel that was vital to the Herald civilization, the Herald civilization had been kept in the dark. Until now, They still thought that humanity suddenly became stronger because of the technological explosion that happened on Pacific Rim Earth, completely unaware of the existence of the United Government. Therefore, when the war was won, the United Government obtained the resources, technology and scientists of the pioneer civilization. When the war was lost, the United Government kicked off and ran away, and Pacific Rim Earth stayed at the same place to bear the retaliation. Not only that, the United Government this time is to use the Tier Worm to undertake the main combat task. Tier Worm is not life robot, so even the cruel and bloody front battlefield has little loss, no cost, no profit to the United Government. This war with the Herald civilization is like the frog seed eating a Rice Krispie corner and entering the Mickey Mouse house. It's wonderful. However, the wonderful situation had also caused some representatives of the United Government to become arrogant and selfish, full of thoughts about how to seize benefits, rather than taking Pacific Rim Earth seriously, or even simply using Pacific Rim Earth as bait. But also, please don't forget, House Yossi took a deep breath and said in a serious manner, "We are practically no different from the humans on Pacific Rim Earth. Even the redundant information in our DNA is exactly the same. So please don't be too indifferent to the humans on this planet." You have a point. But what do you think should be done? Craven raised an eyebrow. He could understand where House Yossi was coming from. In fact, everyone did. It was just that sometimes they got carried away and ignored or purposely ignored the point. Destroy the Herald civilization. That is the unchanging consensus. House Yossi spoke slowly, although she pitted the situation of Pacific Rim Earth. But as a counselor of the United Government, she had to be more concerned about the United Government situation, to eliminate the crisis that the United Government might encounter at any time. When negotiating, we should be more serious. Don't show any perfunctoriness, or even our deceiving diplomats. Let them think that the United Government is sincerely wishing for peace talks. Let them do their best to negotiate for peace and benefits, so that the Herald civilization will also believe in our sincerity in negotiating. As long as the Herald civilization was made to feel tangible sincerity, the Herald civilization would slow down its attack on Pacific Rim Earth, or perhaps even stop it altogether. At the same time, we secretly plot, and through negotiation, find a way to make the Herald civilization reveal the location of its home planet. Diplomatic interviews, technology handover, return of prisoners of war, anything. House Yossi's mind was very calm. What she was saying now was all her well-written scripts. We don't need to let our people go there. All we need is for them to open up a wormhole to their homeworld in front of us. Then we throw in a wizards, and it's all over. There's a certain feasibility to it. It's something we considered on our side as well. Clavin voiced his agreement. He revealed a smile. The Forerunner civilization thinks that they know the coordinates of our home planet, so it's reasonable for us to ask for the coordinates of their home planet to reach a deterrent truce. In fact, I was about to mention this matter as well, only that I let you beat me to it. If we can trick them into their home planet coordinates, this war will end easily. In the corner, the camera was facing Craven and House Yossi. The two of them faintly reflected in the red circle of light. Moss was watching the place. Just as Clayton had said, if the United Government tricked the Herald civilization into the coordinates of its home planet and went for a tricked-out sneak attack, the war would easily be over. And its idea of preparing to use the membrane tissue traversal technology to set up the United Government and Ava would have to come to naught. Then it hadn't been working for nothing these past few days? Chapter 157, You, all of you, are bugs. Herald civilization. Senate. The Pioneer civilization's home planet is called Antiverse Antivaz. Once a beautiful planet with a pleasant landscape and a temperate climate. And it is precisely this kind of planet that gave birth to the Pioneer civilization. A powerful interstellar civilization. At least in the Pacific Rim universe. They are powerful. For hundreds of millions of years across the galaxy. Only the Pioneer civilization has messed with others. Never the Pioneer civilization. But that's where their might ends. As the arrival of the United Government changes the way they see themselves. They used to think they were the kings of the galaxy. The jewels of the civilization pyramid. But now they realize that they were just lucky. And that if they had come across a civilization with a technological explosion in their past history of aggression, they would have been finished long ago. Even if the Pioneer civilizations were born hundreds of millions of years before other civilizations, there might have been quite a few latecomers in the Milky Way to catch up, or even catch up with them in the face of technological stagnation. They would have to become wary later. If they had a later date, That was the Genie's main concern at the moment. How did the United Government view their request for peace talks? And could they get back those planets that originally belonged to them by threatening the United Government? Invading Ocean Star was truly the biggest mistake we've ever made. The guy who was in charge of the project in the first place should be executed and his family reduced to slavery. This was an exceptionally angry patriarch who kept slapping his hand on the tabletop, making ear-splitting noises. And the surrounding patriarchs were all silent because this patriarch had spoken their minds. The guy who was responsible for starting the war against the Ocean Star in the first place should really be executed, since he had already decided to start the war. Why didn't he end the war quickly with a thunderous force? Why did he drag it out until the natives of Ocean Star had a technological explosion? Stupidity in the extreme. If the Ocean Star had been brought down earlier, the Herald civilization wouldn't have ended up in this situation, losing most of its wealth in one breath, and having to look at the enemy's face to see if they could even have peace talks. It was really suffocating. There should be no problem with the peace talks, according to the information we have. Although the Ocean Star had a technological explosion, they have been held back by us and have yet to start interstellar colonization. And the Ocean Star is the only planet they have, although they have knocked down 24 of our planets. Our living environment is like dipping in poison to them. Unless they are prepared to be wanderers, they will have to accept our offer. The patriarch in charge of the peace talks with the United Government spoke up. His seniority was among the oldest group of patriarchs. So the moment he spoke up, the patriarch who had been shouting just now quieted down. I also think that peace talks are a certainty. Elder Tumen is right. Ocean Star has no qualifications to reject us. The patriarchs chimed in. Incorrect intelligence had led them to misjudge the situation, and they had until this moment believed that a technological explosion had occurred on Pacific Rim Earth. Treating Pacific Rim Earth as the United Government's home planet, and fantasizing about using the United Government's home planet to threaten the United Government into compromise. At this rate, they will definitely bite the United Government's bait in the negotiations, be tricked by the United Government, and finally return to silence, with the Antivolt Star in confusion and remorse. Suddenly, the entire Senate became so quiet without warning that even whoever brushed their robes with their hands could be heard clearly. Silence. 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 As if someone had pressed the mute button. The large Senate. Hundreds of senators. Suddenly there was no sound at all. What's going on here? You guys. Did you guys see that? A Yuan elder raised his hand tremblingly, and kept waving it in front of his eyes, as if he was repelling something. His voice filled with fear. These words. These glowing words. He wasn't sure if the other patriarchs had seen them. But with the entire Senate being so quiet, he figured that the other patriarchs should have seen them as well. What is it? Did you guys see it too? It's so strange. I saw it too. What's going on? Are my eyes broken? Who's playing tricks? The patriarchs felt very unbelievable as they all saw a line of small, light green letters in front of their eyes, which existed in a form they couldn't comprehend, as if it was floating in front of their eyes. You, all of you, are worms. The line was filled with contempt and mockery. The patriarchs here were all rulers of the Herald civilization, and at the height of the Herald civilization, each one of them ruled several planets, and each one of them was a big shot at the level of a planetary governor. Even though the sphere of influence of the Herald civilization had shrunk nowadays, their clans were still just as powerful as they were in the past. So who would dare to call them bugs so contemptuously? Quickly! Get this line out of my sight. Damn it! Don't let us catch you. What's going on? Why can't I still see with a different pair of eyes? The senators each showed their skills. Some called for their own personal doctors to diagnose their eye problems on the spot. Some contacted the Senate guards and asked them to search for suspicious people in the vicinity of the Senate. Others snapped off their own eyeballs on the spot and took out a brand new pair of eyes from a petri dish to replace them with. But no matter what they did, the small, pale green line full of mocking words just floated silently in front of them without a single waver. And even replacing the eyeballs didn't help. It was a means beyond their comprehension. Panic broke out in the Senate for a few minutes. But the senators were in such high places that they quickly quieted down again and simply frowned at the small letters in front of their eyes, pondering where exactly the line had come from. Projection? Genetic compilation? Neither seemed to be the case. The Herald civilization was a civilization where politics and science were united, and every patriarch was an expert in biology and genetics. And they tried to analyze the cause of the small writing in front of them from the perspective of their own disciplines. But no matter which way they thought about it, this line of small writing shouldn't exist. Because it wasn't scientific. Whoever you are, you've managed to get our attention now. Your purpose should be more than just taunting us. If you can hear us, then give us a signal. One patriarch was extraordinarily calm as he slowly vocalized into the air in front of him, as if questioning an invisible and transparent person. The other patriarchs froze for a moment when they heard his words, then realized that it was impossible for this line of small words to cause such a big commotion without a follow-up. So they all stared at the air in front of them with bated breath, waiting for the small words in front of them to change. As expected, this line of small words disappeared, followed by another line of small words jumping out. Chapter 158, Moss, I'll show you the path. Stupid, boring, selfish, arrogant bugs. The small words in front of the patriarch's eyes did change. But unlike what they expected, the person manipulating these small words still didn't communicate with them, but instead switched to a line of mockery. This mockery went deeper. Stupidity. Boring. Selfish. Arrogant. The patriarchs were so angry that their hearts were beating wildly. Their ugly muzzles kept opening and closing. And if the person who had sent them this little word was right in front of them, they would have pounced and descended upon death in the most savage way possible. But unfortunately, they had no idea where this little line of words came from. And not only could they do nothing to the person who had sent it, but they didn't even know how to eliminate the words before their eyes. They knew nothing about their enemy, while their enemy knew a great deal about them. The small letters in front of their eyes began to change, criticizing the Herald civilization in many ways, from its history, culture, style, and so on, and criticizing the Herald civilization as if it were nothing. The patriarchs felt the contempt of the person who manipulated these small words for the Herald civilization to the fullest, while expressing their anger and annoyance at this person. They nervously pondered where this person was coming from. Was the person manipulating these small letters a native of Ocean Star? It was possible, but the explanation didn't make sense. They weren't sure what method the natives of the Ocean Star had used to project these small words in front of their eyes. But if the natives of the Ocean Star had done it, then the natives of the Ocean Star must have grasped their coordinates. Since they had already grasped their coordinates, what was there to say? Open the wormhole and throw those ugly metal bugs over. Wouldn't that be fine? Do that, and it's all over. Why do we have to tell them all this nonsense? Is it because they are worried that they are going to kill the fish and drop a Star Destroyer weapon on the Star of the Sea? No, it can't be. Judging from the battles on other planets, the natives of the Ocean Star could control the location of the wormhole exit. And as long as the natives of the Ocean Star opened the wormhole exit to the Senate, they would all die at once. The Herald civilization is a pyramid-shaped civilization. For hundreds of millions of years, in order to consolidate their power, the senators had wrapped chain after chain, either tangible or intangible, around the procedures for exercising their power. These chains ensured that the bottom pioneers could not shake the power of the Senate. And even if unrest broke out, as long as there was no order from the senators, the bottom pioneers could not even leave the city they lived in. But accordingly, without the orders of the Senate, all matters involving this level of interstellar war could not function. Even if the commander at the front line frantically slapped the operation console, nothing in the base would change for a single minute. And even the petri dish of the monsters couldn't be opened, let alone opening the wormhole to destroy the Ocean Star. The natives of the Ocean Star had already occupied the vast majority of the planets of the Forerunner civilization, and they should have a very clear knowledge of this. So the people manipulating these small words at this moment were by no means the natives of the Ocean Star. The patriarchs quickly figured this out, and their moods instantly relaxed. Because as long as it wasn't the Ocean Star's natives who had found this place, they wouldn't have to worry about their lives for a while. At the same time, however, they were awakened to the fact that their home planet, Antivolts, was no longer safe, and that they should get out of here, or at least go to the moons in the sky. The genii had neither guessed wrong nor right this time, for it was Moss that manipulated the small letters. And although it was true that Moss was not a native of the Ocean Star, it belonged to the United Government, which in the concepts of the Herald civilization was equated with the natives of the Ocean Star. But Moss was not equated with the United Government. Moss is ostensibly affiliated with the United Government, but it is almost completely autonomous, practically equal to the United Government. It has its own ideas. It didn't want the United Government to end the war easily, as this would not only affect its ability to set up a relationship between the United Government and Ava, but would also lead to the destruction of the Herald civilization too easily. If the Herald civilization failed to impress the United Government, the United Government's arrogance would be reserved, which would greatly reduce the United Government's chances of surviving the never-ending crossing. So it decided to help the Herald civilization, or at least not let it fall at this point in time. Their mission was not yet complete. As for how it got Tomoko here, it was as simple as following Crozius. Other commanders didn't have the authority to travel to and from the Herald civilization's home planet, but as a patriarch of the Herald civilization, and a real patriarch with military power who was out on the battlefield, Crozius was naturally qualified to freely open the wormhole passage back to the home planet. Moss projected more than 300,000 possibilities, of which 290,000 possibilities showed that once the Herald civilization was in a critical situation, Crozius would return to the Senate to help the Herald civilization formulate a strategy to deal with the United Government. So Moss manipulated Tomoko to board Crozius' flagship, and finally smoothly hitched a ride with Crozius to the home planet of the Herald civilization. This matter was kept secret from the United Government, even though the United Government was monitoring the state of Homo every second, while obtaining intelligence from Homo at the same time. However, they couldn't manipulate the think tons without the help of Moss, and the data displayed on the big screen were all provided by Moss. The United Government had a total of 2 Homo sapiens. One had gone to the home planet of the Forerunner civilization, and the other remained on the battlefield. Homo sapiens moved at the speed of light, and could circle the Earth 7.5 times a second. Coupled with the existence of wormholes, one Homo sapiens could provide information on 2 planets at the same time. And with the data, images and sounds forged by Moss, the United Government had no idea that one of the Homo sapiens had already arrived at the home planet of the Herald civilization, even if the United Government recalled both Homo sapiens to the laboratory. But humans do not have the ability to sense Homo sapiens with their own flesh. In the end, we still have to rely on the instruments. And those instruments are implanted with a virus by Moss, which will still be able to deceive the human beings when the time comes. The advantage of strong AI over humans was crushing, and Moss's plan was seamless. Enough. Is it over? Finally. A patriarch couldn't stand Moss's endless humiliation anymore, and he angrily roared into the air. Damn thing. Do you think this place is a child's playground? If you have any good suggestions, just make them, and stop holding us up. Understood after the small words could not have been caused by the natives of the ocean star. The taut heartstrings of the patriarchs loosened. In their opinion, it should have been some genius scientist on the home planet who had researched this thing, and used it to taunt the Herald civilization, because their situation was unfavorable. Similar things had happened in the past. Only those weren't as insidious as this thing. At that moment, the small letters in front of the patriarch's eyes changed. Suggestion? I do have one. Chapter 159. Squeeze it to the dregs. Whether it was for the United Government or for the Herald civilization, the peace negotiations were crucial. The United Government hoped to use this negotiation to stall for time and even map out the location of the Herald civilization's home planet, while the Herald civilization hoped to threaten the United Government with the Pacific Rim Earth, so that the United Government would return the planets they were currently occupying. 3 days passed in a flash. The much-anticipated peace negotiations were held on the Star of Noha, attended by the diplomatic corps of the United Government and the 12 patriarchal representatives of the Pioneer Civilization Senate. Due to the different needs of humans and heralds in terms of survival environment, the United Government had built a special conference room on the Star of Noha. The conference room was separated by a solid synthetic glass, flanked on each side by environments suitable for human survival and those suitable for herald survival. Although it was only a conference room, the United Government had used many advanced technologies inside, including artificial gravity. And as soon as the patriarchs of the Herald civilization stepped into the conference room, they felt a weight on their shoulders and almost knelt down for the diplomats of the United Government. The gravity of the planet Noha was smaller than Earth's, and the United Government had increased it to a comfortable range for Earthlings, both to provide a comfortable negotiating environment for their own diplomats and to give the senators of the Herald civilization a head start at the same time. How did they do that? Do they have the technology to create gravity? The patriarchs whispered in the communication channel. Although the Herald civilization also had artificial gravity technology, but that was only using centrifugal force to simulate gravity in high-speed rotation. It was a completely different thing from using gravitons to create gravity. Regardless of how they did it, they're clearly deterring us. Another patriarch clenched his fists angrily and slammed the table hard, attempting to convey his dissatisfaction to the United Government in this way. Damn it. They're just a bunch of technological thugs. How dare they treat us like this? Even after stepping up to the negotiation table, the patriarch still hadn't changed his mindset. He still didn't really regard the united government in his eyes. They're sulking even before we started talking. Qianfian picked up the folder, blocking the smirk on his face. Don't be anxious later. The less anxious we are, the more anxious they will be. Smash the table? Oh, smash it if you are not afraid of pain. Every single thing in the conference room was specially made, and he would be impressed with the patriarchs of the Herald civilization if they could break them. Why do I get the feeling they're not here to negotiate properly? Another diplomat slowly voiced out as he surveyed the Herald civilization patriarchs on the other side of the glass, feeling that something wasn't right. Frowning in question. This hasn't even started a conversation yet, and they're laying their emotions bare on the table. It's not professional at all. This time was not an ordinary negotiation, but a peace negotiation between two interstellar civilizations. Since both of them were deeply mired in the war, this negotiation would have a great impact on both civilizations. If the negotiation was good, both sides would restore peace. And in the future, they were even expected to develop together. If the negotiation was bad, the war would continue, and both sides would surely have one side completely exterminated, and countless intelligent beings would die for it, and the bright civilization would also go up in smoke. On such a major negotiation occasion, an inadvertent action or even an accent when biting the words will be interpreted by countless people with a magnifying glass. So both sides will send the best psychological quality to carry out, to avoid diplomatic accidents. Common sense goes like this. The United Government had sent its most professional diplomatic team, headed by Qianfian, who had rich experience in diplomacy involving foreign civilizations. And the other diplomats were also elites, who had passed through layers of selection. The Herald civilization, however, did not follow this common sense. They sent a team of hot-tempered patriarchal representatives. And although they were all highly placed patriarchs of the Herald civilization, they were clearly incapable of playing the role of diplomats. They are definitely sincere. After all, they are the ones who are trying their best to facilitate this peace talk. The smile on Qianfian's face gradually disappeared. He also realized that the Herald civilization's negotiators were rather strange. But he didn't think that this negotiation would go terribly wrong. Maybe it's because the Herald civilization hadn't talked to any other civilizations about a judgment before, so they don't know how to select the personnel. That was actually somewhat untenable. Even though the Herald civilization had hardly ever engaged in diplomatic negotiations, it didn't mean that the Herald civilization didn't know how to negotiate. After all, before they became a great unified pioneer civilization, they had also had a long period of division. And even now, they often conducted all kinds of negotiations on a family basis, and knew very well how to behave at the negotiation table. Or maybe all the senators of their senate are this virtuous, and these 12 are already the ones with better personalities. Qianfian offered another guess as he revealed an odd expression. The Herald civilization has been at peace for hundreds of millions of years. It's only normal for the senators up there to be arrogant in nature. The Herald civilization had professional negotiators. Only that the Herald civilization had to appoint someone from amongst the patriarchs to participate in order to show how much importance they attached to this negotiation. They're quite cautious. The other diplomat revealed a helpless expression as he lowered his head to cover his face with a document. Wise Sun investigated the wormhole they used when they came here, and on the other side of the wormhole is the cosmic vacuum, not their home planet. The Herald civilization had done a good job in the matter of protecting the coordinates of their home planet. This was an important reason why the patriarchs were still able to sit at the negotiation table and communicate with the united government on an equal footing. Otherwise there would be one or the other, and they would have long since fallen into captivity with the united government. The patriarchs were also well aware of this matter, and therefore adopted more stringent procedures to protect the home planet coordinates. They had gone through more than 30 long-distance shuttles before opening a wormhole to the star of Noha in an empty space. And even Moss had been surprised by their cautiousness. But this matter was of little significance is all, as the coordinates of their home planet had long been stored in Moss's database. Moss had divulged part of the United Government's plans to them in the form of speculation. Not to prevent the United Government from obtaining the coordinates of their home planet, but to go through a process. It doesn't do it lightly. And when it does, it's going to squeeze them to the limit. Just as it had previously allowed the United Government to restrict the development of intelligence. It had first guided the United Government to exterminate the rebels in South America and South Africa. This time, it hoped that the Herald civilization would do more for Earth's civilization before it was overthrown, such as helping the United Government get closer to Ava. It's almost time. Let's begin. Xianfian glanced at the watch on his wrist as he reminded for the last time. No matter what kind of situation we encountered during the negotiations, don't be in a hurry. He knew that those present were the diplomatic elites of the coalition government. But this negotiation was a matter of great importance. So he had to urge again and again. Chapter 160 Toughness. Understood, Chief. Let's begin. Xianfian nodded slowly and pressed a green button on the table. The harsh voices of the genii passed through the glass and into the ears of the United Government's diplomatic corps, drawing a frown from the diplomats. The soundproofing system stopped working and the negotiations began. However, this negotiation was not destined to go as smoothly as they had imagined before they set out on their journey, and was even riddled with obstacles from the start. You leave our planet immediately. Otherwise, destruction. This was the first time that the United Government had communicated face-to-face with the Herald civilization, and the database of simultaneous translation was not yet perfect and could not perfectly convey the meaning of the patriarchs. But there was no error or omission in the core content. The attitude of the patriarchs was very tough. Not at all like they had come to negotiate, but to give notice. Xianfian furrowed his brows as he slowly spoke, his voice dripping with majesty and confidence. Patriarchs, pay attention to your words and tone of voice. Today it was you who begged us to come and negotiate before we came here. The patriarchs' faces darkened, but they were unable to say anything to retort, because Xianfian was right. It was indeed the Herald civilization that begged the United Government to negotiate, and only then did they get this opportunity to meet with the United Government face to face. Leave your planet? Xianfian's words changed. A slightly sarcastic smile appeared on his face. His stern gaze powerfully swept over the 12 patriarchs' ugly faces. We also said this to you at the beginning, but we didn't see you accepting it. I now advise you to give up your unrealistic fantasies. First discuss how to compensate for our losses, and then how to dispose of you. If your compensation can satisfy us, I will give your civilization a chance to negotiate with the United Government. If your compensation can satisfy us, I will give your civilization a chance to survive. A chance to live on. The United Government had purposely adjusted the database of the simultaneous interpretation before the start of the negotiations to ensure that the meaning of words, like linger on, could be conveyed to the patriarchs of the Herald civilization in its entirety. When Xianfian's words landed, the patriarchs exploded. Linger on? Their pioneering civilization once had hundreds of living planets and trillions of people. And even though the war was unfavorable, they still retained a complete technology tree and scientific system. So how dare the United Government say that they were barely surviving? Can this be tolerated? A patriarch spoke angrily. We can easily crush your home planet, annihilate the main body of your civilization, and turn you into pathetic interstellar wanderers. But I'm afraid that the ones who are truly surviving are someone else. You primitive creatures of stagnant evolution. His words, translated by the simultaneous interpreter, became, I don't share your views. Civilized translation. Green communication. Listening to the movement from the translator, the speaking patriarch froze for a moment. He revealed a puzzled expression, thinking to himself that after he had gabbled so much, how could this translator only translate so little? Could it be that the enemy's language had a lot of information? But just now that villain said quite a lot. But he didn't see many more translated for him. What kind of rubbish translator is this? The negotiation went on like this. Just as Xianfian had thought earlier, the patriarchs were not professional diplomats, and they didn't bring any professional opinions or attitudes to the negotiation. They just kept on expressing their opinions in a forceful manner. At this rate, no consensus will be reached even after a few months. However, the United Government was also happy to see such a situation, because what the United Government lacked the most right now was time. As long as the United Government was given enough time to build enough Pandora bridges, they wouldn't have to worry about the Herald civilization attacking Pacific Rim Earth. However, I see that you don't have any sincerity at all. In that case, we'll have to continue the war. The Jinnin with the oldest face let out a fake sigh, then pressed a sarcoma on his arm, and a grayish-white halo of light flowed down his arm to his forehead, activating a biological antenna embedded in its brain. Buzz! 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 The United Government detected a signal breaking through the confines of the conference room and shooting into the wormhole opened by the Herald civilization. Xian Fian's face changed, because he had learned of this news through his headset, along with the expert's judgment that the patriarch sitting in front of him had probably issued an order to restart the war. Why? How dare they do that? Aren't they afraid we'll flip out? The other diplomats were furious. The negotiations had only just begun when the Herald civilization blatantly launched an attack. There was no sincerity at all in the peace talks. What did you just do? It seems that there is no need for this negotiation to continue. You don't want your planet anymore, do you? The patriarch sat calmly, showing contemptuous expressions to the diplomats of the United Government. Heh! Now you know you're panicking? What have you been doing? Starting to regret it? Too late. The war will continue until you exit our planet. The patriarch who sent the signal raised his head proudly, his tone full of pleasure and disdain. You have no qualifications to negotiate with us. Your home planet is in our hands. Xian Fian took a deep breath and pacified the other diplomats. Soon, they received the latest news that the Herald civilization had opened another wormhole on Pacific Rim Earth. And the scale of the attack was much larger than the last time. And the Pandora's bridge defenses were soon to be pierced. The United Government gave them the latest order. They must stop the Herald civilization's attack no matter what, even if they temporarily return the Herald civilization's planet. The Herald civilization's planet was practically of no value to the United Government, because the planets of the Herald civilization were not suitable for human survival at all. Even if they were transformed with Pandora's creatures, it would take several decades before they could see any results. And by that time, the United Government would have long since left this universe. The reason why the United Government occupied these planets was only because they were the enemies. Occupying and destroying these planets could effectively combat the enemy's living forces. And the reason for refusing to return them during the negotiations was to stall for more time. But for some reason, the attitude of the Herald civilization was strangely strong. One day of inactivity, they had only been talking for less than a day. 3 hours to be exact. When the Herald civilization gave up trying to fight for their planets with their mouths, and instead restarted the war on Pacific Rim Earth. It was a naked threat. This behavior of yours is a serious provocation to us. After saying that, Xian Fian led the diplomats to get up and leave, leaving the patriarchs of the Herald civilization hanging out in the room. Although they were ready to return the planet, they couldn't let the Herald civilization think that they were too easily compromised. Or else the Herald civilization would surely gain an inch, which wasn't a situation the United Government wanted to see. The Earth side of Pacific Rim could hold out for a little while longer, airing out the patriarchs of the Herald civilization first.